Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Overpowered Deku Fell in Love with Ochako. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Why can't I stop thinking about Deku? More specifically, why can't I stop thinking about Deku shirtless? He did look incredible, but that's besides the point. The trip to the mall didn't last long. They got the deodorant Deku had been looking for, and that was it. When they made it back to the dorm, they returned to their rooms, and ever since, Ochako hasn't been able to get Deku out of her head. This was a problem she'd been struggling with for a while, if she was being honest. Except she wasn't being honest. She was in complete denial. I do not have a crush on Deku. I do not have a crush on Deku. I do not have a crush on Deku. Oh, you so do, chimed her inner voices in unison. Yeah, well, shut up. You're just voices in my head, what would you know? That Deku is really attractive. No. Enough out of you. It wasn't just the fact that Deku was well-built that attracted her to him. She'd had these feelings for a long time. It was everything about his personality that drew her in. When they first met, he looked like a scrawny little guy, no taller than she was. It was only recently that he'd outgrown her a little in the height department. Still, his unlimited kindness, his longing to work hard to be the best, his cute reactions when he was uncomfortable being so close to a girl, mainly her, that fluffy green hair, his intelligence, and his analytical skills were all just some of the reasons she was falling for him. She admired him. She looked up to him. She had the biggest crush on him. No, I don't. Even still, what she didn't know was that Deku was in a similar situation. Unlike Uraraka, he wasn't in denial. He just hadn't realized his feelings for her yet, but they were there, clear as day. I really enjoyed hanging out with Uraraka today, even if it was brief. She's fun to be around, although I get really nervous when she gets too close to me. I wonder why I enjoy her company so much? We are really close, and I guess she's really pretty too. Wait a second. Did I really just tell myself that? It's not like I have a crush on her or anything, Deku said aloud to himself in an attempt to reassure himself they were just friends. Unfortunately, his words had the complete opposite effect. He immediately started thinking about her and how happy he felt when he saw her smile or heard her laugh or whenever he got to spend time with her and talk to her. No, I don't have a crush. I don't have a crush. Okay, maybe now he was in denial. The poor teens both lay there in bed, unable to sleep in their absolute denial of their clear feelings for each other. Uraraka decided she needed a glass of milk and headed downstairs to the dorm kitchen. It's 1 a.m., everyone should be in bed, so hopefully, I won't bump into anyone. When she arrived downstairs, she was glad to see nobody else was up. She grabbed herself some milk and cookies and decided to sit in the common room and watch TV for a little while. Oh, hey Uraraka. Ochako jumped at the sudden voice of the person standing behind the sofa looking down at her. No, why now? You're the last person I wanted to see right now. This is so awkward. Hey, Deku, she said reluctantly. Sorry to scare you like that. It's okay, although if you had made me spill my milk, I would have been upset with you, she pouted. She began to take a sip of milk from her glass when Deku spoke without thinking first. Yeah, wouldn't want to waste any of Uraraka's milk now, would we? Deku joked, causing Uraraka to almost choke on her milk and spit it out everywhere. Deku, she half whispered, half shouted. I am so sorry. I wasn't thinking, it just slipped out, and I haven't slept well lately. I guess I was just tired, he tried to reason. It's okay, just think about it more next time, please? If you keep making jokes like that, I'm worried you'll end up like my Netta, she jested, getting a small giggle out of Deku. So you couldn't sleep well either? Mind if I join you? He inquired. By all means, she replied. I'll just grab my own glass of milk if you don't mind sharing the cookies. Yeah, no problem as long as you don't eat them all. Oh, I'll try not to, but I might not be able to stop myself, Deku teased, getting a small laugh out of her. So what's keeping you up so late, Uraraka? Can't sleep? Or nightmares? Deku asked. Can't sleep. You. Same here. They both sat there in silence for a second, watching the TV but sitting pretty close to each other on the sofa, not that either of them had noticed. "Hey, Deku, do you want to talk about it?" "About what?" "Whatever is on your mind that's stopping you from sleeping?" she asked, concerned for her friend's mental well-being. "No, it's okay." Neither of them moved or said anything. They just sat next to each other, drinking milk and eating cookies, content with their current position. They continued to watch the TV, and soon, the two of them slowly dozed off into a nice, deep sleep. Deku awoke from his slumber on the sofa. The TV was still on, and two empty glasses sat on the coffee table surrounded by cookie crumbs. "I fell asleep? I wonder what the time is." He was still holding the TV remote in his left hand, so he pointed it at the TV and pressed the power button, instantly filling the room with darkness. "Smart one, Izuku. Now you can't see anything. And why does the right side of my body feel so heavy?" Deku was still half asleep and tried to move his right arm but couldn't. Wondering if he had somehow gotten sleep paralysis in his arm, he decided to use his left hand to search for his phone in the darkness. Eventually, he found it between his legs. He clicked the lock button, momentarily blinding himself with the sudden light after his eyes had begun to adjust to the dark. Squinting at his screen, he saw the time was 5:27 a.m. "I need to go to bed. Uraraka probably already went back to her room when I fell asleep. But if that's the case, why didn't she wake me up? Unless she felt it would be rude of her to do that." His thoughts trailed off as he suddenly realized something he hoped wasn't true. If Uraraka had gone to bed, she would have turned off the TV, yet it was still on. She was sitting next to him on his right side, and he couldn't move his right arm because it felt trapped by something. Or someone. Turning on his flashlight, his eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. Uraraka had also fallen asleep, leaning against Deku, trapping his right arm between their bodies. Her head rested on his shoulder as she slept peacefully, unaware of the awkward situation they were in. "She looks so cute when she's sleeping," Deku thought, slapping himself. "Don't think about that right now, you idiot. Not while she's so close to you. See if you can wake her up and then you can both go to bed." "Uraraka." "Hey, Uraraka, you wake up," Deku whispered, but her slumber was undisturbed. He tried to move her so he could at least get up, but as his free hand touched her shoulder, she rolled over, throwing her right leg over both of Deku's and her right arm over his chest, resting her hand on his left shoulder. Her face turned to rest against Deku's neck, and he could feel her breathing on him. "What do I do now? This is so embarrassing. Uraraka is cuddling me in her sleep. Is it wrong of me to not want her to move right now? This is kind of nice, but at the same time, so unfair. She doesn't even know she's doing this. I'm going to have to wake her up or carry her to her room. We can't stay like this. What if somebody sees us? Oh no, what if somebody already saw us while I've been asleep?" Ochako groaned and flinched a little but remained in her deep sleep. However, Deku could never have prepared himself for what she said next. "I can't believe I saw Deku in his room without a shirt on today. He's so well built." She let out a small giggle in her sleep. Deku froze at what he just heard. Sweat poured from his forehead, his heart raced, and he felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite identify. "When did she?" "Oh no, I left the door open. While I was busy mumbling to myself trying to figure out where I left my clean shirt, she must have walked in and seen me standing there. Then why did the door creak? She must have been trying to close it again and sneak back out without me noticing. Wait, that also means that when she was so red when I came out of my room, it was because she saw me like that." At this point, Deku had had enough of sitting there, feeling embarrassed by the adorable girl who had wrapped herself around him like a human-sized teddy bear. He reached for Uraraka's other leg and pulled it up onto his lap, blushing furiously at the thought of touching her in such an empty way. He then maneuvered his right arm out from its cuddle trap and put it around the back of her head for support as he stood up. "Wow, she's really light. I thought she might be heavier. Don't ever mention that to her, she'll kill you." He carried Uraraka back up the stairs to her room in a bridal style. On the way, she stirred occasionally but never fully awoke, her arms still clinging to her human teddy bear. Deku set her down on her bed and gently pried her arms off of him to avoid waking her. Finding some sticky notes, He wrote a message for her to see when she woke up and stuck it to her forehead. He felt a little guilty for doing so, but this way he could guarantee she would see his note. With that, he turned off the lights and headed to the door. Good night, Uraraka. Sweet dreams. Uraraka awoke to the surprise of something stuck to her face. That's weird, she said, still not fully awake. However, she soon realized it was a sticky note. It read, "Hey, we both fell asleep on the sofa last night, and I woke up around 5:30. Ochako sat on her bed, reflecting on the note she had just read. It seemed to be from Deku about the previous night. Oh no, did I really fall asleep on his shoulder? She thought, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She hoped no one had seen them. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Ochako called out. Hey, it's me. Can I come in? I really need to talk to you about something. Ashido's voice came from the other side. Okay, give me a sec, Ochako replied, quickly hiding the note before opening the door. As soon as she unlocked it, Ashido burst into the room, slamming the door behind her and locking it again. Hey, Ashido, what's up? Tako asked, puzzled. So, you and Midoriya, huh? Ashido said, grinning widely. I don't know what you're talking about. Deku and I aren't dating, Ochako started, but Ashido interrupted her by shoving her phone in Ochako's face. The screen displayed a picture of her and Deku asleep on the sofa, cuddled up together. Come on, Uraraka, spill. Give me some juicy details. Ashido urged. I know what it looks like, but I promise we aren't dating. It was an accident. We both couldn't sleep, bumped into each other downstairs, drank milk, ate cookies, and then just fell asleep. It's not that big of a deal. Ochako insisted. Ashido studied her for a moment before finally speaking. Whatever. You two are clearly crushing on each other, and you know it, despite your denial. But fine, I'll drop it for now, she said, moving toward the door. Oh, just one thing though, Uraraka. If you fell asleep on the sofa with Deku, how did you get back into your bed? Ashido asked, smirking. Ochako sat there, dumbfounded. Is it really that obvious? Where's the note? She thought, suddenly realizing Ashido was waving it in the air, looking triumphant. When did you? Ochako started, but Ashido slammed the door, causing her to jump up and chase after her. It was too late, Ashido was already gone. That girl. She better not tell anyone, Ochako muttered to herself. Just then, her phone began vibrating with a flurry of text alerts. The group chat for the girls of Class 1A was going wild. Ashido had posted the picture and the note Deku had left her. Every single one of them was bombarding Ochako with questions. Embarrassed, she typed back, it was an accident. Nothing serious or romantic about it, now pipe down, all of you. She waited for a response, and soon Ashido replied, fine, okay, we'll stop asking questions, but we're still gonna tease you a little about it. Ochako could handle the occasional teasing, she was used to it. After all, they had asked her if she loved Deku before, and she had floated around the room, embarrassed and denying it, though she had gotten better at hiding her feelings since then. If she sends that to anyone else, I'm going to be so mad. Anyway, I guess I should see about doing something today. I wonder what Deku is doing. Ochako had spent most of her morning with her face buried in her pillow, frustrated that Ashido had shared those pictures with the rest of the girls. Honestly, what was the big deal? They had both fallen asleep watching TV and just happened to lean against each other. All of her female classmates had been very active in their girls-only group chat, saying how cute it was that Deku had carried her back to her room, tucked her into bed, and even left a note explaining what had happened. It was sweet of him, but she knew this wouldn't stay between the girls. The boys would find out and start asking Deku questions. She had to warn him. Quickly, she got dressed in a plain white shirt and black shorts and headed downstairs to the kitchen for breakfast. If she was lucky, Deku would be there too, but he was nowhere to be seen. Great, now she had to find him, but not before breakfast. She was starving. Uraraka poured herself a bowl of cereal and started heading for her room when she saw Ida come downstairs, already dressed and with a small suitcase trailing behind him. Good morning, Uraraka, he said, noticing her. Good morning, Ida. Have you seen Deku? She asked. Yes, he went for his morning run. He should be back any second now, he replied. Just then, as if on cue, Deku burst through the door, soaking wet from the rain mixed with sweat. Good morning, Midoriya. I trust your run went well? Ida greeted him. Brief. Brief. Great, thanks. Brief. Good morning. Brief. To you too. Brief. And you. Brief. Uraraka. Deku managed to say, gasping for breath after his routine morning run. Good morning to you too, Deku, Uraraka replied, avoiding eye contact. She focused on her cereal, trying to calm her racing heart. Ida noticed the awkward atmosphere but didn't question it, finding it strange how Uraraka seemed to be staring at her cereal. Anyways, Midoriya and Uraraka, I have to go. I need to catch my train, he said, breaking the silence. Oh yeah, I forgot you're going away with your parents for the weekend, right? I guess Deku and I will have to find something to do while you're away, huh, Deku? She turned to him, instantly regretting it. Oh no, I'm looking right at him. Come on, pull yourself together. Yeah, I guess so. Well, farewell Ida. We'll see you on Monday. Enjoy your trip, Deku said, finally catching his breath. Something was bothering him. Uraraka was avoiding his gaze, but now that she had looked at him, her face was turning red. He followed her gaze and realized why she was blushing. Uraraka, sikuduyum. Please stop staring? Deku stuttered. Dawa. Oh right Deku, I'm so sorry. They were right there, and I didn't know what to do. I was trying my best not to look, but I just found myself staring. I'm really sorry, she replied. The rain on Deku's shirt had made it completely see-through, exposing his toned muscles. They stood in silence, both blushing furiously, Deku embarrassed by his exposed state and Uraraka flustered for staring. Eventually, Deku broke the silence. It's okay. You've seen them before, so it's not that big of a deal, I guess. Wait, how did you know that I'd seen them before? She asked, confused. She hadn't told anyone, so Ashido couldn't have mentioned it. Oh, did you read my note? Yeah, and it said nothing about you flashing your abs at me, she joked, trying to lighten the mood. Well, you kind of talk in your sleep. You said you couldn't believe you'd seen me shirtless and that I was, and I quote, well built, he said, doing air quotations, unable to keep from grinning. Oh right, I see, Uraraka said, clearly disheartened. Feeling guilty for her reaction, Deku walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder. Uraraka, seriously, it's fine. I shouldn't have left the door open yesterday. It's my fault. Besides, everyone is apparently going swimming today, so if you're coming along, you'll see me shirtless there too, along with everyone else. It's not that bad, he reassured her. Gosh, he's so sweet. Thanks, Deku. I was going to tell you I thought you might be embarrassed by it. Speaking of telling you things, you need to see this, she said, suddenly remembering why she wanted to see the green-haired wonder that morning. She showed him the images Ashido had sent the girls earlier. How did she get the note? Deku asked. Sorry, she knocked on my door this morning and burst in to ask me why we were asleep on the sofa together. She took it when I wasn't paying attention. I thought I'd hidden it well, but apparently I didn't, Uraraka explained. That's okay. Thanks for warning me anyway. At least now I know the guys might have it in for me at some point, Deku joked, causing Uraraka to smile. Hadn't you best get changed out of those clothes, Deku? You're soaked through, you're going to catch a cold, she said, suddenly aware that the poor boy had been out in the rain all morning and was still dripping water all over the dorm. I'm going to go have a hot bath and change, ready to go swimming later. You never said if you were going, by the way, Deku said, beginning to take off his shirt. Sure, I'll go. It sounds fun. Who's organized it, by the way? Uraraka asked, curious about who had told Deku about everyone going swimming today. Ashido told me about it earlier. She hasn't mentioned it to you? Deku asked. No, she hasn't, Uraraka said, feeling a little uneasy. Something about it felt off to her, but she couldn't figure it out and dismissed the notion. Deku, now shirtless, decided to head up the stairs. However, before he even took a step, Uraraka spun on her feet to head back into the kitchen, forgetting that Deku had been dripping water all over the floor, making it slippery. She lost her footing and fell toward Deku, who caught her and her now empty bowl of cereal. Uraraka, You okay? Deku asked, concerned. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks, Deku, she replied. That was close. Thankfully, all I really did was fall into Deku and somehow managed to stay on my feet. Wait, hang on. I fell into Deku. Who doesn't have a shirt on right now? Oh no. She looked in horror as she realized she was pressed against Deku's bare torso, her face buried in his chest and her hands on his abs. He wasn't daring to move in case he slipped too. Deku, I'm so sorry I'm touching your… Well, you know, she blurted out, too embarrassed to say it. She looked up at the boy she was supporting her body on and was met with those green eyes. Their eyes locked onto one another, gazing deeply into each other's souls. Suddenly, both of them felt a surge of warmth flow through their bodies. Their faces were inches apart. In fact, not even that. If they wanted to, they could kiss each other right here and now. What is this? Why is it that all I want right now is to kiss Deku? The thought made Uraraka trace her finger along one of Deku's abs subconsciously. Deku didn't seem to notice, or if he did, he didn't care. Uraraka is so close right now. All I want to do is kiss her and hold her against me. What is this feeling? They both tilted their heads to the side, their eyelids closing halfway. This is it, I'm going to kiss Deku. This is it, I'm going to kiss Uraraka. Their minds, bodies, and souls yearned for one another, their lips about to connect when lightning struck outside, making the two of them jump back from each other in surprise. They both stared at the floor for a few moments, not knowing what to say or do. The moment had passed, leaving an unbearable awkwardness between them. Here's your bowl, Deku said finally, passing Uraraka her empty bowl that he'd caught. Thanks, Uraraka quickly snatched the bowl from him. So, see you at… How could this day get any worse? Uraraka muttered to herself. A lot had already happened today. Ashido had embarrassed her by sending those pictures to all the girls, and then she had seen Deku shirtless again. This time, she had touched his bare torso and almost kissed him in the middle of the dorm entrance. What if someone had walked in and seen the whole thing? Hey Uraraka, you in there? Ashido called from outside her room. Yeah, what do you want, Ashido? I'm not really in the mood for more embarrassment, Uraraka snapped back. Everyone's going to the pool today if you're coming along. Deku will be there too, Ashido teased. Uraraka swung the door open and stared at Ashido, who suddenly looked nervous. Ashido, I'm saying this as a friend, but if you keep teasing me about Deku, I might just lose it. Understood? Uraraka threatened. If it hadn't been for her encounter with Deku earlier, she probably wouldn't have said this, but she really wasn't in the mood for Ashido's teasing. Yeah, okay, got it. You're still coming to the pool though, right? Ashido asked, knowing that Uraraka might be after her later for what she had set up. Yeah, I'll go, but not because of Deku, Uraraka replied. See you there, Ashido said, desperately wanting to say something flippant but not daring to risk it after Uraraka's intense demeanor. Hey, wait, Ashido, what time is everyone leaving? Uraraka called, realizing she hadn't been given any details. Oh well, we're all heading there now since we're ready. Deku said he was taking a shower first, then he'd meet us there, so if you want, you could walk with him, Ashido replied. Uraraka's face turned bright red. What did I say about teasing, Ashi? Uraraka began, but her friend cut her off. I'm not teasing you, it was just a suggestion. You could walk there yourself if you wanted. I just didn't think you were ready to leave yet, Ashido said, trying her best to hide her smirk. Her plan was working. Fine, I'll walk with Deku. Could you tell him to wait outside the dorm for me? I need to shower too and then I'll be ready, Uraraka said. Yeah, sure, I'll tell him on my way out. See you at the pool, Ashido replied, waving goodbye to her classmate. This is going to be so awkward. We almost kissed less than an hour ago. Just act like nothing happened and be yourself, and hopefully he won't try to talk about it or mention it, and we can both just forget it ever happened. Meanwhile at Deku's room. Hey Deku, it's me, Ashido called, knocking at the door. Deku had just gotten out of the shower and quickly rushed to put on a shirt and some shorts before opening the door. Hey, what's up? Deku asked. We're all on our way now. Uraraka said she'd walk with you when she's ready. She's just having a quick shower and will meet you outside the dorm. That cool with you? Ashido said, smirking as the green-haired boy's face grew redder with every word. After how today started, Uraraka couldn't believe how amazing the second half had been. She was on a date with Deku, and she was loving every second of it. Sure, he hadn't outright asked her out, and Ashido had set them up, but she didn't mind. He had somewhat asked her to go on a date with him back at the pool, convincing her to stay and enjoy the day together. They had both agreed it could still be considered a date. As they walked back to the dorm, they decided to pick up some fast food along the way. Deku, today's been great, Uraraka said, smiling at him. Hey, it's not over yet. I thought we agreed we were going to eat together back at the dorms, Deku replied. I know, and we will, but I just wanted to tell you that today really has been great. I really enjoy your company, she said, hoping he understood how much she liked being around him and how happy he had made her today. Oh well, it's no problem. I just wanted you to have a fun day, and I really enjoy your company too, Uraraka, Deku said, a little embarrassed. Their cheeks flushed as they both looked down instead of at each other. Hey Uraraka, Deku said. Yes, Deku, she replied. I was wondering if you'd like to do this again sometime? Deku asked, hoping for a yes. What, go swimming? Uraraka asked, not quite understanding the question. Well, maybe, but no, I meant go on another date together, he said, his nerves rising. Absolutely, clears throat. Yeah, sure, why not? Although this date isn't over yet, so it's not a definite yes just yet, Uraraka quickly added, trying not to seem too eager. Oh, I see. What would I have to do to get a definite yes? Deku asked, his eyes hopeful. Don't worry, so far so good, she smiled at him, reassuring him. That's good to know, he said, relieved. Hey, you want to get food from here? I hear it's pretty good, Uraraka asked, stopping outside the fast food place they were walking past. Yeah, sure, Deku replied. They went inside, and he placed his order, noticing Uraraka scrambling around in her bag. Hey, Uraraka, what's wrong? Deku asked, concerned. I left my purse at home, damn it. How could I be so forgetful? Uraraka scolded herself. She turned to face Deku, who was holding out his receipt for his order. Deku, that's sweet, but I can't accept this, Uraraka told him. You can and you will. I'll just order myself another one, Deku insisted, placing the receipt in her hand. Deku, I can't. That's not fair to you, she said, feeling guilty. It's fine, honestly, Deku assured her. Are you absolutely sure? She asked. Of course I am. I wouldn't be doing it if I wasn't. Besides, this is a date, so allow me to be a gentleman and treat you to your dinner, he said, smiling. Okay, if you're sure, but I'm paying you back when we get back to the dorm, she insisted. No, you're not. You don't owe me anything, he replied. Uraraka considered arguing but decided against it. She reminded herself to appreciate his kindness. Thank you, Deku, she said. You're welcome, he replied. Suddenly, they both realized their hands were warm. They looked down, eyes widening in shock. They had been holding hands the whole time since Deku had given her the receipt. Uraraka, I'm so sorry, Deku said, attempting to pull his hand back, but Uraraka tightened her grip. Is it okay if we? She couldn't finish her sentence, too embarrassed to look at him. She felt Deku's fingers wrap back around her hand, grateful for the unspoken understanding. Come on, let's go place my order again, Deku said. Uraraka still couldn't look at him, staring at the floor as he guided her to the counter. While Deku was ordering, she stared at their hands intertwined, amazed. His hand was so warm. She loosened her grip slightly to remove the receipt, then tightened it again, causing Deku's face to turn a shade of red she'd never seen before. He's so cute, she thought, feeling a rush of happiness. The warmth of his hand felt right, and it seemed like it was meant to be there. They waited for their order numbers to be called. When Uraraka's was called, she almost missed it, but Deku gently nudged her, snapping her out of her trance. She let go of his hand, instantly feeling the loss of warmth and happiness. Thanking the worker, she grabbed her food and walked back over to Deku, just as his number was called. He grabbed his food, and they headed out the doors back to the dorm. Good thing we both decided to get the same thing, huh? Deku chuckled a little. Yeah, it was, Uraraka replied, her tone lacking enthusiasm. She longed to hold his hand again, but their hands were occupied with a bag of food in one hand and their drinks in the other. Deku noticed her expression and had an idea. "Hey, Uraraka, stop for a second," he said. "HM? Why?" she questioned. "Trust me, I think you'll like this," Deku said with a smile. "Okay," Uraraka replied, unsure of what he was planning. Deku knelt down, placing his bag of food on the ground, and took off his rucksack. He unzipped it and put his food inside, zipping it back up afterward. "Won't your wet clothes and towel get your food wet?" Uraraka asked. "No, it'll be fine. It should have dried enough by now, so it'll just be a little damp, and the bag will keep the food safe. Anyway, your turn. Put yours in your bag too," Deku encouraged. "Why?" Uraraka asked, still confused. "Just do it, trust me," he reassured her with a smile. "Okay," she replied, following his lead. She picked up her drink, knowing they couldn't put it in the bag, or their food would definitely get wet. She turned to him, eager to see what his big idea was. "That's better," he said, taking her hand again. Uraraka gasped in surprise but felt a wave of happiness at his gesture. They continued walking hand in hand back to the dorm. "Why did you?" she began. "You looked upset the moment you let go of my hand back at the fast food place, so I figured we could free one of our hands and hold hands the rest of the way home. I thought you might like that," he explained. "Thanks, Deku. You really are so sweet," she told him, making him blush, clearly not used to such compliments. "No problem," Deku replied shyly. "At this rate, you're definitely getting a second date," Uraraka said, making him smile. "Wow, I must be better at this than I thought," he said, grinning proudly. "Hey, don't get cocky now. Girls like confidence, but we don't appreciate it when a guy is overconfident," she warned. "Right? Yeah, sorry," Deku said, feeling nervous about messing things up. Uraraka laughed at his anxiety. "It's fine, I'm just teasing you, dummy," she smiled, wanting to reassure him. They reached the dorm and agreed to let go of each other's hands before entering, not wanting anyone to get the wrong idea. As they walked through the door, they found Ashido, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro waiting for them in the kitchen. "So, you two, how was your date?" Ashido asked playfully. "Never thought you'd have it in you, Midoriya," Kaminari teased. Uraraka noticed the look of panic on Deku's face, realizing he had no idea how to respond. "It's fine, they have no idea we agreed it was a date, so we can deny it," she thought. "Who said anything about a date? You guys weren't there when we arrived, so we figured you either went to a different pool or had already been swimming and decided to head back since we left after you. Right, Deku?" she said, giving him a pointed look. "Yeah, we just assumed you'd already had your fun and went home," Deku added, catching on to her plan. Their classmates exchanged glances before Kirishima spoke up. "So you're telling me you two had a day out all by yourselves and didn't think it was a date?" "Yeah, didn't one of you even say something like, 'Well, I guess this is kind of like a date?'" Siro chimed in. "No, we didn't," they replied in unison. "Well, your loss," Kaminari said. "Guess your plan didn't work after all, huh, Ashi?" Kirishima started, but Ashido quickly covered his mouth. "What plan?" Uraraka asked, sensing she had the upper hand. "Nothing." Ashido stammered. "Okay then. Well, I guess we're going to call it a night, you guys, so we'll see you tomorrow," Uraraka said, eager to leave while she was still in control of the conversation. "Yeah, good night, guys," Deku added, also wanting to make a quick exit. "Good night, you too," their classmates replied in unison. Uraraka and Deku headed up the stairs toward their rooms. "Hey, Uraraka," Deku whispered. "Yeah," she whispered back. "Are we still going to eat together?" he asked. "Yeah, of course. I just didn't want to stay down there. They would have kept asking questions until one of us slipped up," she replied. "I know, same here, but where are we going to eat?" Deku questioned, already dreading the answer. "In one of our rooms, I guess. Shall we go to yours since it's the closest?" Uraraka suggested. "Yeah, okay," Deku agreed reluctantly. They arrived outside his door and checked to see if anyone was watching before entering and locking the door behind them. "There's a fold-out table and chairs in my closet if you want to set them up while I put a movie on," Deku said, pointing to his closet. "Yeah, no problem," Uraraka replied. However, she was unaware that it was about to become a huge problem. She had no clue how the mechanism to unfold the table and chairs worked, and when she tried to force it, the table snapped in two, with one piece landing on the chairs and breaking them too. Now they had no table for their food or anywhere to sit other than the bed. Oh no, what am I going to do? I can't be in Deku's bed with him, that's too much, she thought. Deku? Uraraka said, turning around to see that Deku had already noticed the damage and come to the same realization. Sorry, I didn't know what I was doing, so I tried forcing it, and this happened, she said, hoping he wouldn't be upset. It's fine. I guess we'll just have to sit on the bed, he gulped. The two of them sat down next to each other and began to eat as the movie started. The tension was almost unbearable. Neither of them spoke, they just stared at the TV. Uraraka glanced down at Deku's hand, instantly regretting it. Idiot, now I really want to hold his hand again, but I can't. We're sitting on his bed, that's way too endy. He'll take it the wrong way. Oh no, what am I doing? Her hand moved on its own and placed itself over Deku's, wrapping her fingers around his. She looked up and met Deku's gaze. Oh no, not this again. I really want to kiss him, she thought, quickly looking back at the TV. Deku followed suit, both of them extremely embarrassed. However, Deku returned her hold on his hand and squeezed it a little, letting her know he was happy for it to be there. Today was fun, Deku said, breaking the silence. Yeah, it was. Shame it's almost over, she replied. So, would you go on another date with me sometime? Deku asked hopefully. The movie finished, and the credits rolled. It was time for her to go back to her room. She smiled at him. I think you've earned yourself a second date, Deku, she said. That's great. I'll have to think about what we could do, he said, smiling, happy he'd secured a second date. I'm sure you'll think of something, you always do, she smiled at him, excited at the thought of doing this all over again. She grabbed her things and headed toward the door. Deku opened it slightly to peek out, making sure the coast was clear, but it was pretty late, so everyone was in bed. Coast is clear. I'll see you tomorrow, and I'll let you know when I think of a good date idea, Deku said. Sounds good. See you tomorrow, Deku, she said, walking out the door. But she stopped before she ran off to her room and turned around to face him again. Deku, I really enjoyed today. Thank you for everything, she said before planting a quick kiss on his cheek. He put his hand to his cheek where she'd kissed him, looking stunned. She started giggling uncontrollably as she headed back to her room. Good night, Deku. It had been 3 weeks since Deku and Uraraka had been on their date. The two of them had barely spoken to each other since then, with the amount of work Mr. Aizawa had been giving them lately and all of their training on top of that, making it nearly impossible for anyone to catch a break. The few times they did get to talk, there were other people around. Right now, they were on their way back to the dorm after a hard day of training. It was Saturday, so there were no classes, but they had an assignment due on Monday morning and physical tests in the afternoon. Ida, Deku, and Uraraka had agreed to train in the morning and help each other finish their assignment in the afternoon. Deku, your workouts are intense, Uraraka said, exhausted from Deku's tough training routine. They had all agreed to follow Deku's regimen since it focused on enhancing muscular endurance, strength, power, speed, and cardiovascular endurance, covering all bases. Yeah, I know, but I've got to make my body stronger if I want to use my quirk to its full potential, Deku replied, determination shining in his eyes. Uraraka admired how much effort he put into being a hero. It was incredible, just like him. Indeed. We must continuously strive to make our bodies and minds stronger each and every day if we want to be pro-heroes, Ida stated. Not liking how serious her two friends were getting about the future, Uraraka decided to lighten the tone of the conversation. Yeah, well, that workout almost broke me. It was insane, and if that wasn't bad enough, we've got the assignment still to do. Shall we just tell Mr. Aizawa we couldn't be bothered? She joked, laughing. Her two friends looked at her in horror, as if what she'd suggested was unthinkable. However, this only made Uraraka laugh even more at how intense and serious Ida and Deku could be. Guys, relax. It was a joke, Uraraka reassured them. Ah, I see. It wasn't very funny, Ida said, clearly unimpressed. This caused Deku to burst out laughing, and soon Uraraka joined him, leaving Ida confused and somewhat annoyed. "What on earth is so funny to you two?" Ida demanded. "Well, it's just that what she said was pretty funny, Ida, but the look on your face was priceless," Deku chuckled, trying his best to compose himself but failing miserably. "Stop it, both of you. This isn't funny. We must all do our very best to one day become the pro-heroes that we are destined to." He was cut off by Uraraka giving him a small push in the back. "Ida, come on, loosen up a little. Just because we're training to become pro-heroes doesn't mean we can't have a bit of fun. We are still teenagers after all," Uraraka said, trying to get her friend to see there was more to life than working hard. "Yeah, Ida, don't get me wrong. I want nothing more than to be the top hero one day, but there's no harm in having some fun along the way," Deku chimed in. "That I suppose you're right. Even still, do you promise to take this assignment seriously when we study later?" Ida asked, a stern look in his eyes. Deku and Uraraka exchanged glances, nodded, and then looked back at Ida. "Of course we do," they said in unison, knowing full well they intended to mess around a little just to tease their friend. "Good. Then I shall see you later for our assignment. I'm going to run ahead to have a shower," Ida said, running off and waving goodbye to them. Deku and Uraraka looked at each other. "We're not actually going to take it as seriously as he's expecting us to, are we?" Uraraka asked. "No, of course we're not. Besides, I had my fingers crossed," Deku said, revealing his crossed fingers he'd been hiding behind his back. "Same," Uraraka said, revealing her own crossed fingers, causing the two to burst out laughing again. They continued to walk back to the dorm only a couple of minutes away, when Deku finally realized he was alone at last with Uraraka. "Hey, did you hear about what's happening next Saturday?" Deku asked. "Next Saturday? Oh yeah, isn't the school privately booking an entire venue for us?" Uraraka replied. "Yeah, apparently they're doing it for one night for each individual class to help celebrate all the hard work we've done so far and to loosen up a little. Our night is next Saturday. Not that any of us can have alcohol or anything, but it should be fun, right?" Deku said, slowly getting to his point. "I guess that explains why we've got so much work and so many tests over this next week. They don't want us to start slacking off just because there's an incentive for our hard work, huh? Anyway, Deku, pretty much everybody knows this already, so get to the point. What's bothering you?" Uraraka questioned, not knowing where he was going with this. "Well, I was just wondering if maybe you'd like to go together," Deku asked, twiddling his fingers nervously. "Yeah, of course we're going together, we're friends," Uraraka stated, not quite understanding what Deku was asking. "No. Deku, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I didn't understand what you were asking me," she said apologetically. "So, Deku asked, still waiting for an answer, terrified she'd shoot him down for some reason. "Yes, I'd like that," Uraraka replied, extremely happy that Deku had actually had the confidence to ask her out, though she was already feeling nervous about the date. "That's great," Deku exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement, which made Uraraka smile. "Come on, let's get back to the dorm. We both need a shower before doing that assignment, which we're both going to take super seriously," she said sarcastically, giggling a little at her own joke. "Yeah, let's. Otherwise, Ida is going to get mad at us for not taking our schoolwork seriously," Deku chuckled. As they continued to walk, they laughed and joked about how serious Ida gets and how intense he can be sometimes, soon arriving back at the dorm. Suddenly, fatigue kicked in, and they were exhausted. Whose idea was it to haul scrap around all day anyway? Uraraka asked, worn out from the morning's exercise. "You and Ida had that bright idea, Uraraka," Deku said, playfully rubbing salt in her wounds. "Hey no. We said we were going to do your workout. We just didn't realize that meant dragging fridges around," Uraraka said defensively, denying that this was her doing. Deku reminded her, "I showed you my workout plan yesterday, and you both agreed to it." "I did? I'm so stupid. This really is my own fault, isn't it? I should never have agreed to it. I'm so tired I might fall asleep before we do the assignment," Uraraka said, almost dozing off on her feet. "Hey, you better not leave me to fend for myself against Mr. Uptight," Deku joked, hoping to keep his friend awake. It got a laugh out of her. Okay, sorry. I won't leave you all by yourself, and like I said, I'm taking it super seriously, she replied, her sarcasm evident. Good. Well, I'll see you later. I'm going to have a shower, Deku said, bidding her farewell as they reached his room. Before he entered, he looked around to make sure the coast was clear. HM? Deku, what's up? Uraraka asked, confused by his behavior. Suddenly, he kissed her cheek, making her let out a small yelp of surprise, but it was a pleasant surprise. She touched her cheek where he'd kissed her, not quite believing he had the nerve to do it. Beginning to blush, she tried to cover her face to hide how flustered she was getting. You never gave me the chance to do it back after our date, and I've been wanting to return the gesture, Deku said, embarrassed but happy he'd done it. Deku kissed me. Oh my god, Deku kissed me. What's wrong with me? Say something. He's going to think he did something wrong. Deku, I don't know what to say, she told him, unsure how to respond to this act of affection. You don't have to say anything, it's fine. I just wanted to do it back. Anyway, I should probably go get that shower now. See you later for the assignment. Deku asked. Yeah, I'll be there, Uraraka replied, still a little in shock that Deku had kissed her. Okay, cool. I'll see you there, Deku said, opening the door to his room, but before he could close it, Uraraka jammed her foot in the doorway to stop him. Uraraka? He asked, confused. I just wanted to say I'm really looking forward to next Saturday, Deku. It'll be fun, she said, unable to bring herself to do what she had planned. Yeah, me too. Now come on, go shower or Ida will kill us, Deku ordered, snapping her out of her state of shock. Alright, I'll see you there, she replied, bidding him farewell before running off up the stairs to her own room. She slammed the door behind her and fell to the floor, head in her hands. Why couldn't I do it? She said aloud to herself, frustrated that she hadn't been able to act on her feelings. I could have done it there and then. It was the perfect moment. I could have let him know how I felt about him. Wait, he probably already knows, doesn't he? It's so obvious at this point that we like each other. We've already been on one date together, and now we've both kissed each other's cheeks. It's so clear we have feelings for each other, so why can't we just say it or act on it? I was going to kiss him. Properly this time. One kiss on the lips to let him know how I felt and that I wanted him to be more than just a friend, but I couldn't do it. I want to be Deku's girlfriend. I'm not going to deny these feelings or hide them away anymore. I have to show him how I feel, but how? Sure, please. This was it. Tonight was the night Uraraka was going to tell Deku her feelings for him, or at least try to. She had a song in mind and needed the rest of the girls from their class to be backup singers, but it all depended on Deku getting the message. Would he even realize she was singing for him? How could she make it clear? Hey Uraraka, are you in there? Yaoyorozu called while knocking on her door. Uraraka jumped from her bed and opened the door to greet her friend. Oh, good you're here. Come in, Uraraka motioned for her to enter the room. So, is this what you wanted? Yaoyorozu asked, looking at the dress. Yes, it's perfect. Thank you, Yaoyorozu, you're the best. I would have gone way over my budget if you hadn't done this for me. I appreciate it, Uraraka beamed, hugging her friend. Hey, it's no problem, Uraraka. But may I ask why you're going to such great lengths tonight? Are you trying to impress a certain someone? She teased. Uraraka suddenly let go, blushing hard and trying her best not to make eye contact. No, of course not. But on the off chance I was, who would you think I was trying to impress? She questioned, wanting to know if she was that obvious. Oh, I don't know, a cute green-haired boy whose name rhymes with I can't think of anything his name rhymes with, but anyway, it's Midoriya. You've clearly been crushing on him for a while now. Although I have to say, the last week you've been staring at him even more than usual in class. Oh my god, wait a second. Did Midoriya ask you to go as his date tonight? She was cut off by Uraraka's hand over her mouth. Keep it down, will you? Uraraka begged her. Yaoyorozu held her hands up in surrender. Uraraka shushed her before slowly removing her hand from her friend's mouth. You really are smart, Yaoyorozu. How'd you figure it out? Uraraka asked, curious how she managed to put two and two together so suddenly. Well, not to be blunt, but like I said, it's so obvious. You stare at him all the time in class, whenever you're both in the gym, in the corridors, at lunch, and even during combat training, you're always looking for him. I figured it out because you've been doing it way more than usual all week, and the two of you have been talking about how excited you are for this party. Just now, as I was rambling, I thought, why is Uraraka going to such great lengths by asking me to make her such a personalized dress for tonight? And then it hit me, he asked you out, Yaoyorozu explained. Uraraka stared at her for a minute before responding. You know, sometimes you ramble on for way too long. That could have been a much shorter explanation, but yes, he asked me out. When? Her friend asked, bouncing with excitement. A week ago, Uraraka mumbled, not wanting to talk about it. She had been trying her best to keep her and Deku's relationship quiet, just between them, but she knew she wasn't getting out of this. So are you guys a couple or what? Yaoyorozu asked, her eyes wide in anticipation. No, we're not a couple yet, Uraraka replied through gritted teeth. Yet? But oh my god, you're gonna tell him how you feel about him tonight, aren't you? Her friend exclaimed, practically bursting with joy. Honestly, I think Yaoyorozu is more excited about this than I am. Would you calm down? My plan might not even work, Uraraka said. Plan? Just tell him or kiss him during a slow dance or something. Why a big plan? She asked, confused why Uraraka was making this more difficult than it needed to be. I've tried to tell him and I couldn't do it. And when he kissed my cheek last week, I tried to. Uraraka was cut off. He kissed your cheek? Yaoyorozu screamed, not believing what she was hearing. Shoo. I didn't mean to say that, Uraraka panicked. No, it's not like that. He only did it because I kissed his cheek first at the end of our first date, she tried to explain, but panicked even more when she realized she'd just let even more information slip. You did what? She screamed again. Yaoyorozu, would you please keep your voice down? Someone will hear you, Uraraka begged. I'm sorry, it's just, I can't believe you aren't a couple. You've apparently already been on one date, which ended with you kissing his cheek. Then he asked you out on a second date to the party tonight, and he kissed your cheek back? Girl, are you blind? She said, still in disbelief that neither of them had confessed their feelings or said anything about dating officially. I know. Why do you think I'm gonna tell him tonight? I tried that and failed miserably. I just can't do it, Uraraka replied, grateful for her friend's advice and clear care for her. Okay, if you insist. What is your plan anyway? Yaoyorozu asked, curious. Well, later that afternoon. Hey Uraraka, I'm here. You ready? Deku called from outside her room. Yeah, give me 1 second, she called back. Uraraka took a moment to admire Yaoyorozu's handiwork. I can't believe she actually made this dress for me. It's exactly what I wanted it to be, if not better. I'll have to thank her properly later because this dress really is gorgeous. Hey Deku, you ready? Uraraka said, closing her door behind her. She studied him for a second in his suit and tie, thinking about how good he looked. His face was adorable as usual, making him look so charming in formal clothes, and he still looked lean and muscular, giving him an appealing presence. Oh God, am I really thinking about him like that already? He only just got here. Pull yourself together, Uraraka, and don't mess this night up before it's even begun. Wow, Uraraka, you look appealing in that dress, Deku said, amazed by the girl standing before him. Thanks. Yaoyorozu made the dress for me, and you look very handsome in that suit, Deku, Uraraka replied. Thanks. So shall we get going? Deku asked, eager to get to the party. Yes, let's, Uraraka said. They began walking, and she reached for Deku's hand before stopping herself, remembering that nobody knew they were on a date tonight. Well, everyone except Yaoyorozu, if she'd kept her mouth shut like Uraraka had asked her to. She didn't notice that Deku had seen her reach for his hand, though. You can take my arm if you want? Deku offered. Uraraka responded, surprised by his offer. You can take my arm if you want. If you're worried holding hands is too much of a giveaway, Deku said, a little disappointed she didn't want to hold his hand, but he understood her hesitation. Oh yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, I'll do that instead, Uraraka beamed, hugging onto Deku's arm. How's that? He asked. Perfect, she replied. They walked out of the dorms and into the warm evening air. They were the first ones out to the coach that would take them straight to the bar the school had hired out. This is kind of like prom, huh? The school booking out a venue to give us one night and one night only to enjoy ourselves, and most of our teachers are going to be there, Uraraka said. Yeah, I can see that. Except the school hired a coach for us instead of us getting our own rides there, Deku said. Yeah, exactly. You even asked me to be your date for the night, she teased, smiling at him while gently pulling his arm a little closer. Deku knew she was teasing him, but her tone sounded somewhere between a joke and genuine joy that he'd done it. Well, I'm glad I did. This is going to be a lot more enjoyable with you by my side, Uraraka, Deku said, not quite understanding the weight of his words. He discovered a very red-faced girl when he looked at her. Uraraka, I'm sorry. I didn't think it through. I didn't mean for it to sound so. Well, you know, Deku tried to explain, but she just tightened her grip on his arm. Uraraka? Deku said, concerned he'd done something wrong. If that was the case, why was she still holding onto his arm? Wait a second, is she smiling? No, it's fine, Deku. You didn't do anything wrong, so you can stop worrying, Uraraka said, smiling widely from cheek to cheek, unable to contain her happiness. Why don't we get onto the coach now while we wait? That way we can make sure we're sitting together too, Deku suggested. Yeah, let's, Uraraka said, unable to stop smiling. Why did that make me so happy? He didn't say anything overly romantic, and yet my heart is racing, and I'm so happy right now. And so nervous. They waited for the rest of their class to arrive, and one by one, they took their seats until eventually, the entirety of Class 1A was on board the coach. Once Mr. Aizawa was satisfied, they set off. Deku and Uraraka talked about how much they'd been looking forward to this for weeks, and a few of the girls complimented Uraraka's dress. She made sure to credit Yaoyorozu for making it, causing the rest of the girls to ask why she hadn't made one for each of them. Eventually, they arrived, and Mr. Aizawa had a few words to say before they got off. Listen up, students. Tonight is a night to celebrate all the hard work you've put into becoming heroes since you arrived at UA. I just want to take this moment to tell you that every single one of you has earned this tonight. You all passed your tests with flying colors this week. You should be proud. Now get out there. I know, right? So where'd you want to sit? Deku asked. Uraraka thought for a moment about the fact that soon she'd be singing her heart out to Deku and chose the table right in the middle, directly in line with the microphone stand. There, she said, pointing at the table. Okay, sure, let's sit, Deku said, leading her over to the table as she clung to his arm. There were 5 round tables altogether, each with 4 seats to accommodate the 20 students. Ida and Todoroki joined Deku and Uraraka at their table. Mind if we sit with you guys tonight? Todoroki asked. Not at all. We'd be happy to sit with you, Deku replied. Upon taking their seats, Deku offered to get the first round. What would everyone like to drink? First round is on me, he said. Midoriya, don't be absurd, allow me, Ida insisted, standing up. I guess you guys weren't listening yesterday, huh? Todoroki chimed in. Sorry, the 2 boys said in unison, confused by what the fire and ice user was saying. Yesterday, Mr. Aizawa said it was an open bar. All the drinks are free. The school is covering any expenses, Todoroki informed them. Ah, I see, Ida said, trying to hide his embarrassment as he took his seat again. Well, I'll still get everyone a drink regardless. What would you all like? Deku offered. They all told him their drink preferences. After he memorized what they wanted, Deku headed over to the bar, where he was greeted by a huge muscular man beaming down at him. Young Midoriya. All Might bellowed. Ah. Deku jumped, surprised by the sudden greeting. How did I not notice him coming? He's huge. Oh hey All Might, Deku replied, composing himself. Are you looking forward to karaoke tonight, young man? He asked his protege. Yeah, it should be fun, Deku replied, then gestured for his mentor to lean closer. Can you keep that form up all night? None of the others know your secret, Deku whispered, concerned. I'll be fine, young Midoriya. Don't you worry about me. As long as I don't do anything overly strenuous, I should be able to hold this until the morning, he reassured Deku. Anyway, In other news, that young Uraraka is looking quite appealing tonight, isn't she? All Might teased. Deku turned to look at her, but All Might stopped him, making him face the bar and leaning down to talk quietly. Don't look, she's been glancing over at you from the moment you left the table, and right now she's staring at you. Are you two dating? He asked, curious. Deku blushed furiously, feeling embarrassed, and began to panic. And no, it's not Alika, he stuttered. All Might eyed him, causing Deku to let out a sigh of defeat. He couldn't lie to his idol. Fine. I asked her to be my date tonight, Deku admitted through gritted teeth. I knew it. All Might bellowed, causing everyone to stare at him. Sorry, everyone. Please carry on, don't mind me, All Might said, trying to play it off. Everyone soon went back to enjoying the party. So, are you going to ask her to be your girlfriend tonight? All Might pried. Yes, I was planning on it, but I want you to know being the #1 hero is still my priority, All Might, and I'll continue to take my training seriously. He was cut off. Now listen here, young Midoriya. I know for a fact that you will be the #1 hero someday, and that relationship or not, you will always strive for that. However, let me offer you some advice. One of the biggest regrets of my life is that I put everything into being a hero. No love life, no social life, nada. Only now in my old age have I begun to appreciate how important friends and love really are. So please live your best life. Settle down, have children, get married, that sort of thing. For me. Could you do that for me, young Midoriya? All Might asked, knowing this was a lot to take in for the young boy. He was only 16 after all. Of course, I won't let you down, Deku replied, taken aback by his words but also understanding where they were coming from. He was determined not to let his mentor down, no matter what the task. This isn't about me, young man, it's about you. I know I just asked you to do it for me, but that's only because I don't want you to reach my age and think you've missed out. Do this for yourself, not just me, All Might insisted. I will, Deku replied, amazed by All Might's words. I'm not done either. Take a look over there and tell me what you see, All Might said, pointing in Uraraka's direction. I see a girl who is the best friend I've ever had and think I ever will have. I see a girl that I'm madly and deeply in love with, and I could spend the rest of my life with her. Deku clasped his hand over his mouth at that last thought. And there it is, All Might chuckled. I didn't mean that, Deku lied. Yes, you did, young Midoriya. I know love when I see it, and you two are way past the point of return now. I've never seen two people love each other more than the two of you do, especially at such a young age. So the question is, now that you've acknowledged the way you feel about her and what you want your relationship to be, what are you going to do about it? All Might asked, chuckling as he walked away, leaving Deku to stand there in disbelief for a moment. I already knew I felt this way about her, but I had no idea my feelings were that strong for her. All Might just lit a fire in me. I've got to ask her right now before I lose the urge to do it. Hey Deku, you okay? Uraraka asked. She had seen him standing frozen by the bar with their drinks, red-faced after his conversation with All Might, and walked over to check on him. Oh, Uraraka, yeah, I'm fine. All Might just made me realize something, Deku explained. Oh, realize what? Uraraka asked, curious about what All Might had said to him. It's nothing, but could we talk outside for a moment? Deku asked quickly, trying to get a private moment with her where he could tell her how he felt. Yeah, sure. Let's take Ida and Todoroki their drinks first, though, she replied, smiling at him. She was a little concerned about him, but he didn't seem upset. In fact, he had a determined look in his eyes. They walked back over to the table, giving Ida and Todoroki their drinks and taking a gulp of their own. Okay, me and Uraraka are just going to go outside for a moment, Deku began but was cut off by present Mike. It's time to start the karaoke. As agreed upon by you all, everybody shall sing at least one song tonight, and your names will be drawn from a hat at random. First up is Ochako Uraraka, he bellowed over everybody. Deku felt a pang of disappointment. I guess I'm up first, Uraraka gulped, knowing what she was about to do. She looked at Deku and pulled an I'm sorry face. It's okay, we can talk another time. Now go on, Get up there and show us what you've got, Deku said, smiling at her encouragingly, unaware of what was about to happen. Go Uraraka, you've got this. Ida shouted as she walked up to the stage. Girls, I'm gonna need some backup singers, so all of you get up here, Uraraka said into the microphone. Following her instructions, the girls of Class 1A made their way to the stage, each being handed an extra microphone. Yaoyorozu placed an encouraging. This is it, Uraraka. You've been waiting all week for this. You chose the perfect song. It's all about needing a hero, and all Deku's ever wanted to be is a hero, so this should work perfectly. I'm so nervous, though, it's terrifying to do this in front of everyone, yet I'm excited at the same time. How do I make sure Deku knows I'm singing about him? Wait, I've got it. She looked up at Deku, making eye contact with him. He was still smiling at her, causing her to smile back. If she kept this eye contact up for a majority of the song, especially during the chorus, he'd get the message. Or at least she hoped he would. Let's do this. The music started playing, and Uraraka didn't break eye contact with Deku as she began to sing. Where have all the good men gone? And where are all the gods? Where's the streetwise Hercules to fight the rising odds? Isn't there a white knight? All Might, you've got to stop doing that, Deku begged. I apologize. Is anyone else in here? The number 1 hero asked. No, just us, Deku replied. Hearing this, All Might allowed himself to take a break from his muscular form. Young man, I hope you saw what I saw out there, he said. Yeah, I saw it, All Might. How could I not? She wouldn't break eye contact with me, Deku replied. Exactly. I don't believe it. Just as I convinced you to do something about your emotions, the girl got up there and did that. Unbelievable. She must have been waiting to do that all week, All Might said, unable to contain his excitement. All week? Really? Deku asked, oblivious to the fact that she clearly knew what she was doing. She had asked the girls to be her backup singers, locked eyes with him, and went straight to the screen to choose the song she wanted. You truly are naive sometimes, young man, All Might said. Now that Deku thought about it, she did seem like she knew what she was doing the whole time. Yeah, I guess it makes sense thinking about it. What do I do now, though? I can't just tell her that's not good enough after she just did that in front of everybody, Deku asked, desperate for advice. By this point, they could hear someone else singing a song, but they couldn't tell who. Isn't it obvious, young Midoriya? You have to choose a song to sing that lets her know you feel the same way. It's just like she said in her song, I need a hero, so think of a song that lets her know that you can be that hero for her, All Might said. I've got to sing a song to her now too. But what song? Somebody else was singing now. That was 2 people who had sung after Uraraka. Deku was hoping for a few more so it wouldn't be obvious when he sang that he was responding to Uraraka's song. All Might, I've got it, Deku said all of a sudden. Well, what song is it? All Might asked. Deku informed him of his song choice and what he was going to do. As he did, another 2 people had been up to sing a song. That made for now. Brilliant, young man. Truly brilliant, All Might said, wiping a tear from his eyes. Are you crying? Deku asked. Is it a crime to cry? If I'm going to cry, young man, then I shall cry, but no, I'm not, so stop looking at me like that, All Might demanded. Okay, whatever you say. You go back out there, and I'll wait a few minutes before I come back out, Deku said. Alright, but don't wait too long. You've been in here for at least 10 minutes already, All Might said, transforming back into his muscular form before heading back out the door. Deku studied himself in the mirror for a second. You've got this, he said to himself, staring at his own reflection. With that, he headed back out the door and returned to his seat at the table. Deku. Finally, your name got drawn while you were in there, Uraraka told him as she saw him approach the table. Everyone, Midoriya is back. Ida shouted over everyone, causing them all to turn and face him, cheering. Well, go on, it's your turn, Todoroki said. Deku paused for a moment before heading towards the stage. He leaned over to Uraraka and whispered something into her ear. Whatever it was made her go red and put a huge smile on her face. Is he going to? Oh my god, he is. I don't believe it. Deku walked onto the stage and stood before his class in front of the microphone. Uraraka, what did Midoriya say to you? Ida asked, curious. Oh, he just said he hoped his singing was as good as mine was, she lied. He didn't say that at all, but I can't tell them what he really said. Because he said, this one's for you. Deku closed his eyes as the music began, knowing he wouldn't be able to keep eye contact with Uraraka like she'd done with him. That's why he'd told her before he got on stage that. Deku knew the song he had chosen was a bit obvious, but it felt perfect as a response to Uraraka's earlier declaration. She had said she was holding out for a hero, so why not sing a song all about being someone's hero? It just so happened to be one of the greatest love songs of all time. Uraraka's mind raced as she wondered what song it could be. She couldn't tell Ida and Todoroki about it, or it would be clear that this was Deku's love confession. Did she really just think, love confession? What if he didn't like her back? But he had kissed her cheek and asked her out. What if her song ruined everything? She had to wait and see what he would sing. As the music began to play, Uraraka's heartbeat quickened when she recognized the song. Her cheeks warmed as she braced herself for what was to come. Deku, meanwhile, was relieved he knew the lyrics by heart. He took a deep breath and began to sing with all his heart. Would you dance if I asked you to dance? Or would you run and never look back? Would you cry if you saw me crying? And would you save my soul tonight? Would you tremble if I touched your lips? Or would you... They both ran towards each other before embracing in a tight hug, Uraraka burying her face into his shoulder as tears began to flow once again. Deku, however, felt a wave of happiness wash over him. He never wanted to let her go. If they stayed like this all night, he would be satisfied as long as he could hold her. UJRK, that wasn't fair, Uraraka sobbed. Hey, what do you mean it wasn't fair? I thought it was a good choice, Deku replied, a little offended by her words. It was too good of a choice, that's the problem. It was way too romantic. It took everything I had not to run up there and kiss you mid-song. Her voice trailed off as she realized what she had just admitted. Her crying had stopped, and they stood there for a moment, still locked in each other's arms. Deku took a deep breath and asked the important question. Uraraka, would you want to be my girlfriend? He stammered, struggling to get the words out. She looked up at him through teary eyes. Yes, Deku, I'd like that very much, she replied, placing a gentle kiss on his cheek. This time, Deku wasn't going to let her run away before he could do the same. He returned her kiss with one of his own on her cheek. They didn't want to move, gazing into each other's eyes, lost in the moment. However, before anything else could happen, All Might and Yaoyorozu interrupted their sweet moment. All right, lovebirds, let's get back inside, All Might said suddenly, making them jump back and let go of each other in surprise. They hadn't noticed anyone else come outside. Oh, All Might, what are you doing here? Deku asked, feigning ignorance. Yeah, and you too, Yaoyorozu? Uraraka chimed in. Well, both of us saw you leave and assumed you came out here to make your relationship official. We didn't notice each other until we got to the door at the same time. I began to explain, and he said he was coming out for the same reason, so here we are. We are the only two who know about your relationship after all, Yaoyorozu explained. What she said, albeit long-winded, All Might added. You told Yaoyorozu? Deku questioned. I had no choice. She figured out that you asked me out tonight when she dropped off my dress. I couldn't lie to her, she already knew. You're not one to talk anyway, you told the symbol of peace. Uraraka defended. Well, he figured it out too at the bar when he was speaking to me earlier. I couldn't lie either since he'd already figured it out, so I told him about how I planned to ask you to be my girlfriend, Deku began, but she cut him off. You were going to ask me to be your girlfriend tonight? Uraraka asked, surprised. Yes, of course I was. Why? Deku replied, confused. Is that why you asked me to go outside before I sang my song? Uraraka responded with another question. I think we've started their first lover's quarrel, All Might whispered to Yaoyorozu, causing her to stifle a laugh. Yes, Deku replied to Uraraka, still not understanding her curiosity. They were already a couple, why did it matter? So I could have avoided the whole singing and embarrassing myself? I'm such an idiot, Uraraka scolded herself. Hey, Uraraka. You're not an idiot, quite the opposite in fact. What matters is that we're in this together now. We're boyfriend and girlfriend, and that's what counts. We ended up together tonight because you sang your heart out to me, which inspired me to do the same for you. Besides, I much prefer this story over just saying, oh yeah, we went outside and he asked me to be his girlfriend. Don't you think? Deku joked, making Uraraka chuckle, a hint of blush on her cheeks from his sweetness. Thank you, Deku. You really are amazing, she said, causing him to blush in return. Okay, come on, you two, let's get back inside quickly before someone notices we're gone, All Might urged. Okay, let's go, they replied in unison. Deku took Uraraka's hand, and she returned his hold. Hand in hand, they walked back to the doors to rejoin the rest of their class for the remainder of the party. Chapter 11. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over UA High School, Deku found himself standing at the edge of the training grounds, lost in thought. The recent encounters with Bakugo had left him feeling conflicted. He admired Bakugo's strength but often felt overshadowed by his intensity. Uraraka approached him, her expression determined. Deku, you can't let him get to you like this. You have to stand up for yourself, she urged, her voice steady. Deku looked at her, surprised by her conviction. But he's so strong, Uraraka. I don't know if I can. Strength isn't just about power, she interrupted gently. Deku and Uraraka walked to the stage hand in hand, earning a few curious looks from their classmates. Some girls whispered to each other, trying to hide their excitement but failing miserably. Uraraka thought to herself, just ignore them, they have no idea that Deku is my boyfriend now. Well, all of them except Yaoyorozu, who seemed to be doing a good job at acting like she didn't know anything. Ashido leaned in and whispered something to Yaoyorozu, causing her to pull a face of shock, her mouth wide open. But as soon as the other girls weren't looking, she winked at Uraraka, reassuring her that their secret was safe. I wonder what song she chose for us. Please don't let it be something embarrassing. Deku stood to one side as they reached the steps to the stage, gesturing for Uraraka to go first. Ladies first, he said, grinning a little. Why thank you? Aren't you a gentleman, Deku? She joked. She walked up the steps and stood in front of the microphone just to the left of the stage, with Deku following behind her and taking the second microphone to her right. Both were wired and on stands, just like when they sang their solos. They exchanged smiles and small nods. Okay, let's do this, Deku said into the microphone, causing everyone to cheer and applaud. Ready when you are, Uraraka said to present Mike, who was eagerly waiting to press play. As the music began, both Deku and Uraraka's hearts skipped a beat. She picked this song? Yaoyorozu, are you serious? Whatever, it's too late now. Just sing and whatever happens, happens. The first line cued itself on the screen in front of them, but neither of them needed it. They knew the words to this well-known song. It was Deku's turn to sing first. He took a deep breath and began. Deku, now I've had the time of my life. No, I never felt like this before. Yes, I swear it's the truth and I owe it all to you. Uraraka, 'cause I've had the time of my life and I owe it all to you. Deku, I've been waiting for so long, now I've finally found. That was amazing. Uraraka exclaimed, making sure not to speak into the microphone. I know, right? You were great, by the way, he replied, smiling at her. You weren't so bad yourself, Uraraka grinned back. Hey, are you two gonna kiss or what? Ashido suddenly shouted from the audience. Confused, the two of them turned to face the crowd. The room fell silent, everyone staring at them on stage. That's when they both realized how close they were standing to each other. As they had been moving around, the wires of their microphones had tangled them together, bringing their faces inches apart. Well, we did agree we were gonna do it, Uraraka said quietly. We did, didn't we? Deku replied, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Come on, we're waiting. Ashido yelled again, prompting cheers and shouts of encouragement from their classmates. Uraraka raised the microphone to her mouth, looking out at the crowd. What do you think, Deku? Shall we give the people what they want? She asked, dragging it out for dramatic effect. The crowd cheered even louder, some chanting kiss, repeatedly. I'd hate to disappoint everyone, Deku said into his microphone, causing even more cheers and applause. They dropped their microphones, leaving them to dangle as the wires were still wrapped around them. Deku tilted his head to the right, and Uraraka mirrored him. They leaned in, closing their eyes, and their lips met for the first time. The students of Class 1A erupted into cheers, some even wolf whistling. As they kissed, they wanted to touch each other but realized they were still tangled in wires. Slowly, they began to spin in the opposite direction, untangling themselves while keeping their lips connected. The kiss deepened, neither wanting to separate. Once their arms were free, Uraraka wrapped hers around Deku's shoulders, and he placed his hands on her waist, pulling her closer. Their classmates were ecstatic, unable to believe what they were witnessing. "Oh, it's getting hot in here," Ashido shouted. "Tell me about it." Kirishima replied, both unable to contain their excitement. "I want to kiss a girl like that on her," Mineta started, but Azui quickly punched his stomach, sending him flying into a nearby wall. "Don't you dare finish that sentence, you little pervert." "What's wrong with that guy?" she scolded, glaring at him. Deku and Uraraka continued their kiss, lost in the moment. Deku gently caressed Uraraka's cheek before pulling away, knowing they needed to breathe. Their eyes fluttered open, gazing at each other with longing. Uraraka pressed her face into Deku's hand, feeling its warmth. She placed her own hand on his cheek. "I think I'm in love with you, Deku," she confessed. "Already? We only just started officially dating about 20 minutes ago," he teased. "Shut up, dummy. I don't care if it was 20 minutes ago. I love you," she said, her gaze locked on his. They could no longer hear their classmates cheering. Deku looked back into her eyes and leaned in for another kiss, a shorter one this time. "I love you too," he whispered. After their duet, Uraraka and Deku sat back at their table, hands still intertwined. They had received congratulations from everyone, who patted them on the back as they returned to their seats. Curiosity buzzed in the air, and soon enough, questions began to flow. Once the duet round concluded, people approached them, eager to know how long they had been together and if that was their first kiss. "I knew you saw it as a date when I set you two up," Ashido exclaimed, sneaking up behind Uraraka and giving her a tight hug. "Well, we were going to go home, but Deku convinced me to stay as friends, and in the end, we both decided it could still be a date," she said, smiling at her boyfriend. "So why'd you lie about it?" Ashido asked, a hint of offense in her tone. "Because I know what you're like, Ashido. You would have asked so many embarrassing questions, and we weren't a couple at that point," Uraraka replied, giving her friend a knowing glare. Not to mention Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro were there too, who would have done the same to me. "We just wanted to avoid the embarrassment," Deku added. "I suppose that's fair enough. I'm just so happy for you guys, you're so cute." Ashido cheered. "Thank you," they replied in unison. Ashido waved goodbye and headed to the bar for another drink. Just then, Mineta approached them. "What do you want, Mineta?" Deku asked, eyeing him suspiciously. "I just want to ask a question," the tiny teen replied. "Is it tasteful?" Uraraka inquired. No," he admitted, trying to suppress a grin. "Mineta, just go away," Deku said, not wanting to hear whatever inappropriate question he had in mind. "Okay," Mineta said quickly, retreating at the sight of the determined expressions on Deku and Uraraka's faces. "I'm so glad he didn't ask us anything," Uraraka said, letting out a breath of relief. "Same here," Deku agreed. Just then, Bakugo slammed his hand on the table next to Deku, causing him to jump in surprise. "Do you?" Bakugo shouted, his voice booming. Deku turned to face him, trying to muster courage. "What?" he replied, surprisingly confident and slightly annoyed. Bakugo hesitated for a moment, taken aback by Deku's demeanor. You think you're better than me, don't you?" he yelled, regaining his composure. Deku squared up to Bakugo, maintaining his glare. "No, I don't, Kakin," he said without missing a beat. Bakugo was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. He realized his hesitation made him appear weak, so he quickly pressed on. "You think you're better just because you've got a girlfriend now. Couldn't do any better than round face, though, could you?" he taunted, a grin spreading across his face. "Why, you little—" Uraraka jumped out of her seat, but Deku placed an arm in front of her to stop her. "Oh, you're finally fighting your own battles instead of letting your girlfriend do it for you," Bakugo said, still grinning and gaining momentum. "Yeah, that's right. I'm not afraid of you, Kaken," Deku declared, determination shining in his eyes. Uraraka watched him, impressed by his newfound confidence. "I don't believe you. Come on, I know you're too weak to fight me yourself. Just let her off her chain, or does your boyfriend tell you what you can and can't do now?" Bakugo taunted, though his confidence wavered slightly. Uraraka glared at him, feeling the urge to jump into the fray. "Deku, just say the word and I'll take him on," she said, her competitive spirit ignited. "No, Uraraka, you're not fighting him." "Neither am I," Deku insisted, appreciating her support but wanting to handle it himself. "What?" Bakugo asked, confused. "I'm not going to fight you, Kaken," Deku reiterated, keeping his gaze locked on Bakugo. "I knew it. You really are afraid of me." Bakugo laughed, but Deku's grin only widened. "What's so funny, you demon nerd?" Bakugo demanded, irritation creeping into his voice. Deku burst into laughter, catching Bakugo off guard. "Hey, what's so funny?" Bakugo shouted, grabbing Deku's shirt and threatening him with a punch. As Bakugo's grip tightened, Deku's laughter faded, replaced by a fierce glare. "Do I look like I'm scared of you?" he challenged, fire in his heart. Bakugo was taken aback and released his hold. "Exactly. Now go sit back down before you embarrass yourself even more," Deku said, extending his hand to Uraraka. She looked at his hand, momentarily confused. "Deku," she asked. "I feel like dancing. Care to join me?" he asked, his confidence radiating as their eyes met. "When did he become so charming? I have to make out with him later." "Don't mind if I do, handsome," she said, taking his hand. They were really playing it up in Bakugo's face, just to rub it in further that they'd beaten him. They walked toward the dance floor hand in hand, leaving Bakugo standing frozen in shock. "Damn it. The nerd really isn't afraid of me," Bakugo mumbled to himself before returning to his seat to sulk. Meanwhile, Deku and Uraraka were happily slow dancing to the music, gazing into each other's eyes. "I can't believe you just did that," Uraraka said in disbelief. "Me neither, but it felt amazing to finally stand up to him," Deku replied, amazed by his own actions and how easily it came to him. She leaned in to whisper into his ear, "I thought you were very brave standing up to him the way you did," she whispered, making him blush furiously. "Oh, thanks," he stuttered, causing her to burst out laughing. Seeing this, Deku couldn't help but smile. She has the most amazing laugh. And that smile is the most appealing thing I've ever seen. How is it that I was so confident just a few seconds ago, and with one sentence, she reduces me to this blushing, stuttering mess? The effect she has on me is incredible." Deku leaned in and kissed her gently, holding it for a few moments before withdrawing. They both smiled at each other, so happy to be together at last. Tonight was a night they would never forget. Uraraka turned her head to the side and rested it against Deku's chest. As she did this, Deku leaned his head against hers. "Hey, Deku," she whispered. "Yes, Uraraka," he whispered back. "This is a pretty strange thing to ask, but would you maybe want to come over tonight?" she asked, hiding her blush and embarrassment by burying her face into his chest. Deku, a little taken aback by the question, began to blush too before he squeezed her a little tighter and kissed the top of her head. "I'd like that," he replied. Hearing this, Uraraka couldn't stop smirking, and Deku felt the same. Suddenly, the music stopped, and the disco lights were switched off, replaced with the regular ones that had been off all night. "Okay, is everyone on board?" Mr. Aizawa asked. "No, sir, we're still waiting on Ashido," Ida answered. "Where is she?" he inquired. "I believe she's in the bathroom, sir," Ida replied. "Yaoyorozu, go get her," Mr. Aizawa ordered. "Yes, sir," she said before stepping off the coach to find the straggler. "All right, everyone listen up. I hope you enjoy tonight. Like I said before, you earned it. However, on Monday you're straight back to work, so I would advise you to take it easy tomorrow for some well-earned rest. You're going to need all of your energy for the weeks to come," Mr. Aizawa warned. "Wise words, sir." I'm sure we'll all meet your expectations, Ida said with determination in his eyes. Ida, stop being such a goody two-shoes, Mr. Aizawa replied before taking his seat. Ida sat frozen and red-faced in his chair, unable to respond. Deku and Uraraka, sitting behind him, couldn't stop laughing. It isn't funny, Ida complained, turning to face them. You're right, it's not funny, Ida. It's hilarious, Uraraka said, tears of laughter in her eyes. Guys, seriously, stop it, Ida demanded. Sorry, we can't help it. The look on your face was priceless, Deku said, clutching his belly from laughing so hard. We'll stop, we promise, Uraraka said, composing herself. Thank you, Ida said, satisfied that they had stopped laughing at him, and he turned back to face the front. Deku and Uraraka exchanged glances, trying to suppress their laughter before bursting into giggles again. He's so serious, she whispered, still giggling. He'll hear you, Deku whispered back, also chuckling. I can hear you. Enough is enough, you two, Ida said, now annoyed. Sorry, we're done. We mean it this time, Deku said, placing a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder. Found her, Yaoyorozu announced, stumbling back onto the bus while dragging Ashido behind her. No, don't take me back. I never want this night to end, the pink girl exclaimed, struggling against her restraints. Yaoyorozu had put her in HNDCFFS. Good work, Yaoyorozu. Ashido, take your seat, otherwise, you're going to have an extra essay to do on Monday, Mr. Aizawa threatened. Yes, sir, right away, sir, Ashido said, eager to avoid more schoolwork after the week they had just completed. As she sat down, Yaoyorozu released her from her restraints. The coach set off back towards the dorms. Hey, you're still gonna do what you said you would, right? Uraraka whispered in Deku's ear. Yeah, of course, he whispered back. She smiled, taking his hand and leaning her head on his shoulder. Deku returned her hold and leaned his head against hers. I'm so happy, Uraraka said. Me too, Deku replied. Well, aren't you two just adorable? Kirishima teased. Kirishima, mind your own business, Deku said defensively. Okay, just messing around. No need to put me down like you did Bakugo, he joked. Who said my name? Bakugo yelled from the back of the bus. Bakugo, sit down and shut up, Mr. Aizawa ordered. Hearing this, Bakugo took his seat and calmed down. Deku could have sworn he heard their homeroom teacher mumble something under his breath, which made him chuckle a little, remembering how Mr. Aizawa found it amusing earlier when they had teased him. The rest of the journey home was quiet. Everyone was tired from singing and dancing all night, ready to call it a night, especially after all the work they had been doing all week. One thing was for certain, they would all be taking Mr. Aizawa's advice to rest tomorrow. Eventually, they arrived back at the dorms. Okay, everybody off and straight to your rooms to get some shut-eye, Mr. Aizawa ordered his sleepy students. Don't have to tell me twice, I'm exhausted, Kaminari said. All 20 students dragged their tired feet off the bus sluggishly. They entered the dorm and headed to their individual rooms. Deku promised Uraraka he would come to her room as soon as he grabbed a couple of things from his own. He opened his door and grabbed his backpack, stuffing his phone, charger, a spare t-shirt, shorts, and his toothbrush inside. Why am I packing this stuff? It's not like I'm going to sleep over. Oh my god, I'm going to sleep over in Uraraka's room. How could I have been so blind? Actually, if I'm being honest, I saw this coming. I've just been pushing the thought to the back of my mind, haven't I? Oh well, it's only sleeping over. It's not like anything is going to happen. Speaking of which, I need to go now before she falls asleep or thinks I'm not coming. Deku zipped up his backpack, swung it over his right shoulder and ran. Realizing his eyes were still open and his girlfriend was kissing him with such passion, Deku closed his eyes and started kissing her back, throwing his backpack to the ground. They continued to kiss against the door, Uraraka's hands against Deku's chest pushing him gently against it. He ran one hand through her hair while the other rested on her hip, pulling her closer. Wow, this is amazing. Uraraka's lips feel so soft. Her kisses are incredible. No, this isn't just kissing. We're really connecting here. Suddenly, Uraraka lifted her right leg, brushing it against Deku's body and resting her knee against his waist. Feeling her movement, Deku slid his hand down her leg, supporting her knee to pull her even closer. Deku feels so good. I could stay like this all night. She then placed her leg back down, grabbed Deku's shirt, and pulled him away from the door. Continuing to kiss, she spun him around towards the bed and gently pushed him down onto it, sitting on his lap and reconnecting their lips. Deku wrapped his arms around her, his hands resting on her back. Uraraka sighed in approval, prompting Deku to rub her back as they kissed, earning soft sounds of delight from her. Uraraka's hands slid from Deku's shoulders to his jacket buttons, beginning to undo them. Uraraka woke up to beams of sunlight creeping through her window and found herself face to face with Deku, who was still asleep. He looked so cute when he was sleeping. She gently ran her fingers through his hair, pushing it back out of his face. Deku, unaware of her actions, continued to snooze peacefully next to her. A smile spread across Uraraka's face as she watched him, and she couldn't resist kissing his forehead. He stirred slightly but didn't wake up. Careful not to disturb him, Uraraka climbed out of bed and grabbed her phone to check the time. It was 7 a.m. She decided to change, thinking he's fast asleep, so I should be fine. She took off her vest and then her shorts. Just as she was about to do anything else, she heard Deku waking up. He turned over to face her. "Good morning, Urar," he began, half awake, but Uraraka quickly interrupted him. "Don't look," she exclaimed, but it was too late. He was already looking at her standing there in just her bra and breathes. Instinctively, she crossed her arms to cover herself. "I am so sorry," he stuttered, unsure of what to do. "Then why are you still looking?" "Look away already," she shouted. "Alright, of course," he said, turning to face the wall. "Good. Now don't look or move until I say so," she ordered. "Yes, ma'am," Deku replied, not daring to move a muscle, even closing his eyes for good measure. Uraraka quickly grabbed a workout top and shorts and threw them on. "Okay, you can look. I'm dressed," she said, still feeling embarrassed. He turned back around to see her in her workout clothes. "Going somewhere?" he asked. "Yeah, I thought we could do a light workout session this morning. Then we could hang out or do something together. You know, just the two of us. We are a couple now, after all," she said, sitting on his lap to kiss him. "Sounds good, but I'll need to get my clothes from my room," he said. "Fine, off you go then," she replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Oh, nothing," she said quickly, trying to cover it up. She hadn't meant to let her disappointment slip out. The truth was, she was a little annoyed that Deku had seen her in her underwear, and she thought it would only be fair to see him in his, but she didn't dare say that to him. "But you seemed disappointed about something," he pointed out. "It's embarrassing," she mumbled, not wanting to tell him. "Hey, it's okay. I don't want you to feel like you can't tell me something, even if it's embarrassing for you," he said, taking her hand to reassure her. She looked into his eyes and saw the concern there. Uraraka let out a small chuckle and smiled, looking down at their hands. "You really are so sweet, Deku," she said, feeling grateful that he had fallen for her as hard as she had for him. "So what's wrong?" he asked again. "Just go grab a change of clothes and I'll tell you when you come back. Don't put them on, though, just bring them back here," she said, trying to buy herself some time. Okay then, if that's what you want me to do, I'll be right back," he said, a little confused, before peeking his head out the door to make sure nobody saw him leaving Uraraka's room so early. Once he was satisfied he was in the clear, he left for his own room. Uraraka thought to herself, "Am I really going to ask him to do this? He only saw me by accident. But even if it was an accident, it's not fair. I want to see Deku the same way he saw me. What if he says no? Oh gosh, this is so weird. Why do I want this so badly?" Deku burst back into the room with some fresh clothes in hand. "That was quick," Uraraka said, surprised he was back so soon. "Well, my room isn't exactly across town," he replied sarcastically. "Oh, haha, very funny. Just get changed," she said. "Can I use your bathroom again?" he asked. "Actually, I was wondering if could watch you." She hesitated but felt he understood her request. She pulled her knees up to her face, trying to hide her embarrassment. Is it because I saw you in your underwear? He asked. Unable to speak, she just nodded, still hiding her face. Well, if you want to watch, then you're going to have to stop hiding your face, he chuckled. Hearing his laughter, Uraraka looked up to see that he didn't seem embarrassed or bothered by her request. It's fine, Uraraka. I think I can get changed in front of you. It's not that big a deal. I mean, last night you were taking my clothes off. He grinned at the thought. Uraraka stared at him standing there in the middle of her room. He looked incredible. Could he stay like that all day? She admired his muscles, even though she had seen them before. Deku, can I touch you? She asked, noticing him grab his spare shirt, not wanting him to take it away just yet. If that's what you want, sure, he replied, letting go of the shirt. She stood up from the bed and slowly approached him, her hands coming up to his chest, feeling his muscles before spreading down his arms. She wanted to feel every curve and detail of his toned body, her eyes following her hands. Deku cupped her chin with his hand and pulled her head up to look at him. Their eyes locked, both filled with longing. She kissed him, placing a hand on the back of his head, gently gripping his hair. Deku responded in kind, causing her to smile. They stood there for a moment, lost in the kiss, until Uraraka pulled back. The two stood there, breathing and gazing into each other's eyes. She patted his chest. Good job. Now get dressed, she said, returning to sit on the bed while he changed into his fresh clothes. You sure you don't want to make out some more? Deku asked, grabbing his spare shirt again. Deku, I could make out with you all day, but we need to do that workout. Hurry up and get changed before I change my mind, she replied. Good point, we should get going, Deku said, putting on his shirt and shorts. With that, they left Uraraka's room and walked to the gym together. They were the only ones there when they arrived, so they decided to take advantage of having all the equipment to themselves. Both had talked about doing what they usually did in their workouts, but only half the usual amount. This way, they could maintain their fitness and slightly improve while ensuring they didn't overdo it. Mr. Aizawa had warned them to take it easy, as they would need their energy for the upcoming weeks, which usually meant intense training or a lot of schoolwork. They didn't spend long at the gym since they were only doing half the work, and soon finished up, heading back to the dorm. So what were you thinking of doing today? Deku asked her. I'm not sure. We could go shopping, she suggested. On a Sunday? Don't the stores close early? Deku reminded her. Oh yeah, of course they do. Well, we could still go. It's not even 9 a.m. yet, and they're usually open until around 4 p.m., right? Then once they close, we could come back to the dorm and do something together. Uraraka said. Sure, works for me, Deku replied, happy with their plan. Great. It's 8:36 now, so shall we say meet outside the dorm for 9:30? That gives us both enough time to have breakfast and shower, she suggested. Sounds good. Speaking of breakfast, I'm starving, Deku said, his stomach rumbling. Oh good, because I was going to make pancakes for us both, Uraraka said with a smile. I knew there was a reason I fell in love with you, he teased. She gave him a light jab in the arm, causing him to wince slightly. They arrived back at the dorm and headed into the kitchen to find it empty. Seriously, where is everybody? Nobody in the gym and nobody downstairs. I know it's early, but pretty much everybody in our class is usually awake at this time to get some morning workouts in, Deku stated, confused. Oh, I know the answer to that, Uraraka said. Well, go on, tell me, Deku encouraged. This morning, when I checked my phone, I saw I had a lot of messages. Turns out they were all in the Class 1A group chat. Everybody had an after-party last night, which we were invited to, but of course, we had other plans, she said, winking at him. Yeah, so they were up late. We were too. I don't see your point, Deku said, still puzzled. Yes, but the thing is, Ashido somehow managed to get some alcohol. So last night, they were all drinking, even Ida and Todoroki. Every single one of them got drunk, so they're probably all in bed hungover. Since we were the only two who stayed sober, we're the only ones awake right now, Uraraka explained. Ah, right, I see. What a shame, Deku said. Excuse me? Are you saying you would have preferred to be at some party instead of making out with me? Uraraka questioned, her expression turning. Serious? No, I'm saying it's a shame that all of our classmates are hungover. Think of the training they could be doing. I know some of them want to train every single day just like we do. I'm sure we weren't the only ones who wanted to work out this morning, Deku explained. Wow, you really do think about everybody else before yourself, don't you? Uraraka said in amazement. Is that a bad thing? I've been told I don't take good enough care of myself, especially by Recovery Girl. She really cracked down on me about breaking my bones every time I use my quirk, Deku admitted, a look of shame in his eyes. Hey, don't dwell on that. You've gotten so much better at controlling it. You haven't broken a bone or injured yourself once in months. Besides, it's not a bad thing to be selfless, Deku. It's one of many traits needed to be a great hero, and it's also one of the reasons I admire you so much, and one of the reasons I fell in love with you, Uraraka said, speaking from the heart. Wow, that really came from the heart, huh? Deku asked, realizing she was expressing her feelings without holding back. Sorry, I guess that was kinda cheesy, she said, scratching the back of her head and smiling at him. No, not at all. Thanks for telling me, I needed to hear that. I was beginning to worry I was doing something wrong, but I see now that my nature to put other people first is just a part of who I am, Deku explained, touched by her words. He thought about how All Might chose him too, but he couldn't share that with her. As far as she was concerned, his quirk just manifested late, which was what everyone else thought too. It was a lie he had to live with. Nobody could know the truth about his power. He hoped that one day he could tell her how he really got his quirk. Don't you ever think you're doing anything wrong just because of who you are? Deku, you're the most wonderful, kind, and caring person I have ever met, and I don't think I could find anyone as selfless or as wonderful as you, even if I spent the rest of my life searching for them, Uraraka said, grabbing his hand to reassure him that he was perfect just the way he was. Thanks, Uraraka, he said, squeezing her hand. Hey, I love you, she said, leaning in to kiss him. I love you too, he replied after their lips separated. They smiled at each other and gazed into each other's eyes before Uraraka spoke again. You know, we've kissed a lot in the last 12 hours, she joked. Yeah, we have, but I've heard that's pretty normal at the start of a relationship, Deku said. Yeah, I've heard that too. Anyway, how about I start making some pancakes and you go have a shower because you could use one, she teased. Hey, no need for that. I'll be right back, he said before leaving to return to his room for a quick shower. Meanwhile, Uraraka got a pan and some pancake mix out and began to make breakfast. She prepared a decent-sized stack of pancakes when Deku returned, his hair still damp from his shower. Smells delicious, he said, getting a whiff of his girlfriend's cooking. Well, they're ready, so dig in, Uraraka replied. The two of them sat down and devoured their pancakes, both starving from their workout that morning. Soon, they were finished, leaning back in their chairs with full bellies. Wow, Uraraka, your pancakes are amazing, Deku said, impressed with her cooking. Thanks, Deku. Now excuse me, I'm going to have a shower myself, she said, getting up to leave for her room. Good, because you could use one, Deku teased, earning himself a playful jab in the arm. Hey, what was that for? He asked, confused by her reaction. That's no way to speak to a girl, Deku. Especially your girlfriend, she laughed. I apologize. Now go and shower already. You've got 30 minutes to get ready before we go out, he told her, checking the time. Oh really? I better hurry up. I'll see you outside the dorm entrance like we agreed, she said, running off to her room. I'll be there, he called after her. He sat there for a moment before checking his phone. Oh dear, I'm in trouble. Mom has tried to call me 67 times this morning. She's going to be worried. The phone began to vibrate as his mother was ringing again. Seeing this, Deku answered it and put the phone to his ear, not daring to ignore her after all her attempts to reach him. Oh hi Mom, Deku said nervously. Don't, oh hi, me young man. Inko exclaimed down the phone. Yep, she's going to be worried. Hey Uraraka, you in there? Deku called, knocking at her door. Yeah, I'm here, What's up? She replied. Can I come in? He asked. Yeah, just give me 1 second, she said. Deku waited a few moments before Uraraka opened the door. He burst into her room, sitting on her bed and burying his face in his hands. She closed the door behind him, concern washing over her. "Deku, are you okay? You seem stressed out," she asked, her voice laced with worry. "Well, that's because I am. I'm kind of freaking out right now, Uraraka," he admitted, still not looking up. "Deku, what's wrong? Talk to me," she pleaded, wanting to help. "Well, I just got off the phone with he began, but then looked up to see Uraraka wrapped in a towel, her hair still damp. "Deku, you're freaking me out," she said, sensing his sudden nervousness. "Uraraka, are you undressed?" he stammered, his face turning red as he covered his eyes. "HM? No, of course not. I've got a towel on," she replied, confused by his reaction. All he could see were her shoulders and arms, the towel covering her completely. "All right, of course, but under the towel, you're not wearing anything, are you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Oh, for goodness sake, yes, I'm not wearing anything under the towel. I just got out of the shower, but I've got this towel wrapped around me, so you can look at me. You're not going to see me naked," she said, a hint of annoyance creeping into her tone. "Are you sure?" he asked, still reluctant to move his hands away from his face. Uraraka, feeling exasperated, walked over to him and knelt down in front of him. "I'm sure," she said, gently taking his hands and moving them away from his face. She couldn't help but notice how red he was. It was cute, but she hoped he wouldn't react this way if they ever got closer in the future. "Deku, calm down. I'm not naked because the towel is covering me. You have nothing to worry about. Besides, you saw me in my underwear this morning, so it's not like you haven't seen me somewhat undressed already. Now tell me what's going on," she said softly, trying to reassure him. Deku let out a sigh of relief before composing himself to explain the conversation he'd just had. "So, I just got off the phone with my mom. The short version is she knows I have a girlfriend, and she wants you to join us for dinner tonight after we've been shopping," he said. Now it was Uraraka's turn to feel flustered. "Tonight? We only became a couple last night. Why so soon, Deku? Why tonight?" she asked, beginning to worry. She didn't mind meeting his mom. From what Deku had told her, she seemed lovely. But they were barely a day into their relationship, and the thought of meeting his mom felt overwhelming. "I don't know, she's very protective. I'm her only child, and she made her whole life about raising and caring for me, so she's probably worried about me since you're my first girlfriend," he explained. "But how did she even find out? Did you tell her?" Uraraka asked, confused. "No, I didn't. I wasn't planning to until I next saw her," he replied. "So who did?" she pressed. "All Might," Deku answered. "All Might?" she exclaimed. "Yes, All Might told her," he confirmed. "Why would he tell her? How do they even know each other? Did he call her or something?" Uraraka had so many questions. "Well, the thing is, All Might kind of promised my mother he'd watch out for me and guide me. Part of that includes calling her at least once a week to update her on how I'm doing. I see her every weekend, so she doesn't worry too much. Anyway, while he was on the phone with her, he mentioned I'd gotten a girlfriend, and she called me 68 times before I finally answered this morning," he explained. "Okay, that's a lot to take in. But why tonight?" she asked again. "Well, I forgot I told her I'd be coming home for dinner tonight, and I mentioned we were going shopping today. She said that since you'll be with me, she wants you to join us for dinner. Although she did say you don't have to come if you're not comfortable, I can tell her you couldn't make it or something," he offered, giving her an out. "No, it's okay. I wanted to meet her before we were a couple, so it's fine." "Anything I should be worried about?" she asked. "No, honestly, she'll love you. I don't see her having any problems with you. I think it's mainly her making sure I know what I'm doing with a girlfriend. She always told me to never make a girl cry or break a girl's heart, otherwise she'd be very upset with me," he said, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "Well, I'll be sure to tell her if you do either of those things," she teased. "Please don't, she meant every word," he pleaded. "Oh, I know," she said playfully. "So what should I tell her?" "Tell her we'll be there as soon as we're done shopping. I can get her a small gift while we're out," she suggested, not wanting to seem rude. "Okay, if you're sure," he replied, pulling out his phone to text his mom. So what do we do now? You are going to go back downstairs and wait for me while I finish getting ready. Sound good, she said, gesturing for him to leave. Wow, are you kicking me out? He asked, a little playfully but also slightly disheartened. Yes, I am dead. Unless you want to see me take the towel off, she teased, grabbing the knot she'd tied and beginning to undo it. No, 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 no. It's okay, I'll go. Please don't do that, he begged. Why, Deku, what's wrong? Don't you want to see me? She asked, her tone flirtatious without meaning to be. It's not that I don't want to, Deku replied, his face turning red. Uraraka felt a warmth surge through her, suddenly flustered by the moment. Well, another time. Now hurry up and get back downstairs, I need to finish getting ready, she said quickly, pushing him to the door and opening it to usher him out before shutting it firmly behind him. What is this feeling? Is this what it feels like to be attracted to someone? No, don't be ridiculous. I don't want to rush things with him, not yet, anyway. How did that one sentence make me feel so flustered and happy? Was it because Deku basically said he wanted to see me? Just calm down and get ready to go shopping with him. I'll have to put something nice on since we're going to his mother's for dinner too. Uraraka got ready as quickly as she could and met Deku downstairs, where he was waiting patiently for her. Ready? She asked. Yeah, let's go, he replied. She grabbed his hand and ran out the door, pulling him along behind her. Hey, why the rush? He asked, surprised by her hurry. The stores close in 6 hours, and the train there is an hour journey, so that gives me 5 hours to find a decent gift for your mom and for us to enjoy ourselves, she explained, eager to maximize their time together. Okay, I get it, but if you want to get there quickly, I have a better idea, he said, stopping her. He picked her up in a bridal carry and activated his quirk, sprinting toward the train station. She laughed as the wind swept through her hair, surprised but happy with Deku's boldness. She was determined to make every moment with him count. Later at the mall. Finally, we're here. It feels like that took forever. How far away did you say your house was from the mall? She asked. It's a 30 to 40-minute walk, depending on your pace, he replied. Okay, that's fine. It's not even noon yet, so let's start looking for a gift for your mom. Any ideas? She asked. Well, she got a cat recently, so maybe a cat toy or something? He suggested, unsure. I mean, I'll definitely do that because I would love to play with the cat, but that's not really a gift for her, Deku. That's a gift for the cat, she pointed out. Yeah, good point. Let me think, Deku said, stopping in the middle of the mall to ponder a good gift for his mother. He stood there for a while, deep in thought. Don't think too hard, Uraraka joked, surprised that Deku was taking so long to think of a good gift for the woman who raised him. Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. Deku, forget it. I know just what to get her. Wait here, I'll be right back, she said. Can I come with you? He asked, confused about why he had to wait. No, you can't. I want it to be a surprise for you when I give it to your mom, she said before turning to run and get her gift for his mother. She's up to something and I'm not sure I like it, Deku muttered to himself. I wonder what she's getting. Either way, I hope mom likes it. I'm sure she will. She's too polite and kind not to. I still can't believe how eager she was to meet Uraraka. It makes sense. I don't think I remember Dad ever being home, so that's 16 years of just me and her. Thinking about it, I'm all she's got. Knowing her, she probably got paranoid and started overthinking, convincing herself that because I have a girlfriend now, I'd forget all about her. But that simply isn't true. I don't think even Uraraka could be more important to me than her after everything she's done for me. She raised me to be the person I am today, and I'll never forget everything. I'm back, Uraraka said, waving at him. That didn't take long, he replied. Well, technically I don't have it yet. I put my order in, and it'll be ready at 2:30, so I'll have to go pick it up later, she explained. So where to first? Deku asked. Pet store. I want to get a toy for the cat, she said, her excitement evident. Then let's go, Deku said, offering her his hand. She took it, and they began their shopping trip. When they arrived at the pet store, Uraraka decided to get the cat a ball of yarn before they headed back out. You sure you don't want to get something for the cat? She asked. I told you I've already got the perfect toy, he said, smirking a little. What is it? She asked, curious. A laser pointer, he said, giggling at the thought of the cat trying to catch the laser during his last visit with his mother. Oh, that's so good. Why didn't I think of that? Uraraka pouted. It's fine, she'll love the ball of yarn. Come on, let's keep shopping. We've still got a couple of hours before everywhere closes. They spent the rest of the day looking at clothes and trying them on, giving each other little fashion shows for amusement. Whoever was modeling would pull a few poses, and the other would applaud and cheer, eventually leading to bursts of laughter. After a while, they realized neither of them were actually going to buy any new clothes unless they saw something they really liked. They were just there to have fun together. Eventually, Uraraka returned to the store to collect Inko's gift before coming back to Deku with a paper bag. He tried to sneak a look, but she caught him, giving a gentle jab in the arm for the third time that day. Can you stop doing that? Deku asked, not enjoying being poked every time he did or said something she felt deserved it. No, I can't. Not until you learn to behave yourself, she said playfully, giggling at the look of annoyance on his face. Fine. You want to get lunch? I'm hungry, he said, his stomach rumbling. Sure, let's just get a sandwich or something. I imagine your mom is cooking a big meal tonight, right? Uraraka suggested, knowing they'd had a big breakfast already and she didn't want to be too full. Yeah, she usually does. I was craving a sandwich anyway, so your idea works for me. There are a lot of benches around if you want to sit somewhere while we eat, he offered, not wanting to walk and eat at the same time. Sounds good, she replied. The two of them found a store where they could get a sandwich and a drink before locating a bench to sit on. They ate their sandwiches while talking about the party the night before and everything that had happened, scrolling through their phones to look at all the funny pictures everyone had posted from the after-party. One picture showed Tokoyami kneeling down, looking distraught in front of some smashed eggs on the floor, with the caption, "Dude thinks he's a real bird and those were his eggs." Another featured Mineta frozen in ice, with the caption, "He tried to grope Yaoyorozu, so Todoroki froze him." There was even one of Bakugo smiling. Seeing it, Deku and Uraraka stopped laughing and studied the image for a moment. See, now that one's just creepy, Uraraka said. Agreed, Deku replied, before the two of them decided to erase the image from their minds. Anyway, we should probably go. It's 3:34, and I don't know about you, but I'm done shopping, she said after a while of laughing at their friends' antics. Yeah, let's head off. I'll let Mom know we're on the way, he said, texting his mother. The two of them left the mall and began the walk back to Deku's house. On the way, Uraraka asked Deku many questions about his mother. She was sure she'd heard most of what there was to know already, but she wanted to learn more about the woman who had raised Deku all by herself and shaped him into the wonderful, empathetic, intelligent, driven, and kind boy she had fallen in love with. She also inquired about why All Might and his mother were frequently on the phone with each other. Deku explained it was simply All Might keeping a promise to his mother to look out for him, but she still had her doubts. You sure they're not meeting for coffee too? She teased. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh look, we're here, he said, stopping in front of his house. Uraraka paused to study the house where Deku had grown up. So this is where you grew up, huh? I like it, she said, squeezing his hand and smiling at him. You ready? He asked, seeming nervous all of a sudden. Deku, it'll be fine. For me anyway. Like you said, she'll be watching you to make sure you don't do something to upset me or anything like that. After all, we can't have you going around breaking young girls' hearts now, can we, Lady Killer? She teased, winking at him. At least his shoulders didn't look as tense as they had been, which helped a little. Thanks, Uraraka, he said, grateful for her light-hearted attitude, but he couldn't relax. Something had been nagging at him all day. She called us here for a reason. Why do I get the feeling she wants to talk to me about something? And why do I feel like it's going to be really uncomfortable or something I really don't want to discuss with her? Hey Dad, you okay? Uraraka asked, snapping him out of his thoughts. HM? Oh yeah, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something, he said, playing it off as he grabbed the doorknob. Well, whatever it is, it's too late now. He opened the door and entered. Izuku, have you been eating properly? Getting enough sleep? You're not overworking yourself, are you? Inko asked, still not used to spending time away from her son. Mom, fine. I've been eating and sleeping plenty, and no, I'm not overdoing it. I've been sticking to my training program like All Might told me to, he replied, giving her a hug to help her relax. She returned his embrace, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Uraraka observed the scene. Wow, she really is as protective as he says. I can only imagine how difficult it is for her when he's not here all week. Suddenly, she felt something brushing against her leg. Looking down, she saw a small, fluffy black cat standing between her legs, its tail gently swaying. It looked up at her and meowed. Ah, look at you, she said, kneeling down to let the feline sniff her hand. Once satisfied, she began to slide it before picking it up. Ah, I see you've already met Charlie, Inko said, noticing Uraraka holding her cat. She's gorgeous. Oh, where are my manners? It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm Ochako Uraraka, she said, introducing herself. Oh, please don't be so formal. Call me Inko, and the pleasure is all mine. Please, come in, Inko offered, welcoming the girl into her home. Thank you, Uraraka said as she took her shoes off, still holding the feline in her arms. Izuku has told me a lot about you, Inko said as they walked into the living room. Oh, did he now? Uraraka asked, glancing at Deku with a raised eyebrow. Mom, please don't embarrass me, he said, scratching his head nervously and avoiding the gaze of his girlfriend. Oh, don't worry, I won't. I was just going to tell her how you're always talking about her whenever you come home and all the amazing things she did in training and how pretty she is. Inko rambled before Deku had heard enough. Deku yelled, his face turning red. Uraraka burst out laughing. Ah, you're so sweet sometimes. How long has he been talking about me, might I ask? Uraraka teased, wanting to wind Deku up a little. Izuku! Deku shouted, unimpressed that the two most important women in his life were teaming up against him. Oh, dear. I'm surprised he didn't ask you out sooner, Inko replied. Please stop, Deku begged, but Uraraka only laughed again. Fine, I'll stop. We can talk about all that when Deku's not here, can't we, Inko? Uraraka said, still teasing him. Of course, dear. There's so much to talk about. Where to begin? Inko said, happy to share whatever she could about Deku, enjoying watching her son get more flustered. Great, as long as I'm not here to hear it, that's fine, Deku said, eager to escape the conversation. Charlie meowed and jumped down from Uraraka's arms, running off into the kitchen. Oh yes, of course, it's feeding time, Inko said, scrambling after her cat. You want a soda? Deku asked Uraraka. I'd love one, thanks, she replied. Okay, I'll get you one. Feel free to sit on the couch, he said, gesturing toward the sofa in the living room. Will do, she said, happy to sit down after all the walking they'd done that day. Oh dear, no. Inko began to mumble. Mom, what's wrong? Deku asked, concerned. I forgot to get the main ingredient for dinner, she said, looking ashamed. Okay, I'll go to the store down the road. They're usually open late on a Sunday, he said, handing Uraraka her soda before putting his shoes back on. Izuku, wait. You don't have to do that, Inko called after him. It's fine, Mom. I'll be back in a few minutes. Uraraka? You gonna be okay without me? He asked, feeling a little guilty about leaving her alone with his mother. Well, I was fine without you for the first 16 years of my life, so I think I can handle 10 minutes apart, she joked. Oh, I like her, Inko said, chuckling a little. The two girls exchanged smiles and began laughing, and seeing this, Deku couldn't help but smile too. Be back soon, he called as he shut the door. So, Ochako. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is it okay if I call you that? Inko asked. It's fine, Uraraka said, smiling back at her. That's good. I hate to ask this, but I worry about him a lot. Is everything going okay with him at school? Inko asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. Oh, yeah, everything seems great with him. He aced all his tests this week, and the party last night was wonderful, she said, trying to put Inko at ease. That's good to hear. You'll keep an eye on him for me, won't you? Inko asked. Of course, Inko, Uraraka smiled. Thank you, Ochako. Sorry if it's too big, Ochako said, holding up a shirt for Inko to look at. Deku said he was bigger than you, so just to be safe, I got a shirt in his size. Oh no, Ochako. It's wonderful. I think I've got a new favorite shirt, Inko said, beginning to tear up. Oh, so that's where Deku gets it from. Inko, are you okay? Ochako asked, concerned as she placed the shirt down on the kitchen counter. Yes, I'm fine. It's just that Izuku is my whole world, really. I'm sure you see now why he cries a lot, she joked, wiping her eyes and laughing slightly. Honestly, I don't mind that he cries a lot. It's one of the things I like about him, Uraraka said, comforting the woman before her. How so? Inko asked, curious. Well, there aren't a lot of guys who are so open with their emotions. I kind of like the fact that Deku isn't afraid to be seen crying. He doesn't try to hide it. He lets the world see him for who he is, and I think that's admirable. It's refreshing to see someone show their true feelings, especially since people sometimes forget that heroes are just people too, even All Might, she explained. I suppose you're right. People used to say he was a crybaby, Inko said, getting a little upset as she thought about how other kids had treated her son growing up. Oh, well, it's kind of a running joke in our class that crying is a secret quirk of his. I mean, when he cried at the sports festival, his tears shot into the air and cracked the ground where he was standing, Uraraka said, chuckling at the memory. They make fun of him? Still? He still gets made fun of? Oh no, Inko began, but Uraraka quickly saw her tearing up again and explained. No, wait, that's not it. They're not making fun of him. Honestly, the whole class respects him greatly. He's one of the strongest and smartest in the class. And the joke about his crying being a quirk is actually something that Deku started. He joked about it one day, and everybody has gone along with it since. Deku thinks it's hilarious, she explained before Inko broke down. Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried he was going through all that again, Inko said, composing herself and realizing she'd misunderstood in her paranoia. That going through what again? Uraraka asked, worried there was something she didn't know. HM? He hasn't told you? Inko asked. Hasn't told me what? Uraraka returned her question with one of her own. Realizing she made a mistake, Inko started backtracking. Oh no, I've said too much. Of course he didn't tell anyone. Why would he? It was very difficult for him. He's never even talked to me about it. She stopped as Uraraka grabbed her hands. Inko looked into her eyes and saw concern as well as fear. She was terrified of what she didn't know about Deku's past. Do I really want to know? Is it better not knowing? Am I going to get mad at him? No, stop it. I have to ask. Inko, what happened to Deku? Uraraka asked, fighting back tears but failing miserably. And nothing. If he didn't tell you, then I don't want to betray his trust, Inko said, tearing up herself now, squeezing the teenager's hands in an attempt to comfort her. But you started panicking when you thought people were making fun of him at school, and you said, he still gets made fun of? So what happened, Inko? Uraraka asked again, tears falling down her cheeks. Ochako. I can't tell you that, Inko replied, both of them trying their best not to sob, their vision going blurry from all the tears in their eyes. Why not? Uraraka asked, unsatisfied with her answer. It's not my place. Izuku has to tell you for himself, she told the girl, but Uraraka couldn't take it. She needed answers. I've always thought about what it was like for him growing up quirkless, especially with Bakugo around. Was it really as bad as I think it is? I'm not sure I want the answer to that question. No, it's too late. If I don't find out, it's going to eat away at me. I have to know. Did Deku get bullied? Uraraka asked, still holding back her tears as best she could. The two of them stood there, squeezing each other's hands tightly. Ochako, I can't, Inko began. Please. I need to know that I'm begging you I need to know please, Inko. Uraraka pleaded. They both looked into each other's eyes for a moment, and Inko saw the care, fear, and pain Uraraka felt thinking about what Deku might have gone through. She couldn't help it, she had to tell her the truth. Uraraka had the right to know, and she'd never seen anyone other than herself this emotional or concerned about her son. However, she couldn't bring herself to say it straight. I think you already know the answer, she said softly. Please, I need to know, Inko, I already know, I just. Inko couldn't bear to watch this and joined Uraraka on the floor, embracing the girl before her. You know, I've never seen anyone care for my son as much as I do, other than you, Inko said, still crying but managing to control the tears that fell down her face. Uraraka looked up at her, wiping her eyes, her crying momentarily put on hold. Seriously? She asked. Yeah. He never really had any friends growing up. Not real ones, anyway, Inko explained. How? He's so wonderful. Everything about him is amazing. He's brave, determined, kind, selfless, strong, smart, and caring. There isn't a bad bone in his body. I don't understand how anyone wouldn't want to be his friend. Our entire class gets along with him, Uraraka said, confused by the idea that anyone could be unkind to such a sweet boy. That's good to hear that he has some real friends now. I'm glad he has you too, Inko said, smiling at the girl. Uraraka couldn't help but smile back, and the two of them hugged each other tightly. You know, I should be thanking you, Inko. You made him into the boy he is today, and for that, I can't thank you enough, she said, grateful that Deku had such a wonderful mother. Yes, well, he's not a little boy anymore. He's becoming a man now, whether I like it or not, which means he needs someone in his life to love and guide him and be there for him when things get tough, Inko said. Uraraka understood where she was going with this conversation. She was passing on the torch to her. Inko, I promise I'll take care of him. I'll make sure he becomes a man we can both be proud of, Uraraka said, making a bold promise, forgetting that she and Deku had only been dating for a day. But she didn't care, she wanted to be there for Deku until the end. I know you will, Inko said, hugging the teenager tightly before wiping the last few tears from her eyes, Uraraka doing the same as they held onto each other. I'm back, Deku called. The two girls quickly jumped up from the floor, wiping their eyes and faces frantically to hide the fact they'd been crying. Oh hey, Deku, you're back, Uraraka said, trying to play off her flustered state. What did you guys get up to while I was gone? He asked. Oh, Uraraka began, but Inko had her covered. Just girl stuff. It's nice to have another female to talk to for a change, she said, winking at Uraraka while Deku wasn't looking. Oh, in that case, I won't ask for any details, he said, not wanting to know what they'd been discussing. He stood up to face the two of them, noticing they were standing right next to each other behind the kitchen counter. Their eyes were red and watery. Something was off. They had clearly been crying, but he decided to let it go for now. Anyway, Izuku, pass me the shopping, and you can help me prepare dinner, Inko said, snapping him out of his thoughts. Right, of course, Mom, he replied. You sure you don't want me to help? Uraraka offered. That's sweet, Ochako, but I can't accept a guest having to make their own dinner. Not in my house, Inko insisted. Well, if you're sure, Uraraka said. Quite. I appreciate the offer, though. You're a very polite young lady, Inko said, smiling at her. Ochako? Deku questioned. What? Inko asked. Deku still calls me Uraraka, she explained. Izuku, you don't call her by her first name? She asked, surprised. I'm just used to calling her Uraraka, he explained, scratching his head in embarrassment. Well, from now on, Deku, I want you to call me Ochako, she said, teasing him a little. She couldn't shake what Inko had told her about Deku's childhood. It nagged at the corner of her mind. It would have to wait until they left, then she'd bring it up. Okay, I'll call you Ochako from now on, he said, wincing a little as he said her name. Good, now come help your mother, Inko said, beckoning him over. Yes, Mom, he said, running over to help her prepare dinner. Uraraka returned to the sofa and sipped on her soda. Suddenly, a small bundle of fur jumped into her lap, snuggling up into a ball and taking a nap. Oh, hello you, Uraraka said, scratching behind the ears of the feline, much to its approval. You two are getting along well, I see, Deku said, sitting down next to her since his mother didn't need his help anymore. Yeah, she seems to like me. Hey, could you get that ball of yarn out of my bag? I'd get it myself, but I don't want to disturb her when we're on such good terms, Uraraka said. Yeah, I'll grab it for you, he said, getting up to fetch the toy for Charlie. They spent the rest of their time waiting for dinner watching Charlie play with her ball of yarn. Deku had begun washing the dishes when he looked out the window and saw dark clouds looming in the sky. "Hey Mom, what's the weather forecast?" he asked. "I don't know why," she replied. Just then, it started pouring rain, and a flash of lightning lit up the sky, followed by a loud boom of thunder. "Oh dear," Inko said. "Deku, we have school tomorrow. What are we going to do?" Uraraka chimed in, "We'll just have to wait it out." "That's not going to happen, Izuku. I'm looking at the forecast now. It says this is going to last until the early hours of the morning. You'll have to stay the night. There are no trains running because of it, so you'll need to get up really early to make it to school on time," his mother suggested, her tone more directive than suggestive. "Where will we sleep?" Uraraka asked. "My room, I guess," Deku said. Uraraka shot him a look that clearly said, "You idiot, your mother is right there." Inko seemed momentarily frozen, clearly processing what her son had suggested. "Well, I meant you could sleep in my room, and I'll take the couch," Deku quickly added, trying to clarify. He couldn't let her know they had already shared a bed before. "Sounds good to me, as long as you're sure you don't mind taking the sofa," Uraraka replied. Inko finally took a deep breath and spoke. "That sounds fine. I'll grab some spare sheets for you, Izuku." She got up to find bedding for Deku. "Almost," she whispered to him. "I know, I'm so stupid," he whispered back. "Yeah, I know you are," she said, laughing softly. "Hey, that wasn't very nice," he said, feigning offense. Inko soon returned with spare sheets for Deku and some pajamas for Uraraka. Deciding to give them some privacy, she headed off to bed, which Deku found unusual since she usually waited until he was asleep first. However, he didn't mind. It gave him time to cuddle up on the sofa and watch TV with Uraraka. Eventually, she realized it was getting late and that they needed to be up early in the morning. She kissed Deku goodnight before heading to his room to hop into bed. Just before settling down, she texted him, "Seriously, you're such a fanboy. You've got 2 rooms full of All Might merchandise. Do you have 2 of everything or something?" Deku felt a bit embarrassed and replied, explaining that it was all different stuff, which Uraraka thought was cute. He was about to turn off the lights and, "Thank you for your patience. I knew there was something she wanted to talk to me about. Well, here we go." "Okay, what is it?" he asked, sitting up to make room for his mother on the sofa. "This is so much harder than I thought it would be," she said, not quite knowing how to begin. "Mom, sit down," Deku said, patting the space next to him and inviting her to take a seat. "Thank you, Izuku," she said, sitting down next to him. She seemed to be hiding something in her hands, but what was it? It looked like a box of something. "Mom, what is it?" he asked, trying to encourage her to talk without pressuring her about what she was holding. "I'll be honest, I hoped this day would never come, but it has, so just give me a minute to collect myself. We have to have this conversation for both your sakes, whether I want to or not," she explained, trying to compose herself and muster the courage to discuss such a sensitive topic. "Both of whose sakes, Mom?" he asked, confused. "You and Ochako," she said. Deku sat in thought for a moment, wondering where she could possibly be going with this conversation. "I want you to take these," she said, handing him the box. She had handed it to him backward, so he didn't know what it was, but when he gave the box a small shake, he heard rattling. Whatever was inside was fairly small, and there seemed to be quite a lot of them. He was scared to find out what they were. "Mom, what's in here?" he asked, hesitating to look. "Condoms," she said, not daring to look at her son. He jumped, throwing the box across the room. His face was unbelievably red, and he felt very uncomfortable. Somehow, his mother didn't seem bothered at all. "Well, that was rude. They were for you," she said, still not looking at him. "Why on earth would you give me condoms?" he asked, bewildered. "Izuku, look. You might be denying it because having a girlfriend is very new to you. You might not even be thinking about it yet, but the fact of the matter is you're now. I know you're not stupid, but sometimes boys get certain urges," she explained, still avoiding eye contact. "Mom, what are you talking about? Denying what? Not thinking about what? And what urges?" he asked, pretty sure he knew the answers but hoping he was wrong. You must have experienced certain things at your age, she said. He almost fainted hearing it come out of her mouth. I don't. I've never. He stammered, unable to deny the truth. That's a yes, she said, chuckling a little at his embarrassment. Yes, I've experienced things before. Are we done now? Can I go to sleep? This is really embarrassing and I don't want to talk about this stuff, he pleaded. No, we're not done, and I don't want to talk about it either, but I would be neglecting my responsibilities as a mother if we don't discuss this, she said firmly. Mom, please, I'm really tired, he begged. Fine, I'll cut straight to the chase. Are you and Ochako being NTMT? She asked, finally looking at her son. Deku froze at the question. I have to say something, otherwise she's going to think we are. No, Mom, me and Uraraka are not being ending, he said, composing himself to sound believable. For heaven's sake, Izuku, call her by her first name. She's your girlfriend for crying out loud, she said. Sorry, it's a habit, he said, scratching his head. Anyway, that's fine if you're not being NTMT yet, she said. Yet? Deku asked. Oh, you really are so naive sometimes. Yes, Deku, you're not being NTMT yet, but you will at some point, she explained. What? No, of course not. Why would we? He began, but his mother cut him off. Izuku, you're both, that means you are of legal age to be NTMT. You both live in the same dorm at school, so you're around each other constantly. I know you're already at the kissing stage since All Might told me about your on-stage kiss at karaoke. So I would hazard a guess that you've made out at least once too, but eventually, Izuku, kissing isn't going to be enough. You see each other every single day at school, so kissing is going to get boring very quickly, and you're both going to want more. You might not even go to intimacy straight away. You might ease into it gradually, which is fine. You should both go at a pace you're comfortable with, but the point is, at some point, yes, you're going to want to be NTMT with each other, she explained, staring at her son, who was getting redder with every word she said. I'm not planning on, he tried to speak again, but again his mother stopped him. What you're planning on doesn't matter. You aren't exactly an average 16-year-old boy, Izuku. You're a UA high student with a very powerful quirk, and I know I'm biased as your mother, but I think you happen to be a very handsome young man who just so happens to have. Deku was completely in shock. Now, I don't know if you know this, but a lot of straight women find a guy with muscles like yours very attractive. That's one of the reasons why All Might is so popular too, she explained. But I'm not the only guy in our class with a body like this. I think most of the guys in our class have bodies like mine, and some of them are even more muscular than I am. Everyone except my Netta, anyway, he replied, not seeing why his figure was so important. It doesn't matter about the other boys, Izuku. The point is she chose you. You and only you. I can tell she loves you just as much as I do, albeit in a very different way. But that's still saying something, young man. She's not bothered or even remotely interested in how good-looking the other boys in your class are or any other boys for that matter. The point is she loves you and finds you attractive, which includes your muscles. They're probably a big part of her attraction to you, she said, speaking almost automatically. Mom, please don't say things like that, Deku said, uncomfortable with how she was discussing him and his girlfriend. I'm serious. Your body is likely a huge attraction for her. I can imagine her figure is a big attraction for you too, isn't it? She asked. Deku waved his arms in protest, trying to deny it. What are you saying? Of course not, he lied poorly. Izuku, I'm not an idiot. She is a very attractive young girl, and she's not lacking in certain areas, if you catch my meaning, she said, still not thinking. Mom, please listen to what you're saying, he begged, not liking the way she was talking about his girlfriend's appearance. She wasn't wrong. Uraraka was very good-looking, and her figure was kind of appealing when he thought about it. He recalled the morning he had seen her in her underwear. He would never admit it to her, but he really had enjoyed seeing her like that. She had looked amazing standing in the middle of her room, and if he was being honest, he had felt more excited than he let on. He was just thankful she never looked down to see how much he had enjoyed the experience. Is that why I was so okay with getting changed in front of her? I wanted her to see me that way, didn't I? And when we kissed, I didn't want her to stop. I can remember wishing she was still in her underwear too. Oh no, am I really this inappropriate? No, you're not, Izuku, his mother said. Deku looked at her, confused. No, he wasn't what? He quickly realized he had said all of that out loud. No wonder she wasn't making eye contact with him. Oh, I'm so sorry. You weren't supposed to hear that, he said. No, it's okay. I'm glad I did because it seems like I need to teach you something very important, she said, gathering the courage to look him in the eye. What is it? He asked. You're not inappropriate for wanting to be close to someone. It's perfectly normal to want to explore intimacy with a girl. Just make sure you have her consent first before you do anything, and ensure you are safe when you do so. It's important to be responsible, she explained, her expression becoming more serious. Of course not, Mum. I wouldn't dream of it, he promised. But I imagine you have a lot of questions, she said, offering him a chance to ask about anything he was unsure about. How do I know for sure if I have her consent? He asked. Well, she might outright say it to you that she wants to be NTMT, but if she doesn't, you could ask if you really want to be sure. However, if she's doing the same things you are, like kissing or touching, you can make a pretty safe assumption that you have her consent. But if she tells you to stop or says she doesn't want to do something, you listen to her and stop immediately. It's important to respect her feelings. The same goes for you too. If you're uncomfortable or unsure about something, you should express that, she explained as best she could. Okay, that's a lot to take in, but I think I understand. Is it okay to talk about intimacy with her? Deku asked, unsure if that was an appropriate conversation to have with his girlfriend. Yes, absolutely. It's perfectly normal. Talking about it often helps improve the experience, so it's a good thing to do. You'll find you begin to understand each other more and have better chemistry. Just remember, it's not a performance review. Don't ask her for a rating or a list of strengths and weaknesses that will put her off, she warned him. Chapter 18. So how should we talk about it? He asked. Let me think. You could simply ask, how was that, after you've just been NTMT? She might say it was good or bad, but don't be upset or worried if she says it was bad. It's just because you're both new to it, and you haven't had a lot of experience yet. That's why it's important to talk about it. Discuss which positions felt good and any you'd like to try in the future. Talk about your technique as well. If she moves in a way that doesn't feel good for you or is uncomfortable, tell her and encourage her to do the same with you. That way, you'll learn which movements make each other feel good and which ones don't. Trust me, both of you will stop doing the ones that aren't enjoyable, she explained, doing her best to guide her son while encouraging him to be safe and make it enjoyable for both of them. Well, of course we would. We don't want to do things the other person doesn't like, Deku said, thinking it was obvious. It's more than that, Izuku. You'll find that both of you will get pleasure from making the other person feel good. After a while, your movements will become second nature and more natural anyway, so the more you do it, the better it will get. But don't think that means you should be doing it every hour of every day, she warned, not wanting her son to overwhelm the girl. Of course not. I don't think I'd want to do it that often anyway. You said we might gradually build up to intimacy, but what did you mean by that? He asked, curious about what else existed between kissing and being NTMT. Well, there's other stuff. There's FRPOI, which is where you use your hands to make each other feel good. There's also ORA, which involves using your mouth, she said. Use them how? Deku asked, still unsure. Well, if you were going to do FRPLY, for example, she would. You know, she trailed off, not wanting to say it out loud. Yeah, I know. I understand how it works for the girl doing it to the boy. It's the other way around that I don't quite understand, he admitted, feeling embarrassed. It's okay. It's fine not to know. Don't be afraid to ask, as long as it's someone you trust to give you a straight answer. Do you remember in your science lessons and SEC education what the different parts of a VGNA are? She asked. Yeah, I remember them saying the CLTRS is really sensitive, and I know where it is. I just don't quite understand what I'm supposed to do with it, he said, still unsure. Well, you could rub it. It's sensitive, so that would be enough to start off with. If you were feeling brave, you could trace different patterns or shapes as you did it so she got more out of it. The other thing you could do is finger her, she explained. I knew that one. What do I do for oil then? I get that a girl would put the thing in their mouth, but what would I do to her? He asked. Same options. You could try to get your tongue inside her, or you could take the much easier and more effective option of using your tongue on the CLTRS, she said. That's gross, Deku said, not wanting to think about it. Inko couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I know it seems gross at first, but she'll enjoy it if you do it, she said, still laughing at her son's innocence. Okay, I think I'm good. I don't have any more questions, he said. Alright, well if you think of any more, don't be afraid to ask me. I'll try to explain as best as I can. You understand why I had to have this conversation with you, don't you? She asked, worried he might be upset. Yes, I understand you want me to be safe, he said, smiling at her. Yes, but it's important to remember that intimacy is something to enjoy as well, despite how serious it can be to talk about it. You should feel comfortable and able to enjoy it whenever you do. Anyway, I know this is a lot to take in, so I'll let you sleep. I love you, Izuku, she said, kissing him on the cheek. I love you too, Mom. Deku woke up earlier than he needed to, his mind racing with thoughts from the conversation he had with his mother the night before. He had hardly slept, replaying her words over and over in his head. Just as he was lost in thought, Uraraka snuck up behind him and hugged him tightly, breaking his trance. Morning, handsome, she said cheerfully. Oh, hey Uraraka, I mean Ochako. Did you sleep well? He asked, trying to sound casual but failing. She let go of him as he turned to face her, noticing something was off. What's wrong, Deku? She asked, concern etched on her face. It's nothing. My mom and I had a little talk last night that kept me up late, and I didn't sleep very well, he admitted, though he left out the details of their conversation. Uraraka could see he didn't want to discuss it further, and since it was a private matter between him and his mother, she decided to let it be. However, she attempted to lighten the mood with a joke. Has she been having coffee with All Might? I called it, she teased, giggling a little. I wish, Deku replied, his expression still serious. Wow, that bad? She asked, worried. No, it's not that the conversation was bad. In fact, it was good. I'm glad we talked, it answered a lot of questions for me. It's just a lot to take in, that's all, he said, looking down at his feet, feeling a bit disheartened. Uraraka cupped his chin and lifted his head, leaning in to kiss him. The kiss was long and passionate, and when she pulled back slightly, their lips were still almost touching. I'm here for you. If you ever want to talk about anything, don't bottle things up, Deku. Your problems are my problems too, you got that? She said, gazing into his eyes. Deku smiled. Well, the same goes for you, Ochako. Your problems are my problems. Seems fair. Now shut up and kiss me some more, she replied, unable to resist him any longer. They began kissing again in the middle of the living room, but this time it was different. It was slow, passionate, and romantic. Oh dear, I appear to have walked in on something, Inko said, making the two teenagers jump apart, their faces turning bright red. Oh, hi Mom. Good morning. You're awake. Why are you awake? Deku stammered, unsure of what to say. His mother had just caught him kissing his girlfriend right after their talk about relationships. Yes, I'm awake. I wanted to say goodbye before you left, she explained. Good morning, Inko, Uraraka said, trying to hide her embarrassment. Good morning, Ochako. You can wipe those silly looks off your faces. You were only kissing. It's fine. Not like I haven't seen people kiss before, and it's not like I didn't know you two kissed each other on stage at karaoke. Speaking of which, Izuku, I never realized you could be so smooth, Inko said, laughing at their embarrassment. You make it sound like you were there, Deku said, confused. Oh, I wasn't. I've just seen the video a few times, she explained. Video? The two teenagers exclaimed in unison. You didn't know? Oh, that's cute, Inko said, chuckling. Mom, where did you see this video? Was it on the internet? Deku asked, suddenly worried that their first kiss was out there for everyone to see. No, of course not, she said, and both Deku and Uraraka sighed in relief. All Might sent it to me, she revealed. What? They both shouted again. Somehow that's worse, Deku mumbled to himself. Can we see it? Uraraka asked. Sure, my phone is right there on the table. Just open it and find All Might in my text conversations, she said, pointing to the device. Deku quickly grabbed the phone and found the video. They watched in horror as their first kiss played on the screen. I can't believe he filmed us, Deku said in disbelief. Uraraka took the phone from him, forwarded the video to another number, and then put it back down. I can't believe you didn't notice. It sounds like your whole class was filming you, Inko said, laughing again. She's right, I saw a lot of phones in that crowd, Uraraka added. Seriously? Am I the only one who didn't notice? Deku asked, dumbfounded. Seems that way, doesn't it? Inko said, still chuckling. Suddenly, Uraraka began laughing too. What's so funny? Deku asked, a hint of frustration in his voice. How naive you can be sometimes, his mother replied with a smile. We were so embarrassed that your mother saw us sharing a moment, which is nothing compared to our first kiss. When you think about it, her catching us isn't exactly embarrassing, is it, Deku? She continued, still chuckling at the idea that they weren't fazed by kissing on stage in front of their teachers and friends, but felt mortified when Deku's mom walked in on them in her living room. She gets it, Inko said, smiling at Uraraka. I suppose when you think about it like that, it is pretty funny, Deku admitted, a smile creeping onto his face. Exactly. Now hurry up and get ready, otherwise, you'll miss your train, Inko urged, hurrying the two of them along. They grabbed their things, and Uraraka returned the pajamas she had borrowed for the night. She also stroked Charlie and bid her farewell before meeting Deku at the door. Okay, bye Mom. I'll see you next weekend, Deku said, giving his mother a hug. I love you, son, she replied, hugging him tightly. I love you too, Mom, he replied. They let go, and Inko turned to Uraraka. You're welcome anytime, Ochako. It was lovely to meet you, she said, pulling the girl into a hug. Oh, thank you, Inko. It was nice meeting you too, Uraraka said, a little taken aback by the embrace but returning it warmly. Keep an eye on him for me, Inko whispered into her ear. I will, Uraraka promised. Satisfied, Inko let her go. Okay, off you go. You've still got to change into your uniform back at the dorm and have a shower, Inko said, not wanting to make them late for school. Bye, Mom, Deku said, waving goodbye as they walked away. Bye, Inko, Uraraka echoed, doing the same. Goodbye, you too. Be safe, Inko called, winking at Deku as they left. His body language suddenly tensed, though he was unaware that Uraraka had noticed the wink and the sudden tension in his shoulders. What was that about? She asked, curious. Nothing, Deku replied, not wanting to discuss it. Hey, you promised me no bottling things up, so what's wrong? She pressed, making him stop. He couldn't meet her gaze. He didn't seem scared or worried, he just appeared really embarrassed to share. It didn't seem too serious, which was a relief. Look, I don't mind telling you, but can we do it later? I don't really know where to begin or what to say right now, so let me think about it and I'll tell you later tonight in my room, he suggested, trying to buy himself some time. The truth was he wanted to avoid the conversation if he could, but he had made a promise, and he intended to keep it. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind if you want to take time to think about it. Just as long as you tell me what's going on, Deku and Uraraka somehow managed to make it back to UA with plenty of time to shower and change into their uniforms. They were both in high spirits and couldn't be happier. However, Uraraka's mood shifted when she saw Bakugo sitting in his chair upon their arrival for class. All the emotions she had felt when she spoke to Inko yesterday came flooding back, and she felt like bursting into tears again. No, not now, we have class. I'll have to talk about it with Deku once all of our classes are finished for the day. For now, just keep it together and don't pay any attention to him. Uraraka took her seat at the back of the class, but once the lesson started, she couldn't focus. Her mind was elsewhere, and she spent most of the day trying to keep her emotions in check to avoid breaking down in the middle of class. She didn't want Deku to worry and lose his concentration either. That was how she spent the rest of the day, doing her best to hold it together so she could talk to Deku about his childhood and confirm her suspicions. Although they weren't really suspicions, she knew she was right, she just needed to hear it from Deku. Why am I so upset about something that happened years ago? It's over and done with. Deku stood up to him, and Bakugo hasn't said a word since. Am I really going to dig this issue back up for Deku when I should just leave it buried? I can't help myself, I have to know, but why? It was so long ago. Ochako, are you in there? Deku said, waving his hands in front of her eyes. Oh Deku, how long have you been standing there? She asked, realizing she had spaced out. Longer than I should have. Class ended a couple of minutes ago, and I noticed you hadn't even packed your stuff, so I came over to see if you were okay. Apparently you're not. You didn't answer me until the 6th attempt, and you've been out of focus all day, Deku explained. Oh, did you noticed? She asked, beginning to pack her things. Kinda hard not to. To be honest, I glance at you way too many times during class. Sometimes I should be focusing on the lesson more, but you haven't seemed yourself since we got to class today. I'm worried, Ochako, Deku said softly, kneeling next to her desk and placing his hand on top of hers. She held onto it tightly for reassurance. Honestly, Deku, you're so sweet, she said, smiling a little. There's that smile I love so much. I've missed that all day, he said, brushing her hair back and tucking it behind her ear. The gesture made Uraraka blush, and the smile on her face became more evident. Geez, you're being really romantic right now, she said. I know, but anyway, that's not why I came over here, he said, his expression suddenly becoming more serious. Then why did you? She asked as if she didn't already know. What's been bothering you all day? He asked. Actually, I've been wanting to talk about it with you all day. I've just been waiting for classes to finish before I did, but can we talk about this somewhere else, Deku? Somewhere more private, she asked. Sure. You want to go to one of our dorm rooms? He offered. Yes, let's go to my room if that's okay with you, she said. Fine by me. I just want to know what's going on with you today, he said. I'll tell you all about it when we get to my room, I promise, she said, giving him a quick kiss to reassure him she was okay. He seemed satisfied, but the truth was she wasn't okay at all. They held hands all the way to the dorms, and Deku informed her about everything she had missed in class due to her lack of focus. They eventually arrived at her bedroom door and entered. Deku took his bag off and sat down on her bed, patting the space next to him. She took his invitation and sat down beside him. Take all the time you need, he said, grabbing her hand to let her know he was there for her. You see, Deku, I've been wanting to talk to you about something that's what's been bothering me all day, she said. What did you want to talk about? He asked, his voice soft and patient. Well, I'll be honest with you. I forgot about it until we got to class this morning when I remembered. I only realized I wanted to have this conversation with you yesterday, that I don't really know how to bring it up, she said, getting nervous. It's okay, Ochako. I'm not going anywhere. Just take your time, he said, easing her through it. You know what? I'm just going to tell you straight, your mom told me you got bullied as a kid yesterday, she said, looking away as she did. She felt his grip tighten a little. I see. Did she give you any details? He asked, his supportive. Is that all you wanted to say? He asked. To her surprise, he didn't sound annoyed or upset. He just wasn't looking at her. No. I want to know the questions, and I want to know the truth, she said, looking up at him with teary eyes. Ask away, he said somewhat reluctantly. Didn't you have any friends? She asked. No, I didn't. I hung out with Kakin and his friends since we all lived in the same neighborhood, so no, not any real friends, he explained. I don't understand. You're so sweet and kind, I don't understand why nobody would want to be your friend, she said, still confused about how nobody seemed to want to be his friend even though he was so nice. Are you asking why I didn't have friends? He questioned. Yes, she replied. Because I was quirkless, Ochako. They bullied me because I didn't have a quirk. Everybody else had one. It was just me. Regular plain Deku. Nothing special about him. No quirk. No power. No future. No friends. All I had was my mom. I couldn't tell her. It would break her. She found out anyway later on, but she never knew how bad it really was, Deku explained, still not looking up, his voice sounding pained and shaky now. Uraraka could have sworn she saw a tear fall from his face. I can't do this to him, It's not fair. He's clearly upset by it. I should just stop now. No, I have to keep going. It'll be good for him to get it all out in the open. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Deku, she said softly, squeezing his hand a little to comfort him. I can't believe how cruel everybody has been to him growing up. They picked on him because he didn't have a quirk. That's so cowardly. Uraraka had seen how some kids without quirks had been treated in her own town and could only imagine what Deku had been through. The thought of it was heartbreaking for her. All I wanted was to be a hero someday. I watched All Might every day. Every time I almost gave up or lost hope, there he was. He kept me going and I never gave up on my dream. That's the real reason I'm here today. Because of him. Even my mother told me I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. It broke me. I was just a little kid. Even if she was lying straight to my face, I would have preferred that. I didn't want to hear the truth, he said, his voice trembling now. He was definitely starting to cry. Deku, I know this is hard to talk about, but I'm here, okay? I want to know about your childhood, so is it okay if I ask you some more questions? She asked. Deku didn't respond for a moment before simply nodding his head. Okay, thank you for understanding. What did the other kids do to you? What sort of things did they say to you? She asked. Well, there's the obvious one, Deku, but they called me all sorts of things like useless, quirkless loser, crybaby, delusional, weak, pathetic, hopeless, stuff like that. Of course, they were always saying I'd never be a pro hero either, spitting it in my face. They told me to give up every day. Sometimes they beat me up. There were times where they'd pick on another kid, and I'd come running and trying to protect them, and I'd scream for them to stop it, but not having a quirk made me defenseless. That was every other day really, Deku explained through tears. Deku, why didn't you tell anyone? She asked, beginning to cry herself now. I couldn't. If I told Mom, there was no telling what she'd do. I didn't want to leave where I lived already, and I was terrified that if I told her, we'd move somewhere else where it would just happen all over again. If I told my teachers, they would have told my mom, so I didn't tell them either. They already knew. It would happen in the middle of class. They allowed it to happen. I never understood why. Maybe they looked down on people who were quirkless too, so they didn't care, he said, trying to fight back his tears. Deku, I'm so sorry. That's awful. I have more questions, but we can stop if you don't want to talk about this anymore, she offered. No, it's okay. Carry on. What do you want to know? He asked. Who bullied you? She inquired, already knowing the answer. Everybody, he replied. No, Dad. Who bullied you? Who was the source of it? She asked again, trying to get him to open up. Ochako, I'm telling you, it was everyone, Deku said, crying still, not wanting to give her the full truth. Deku, just say it. I already know it was him. She begged him to be honest with her and himself. I don't want to, he said, pleading with her. It was Bakugo, wasn't it? Bakugo was the one who picked on you. Bakugo was the one who made. Yet again, it was something she already knew but wasn't prepared to hear. She flung herself at him, hugging him tightly. He returned her embrace, tears streaming down his face. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, she sobbed. What for? You didn't do anything, he said through his tears. I'm sorry I didn't realize sooner. I'm sorry you felt so alone for all those years. I'm sorry Bakugo put you through all that. I'm sorry you were still being picked on by him when you came to UA. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, she said, burying her face in his shoulder. I'm not, he replied softly. What are you saying? She asked, pulling back slightly to look at him. I'm saying if my life hadn't been so difficult as a kid, I might not even be here. We might never have met. The truth is, I don't care about all that anymore, Ochako. I'm here at UA, chasing my dream with a quirk I could never have imagined. I met you and we're in love, both of us pursuing what we've always wanted. It all worked out in the end, he said, smiling at her as she lifted her head from his shoulder. The two of them had stopped crying, but there were still tears in their eyes. I guess you're right. That doesn't change how upset I am at Bakugo, though, she said. He's grown a lot since then, Deku defended. Stop protecting him. What he did was disgraceful. He claims to want to be a hero, Yet he spent his childhood looking down on someone and making their life miserable. That sounds very much like a villain to me. You were just a kid, she said, furious that Deku didn't seem mad at him at all. Yes, you're right, I was just a kid, but so was he. He didn't know any better, he said. So when you came to UA and he was still picking on you, he didn't know better? She asked, her frustration evident. I'll admit at that point, yes, he should have known better. But he felt like I'd been lying to him his whole life because I suddenly had this really powerful quirk. It doesn't matter now anyway. I stood up to him the other night, and he's backed off. Plus, I totally humiliated him on the first day of school, he said, laughing a little. Seeing this, Uraraka couldn't help but smile. Even after everything he had just told her and how painful it had been for him, here he was laughing as if nothing had ever happened. Yeah, you really did. You really are over it, aren't you? She asked. Yes, Ochako, I really am over it, he said, smiling at her to reassure her he wasn't just saying it to avoid her concern. Good. Thank you for telling me all that, by the way, she said, gazing into his eyes and realizing how close they still were in their embrace. I'm glad I did. It felt like a huge weight off my shoulders, he said. That's good. Then he was, yeah, come on, you promised me we'd talk about it, Uraraka said, reminding him of his promise. I know it's not really a comfortable conversation to have with you, he tried to explain. You're not comfortable talking to me about things? She asked, a little hurt. No, you've got it all wrong. I'm perfectly okay talking to you about things. I think you're great and really easy to talk to. It's just that the topic is quite sensitive and really embarrassing. It was bad enough talking to my mom about it, he said, waving his hands around frantically, getting nervous that she'd misunderstood him. Oh, I see. Well, why don't you start by telling me what you talked about, and we'll go from there, she suggested, trying to ease him into the conversation. Okay, he said reluctantly, taking a moment to compose himself and gather the courage to say it. Well, several moments actually. Then several more. Deku, come on, just say it already, she began. See, he cut her off. W, she asked, surprised. We were talking about he explained, avoiding eye contact with her. Why? She asked, confused. Well, she thought that because I had a girlfriend now, it was time she had the birds and the bees chat with me, he said. That's so. Do you want to have tea? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. What? Yes. I'm sorry, let me restart. At some point, yes, I would, he explained, recovering his composure. He was still very red-faced. Both of them were. They sat there for a moment, neither of them saying a word. Would you want to? Deku asked finally. Yes, she said, burying her face in her hands, embarrassed. That's okay. We don't have to rush into anything, Ochako. We can go at our own pace, he said softly, trying to comfort her. I know. It's just really embarrassing to say it out loud to you, she explained, moving her hands away from her face. Yeah, it is, isn't it? He said. There was another awkward silence between the two. So, what specifically did she talk to you about? She asked, curious. Well, without going into details, she pretty much said, be safe but enjoy it. It's normal to want to be SXL with someone. You're not a pervert for wanting to try things as long as you have consent. If you want to stop, say so, and if the other person tells you to stop, you should do it straight away. Talking about it helps to improve the experience. You know, the usual stuff, he said as if it was obvious and she already knew all this. No, I don't know, Dek. That's why I'm asking. I love you very much for a multitude of reasons, but I also want to be NTMT with you too. So please, no matter how embarrassing this is for both of us, tell me everything your mom told you. If it helps us become more NTMT, I want to know, she explained, tucking her knees into her chest and wrapping her arms around them, embarrassed to say it out loud. Okay, Ochako, I'll tell you everything I know, Deku said, placing a hand of comfort on her shoulder. They sat there for quite some time while Deku went over everything his mother had discussed with him. Of course, Uraraka had questions, which Deku answered the best he could with the small amount of knowledge his mother had given him. The conversation was very uncomfortable for both of them, but they put themselves through it, knowing that this was something they both wanted and should talk about. Eventually, She was satisfied she'd heard everything she wanted to know and didn't have any more questions, much to their relief. Deku threw himself back on her bed, his head landing on her pillow as he sprawled out. "Well, that was embarrassing to talk about," he said, nervously laughing. "Yeah, it was, wasn't it?" Uraraka replied, her knees still tucked into her chest. She didn't dare move, she was petrified of what she was about to do. "Am I really going to do this now? After we just had that conversation? I can't help it, I want this, and I think I've wanted this for longer than I'm willing to admit." "So, your mom gave you condoms?" she asked, getting nervous. "Yeah. They're in my bag," he said. "So you have them with you right now?" she asked, making sure. "Yes, I just told you they're in my bag," he said, confused. "Good," she mumbled to herself. "Ochako," he began, but suddenly she was on top of him, sitting on his lap with one hand on his shoulder and the other running through his hair before gripping it slightly as she kissed him slowly and passionately. He was stunned for a moment, his eyes wide in shock, but they soon closed. The kiss felt amazing to him, and soon he was lost in the moment, wanting nothing but to be close to his girlfriend. It was slow and romantic, their hands exploring each other's bodies until eventually Uraraka gripped at Deku's shirt, trying to pull it up. "Take it off," she whispered into his. Chapter 21. Does he like this? He hasn't told me to stop, so I'll just keep going. Deku began undoing her shirt, wanting to feel her skin against his. She happily complied, helping him take off her shirt until they were holding each other as close as possible, feeling the warmth of their skin together. "This is amazing. I can't believe how good this feels. I want more. I want Deku. Right here. Right now." "Is this good for you, Deku?" she asked between kisses. It was slowly becoming more intense. "Yeah, it's amazing." "Is it good for you?" he asked, moving to kiss her neck. "It's incredible, Deku. Keep doing that. It feels good," she said, enjoying the moment. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. "Hey, Uraraka, you in there?" Ashui knocked on the door. Deku and Uraraka quickly stopped what they were doing. She jumped from her bed, throwing on a hoodie and quickly hiding Deku's bag in the bathroom before ushering him inside. "Hide in here," she whispered. "Uraraka?" Ashui called again. "Hurry," she begged. Deku quickly grabbed his shirt and hid in the bathroom with his bag. "Sorry," she whispered before closing the door. "What are you doing in there?" Ashui asked, confused about what was taking so long. Uraraka opened her door to greet her friend. "Sorry, I was using the bathroom," she lied, trying to recover her breath from the steamy encounter she had just had with Deku. The thought of it made her long for his body against hers again. Why did Ashui have to interrupt us? "Hey, are you listening to me?" Ribbit, the frog quirk user asked. "HM? Sorry I spaced out." "What did you say?" she replied. "You're acting weird. I said dinner is ready. I came to get you since you hadn't come downstairs and you weren't answering your phone," Ashui explained. "Oh, sorry. I was having a nap. Give me a minute to change out of the rest of my uniform, and I'll be there in a minute," she said, wanting to talk to Deku before leaving him in the bathroom. "Yeah, sure. I'll see you downstairs." "You sure you're okay?" Ashui asked, concerned. "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" Uraraka said. "It's just you seem really flustered. And your face is all red. You seem out of breath. It's almost like you're glowing." "Not literally glowing, but you know what I mean," Ashui explained, getting suspicious. "No, I don't know what you mean," Uraraka lied. "Wait a minute. You weren't napping, were you?" Ashui asked, suddenly understanding what her friend had been doing. "Yes, I was napping. What else would I be doing?" Uraraka questioned, trying to sound convincing. "Midoriya is in here, isn't he?" Ashui asked, grinning at her friend. "What?" "No, of course he isn't," Uraraka denied, becoming even more flustered. "He's in the bathroom," Ashui guessed. "What? And no, he's not here." "Ashui, I don't know what you're talking about," Uraraka stuttered, failing to hide her embarrassment. "Okay then, I guess you won't mind if I just use your bathroom real quick," Ashui said, walking into her room and towards the bathroom door. "Wait, Ashui, no, don't." Uraraka tried to stop her, but it was too late. Arie opened the door, revealing a shirtless Deku standing in the bathroom, red-faced. "Oh, hey Arie," he said, scratching the back of his head, embarrassed. "I knew it." "Rip it," she exclaimed, laughing before running out of the room and back downstairs. "Arie, please don't tell anyone," Uraraka called after her. "You'll have to stop me yourself," she called back before disappearing down the stairs. "Great. You could have at least put your shirt back on," Uraraka said, turning back to Deku. "Sorry, I didn't realize she'd figure it out so easily, and I was kind of hoping we could continue when she was gone," he said, attempting to flirt but feeling embarrassed. She stood there for a moment, taken aback, amazed that he'd said something like that. She walked up to him and kissed him passionately before pulling back. "I'd love to, Deku, but another time, okay? Right now, we need to go downstairs for dinner," she said, gazing into his eyes. "And to stop Arie from telling everyone what she thinks we were doing, which, to be fair, if she hadn't interrupted, we were going to do," he said, laughing a little. Uraraka laughed with him. "Yeah, and that. I'll go down there now to stop her from opening her big mouth." Chapter 22. "No, no, 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 no," Uraraka mumbled to herself as she ran through the halls, desperately searching for the right room. Come on, where is it?" Panic surged within her, and she tried to convince herself that none of this was real. "This isn't happening. I'm going to wake up, and it's all just going to be a dream, right?" She was in denial. "This is it, this is the room," she said, bursting through the door. The sight before her broke her heart. "Deku," she gasped, her voice trembling. All Might and Recovery Girl turned to see her standing in the doorway. All Might immediately walked over to her, positioning himself to block her view of the distressing scene. "Young Uraraka, you don't want to see this," he said, his voice slightly shaking. I have to see him, All Might." "Please move," she insisted, looking down at her feet. Her body language was tense, filled with anger and determination. Rage burned inside her, and she didn't care that he was the symbol of peace. He was in her way. "Please, believe me when I tell you that you really don't want to see this," he urged, placing a hand on her shoulder. This made her look up, her eyes filled with a fierce determination that he was preventing her from seeing him. "I've already seen it. So please, move out of my way before I move you myself," she threatened. All Might was taken aback but understood her feelings. Still, he knew it was best for her not to witness this and tried one last time to convince her to wait outside. "Young Uraraka, I really think it would be best if you," he began, but she cut him off. "Just move," she screamed, tears forming in her eyes. She didn't want to hurt All Might. She just needed him to step aside so she could see for herself. "For heaven's sake, All Might, let the poor girl see him." "She's distraught," Recovery Girl said from behind him. "All right, I understand. You can see him. However, you'll never be able to forget seeing him like this. Do you understand?" "There's no turning back," he warned her one last time, offering her the choice to walk away while she still could. "I don't care. I need to see him. I need to be by his side. I need to know he's okay," she said, wiping the tears from her eyes. "Well, eventually he'll be okay when he makes a full recovery if that's what you mean, but right now he's far from it, young lady," Recovery Girl said, still hidden behind All Might's enormous frame. "Just let me see him. Please," she begged. "For what it's worth, I think you're making a mistake, but here. See for yourself," he said, stepping aside to let her pass and closing the door behind her. "Oh God. What did they do to you?" she whispered, her hand covering her mouth in shock. She rushed to his bedside to examine him more closely. He had a mask over his mouth to monitor his breathing, and numerous 4 tubes connected him to various machines. Bandages covered his body where he had been injured, and she could see blood on them, evidence of the severity of his condition. His face was bruised, one eye swollen shut, and his lips cracked and dry, with cuts scattered across them. A bandage wrapped around his forehead, and she could only hope that his lower half was not as badly injured. "Be careful. You don't want to unplug any of that machinery. It's the only thing keeping him alive right now," Recovery Girl warned. "I won't." "Can he hear me?" Uraraka asked, not taking her eyes off him for a second. Truth is, we don't know. You can try talking to him and see if he responds, but so far, nothing has gotten through to him. Sometimes, though, a loved one's voice is all they need, Recovery Girl replied, trying to offer her some hope. Young Uraraka, hold his hand. If he can hear you, he might give it a little squeeze, All Might suggested. She gently took Deku's hand. Deku, can you hear me? She asked, her eyes beginning to water again. Nothing. Deku, please wake up. You're going to miss class. She joked nervously, attempting to lighten the mood but failing miserably. Still, nothing. You're so far behind on schoolwork. Mr. Aizawa's going to be upset. She tried again, beginning to cry but laughing a little as she sought to make light of the situation. Again, there was no response. Please, Deku, wake up. Don't do this to me. I can't take this. You have to wake up. You're breaking my heart. Do you hear me? Wake up, she cried, her voice filled with desperation as she sobbed, pleading for him to return to her. I'm sorry, dear, but this is what it's like when someone is in a coma, Recovery Girl said softly, her heart aching for the girl who stood by Deku's side, hoping for a miracle. He might be able to hear you, he just doesn't have the strength to respond, Recovery Girl tried to explain. No. I'm not done. He's in there. I'm not giving up until he gives me some sort of response. I know you can hear me. You don't have to wake up. Just give me something. Anything. One thing to let me know you can hear me. Just one. That'll be enough for me, she whispered through her tears, trying to reach him. They waited for a few moments. Nothing. Uraraka was devastated, burying her face in the bed and sobbing uncontrollably. Recovery Girl and All Might sat there, heartbroken, watching her grieve for him, even though he was still very much alive. Then something happened that shocked everyone in the room. Oh.cha.ko. Deku managed to say her name. Her head snapped up to look at him. All Might and Recovery Girl's mouths hung open in disbelief. Son of a, All Might exclaimed, astonished by what he was witnessing. As the symbol of peace, he had seen some amazing things, but this was truly special. Uraraka felt Deku's hand move slightly as he attempted to hold hers, squeezing it gently. But she was more focused on his face. His good eye was barely open, and he was looking right at her. Ochako, he said again. I'm here. I'm right here, don't you worry. I'm not going anywhere, she said, beginning to sob again, but this time it was relief and joy that he was awake. He still seemed half-conscious, but he was coming around. Tell Mr. Aizawa. He struggled to get the words out. What? Tell him what? She asked, confused about why he wanted her to tell Mr. Aizawa something. Tell him. Catch up. On what? I missed, he joked, gasping for breath and coughing between words. You JRK. I was worried sick, and you wake up from a coma after 12 hours to make jokes? She said, torn between anger and happiness, laughing through her tears at his lightheartedness despite his condition. Young Midoriya is awake. All Might bellowed. All Might is too loud. Deku joked again, causing everyone in the room to laugh. Uraraka was still crying, but she couldn't believe he had actually woken up. Ah, you're one tough kid, you know that? All Might said, beaming with joy that his protege had pulled off this miracle. I don't understand. You should still be out cold. Even my quirk couldn't heal you well enough for you to wake up for another week at least, and even then that would have been pushing it. How are you awake right now? Recovery Girl asked, still completely astonished. Oh, this is temporary. But that's easy. The same. I survived. You're the reason. I'm still here, he explained, coughing and gasping for air. What are you talking about, you big dummy? Uraraka asked, staring into his one barely open eye. I was captured. I thought about you. That's what kept me going. And just now, your voice gave me strength enough to wake up, he explained, struggling to get his words out. I don't understand, Deku, she said, her voice trailing off. It's simple, really. To keep fighting. To keep trying. I just one thing. And that's they need. Deku strained to say, determined to get this out while he could still keep himself awake. What is it, Deku? What's the one thing you need? Uraraka asked, not knowing the answer. If she weren't so emotional, she might have realized where he was going with this. Somehow, he managed to smile. Ochako, all I need is you, he managed to say. She wanted so badly to kiss him right then, but she couldn't because of the mask on his face, so she settled for kissing his hand, making sure to avoid the part that had dried blood on it. I love you, you big dummy, she said, smiling at him, her eyes still watery. You too. I don't know. How much longer? I can. Stay awake, he warned, knowing this was temporary and that he had used every bit of willpower he had to wake himself up for a few moments. It's okay, you can go back to sleep. I know you can hear me now, so don't force yourself to stay awake just to talk to me. We'll have plenty of time to talk when you've recovered and are allowed to return to UA. Until then, I'll visit you whenever I can and tell you all about what's been happening at school and talk to you about all the work you're missing, okay? Uraraka said softly, reassuring him that it was okay to rest. Sounds. Think. I'm gonna. Get some. Should I? Night. He made one last joke before his eye, which. You know, it's crazy to think that on Sunday I met his mother for the first time. The last time I saw him was on Monday at dinner in the dorms. That was 4 days ago. I knew he was going on a mission with some of the pro heroes on Tuesday, so when I didn't hear from him all day, I just assumed he was busy. On Wednesday, it was the same. I didn't see him at school or in his room, which I thought was strange. Naturally, I asked Mr. Aizawa if he had heard anything, and he told me that the mission was extended for a couple of days and they had gone undercover, which is why he wasn't answering his phone. On Thursday, I asked Mr. Aizawa again, and he confirmed that the mission was still ongoing. Then this morning, Mr. Aizawa kept me behind after our first class to tell me that Deku was in the hospital and in a coma. He said his condition was stable but that he was lucky to be alive. When I asked what happened, he said I should ask you. So tell me, All Might, what really happened to Deku? Uraraka asked, her voice trembling as she held her boyfriend's hand, which had just barely managed to return her hold moments ago. Perhaps we should step outside for this, All Might suggested. Oh, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here with him. We can talk about it here. What happened? She insisted, her gaze fixed on Deku, watching him sleep peacefully. It broke her heart to see him so badly hurt, but she couldn't look away. It felt like the moment she took her eyes off him, he would be gone, and she would lose him all over again. I'm not letting you out of my sight again, Deku. I'll wait outside, Recovery Girl said, attempting to leave. No, you won't, Uraraka said firmly before she could go anywhere. Excuse me? The old lady asked, surprised. You're not going anywhere. Neither of you are. You both knew what was happening. You kept the truth from me. Now both of you are going to tell me what they did to him, Uraraka demanded. What who did to him? All Might asked, hoping she hadn't started putting the pieces together already. You see, I had to take a 25-minute bus ride to the hospital. On my way here, I did some digging. Turns out the pro heroes Deku was on that mission with came back and went on other missions days ago. Nobody knew he was interning with them, so he wasn't reported missing. And you covered it up. So I'll ask again. What happened? And what did the League of Villains do to him? She pressed, frustration evident in her voice. You're a bright girl, so I'll tell you before you find out for yourself, All Might said, deciding she should know the truth. All Might, you can't. We're under strict instructions to, Recovery Girl began. Even if I don't tell her, she'll just find the answers elsewhere or worse, she might go hunting down villains associated with the League to get the information herself, which could end with her in the same condition as young Midoriya or worse. He was lucky to escape in the first place, All Might explained to Recovery Girl. She thought for a moment before finally speaking. You're right. It's best we tell her now and stop her from going on some crusade, she agreed. I'm right here, Uraraka reminded them, feeling as if they thought she couldn't hear them. She knew Deku had escaped. There was no way he would sit around waiting to be rescued. Yes, you are. What do you want to know? Recovery Girl asked supportively, trying to comfort the distressed girl. I want to know what happened. From the start. Tell me everything, Uraraka said, unsure if she truly wanted to hear it. They set out on their mission on Tuesday as planned. It was supposed to be a simple in-and-out job, over in a matter of hours. They walked straight into a trap, Recovery Girl explained. Yes, it seems they were planning to capture young Midoriya all along. When they entered the building, the room was immediately filled with some kind of gas, and they were locked in. The gas knocked them out, and when they came to, none of them had any injuries to speak of, and young Midoriya was gone, All Might added. Was the gas a quirk of some kind? She asked. Unclear, I'm afraid. The pros immediately reported to the school what had happened. We were given strict orders to tell you that the mission had been extended and they were undercover if you asked about it. They made it very clear that we were not to tell any of you what had happened since you all have a track record for going after villains by yourselves when your friends are in trouble, Recovery Girl continued. To be fair, it's usually Deku that does that, but you're right, we probably would have gone looking for him, she joked, though she understood why it had been kept from her classmates. Exactly. Anyway, we searched, and the pros involved did their best to find him, but try as we might, we just couldn't seem to find the poor boy. That is until last night, All Might explained. Somehow, he'd managed to escape. I don't know how, because he completely ruined his legs using his quirk, but somebody found him in the street, bleeding and unconscious. They called an ambulance, and he was brought here. They patched him up as best they could and hooked him up to all of this machinery, Recovery Girl added. By this point, my friend on the police force had already alerted me that he'd been found and was in the hospital receiving treatment. We informed the school right away and got here as fast as we could, All Might said, his voice trembling slightly. Wow, this is clearly painful for him. I knew he had a soft spot for Deku, but this is really getting to him. I did what I could for him using my own quirk, but I'm afraid a majority of his injuries will take time to heal. I focused on healing his legs since he messed them up so badly. It's a miracle there's no permanent damage to them. In fact, it's a miracle that there's no permanent damage to the rest of him either. Although he'll have plenty of scars when he's fully recovered, Recovery Girl finished up the story. The two of them allowed Uraraka to let this all sink in before saying anything. Any questions? All Might asked. Was it the League? She asked. No. Turns out they were hoping that by capturing young Midoriya, the League would allow them to join. They didn't get very far. We have them in custody, although we're unsure if we have all of them. We're pretty certain it was a much larger group, All Might answered. How'd you find them all? She asked. Easy. In his escape, Midoriya managed to knock all 6 of them out, and he was found unconscious right outside their hideout, so we didn't have to look very hard. When we did find them, they were still out cold. Although he clearly didn't do it stealthily, as there were clear signs of a struggle. He fought them alone, 6 against 1, and he barely survived in the process, Recovery Girl explained. Of course you did, you big dummy. I wish you would learn to just run away sometimes. You could have gotten yourself hurt. In fact, I might just be really upset with you for being such a reckless, brave, stubborn person. Did they hurt him? She asked. Honestly, young Uraraka, it's hard to say what they did to him in the last 3 days. Most of his injuries seem to be from last night in the fight, but I won't lie to you, they definitely gave him a beating or two. They were just giving him enough food and drink to survive as well, All Might explained. That's horrible. You should have told us. We could have helped. Then he might not be in this state right now. He might have been back at UA already, Uraraka said, tearing up again. I wanted to tell you, believe me I did, but, All Might began, but Uraraka was too upset to listen. It doesn't matter what you wanted to do because you didn't do it, All Might. So I don't care what you wanted to do. It's happened now, and there's nothing we can do to change that. All I care about now is being with Deku until he can come back to you, Uraraka said, letting her face drop onto the bed again to hide her tears. Very well, I understand. We'll leave you two alone, he said before walking out the door with Recovery Girl, leaving her alone with a sleeping Deku. You stupid. Reckless. Downright foolish, she mumbled as she began to sob. She spent a good amount of time sitting there, crying into the bed sheets while holding onto his hand. Eventually, she composed herself and started talking to him as if he were awake and listening. She spent all evening doing this until she eventually got tired and fell asleep. The next morning. Ochako? Hey, Ochako, wake up, Deku said, attempting to shake her but unable to move his body due to his injuries. HM? What? Deku, is that you? She stirred, still half asleep and not fully aware of what was happening. She looked up to see he was awake, and his good eye was fully open. Something was wrong though, he looked worried. Ochako, where's All Might? He asked. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, whatever it is can wait, Dek. Chapter 24. I don't know what to be more shocked by. The fact that he knocked out 16 villains by himself when he'd been starved and dehydrated for days, not to mention beaten. Or the fact that the first thing he was worried about when he was fully awake was how many of them had been arrested. Talk about being dedicated to the job, but that's on another level. Ashido exclaimed. Ashido, please. It was clearly very traumatic for him and for Uraraka, Yaoyorozu cautioned, urging her to be more considerate of what they had gone through. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, Uraraka, Ashido said, apologizing to her friend. No, you're right. I thought the same thing. He hasn't been the same since he woke up. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad he did. It's a miracle he woke up as soon as he did. I'm glad he's already back at UA, even if he is in a wheelchair at the moment. But whatever they did to him clearly messed him up. He seems more on edge and has been really protective of me since he woke up, Uraraka explained to the girls. Give him a break, he was a hostage for 3 days. There's no telling what they did to him. Of course, he'd be on edge, Jiro said, trying to reassure her. Yeah, you're right. I just keep thinking, what if the torture wasn't physical? What if it was mental? Uraraka questioned. What do you mean? Arie asked. Well, they said most of his injuries probably happened during his escape. If they'd happened before that, he would have been dead long before then. Apparently, the worst they probably did was a beating or two. If they were going to hand him over to the League of Villains, they'd keep him in pretty good shape, right? The leader of the League seems to really hate Deku, so they probably didn't do any serious harm to him so that Shigaraki could do whatever he wanted when they handed him over. They probably thought that if they brought Deku to him half dead, he'd be upset with them for ruining his fun or something, Uraraka explained. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, but are you sure you're not just being paranoid? Yaoyorozu asked. No, I don't think I am. They managed to recover some surveillance footage from the warehouse. They got the whole fight on film. Deku was angry. The way he was fighting was different. He didn't just want to beat them, he wanted to make sure he hurt them too. It looked like he just went into a rage and wasn't thinking about what he was doing. He relentlessly went from villain to villain, attacking them and landing blow after blow. He didn't even try to dodge their attacks, he just let them land their hits. That's why his injuries were so bad. The whole thing was impressive to watch him take down 16 villains all by himself, but more than anything, it scared me. That wasn't Deku. That was someone much darker. They did something to him, Uraraka said, her voice filled with concern that the boy who had returned to UA wasn't the same light-hearted friend who had left for a simple mission a few weeks ago. Okay, if you're really worried, we'll all keep an eye on him. Although I have to say, he still seems like the same guy, just more on edge, Yaoyorozu said. I agree. In hindsight, he doesn't seem any different. He just seems really tense, which is completely normal after going through that. But I know what I saw on that tape and I didn't. Like it? Uraraka said, her voice trembling slightly. Talk to him. See what you can find out, Ashido suggested. What if he doesn't want to? It was a pretty traumatic experience, Uraraka replied. Then you make him open up to you. I don't know what it is that you do, but he seems to find talking to you really easy, Ashido said. Oh, I don't know, maybe because I'm his girlfriend and we love each other? Uraraka said sarcastically. No, that's not it. It's something else, Ashido replied after a moment of thought. Look, just talk to him, Uraraka, okay? If something happened, he'll talk to you, Yaoyorozu said, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Okay, I'll do it. The following day in Deku's room. I have to find them. Every last one of them. They're out there somewhere. I have to stop them before they... Hey, Deku, are you watching the movie or what? Uraraka asked, noticing he was spacing out. Oh, yeah, of course, he lied. She frowned at him before turning the TV off and sitting up to face him. What's wrong? She asked. Nothing, he lied again. Deku, please talk to me, she begged. Ochako, nothing is wrong, I promise, he continued to lie. Deku, stop lying to me, she said, her expression stern and hurt. Suddenly, he felt guilty knowing he'd been lying to her for weeks. He had been discharged from the hospital a couple of days ago, but he hadn't told anyone the truth about what they had done to him when he was their hostage. Deku, look at me, she said softly. He looked up into her eyes and saw the worry in them. There's no way out of this, is there? Mentally or physically? She asked. Mental, he replied. What did they do to you? She asked, holding his hand to provide comfort. They. Deku struggled to find the words. Hey, I'm right here, Da. It's okay, nobody is going to hurt you, she said, trying to calm him down. It's not me I'm worried about. He hesitated. I don't know if it was a quirk or if they produced it, but there was a gas in the room almost all the time. The only time it wasn't there was when they ate or were bored of torturing me for the day. What did the gas do? She asked. It made me see things. Horrible, horrific things. His voice trembled, trailing off as he avoided specifics. So it made you hallucinate? She asked. He nodded. I tried to close my eyes so I wouldn't have to see it, but then I'd hear screams and voices begging me to help them. One of them would usually make me look anyway, so I had to watch. He struggled to share this, but he knew it was better to tell her than to keep it inside. What did you see, Deku? She pressed gently. I saw All Might being killed in the most gruesome ways. I saw Shigaraki kill me over and over again. I saw my mom being tortured and killed repeatedly. He paused, dreading the next part. It's okay, Deku. Keep going, she encouraged him. It's not okay at all, he whispered. I saw you. Tears formed in his eyes. Tell me what you saw specifically, Deku, she said, surprisingly unfazed. I saw you being hurt, being attacked. All kinds of horrifying things. On the night I escaped, I thought I was handling it well, convincing myself it wasn't real. But then I saw you. You were in pain. That's what I saw, Ochako. It was the final straw. I snapped. I just saw red and felt this rage burning inside me. When I calmed down, I was free of my restraints, and they were all unconscious. I was bleeding heavily, and half my vision was gone. My legs were completely destroyed from using my quirk as well. He began to sob, ashamed of what he had done and worried about how Uraraka would react. To his surprise, she placed her hand on his face, turning him towards her. She was crying too, but then she kissed him passionately before pulling back after a few moments. Deku, that's awful. I'm so sorry you went through that. I'm sorry you saw such terrible things, but you need to know that it wasn't real. None of it was. I need you to know that. Nothing you saw actually happened. Nobody has laid a finger on me. Your mom is perfectly fine and safe at home. All Might is still alive and well too. All of us are okay. The only thing causing me pain right now is seeing you like this, but that'll pass. You should be fully recovered soon, she said through tears, trying to convince him that everything he'd seen was just a trick of the mind. I know it wasn't real, but it felt real. Every last bit of it felt real, he said, tears streaming down his face. Deku, listen to my voice. I want you to repeat after me, okay? It wasn't real, she instructed. It wasn't real, he echoed. It wasn't real, she said again. It wasn't real, he repeated once more. They continued this for several minutes until eventually, Deku began to calm down. Feel better, she asked, wiping her tears away. Yeah. Tons. Thank you, he said, smiling at her. It wasn't real. He believed it. For the first time since he woke up, he actually believed it wasn't real. Good. You're welcome. I should probably head back to my room, huh? She said, getting up to leave. No. Deku almost shouted. She stopped, turning to look at him in confusion. Deku, she asked. Sorry, I didn't mean to raise my voice at you. I was just wondering if you'd maybe like to stay here with me tonight? He asked shyly. She smiled at him. I'd be happy to, Deku, she said, jumping back into bed with him and cuddling up to his warm body. Well, she's helped me fix one thing. Now I've just got to figure out how to fix the other problem. It had been 2 months since Deku had been captured by villains. Since then, he had made a miraculous recovery and somehow had no permanent damage from his injuries, although he bore plenty of scars, a reminder of when he let rage and anger take over. This was his permanent reminder of that lesson, one he would never forget, just like the scars on his hand from when he was still learning how to control his quirk. Standing shirtless in his room, wearing only a pair of shorts, he found himself doing this often since he had gotten out of the wheelchair and was able to stand on his own. That had been 4 weeks ago. Whenever he did this, he studied and traced the scars on his body. They were prominent and still fresh. He had only just gotten the stitches removed last week. How could I have been so careless? All I had to do was wait for the pros. They must have been hours away from finding me. No, I couldn't have taken that risk. I had to save myself, or they could have taken me to Shigaraki at any point. Then it really would have been over for me. Still, I should have just run. None of them seemed to have speed or long-range quirks. I risked my life just to get my own back. So stupid. Hey, what are you doing? Uraraka asked, waking up in his bed. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, Deku. What are you doing out of bed? Oh, it's nothing. You can go back to sleep, he said, trying to play it off. No, I can't because my boyfriend isn't in bed with me to cuddle up to, she said, pouting a little. Deku chuckled at her disappointment. Okay, I'm getting back into bed, he said, sliding back under the sheets. He lay back on his pillow and felt Uraraka put her leg over his, her arm reaching across his chest while her head nestled on his shoulder, allowing him to feel her breath on his neck. She felt warm and comforting against him. Hey, what did you put on? She asked, sounding disappointed again. HM? Oh, sorry, I put some shorts on, he explained. No fair. I'm only wearing underwear, so. You have to do the same, she complained. Okay, I'll take them off, he said, happily surrendering to her. She had been sleeping in his bed every night since he told her about how the villains had tortured him. They quickly realized it felt much better to sleep in their underwear together, using each other's bodies to stay warm as they cuddled during the night. It had been embarrassing at first, but they had quickly gotten used to it. Tomorrow is the first day you're allowed to train again, Uraraka said, half asleep. I know, Deku replied, closing his own eyes. You nervous? She asked. No. Should I be? He replied. No, I was just asking. You haven't trained in a while, all you've been able to do is your physio to get your strength back up, she explained, a little worried about him. I know. You're worried I'll overdo it, aren't you? He asked. Yes, she admitted, unable to lie to him about her concern. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll ask Mr. Aizawa if I can sit out training just to be on the safe side, he said, offering her some reassurance. Deku, you don't have to do that. You've already missed out on enough. You don't have to miss more just because I'm worried about you. Just take it easy, she explained, not wanting him to miss more training than he already had. No, I'll sit it out. I know I won't be able to take it easy, so I'll bench myself to make sure I don't cause myself any further damage and have to miss more training through injury again, he said, absolutely sure about his decision. If you're sure, then okay. I just don't want to see you hurt again, she said, her voice tinged with pain. Deku immediately felt guilty. It's my fault she feels this way. I put her through that because I almost got myself killed trying to get revenge. I can't do that to her again. I love you, she said. I love you too, he replied. He felt her head turn a little more into his neck before he felt the warmth of her lips on his skin. It was just a small peck, but she followed it up with a deeper kiss. Ochako. That feels really good, Deku said, beginning to feel the warmth of the moment. She grew more confident, exploring the connection between them, and he couldn't help but feel a rush of emotions. Wow, this feels amazing. I'm so grateful for her support. Ochako, you really know how to make me feel good, he said, amazed by her affection. She continued to express her feelings, and he felt a sense of peace wash over him, knowing they were in this together. Chapter 25. Deku and Ochako lay together, their hearts racing after an intense moment of connection. Ochako, that's not fair. You can't tease me like that, he complained, a smile creeping onto his face despite the overwhelming sensations. She moved closer, kissing him softly, and they began to share tender moments, their lips meeting in a passionate embrace. "I want to be close to you too, Ochako," he said, rolling them both onto their sides. They continued to kiss, their hands exploring each other gently. Deku's hand found its way down Ochako's back, and she shivered at his touch, a soft sigh escaping her lips. "Stop talking. Let's just enjoy this," she whispered, pulling him in for another kiss. The intimacy between them deepened, and Ochako felt a surge of emotions. Ever since Deku had recovered from his injury, her longing to be close to him had grown stronger. She wanted to show him how much she loved him, to cherish every moment they had together. As they continued to explore each other, Ochako felt a wave of pleasure wash over her. "Deku, I can't believe how amazing this feels," she managed to say, her breath hitching. Deku, feeling the same intensity, responded, "I want us to share this together." They both focused on making each other feel good, lost in the moment. After a while, they lay together, breathing and amazed at the connection they had just shared. "That was incredible," Deku gasped, still catching his breath. "I know. It feels just as amazing every time," Ochako replied, a smile spreading across her face. They gazed into each other's eyes, and Deku leaned in for a deep kiss. After a moment, he pulled back, looking thoughtful. "Deku, do you think we could take the next step tonight?" she asked, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "Not tonight," he replied gently. "It's late, and I have physio before class in the morning. We should probably get some sleep." Ochako's heart sank a little. "Do you not want to be with me?" she asked, feeling insecure. "No, it's not that. Ochako, I love you so much. You've been amazing through everything, helping me recover and supporting me," he reassured her. "But I just don't feel ready yet." "Why not?" she pressed, wanting to understand. Deku hesitated, then said, "I still feel like I'm not completely myself. I've been through a lot, and I feel protective of you. I don't want to let my past mistakes affect us." Ochako listened intently, her expression softening. "Deku, I get that you're still healing, but if we both want to be together, we shouldn't hold back. It's about what we both want, not about earning it." Deku looked at her, realizing the truth in her words. "You're right, Ochako. I just need to work through my feelings. Thank you for being patient with me." They shared a quiet moment, the bond between them growing stronger as they navigated their emotions together. Part 3. "I'm sorry, but the idea that I don't deserve to be with my girlfriend because I fought off a bunch of villains who tortured me is noble, I guess, but it doesn't make sense," she said again. What are you saying? You don't believe me?" he asked, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice. "Oh, I believe you. What I mean is that you don't have to earn it or make some grand gesture to redeem yourself. Honestly, I don't think you have anything to make up for. You were kidnapped and faced your darkest fears for 3 days straight. How you reacted was perfectly normal. Everyone has their breaking point. You just happen to have an incredibly powerful quirk and amazing combat skills, which is why you survived. Nobody thinks you did anything wrong or that you need to redeem yourself. You did nothing wrong, and thanks to you, 6 more villains are behind bars now. Just be happy that you're still here, still at you, still training to be a pro someday, and still with me," she explained, her tone kind and patient. Deku stared at her in disbelief, letting her words sink in. "She's right. I should just be happy that I'm still able to attend the school I've always wanted to go to, still on the path to becoming the #1 hero, and that I'm here with her right now, feeling the warmth of her body against my own. You're right. You're completely right. I'm sorry," he said, gently pushing her hair back and tucking it behind her ear. "I know I am," she said, smirking at him. "Okay, hey, don't get cocky," he replied, noticing her smug expression. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said, still smirking. Deku started to tickle her. "Yes, you do," he said playfully, causing her to flail around uncontrollably and laugh. Stop it, Deku, please. No, stop. It's not fair," she managed to say between her laughter. "I'll stop if you promise to stop being so smug," he said. Okay, I promise I won't," she said, and he finally stopped. They were still lying on their sides, their faces just inches apart. "We should probably get some sleep," Deku suggested. "Yeah, we should. I'll help you with your physio in the morning if you want," she offered. That'd be great, but don't start falling behind in your own fitness training just for my benefit, he said, thankful but concerned. It's fine. I'm still on track and hitting my targets just fine. I find time to do my workouts every day, Deku. I have a life outside of you, she teased. That's a shame. I want to be your center of attention at all times, he said sarcastically. Well, you would be, but you won't be with me, she teased back. Hey, that wasn't fair, he said, a little hurt. Yeah, well, it's not fair that you haven't been with me yet, she said, pouting slightly. You're cute when you do that. Another time, anyway, we really need to get to sleep, he said. Fine, I guess I'll let you off the hook. Deku woke up before his alarm went off. Uraraka was still peacefully sleeping next to him. They hadn't moved from when they fell back asleep, cuddled up to each other face to face. He thought to himself, I guess I should surprise her. If this works, she's going to be so happy. He gently rolled her over onto her back and slowly climbed on top of her, being careful not to wake her. Here goes nothing, he whispered to himself. He began to kiss Uraraka's neck tenderly, one hand running through her hair while the other rested on her body. She began to stir. Wake up, sleepyhead, he whispered into her ear. Hearing his voice and feeling his warmth, she slowly began to wake up. Good morning, Deku. This is a pleasant surper. Oh, she stopped mid-sentence as she felt his gentle touch, a rush of unexpected sensations flooding through her. Deku, if you keep being this intense then I'm going to, she gasped, her breath quickening. He continued to kiss her neck, sending shivers down her spine. This feels incredible, Deku, don't you dare stop, she urged, her voice trembling. Hey Deku, she exclaimed as she felt overwhelmed by the sensations. That was amazing, Deku, she said, gasping for air, still in shock at how he'd woken her up that morning. She tried to sit up to kiss him, but he gently pushed her back down. I'm not done yet, he said with a playful smirk. Am I dreaming? She thought, feeling exhilarated. Whatever this is, it feels too good to stop. The way he just pinned her back down was incredibly exciting. She wondered what he would do next. Deku moved down her body, and she was surprised to see him in such an intimate position. Deku, are you seriously going to— she gasped, feeling a rush of sensations. She had never experienced anything like it before. He continued to explore, causing her to grip the sheets tightly, her body responding to every touch. She ran her hands through her hair, unsure of where to place them. Deku was driving her wild, and she felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Deku, you're so good at this. Please, she urged, feeling overwhelmed by the sensations. She realized how much she wanted to be close to him, to share this moment fully. Okay, I think it's time, Ochako, he said suddenly, sitting up. Hey, when did you? She started, noticing the change in the atmosphere. Just now, he replied, wanting to make sure she was ready for the next step. So, are you ready? He asked, looking into her eyes for confirmation. Ready? Deku, I've barely had a moment to think about anything other than what you've been doing to me since I woke up, which has been absolutely mind-blowing. And now we're both here, and you're asking if I'm ready. Her voice trailed off as she realized what was happening. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. It's only 6 a.m. We barely slept 3 hours, she said. Oh, cool. Guess we're up early then, he replied, turning away from her as he searched for his phone on the desk, knowing it was somewhere nearby. Hey, Ochako, have you seen my— His voice trailed off as he turned back to her. She was on her knees, bent over on his bed, her feet hanging off the edge, and she looked at him over her shoulder. He blinked, surprised. Midoriya. Come with me a second, will you? Kaminari said, grabbing him by the arm and pulling him along. They had just finished training for the morning, and lunch break had begun. Usually, Deku would go with Uraraka and Ida, and recently Todoroki had been joining them too. But today, his electric friend had whisked him off before he had a chance to go anywhere. Oh no, what does he want? Something's up because he's rushing me out of class to who knows where. Is he mad at me? No, he can't be. He has a huge smirk on his face. What? Kaminari, what's up with you? Where are you taking me? Deku asked, beginning to worry. Oh, don't worry, Midoriya, you'll be fine. Me and the guys just want you to come and have lunch with us today. That cool? Kaminari asked, failing to hide the grin on his face. I guess, Deku gulped. I don't like where this is going. What are you up to? He pressed, wanting to get straight to the point. Nothing, I promise. Dude's honor, he said, holding his hand up as if that actually counted for something. That's not exactly convincing me, Deku replied, giving the electric user a disapproving look. Why not? Kaminari asked, feigning innocence. Because last time you said, dude's honor, was this morning when you said you wouldn't drop me in training, and you proceeded to trip, and I fell out of a window on the 8th floor, Deku said, recalling the incident. Oh yeah, sorry about that. I know you managed to soften the fall with your quirk, but I've been meaning to ask, are you okay? Kaminari said, scratching the back of his head, feeling guilty. I'm fine, no thanks to you and your dude's honor, Deku replied, but before he could finish, Kaminari cut him off. Oh, look at that, we're here. Kaminari exclaimed as they arrived at the table he usually sat at. He gestured for Deku to sit down, and he did. Can I at least get my lunch? Deku asked, feeling hungry and not wanting to be held prisoner. Sure, man, knock yourself out, Kaminari said, allowing Deku to grab some food. On his way, however, Deku saw Ashido drag Uraraka over to a table before sitting down with her. So Kaminari wants me to sit with the guys, and Ashido is making Uraraka sit with the girls. What are they up to? Uraraka looks nervous. I should help her out. He waved to get her attention as soon as Kaminari wasn't looking. He wasn't a very good guard, it turned out. She saw him, careful not to let Ashido catch on. Deku mouthed to her to ask Ashido if she could go get some food. He pointed and made hand signs to help get his message across. She seemed to understand, giving him a sneaky thumbs up before saying something to Ashido and standing up to walk away from the table. She motioned for Deku to start walking so they weren't seen approaching each other. Deku reached the doors first, walking through them, and around the first corner he came across. Checking to ensure he was alone, he turned back to see Uraraka walk through the doors, and he waved at her to get her attention. She quickly ran over to him and joined him in the hallway. What's going on? She asked. I don't know, I was going to ask you the same thing, Deku replied, just as confused as she was. Has Kaminari said anything to you? Not much. Just that he wants me to sit and gossip with the girls. Apparently, she heard something from one of the boys this morning, and she's got that look in her eyes when she gets really excited about one of her little schemes, she explained. Then what do they want to talk to us about? Deku asked. Ah, there you are, a familiar voice said, catching them off guard. Come on, Midoriya, Kirishima got your food for you since you ran off, Kaminari said, grinning and grabbing his arm, dragging him back toward the cafeteria. Yeah, can't have you two conspiring against us now, can we? Ashido teased, doing the same with Uraraka. What are you guys up to? Deku asked. Nothing. I told you we just want you to sit with the guys and talk about boy stuff, Kaminari answered, though Deku could have sworn he heard him snickering. Yeah, and the girls want Uraraka to sit with us and talk about girl stuff. Just because you two are a couple doesn't mean you get to hog her all the time, Midoriya. Geez, Ashido said, trying to convince them this was perfectly normal. It wasn't the Chapter 27. Far from it. In fact, it was clear as day from the smirks on their faces that they were up to something. But that doesn't make sense. We always sat together long before we were a couple, so what are you planning? Uraraka questioned, trying to get her pink friend to spill the beans. Nothing. I'm just telling you we think Deku should spend some time with the boys, and you should spend some time with the girls for once. That cool? Ashido asked, trying but failing to hide her grin. Sure. Can I give Deku a hug then since I'm not going to see him for all of lunch? Uraraka asked, suddenly having a horrible thought pop into her head. I don't see why not. Ashido granted her wish, letting go of her, and Kaminari followed suit, letting go of Deku. She wrapped her arms around Deku, giving him a hug before whispering into his ear, It's about this morning. I don't know how, but they know about this morning, Deku, she informed him, making sure their friends didn't hear her. She pulled back to avoid seeming suspicious. Well, I'll see you back in class, Deku. Love you, she said, giving him a quick kiss. Love you too, Ochako, he replied, still stunned and in shock from what she told him. "Aw, isn't that cute? Now hurry up, we've lost too much time as it is and I'm hungry," Ashido said, dragging Uraraka away back to their table. "Come on you too, Midoriya. Let's eat," Kaminari said, pulling him back to his seat. Kirishima, Shiro, and Tokoyami were waiting for them. Tokoyami was in on it too? I should have known when he came out and went straight back into the cafeteria. I knew that didn't feel right. Well, look who it is. "Have a seat, Midoriya," Kirishima said, grinning at him. He took his seat and as he did, he looked over at Uraraka, who sat with all the other girls in their class. Ida and Todoroki were at their usual table, observing the scene curiously. "This isn't all of the boys," Deku stated, noting the absence of some familiar faces. "We know. We decided Mineta shouldn't be here, and everyone else was doing their own thing. Although I don't know where." Kaminari was cut off by a tray slamming down next to him and a very annoyed blonde sitting down. "What's the nerd doing sitting here with us?" Bakugo questioned, clearly not happy to see him in his space. "I was invited, Kakin. If that's what you want to call it," Deku explained, surprisingly calm. "Whatever," Bakugo said, proceeding to eat his food, accepting Deku's presence but not acknowledging it further. "So, Midoriya, how's your relationship with Uraraka going?" Shiro asked. "Oh, it's going great," he said, remembering why they wanted to talk to him. "Anything interesting been happening?" Kirishima inquired. "Well, not really. She's just been helping me through my recovery, that's about it really," Deku said, beginning to nervously eat his food. "You had a romantic moment yet?" Kaminari suddenly asked. Deku almost choked on his food. He knew they were going to ask, but it was so sudden. He coughed and tried to recover his breath. "What do you mean?" he asked, unsure of how to respond. "I mean exactly what I asked. Have you had a romantic moment with her yet?" Kaminari pressed again. Deku flinched at the question. "No, of course not," he lied poorly, his face betraying him with how red it was. "Really? Not even a kiss?" Kirishima asked. "I'm not telling you that." Deku protested, feeling overwhelmed. They simply laughed at him. "So that's a yes you have," Shiro teased. "Why are you guys even asking me about this stuff? What are you, just jealous you can't get a date or something?" Deku joked, feeling defensive. To everyone's surprise, Bakugo started laughing uncontrollably. "What's so funny?" Kirishima asked him. "The nerd just said the funniest thing I've heard all week." "Not bad, Turns out you do have a darker side after all," Bakugo said, smiling slightly. "Is Kakin okay? I made him laugh? I've never done that. He's only ever laughed at me when he's made fun of me, but he seems to be genuinely laughing at what I just said." "Bakugo, are you okay?" Kaminari asked. "I'm fine. The nerd just said something funny, that's all. You're all just jealous he has a girlfriend and got a date before any of you did. Now shut up and let me eat." Bakugo yelled at them before returning to his food. "Okay? Anyway, Midoriya, come on, spill. Tell us about it," Kirishima said, returning his attention to Deku. Suddenly, they began to bombard Deku with questions. "Yeah, what's it like? How long did you last? Did she enjoy it too? How did it feel? What moments have you shared? Have you kissed yet? How many times have you gone out?" "Enough!" Deku suddenly screamed, overwhelmed and embarrassed by all these questions. "Midoriya?" Kaminari asked, taken aback by his outburst. Tokoyami had been sitting quietly this whole time, just watching the events unfold. "With that, I'll take my leave. This was amusing while it lasted," he said, standing up and leaving their table. "I'm not going to answer any of your questions. If you must know, yes, we've shared moments." Chapter 27. "I'm actually kinda proud of him for that one," Bakugo mumbled to himself, not realizing the rest of them had heard him. "You sure you're okay, man?" Kirishima asked. "I told you I'm fine," he bellowed. Deku sat down next to his girlfriend, taking her hand to comfort her. "You okay?" he asked gently. "I'm fine. It was just a little embarrassing. I didn't deny it, they were going to find out one way or another," she explained, smiling at him and leaning on his shoulder. "Yeah, same here," Deku said, closing his eyes and resting his head on hers. Deny what exactly? Todoroki asked, curious. Shifting in his seat, Deku felt the tension in the air. He glanced at his friends, knowing that some things were better left unsaid. Oh, it's nothing, Todoroki, Deku lied, scratching his head nervously. But you both just said you didn't deny something. So what was it? He asked, not being fooled by Deku's act. Seriously, it was nothing. They were just asking us about something silly. Uraraka tried to cover for them both. Midoriya. Uraraka. Stop lying to us. We're your friends. Now why did they drag the two of you off like that? What did they ask you that you didn't deny? Ida chimed in, seeing through their facades. The two of them looked at each other before each letting out a sigh of defeat. They fine. You sure you want to know? You're not going to like it, Deku warned them. How bad can it possibly be? Ida asked, not taking it too seriously since Ashido and Kaminari seemed to be behind the whole thing, so he assumed it was something childish and silly. Bad? Uraraka said, her face going red. Did they say something to upset you? If they did, then Todoroki began, but Deku stopped him before he went down that road. No. It's nothing like that. They just wanted to ask us about something, he explained, assuring his friend he didn't need to freeze half their class. I see. Well, what was it? Todoroki asked. Yes, come on you two. I'm beginning to worry, Ida stated. They both looked at each other one last time before dropping their heads and looking at their feet, not wanting to look at their two friends as they said it. When they spoke, they did so in unison. They asked if we'd been anything, they said. They what? Ida bellowed, catching the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Ida, please calm down, Deku begged him. No, I cannot. How dare they? How dare they presume you did such a thing? You're still so early in your relationship. Of course, you haven't done something so NTMT this soon. That's. Ida began to rant, furious with their classmates, but Todoroki cut him off. They have, he said. Excuse me? Ida asked. Look at their faces. They've done it, Todoroki said it as if it wasn't a big deal, taking a sip of his drink. Ida looked at the young couple in front of him. Neither of them were looking up at him, and their faces were bright red. It began to sink in. I see. So you have done it. Did you take the necessary precautions, Midoriya? Ida asked, his face and tone suddenly very stern. What do you mean, the necessary precautions? He asked, confused. Do you mean to tell me you had unprotected intimacy? Ida asked, staring Deku down. He chanced to look up at his spectacled friend. Oh no, he really thinks we did it unprotected. He looks like he's gonna kill me. Quickly say something before he thinks I've gotten her in trouble or something. No, Ida, we were careful. We used protection, Uraraka said quickly, saving her boyfriend. Ida had been like a big brother to her since she arrived at UA, so the idea that Deku could have put her in a difficult situation was mortifying to him. But, well, as long as you're safe, I don't mind it, Ida said, giving them his blessing. Well, they were going to keep doing it anyway, with or without your blessing, let's be fair, Todoroki stated. Uraraka and Deku both gasped and held their breath. Meanwhile, Ida's jaw hung open. Todoroki, explain yourself. Ida demanded. Well, they didn't exactly wait for your approval before doing it the first time, so what makes you think they'd stop just because you didn't approve of it? He said, leaving the class president stunned and at a loss for words. He has a point, Uraraka said, trying to hide her smirk. Ochako! Deku protested, not because he disagreed with her, but because he didn't want Ida to attack him right then and there. Sorry. Just teasing, she said, winking at her boyfriend. No, you're right. If that's what you both want, there's no reason you shouldn't do it. My approval doesn't matter. Look, I'm happy for you both. Truth be told, you've both grown so much since this relationship started, and I'm sorry that you went through something so challenging only a few weeks into your relationship. The two of you should make every moment together last and enjoy whatever time you can get with each other while you're young. If that means you are NTMT, then so be it. I'm just happy you two seem to be made for each other, Ida said, making the young couple blush a little. Ida, that's so sweet. Thank you, Uraraka said, smiling at him, wiping a tear from her eye. Yeah, thanks, Ida, Deku added. Nobody says ending, just say together next time, Todoroki said. Why Todoroki, what gives? Uraraka added, her curiosity piqued. Made for each other, Ida joked to himself. Well, it's just that ever since you sat down, the two of you have been awfully close, and Midoriya has glanced at you a few times, Todoroki explained. I have. Deku asked, surprised. You have? Uraraka echoed, raising an eyebrow at him. Apparently so, he said, feeling embarrassed that he had been checking out his girlfriend without realizing it. You're not much better, Uraraka. You've been eyeing Midoriya since he got here too. I've even seen you bite your lip occasionally, Todoroki continued, flipping the dynamic. I have, she asked, now feeling the same surprise Deku had moments ago. Yeah, even I noticed that, Deku said with a smirk. Oh, I'm sorry, she said, blushing slightly. Hey, don't apologize. I never said I didn't like it, he replied, his tone more flirtatious than he intended. Oh, I see. So it turns you on when I'm checking you out in public, huh? She responded, matching his flirtation. Their bodies began to heat up, both longing for closeness. They wanted to feel the warmth of each other and relive the amazing moments they had shared that morning. Their breathing grew deeper as they became more aware of their attraction, spurred by a few flirty remarks. Suddenly, they realized their faces were inching closer, now within kissing distance. Before their lips could meet, they noticed the cafeteria had gone silent, everyone watching them in anticipation. Hey, Deku, she said, a smirk creeping onto her face. Yeah, he replied. She leaned closer to whisper in his ear, shall we give him a show? Her voice was playful and hopeful. I thought you'd never ask, he said, placing a hand on the back of her head and pulling her into a deep kiss. She happily returned it. With their eyes closed, they couldn't see the cheering and applause from the cafeteria, reminiscent of their first kiss. However, they were determined to put on a show, so they didn't hold the kiss for long. They began to kiss more passionately, fully aware of their audience. Get a room, someone shouted, but they continued, playfully gripping each other's hair and uniforms until they felt satisfied with their performance. You sure you don't want to continue from where you left off this morning? Uraraka whispered into his ear. I'd love to, but I don't know how many times I can do it in one day. We already did it twice this morning, he admitted, unsure of his limits. You'll be fine. Just come over to my room tonight any time after dinner, she suggested, playfully biting his earlobe. Deku couldn't help but smile at the sensation. Sounds like a plan. I'll see you tonight, he said, returning her smirk. So, you are going to see her tonight, aren't you? Todoroki asked. But out already, Uraraka said, giving him a disapproving look. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. Hey Deku, race you to class? Uraraka challenged. No running in the halls. Ida reminded them. Oh, you're on, Deku replied, accepting her challenge. Are you two even listening to me? Ida asked, exasperated. No, they said in unison before sprinting off, laughing as they raced to their classroom. Once the young couple was gone, Todoroki turned to Ida. Did you notice anything unusual about Midoriya? HM? No, I didn't. Why do you ask? Ida replied, concerned. The bag's under his eyes. He seems tired, like he's not sleeping. Look at his tray too. I haven't seen him finish a meal in weeks. He's not eating right or getting enough rest, Todoroki explained, worry evident in his expression. I hadn't noticed that. What are you saying? Ida asked, sensing the seriousness of the situation. I don't know for sure, but something is definitely wrong. Something's bothering him, Todoroki said. Do you think it has anything to do with his capture? Ida inquired. More than likely. It's normal for someone to act like this after a traumatic event, but they usually improve over time. Midoriya has shown some progress, but it concerns me that he seems to be coping while his health is deteriorating. We need to keep a close eye on him, Todoroki said, his concern deepening. You're right. We'll keep an eye on him. We should probably tell Uraraka about your concerns too. She's with him all the time, so I'm sure she's noticed something unusual, Ida suggested. Good idea. We'll talk to her tomorrow. I'm going straight to the hospital to see my mother after class today, Todoroki explained, a hint of sadness in his eyes. How is she? Ida asked. She's well. She keeps telling me how proud she is of the man I'm becoming and how happy she is that I'm making friends here at UA, he said, a small smile appearing. That's good to hear, Todoroki. I'm glad. Anyway, we'll talk to UR. Agreed. Ida asked. Sounds. Uraraka. Ida called as they were leaving class. He and Todoroki had planned to talk to her as soon as classes finished for the day. Deku wasn't there, as he had to report to Recovery Girl for a physical examination to check on his progress, which made this the perfect chance for them to talk to her privately. Oh hey Ida, what's up? I was just going to meet Deku, Uraraka said, slightly impatient as she wanted to see how Deku's examination had gone. Would you mind walking with us for a moment? We won't keep you long, I promise, and we'd also like to come with you when you meet Midoriya, Ida asked. Sure, I don't see why not. Is everything okay? Uraraka replied, smiling and happy to have company. However, she wasn't sure why they wanted to talk to her so badly. No, it isn't, Todoroki said simply, beginning to walk away, leaving Uraraka looking at Ida with a confused expression. Let's just catch up with him. I'll explain, Ida said, gesturing for her to follow Todoroki. They began walking, trailing behind him a little, and Uraraka started to worry. Something had them scared to their core, but what was it? Did something happen? Was Deku okay? He was in Recovery Girl's office for his checkup, so what was this about? So Uraraka, how was your day? Ida asked, trying to make small talk in the awkward silence. It was good, thanks. How about yours? She returned, going along with it as she wasn't quite sure what to do. It was good, thank you, Ida said, forcing a smile. He didn't know how to bring up the topic. Todoroki, however, was done waiting. Alright, let's cut to the chase. Uraraka, have you noticed anything off with Midoriya lately? He asked, fed up with the small talk. Todoroki! Ida scolded him, but he wasn't paying attention. Uraraka was taken aback by the suddenness of the question. What? I don't think so. I mean no, she responded, unsure of her answer. You seemed fine, right? Well, you're either not very observant or missing something important, Todoroki said, unimpressed that she hadn't noticed the sign something was wrong. Excuse me? Uraraka asked, feeling furious at his comment. Todoroki, apologize. Ida demanded. No, he replied. Uraraka turned to face Todoroki. Now listen here, Todoroki. I don't know what you're saying, but if something is wrong with my boyfriend and you know something about it, you best spill it right now, she demanded, frustrated with his attitude and the worry that there might be something bothering Deku. Think about it, Uraraka. You spend every day with him. You sleep together every night. You must know how his body feels, and that he's skinnier than he was, Todoroki explained, still annoyed that she hadn't noticed Deku's distress. What? Why would that help me know he's skinnier? She asked, flustered. It wouldn't. I'm just saying you're clearly close, so you know how he feels. You know how big or small he is. The point is, you spend so much time together that you'd think you would have noticed him losing weight. It's pretty visible at this point, he explained, incredulous that she hadn't noticed. I guess you're right. That makes sense. I did think he felt slimmer a few weeks ago, Uraraka admitted. And you didn't say anything? He's supposed to be putting it back on. Todoroki scolded her. Hey, watch it, Todoroki. He's my boyfriend, alright? I get it, I should have said something. I just assumed he hadn't put on as much weight as I thought he did, Uraraka said, beginning to find Todoroki infuriating. So you really are just missing the signs. I bet you haven't even noticed he hasn't been eating either. I've not seen him finish a meal since he got back. How could you be so blind? Something is clearly bothering him, he continued, but Uraraka wasn't about to let him put this on her. Shut up. Just shut up, Todoroki. If you're such a great friend, how come it's taken you this long to say something? You should have told Deku. How come it's taken you this long to notice or tell someone about your concerns? You must have noticed something weeks ago, she scolded him, refusing to take the blame for this. He began, but she wasn't finished. In fact, you did notice something because you just said he hasn't eaten a full meal since he got back. Why didn't you say anything, huh? Goddamn hypocrite. What are you doing tracking what he eats anyway? Are you like his personal nutritionist or something? She continued to scold him. Enough! Ida shouted, gaining their attention. The two of them were face to face, eyebrows scrunched and fists clenched, ready to argue. Nobody is to blame for any of this. Midoriya went through something very traumatic, and like us, he is still a teenager. I can't even begin to explain the damage that could have on his mind. He might not even realize how much it's affected him, and here you two are bickering about what you haven't done. That doesn't matter anymore. The important thing now is to talk about what we know and discuss it together so we can figure out how to approach him about it. So swallow your pride, both of you, and let's discuss this reasonably, he said. His calm and collected words brought much-needed relief to their heated conversation. Uraraka and Todoroki suddenly felt embarrassed, forgetting their anger at each other. I'm sorry, Uraraka. I was out of line and being unreasonable, Todoroki apologized. No, it's okay. I said some pretty unfair things too. I'm sorry, she replied, feeling guilty about how she'd spoken to him, even if it was a reaction to his words. But now we've established he's not eating and is losing weight. Todoroki, you said yesterday you think he's not sleeping? Ida asked, double-checking. Yes. He looks tired and almost always seems to have dark bags under his eyes. Uraraka, have you noticed anything? Todoroki asked, hoping she could confirm or deny his suspicions, although he was fairly certain he was right. That's something I've noticed. He keeps waking up in the middle of the night and getting out of bed. I don't think he knows it, but I've seen what he does a few times when he gets up, she said, sharing her worries. What does he do? Ada asked, concerned. He stands and looks at himself in the mirror. He never says anything, but I can see he's looking at his scars and tracing over them with his fingers. The look in his eyes. He's ashamed of them. Every time he does it, he looks more and more heartbroken or frustrated with himself. I think he's still blaming himself for what happened. Or maybe it's something else. Something must be waking him up. Do you think he's having nightmares? Uraraka asked, piecing it together. It wouldn't be unusual if he is. It's very common for people to have nightmares frequently after a traumatic event, so if he is suffering from them, it's completely normal, even if it might not seem that way to him. Do you think he even knows he's going through all this? I mean, he seems to act perfectly normal around everybody and doesn't show any signs of stress. The only abnormal thing is when he looks in the mirror at his scars, like you said. He might not even notice he's losing weight or not eating, but I'm pretty sure he knows he's not sleeping if he's doing that every night, Ida concluded. Only Midoriya knows for sure, Todoroki said, pain evident in his voice. Deku was the first real friend he had. He'd taught him something very valuable, and ever since he came to admire the green-haired boy and care for him as a person, it had led to his friendship with Uraraka and Ida too. It was all thanks to him. He'd done so much for Todoroki. Now he felt he owed it to him to return the favor and help him through his pain and guilt, even though there was nothing more he could have done. You're right. Let's go see how his medical appointment went, shall we? Uraraka said, beginning to walk toward Recovery Girl's office. So what's the plan? Todoroki asked. We keep an eye on him. We make sure he eats, and I'll make sure he sleeps, Ida suggested. No, we need to do more than that. He has to talk about it with someone, otherwise, it won't matter how carefully we watch him, he'll stay in this self-destructive state. One of us has to get him to open up, Todoroki said. Uraraka realized they were both looking at her. Fine, I'll talk to him tonight, she said, not bothering to argue. If he was going to talk to anyone, it was her. After all, she was the only. Good night, Deku, Uraraka whispered, resting her head on his chest. Good night, Ochako, he replied, kissing the top of her head. They lay there for a few moments, trying to fall asleep. Eventually, Deku began to snore, prompting Uraraka to open her eyes. Finally, he was asleep. She carefully sat up, trying not to disturb him, and got out of bed to get dressed. One of Deku's shirts was the closest thing to her, so she put it on after slipping back into her underwear. They had decided to sleep together comfortably, but she felt more at ease in his shirt. Why are boys' clothes so much comfier? I'll have to find out another day. I should get back to what I was doing. The plan was to stay awake and keep an eye on him as he slept. She pulled up his desk chair and sat beside his bed, watching him carefully for any signs of distress or nightmares. He seemed peaceful enough. No sweating, no twitching, no flinching, just happily snoring away. Hour after hour went by with only the occasional stir. Come on. I know I'm not crazy, he's going to wake up any minute now. Minute. I'm so sleepy. She slapped herself to stay awake, determined not to drift off in the chair. Suddenly, her attention returned to Deku, who appeared to be shaking. Upon closer inspection, she could see sweat glistening on his skin. I knew it. He really is having nightmares. Oh, Deku, why are you so stubborn? Sometimes I wish you'd just tell me when something is wrong. Suddenly his body bolted upright, his eyes wide open. She recognized that look. He was terrified. His hands gripped the sheets tightly, and his breathing was fast and erratic. Sweat dripped from his face, and his gaze was fixed on the wall, as if something there was haunting him. He hadn't noticed Uraraka sitting beside him instead of being asleep next to him. Has he really been going through this every single night? How have I slept through this? I feel awful that he's been waking up like this every night for nearly 2 whole months. He's been suffering in silence while I've been fast asleep, unaware. I should have noticed this sooner. She slowly reached out to him, careful not to startle him. Deku, she whispered softly, trying to make her voice as comforting as possible. She got no response. Deku, she tried again, her fingertips brushing his shoulder, causing him to jump in surprise. He looked at her with terror in his eyes, which quickly shifted to relief upon realizing it was her. Deku, it's me. It's really me. You're not dreaming, she continued softly, climbing onto the bed and kneeling in front of him. She reached out, placing a hand on his cheek. It's me, Dad. This is real, you're safe. She wanted to reassure him that he was not still in a nightmare. She gently stroked his face, and he grabbed her hand, pressing it into his face to confirm it was real. He closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of her touch, which brought a small smile to his face. He opened his eyes again to look at her. Ochako, he said, tears beginning to form. Oh, Deku, you big dummy. They both threw themselves at each other, holding on tightly. Deku sobbed against Uraraka's chest, and she rested her head on top of his, running her fingers through his hair. I'm so sorry, Ochako. I'm so sorry. I'm so stupid. So pathetic. So weak. I'm sorry, he said through tears, gripping the shirt she was wearing. Deku, look at me, she said, cupping his chin to lift his face. Ochako? He asked, seeing the concern in her eyes. He tried to wipe away his tears. She placed her hand on his cheek again, and he pressed his hand over it, leaning into her warmth. Deku, you are a lot of things, stubborn being one of them. But you are not stupid or pathetic, and you are definitely not weak. You're one of the strongest people I've ever met. You amaze me every day. You're the kind of hero I want to be. You never stop. Even now, after something terrible happened to you, you're still going. Sure, you're struggling to cope a little and you need a push from your friends right now, but there's nothing wrong with needing a little help. The fact is, you're still here, and you're still trying. You still haven't given up, and that's admirable. We didn't make you do that. It was your choice. So don't you ever tell me you're weak again, or I swear I will tie you to a rope and make you float around until you learn to believe in yourself again. You got that? She asked. He simply nodded, amazed and moved by her words. Anyway, we should talk about your nightmares. And your health too, she said, recalling the concerns Ida and Todoroki had shared with her. My health? Deku asked, confused. You don't even know, do you? I knew it was bad, she said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. What? Of course I knew they were my medical results. I'm just confused about how you found out, Deku replied, still misreading the situation. Oh, I haven't seen them, Deku. Ida, Todoroki, and I were discussing it earlier today, and we noticed something was wrong, she explained. Oh, well, I guess I kind of just admitted I lied to you guys again, huh? Deku said, feeling ashamed for keeping his friends in the dark once more. Stop it. Just stop blaming yourself for things and thinking you're a bad person for it. Good people mean well, they just don't always end up doing well. You'd do well to remember that, she scolded him, frustrated with the way he constantly shamed himself. He needed to understand that he's just human. He makes mistakes, and that's okay. He just needs to stop beating himself up over it. You're right. I'm sorry, he said. And stop apologizing for everything. I'm not mad at you. Neither are Todoroki and Ida. Although it would probably be best if you still apologize to them in the morning, she replied. But you just said, he began. I know what I said, she interrupted. Okay, I'm sorry. So anyway, that talk, he asked, knowing she wasn't finished with him yet. First of all, the nightmares, death. How long? She asked. Since I woke up from my coma, he answered. How frequent? She pressed. At least once a night, he stated. Her heart broke a little with each of his answers. What about? She asked, already knowing the answer. Same stuff I saw in that warehouse when they tortured me. Only more real and detailed. It feels like I'm really there, trying to save you guys. I never succeed. You always die. Slowly. Painfully. Brutally, he explained, his voice heavy with pain. You should have told me, she said, tears welling up in her eyes again. Well, truth be told, when we started sleeping together, it helped a lot, and it still does, but the nightmares are still just as bad, he admitted, his own tears beginning to form. Deku, from now on, tell me these things and we can get through it together. We made a promise, remember? Your problems are my problems. Don't go back on that now. Anyway, we'll figure something out, don't worry. In the meantime, let's talk about the other issues, Uraraka said, trying to keep the conversation brief because it was breaking her heart to see him like this. What are the other issues? He asked, unsure. You're losing weight for one. You've gotten skinnier, she said, eyeing him closely. Todoroki and Ida were right. He really did look thinner. What am I going to do with you, Deku? I love you, but you're breaking my heart. Yeah, Recovery Girl told me that earlier. She and All Might are coming up with a new diet plan and a new training schedule to catch me up to where I was without overworking my weakened body. I'm behind on my targets, but don't worry, I'll catch up. I won't let you all down. Or myself, he said, a determined look in his eyes and a small smile on his face. Uraraka smiled, feeling warmth in her chest at his determination. There he is. The brave boy I fell in love with. I knew he was still in there somewhere. It's good to see you so determined, she said. Yeah, well, I've got to make up for everything I've missed. Not that there's anything I could have done about it, of course, but you guys have all gotten stronger these last 2 months, so I need to do the same and make sure I don't get left behind, he said, his determination shining through. Honestly, where does he find the strength to keep pushing through like this? It's amazing. What's better is that he seems to be accepting that there's nothing more he could have done over the last 2 months. I was worried he still thought he could have done more, but it's great to see him moving forward. You know, you're really inspiring when you're like this, she said, her admiration shining through. Oh, thanks, he replied, a little shy. Anyway, you've been losing weight because you haven't been eating. Todoroki says he hasn't seen you finish a meal for 2 months. Obviously, your lack of sleep doesn't help either. So from now on, me, Ida, and Todoroki are going to make sure you clear your plate when you eat, and we're all going to help. Of course I'll be keeping an eye on your sleep too. Although if you want to put the weight back on and catch up with everyone, I'm relying on you to wake me up when you have nightmares so I can help you fall back asleep, okay? She asked, practically begging him to agree. The truth was she needed to know she could trust him to do it. Sounds like a plan, and don't worry, I promise you can trust me, Ochako. I don't want to be lying awake at night unable to sleep like this anymore. It's exhausting, he said, and she could see by the look in his eyes that he meant every word. Good, I can trust him. Good. Well, I think that's everything I wanted to talk about. We should probably get back to sleep, Uraraka suggested. Yeah, we should. I'm so tired, Deku replied, yawning. Hang on, before we go back to bed, Deku, she said, playfully jumping onto his lap and pushing him down onto the pillows before leaning in closer. Deku, she asked, her tone shifting slightly. What? I told you a minute ago you were charming when you talk like that, and you best believe I'm getting something out of this after staying up to see if you were having nightmares, Uraraka said with a teasing smile, leaning in closer. You stayed up all that time? For me? Deku asked, amazed at the lengths she went to for him. Of course I did, you big dummy. Anyway, forget about that because right now, Deku, I want to take things slow and make it last. Besides after. So, Deku, how was your therapy session? Uraraka asked him. It was great. It's really starting to pay off. I haven't had a nightmare for a couple of days, which is a huge improvement considering it was once every night before, he replied. It had been a whole month since Deku and Uraraka had discussed his weight loss and nightmares. When they told Recovery Girl, she immediately booked him therapy sessions. At first, he wasn't keen on the idea, but Uraraka had convinced him it was the best thing for him to do. That's good to hear. You're putting the weight back on too, you're beginning to bulk up again. It's small, but it's progress. I'm so proud of you, she said, beaming with joy and giving him a quick kiss. He picked her up off her feet, catching her by surprise and causing her to laugh. I haven't even told you the best part, he said, excitement bubbling in his voice. What is it? She asked, her interest piqued. I've been cleared for training. I can officially return, and not as a civilian this time. I'm not having Kaminari throw me out of a window again, he joked, but the news was the best thing Uraraka had heard in weeks. Deku, that's amazing. I had no idea you'd even had another medical checkup, she said, feigning surprise. Recovery Girl had informed her as soon as she got the test results because she had something special prepared for him. Yeah, just a couple of days ago actually. I thought I'd surprise you on our date today, he said, putting her back down as he realized they were in a public space. I'm so happy for you. You can finally show us all up again, she teased. Hey, I'm not going to be doing any showing off. I'm just a natural talent, that's all, he joked. Oh haha, very funny, she said, giving him a playful punch in the ribs. Oh my god, I think you just broke my rib, Ochako. Why would you hit me that hard? Deku exclaimed, sounding annoyed. Oh Deku, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I can't believe I did something so stupid. Now you're going to miss even more training all thanks to me. Are you laughing? She asked, genuinely worried that she'd hurt him. You should have seen the look on your face, he burst out laughing, enjoying how hard she had fallen for his joke. Why you? I should. Deku, that isn't funny. Uraraka protested, unimpressed with his humor. Come on, Ochako, you gotta admit it was a bit funny, he said, smiling at her. I can't be mad at that face, he's so cute, she thought. Okay, fine, it was a little bit funny, she admitted, conceding defeat. Oh, so you do have a sense of humor? He teased. What's gotten into you? When did you become so confident? And when did you start teasing me so much? Uraraka asked, her head full of questions as she tried to understand his sudden change. I'm just really happy, Ochako. I've been cleared to train again. I'm putting weight back on to regain my bulk. I've eaten every meal put in front of me over the last 4 weeks. My nightmares seem to be fading away. I'm not insecure or ashamed of my scars anymore. I've come to accept them and what happened during those 4 days. Not to mention the fact that I'm here with you, Ochako. You're amazing and honestly, I don't know if I'd be here right now in such good health, physically and mentally, if it wasn't for you. You've been like a crutch to me, supporting me through these last 3 months, and I'm very grateful for that. Not once did you complain or get mad at me, you were patient and kind and loving, and it helped so much. So I just want to say thank you so much, and I appreciate everything you do for me. Oh, and I love you so much, Ochako, Deku said, taking her hand and kissing her before she had a chance to respond. She blushed, partly embarrassed but also because Deku had just said some really sweet and romantic things to her, and she was swooning for him hard. Just then her phone buzzed. She checked it to see a text from Ashido simply saying, "We're ready." "Hey Deku, you want to maybe head back to the dorm?" she asked. "So soon? We just finished the movie, and we haven't had dinner yet," Deku protested, wanting to spend some more time alone with her. "I'll make you a special dish back at the dorm, I promise. I just have a special treat for you," she said, winking at him flirtatiously as she began to walk back to the train station. "Oh, she's so charming when she wants to be." Consider my interest piqued for this special treat she has in store for me. Hey, wait up, Ochako, he called after her, realizing she was already making some distance between them. He caught up with her and grabbed her hand, feeling its warmth. What are you planning, Missy? He asked, curious and excited about what his girlfriend had in mind. Oh, just you wait and see, mister. Let's get to the train station first, she said, not wanting to give anything away. Can I ask questions? Maybe. Rude. Fine, you can answer maybe to everything. I'll figure it out, Deku said, excitement bubbling within him. Go ahead, she said, grinning at him. Is it something romantic? He asked. Whoa, okay, straight in at the deep end, huh? Maybe, she replied, smirking. It wasn't, but she wished it was. They hadn't shared a moment like that in weeks. Is it a gift? Deku asked. Maybe, she said again. A party? He inquired. Maybe, she repeated. Her hands squeezed a little when he mentioned the party. She had stopped looking at him. It must be a surprise party since she wasn't telling him anything. He decided to go along with it. He didn't want to spoil the fun. What's the matter, Deku? Giving up? Uraraka asked, a victorious smile on her face. If only she knew she'd lost this game. Yeah, I give up, you win, he said, pretending to be defeated. Wow, you SCK at this, she teased. Hey, don't get cocky now, Ochako, Deku warned, fighting back the urge to burst her bubble. He didn't want to ruin this for her. They'll run. There's our train. Uraraka suddenly exclaimed. Wait, he began, but she had already started running, dragging him along with her. They made it onto the train just in time. The doors began to close as soon as they got on. Could have warned me. I only just got fit enough to return to training, Deku teased. I'm not falling for that one again, and I did warn you anyway, she protested. Deku chuckled at her. Telling me to run and then starting to run while dragging me with you before my brain has processed what you've said is not warning me, he explained. Best I could do. Maybe next time, Deku, I'll just run off and leave you there, she teased. Hey, no, that's not fair, he protested. She chuckled and kissed him. You really are such a big dummy, aren't you? She continued to tease him. Again, that's not fair. You kissed me all romantic and smooth, then you go and insult me again. Make your mind up, please, Deku said, half playful and half serious. Uraraka looked around and noticed they were the only ones in their carriage. Okay, Deku, I've made up my mind, she said, smirking at him. That smirk is making me nervous, he admitted, feeling a little uneasy. Relax, Deku. I think you'll be happy with my decision, she said, leaning in to kiss him again. Yeah, I'm happy with it, he said, smiling at her. I'm not done, she said flirtatiously, unable to take her eyes off him. Her body felt warm, longing for Deku. She flung herself at him, kissing him more passionately until they were lost in each other. They spent the rest of the train ride back to UA laughing and sharing sweet moments together. The only time they paused was when the train stopped at another station, waiting to see if anyone would join them before continuing their affectionate exchange. Eventually, they arrived at their stop and got off to begin the short walk back to the dorm. Well, that was fun, Uraraka said, trying to catch her breath. Yeah, that was really something, Deku replied, doing the same. So anyway, Deku, will you be taking part in training tomorrow? You're not going to ask Mr. Aizawa to sit out again, are you? I'll throw you out of a window myself if you do, to save Kaminari from doing it again, she joked, though she meant it. She didn't want him missing out on any more training. I'll be training. However, my role completely depends on what Mr. Aizawa has planned for us, he said. Well, as long as you're there, that's enough for me. You better not embarrass yourself. You still know how to fight, don't you? She teased. Of course I do. You can just make me float, and then I'll curl up into a ball, and you can throw me at people. I'll be like a human grenade using my quirk as I fly through the air, he joked. Honestly, not a half-bad tactic. There are a lot of problems with it, but sure, Uraraka said. Surprise! The entirety of Class 1A cheered as Deku and Uraraka entered the dorm and the lights suddenly flickered on. Congratulations, Deku, Uraraka said, turning to face him with a huge smile. She leaned in and gave him a quick kiss. Wow, You guys, this is amazing, but I don't understand what's all this for, he asked, still trying to piece it together. We're celebrating you, Midoriya, Ida informed him. Yeah man. Kirishima chimed in. Okay, then what are we celebrating? Deku asked, looking to Uraraka for answers since she had clearly orchestrated the whole thing. I may or may not have already known that you passed your medical examination, she said, giving him an innocent smile. Deku felt a rush of gratitude. Come here you, he said, pulling her in for another kiss. They wrapped their arms around each other, savoring the moment. When they finally pulled back, their eyes were still locked, filled with warmth and affection. Wow. What was that for? Uraraka asked, a bit flustered. Just a little thank you for being the most amazing person ever, he replied, beaming at her. Well, thank you, handsome. Anyway, guys, let's get this party started. Uraraka exclaimed, causing the rest of the class to cheer wildly, momentarily forgetting the NTMT moment they had just witnessed. Deku, do you want a drink? Uraraka asked. Sure, what do we have? He replied. There's juice, pop, or something else, she said with a playful grin. Wait, seriously? How? He asked, surprised. We still have loads left over from our after-party 3 months ago. I figured now was as good a time as any to use it up since we don't have classes tomorrow and there's no teachers here, Ashido explained. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Deku recalled. So, you're having alcohol, right, Deku? Uraraka asked. Hopefully. What? Why? He protested. Because we missed out last time, and I want to celebrate with you. It'll be fun, she said, her excitement infectious. But he began, but she leaned in closer, whispering playfully, we could have a little fun later. Alcohol it is, he exclaimed, suddenly changing his mind. That was easy, Ashido remarked, surprised. I have my ways, Uraraka said with a wink as she walked off to grab drinks for them both. What did she say to you? Ashido asked, curious. HM? Oh, nothing. She just asked me really nicely, Deku replied, trying to play it cool. Ashido raised an eyebrow, clearly not convinced. What's she giving you in return? Just some fun, he mumbled, but she heard him. I knew it. You know, Midoriya, from what Uraraka has told us, you're quite the catch, Ashido teased. She talks about that stuff? He asked, surprised. Oh yeah, all the time. A few of us girls have questions, and naturally, we go to her since she's been in a relationship for a while, she said, laughing at his reaction. It's not funny, Ashido. Why is she talking about me like that? Deku asked, feeling a bit uneasy. That's what friends do, Midoriya. It's fine, she doesn't give us any details or anything like that. Don't you talk about it with the guys? Oh, like Ida and Todoroki? They don't seem interested, and Uraraka is like a sister to Ida, so he'd probably be upset if I talked about her like that. Mineta is out of the question, and Bakugo doesn't seem interested either. To be honest, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro are the only ones I could see wanting to talk about it, but last time they asked me a ton of awkward questions, Deku explained, recalling their previous conversations. Yeah, you make good points. Well, if they want to talk about it, just set some boundaries. Anything you think is too far, just tell them. Set boundaries with them and they'll respect them, Ashido said, trying to offer him some friendly advice. Maybe. Thanks, Ashido, he replied, grateful for her understanding of his discomfort talking about these things with anyone other than Uraraka. There you go, Deku, drink up, Uraraka said, suddenly appearing and handing Deku a drink. Thanks, Ochako, he said before taking a swig of what she'd handed him. Good, she asked. Yeah. Your turn now, he said, noticing she wasn't drinking. Oh, okay. Here goes, she said, clearly nervous to try it. Don't get cold feet now, Ochako, come on, Deku encouraged her. Oh, fine, I'll do it, she said before taking a swig herself. Well? Ashido asked. Good, Uraraka said, seeming less tense now. I knew you'd like it. Anyway, you two have fun, I'm gonna go get myself one, Ashido said with a big smile on her face. Oh, I'm sorry, Ashido, I could have gotten you one, Uraraka apologized, feeling a little rude. Don't worry about it. Most of us have had one or two already before you got here anyway, so you two need to catch up with the rest of us, Ashido said before walking off to find herself another beverage. Is it just me, or does she seem a little bit like she's done this one too many times before? Deku asked. Oh, she's definitely, let's say experienced, Uraraka joked, causing them both to chuckle a little. Hey nerd. Bakugo called, walking over to them. What? Deku asked, readying himself for a verbal assault. It never came. Whoa, easy there. I'm only gonna say this once, so listen up. Congratulations on your recovery, he said. Did I just hear him right? Did he just say something nice to me? Oh, thanks, Kaken, Deku replied, a little taken aback. You're welcome. Now I have a reason to challenge you without getting into trouble for it, Bakugo threatened but half-joked. He was also referring to their last fight that ended up with the two of them on house arrest cleaning up the dorms for everyone. There it is. I was wondering how long it would take for him to mention something about being better than me or fighting me in some way. May the best man win, Kaken, Deku said, offering his hand for a handshake. To his surprise, Bakugo actually took it. It'll be me, he said, squeezing down hard on Deku's hand in an attempt to intimidate him. However, Deku was unfazed and simply made his grip more firm, smirking at his childhood rival. Well, currently, Kaken, the score is 1-1, so how about this? We settle who's better right here, right now. Deku suggested. Deku, you are not fighting him, you just got cleared for training, Uraraka protested, not wanting him to get hurt again. I'm listening, Bakugo said, his interest piqued at a chance to challenge Deku. We're not going to fight, don't worry. I have a better idea. Beer pong, Deku said. Beer pong? Bakugo asked. You do know what it is, right? Deku asked. Of course I know what it is. I just wasn't sure why you chose it, Bakugo defended. Do you accept my challenge? Deku asked, knowing he'd never say no. I accept. Anything to prove I'm better than you, Bakugo said, grinning at him. Well, it's a team game, Bakugo. So let's see how well you manage relying on others, Deku said, giving the blonde a grin of his own. A fated battle between rivals. Uraraka whispered to herself, getting excited to watch this. Okay, Ochako, Ida, and Todoroki will be my team. Who's going to be on yours? Deku asked. Raccoon eyes, crappy hair, and dunce face, Bakugo replied, using his classmates' nicknames that he'd given them rather than their actual names. Hey, why not me? Zero asked. Because, unlike you, Raccoon Eyes can actually handle her drink. Bakugo yelled at him. I mean, I'm honored, but please stop calling me that, Ashido said somewhat sarcastically. Shut up. You want to beat these losers or what? Bakugo questioned. I'd love to, but I've already had a fair bit and I'm feeling it. Zero is completely sober at the minute, so I'd choose him if you want to win. I'll officiate, she suggested. Fine, I'll still beat you, nerd. Bakugo yelled in Zero's face. Bring it on, Lord Explosion. Deku taunted him. Bakugo simply grinned, somewhat impressed by his confidence. While the rest of the class set the game up for them, the two teams had a chance to talk. Uraraka, I'm sorry I got carried away, didn't I? Deku apologized, thinking she was upset with him for being too annual? Since when was this going to be a yearly thing? Whatever, let's just focus on this one and show Kaken what I'm made of. To my right is Katsuki Bakugo and his team, also known as the Baku Squad. P.S. I'm a member too, in case you were wondering. Ashido paused to let the rest of the class cheer and whoop in encouragement. And to my left is Izuku Midoriya and his team, the Deku Squad. She announced, getting another wave of cheers, slightly louder than the Baku Squad had received. Alright, here are the rules. If you try to bounce it into a cup, the other team is allowed to catch it, but only whoever is next to throw the ball can do this. If you successfully throw or bounce the ball into a cup, you can choose anyone from the opposing team to drink the contents of that cup. Both teams have identical drinks in their cups, set up like bowling pins, of course. Each team has 6 cups. The first team to lose all of their cups loses the game. The losing captain, as a forfeit, must mix the remaining drinks of the opposition and down it in one. Oh, and one last thing. No quirks allowed, she made one last announcement, causing their classmates to cheer one last time. Deku squad ready? She asked. Ready, they all said in unison. Baku squad, ready? She asked again. Ready, they echoed back. Then let's do this. Bakugo, it's your turn, she said, throwing him the ball. He caught it and immediately threw it at the cups on the other side of the table. He missed. My turn, Deku said, grinning. He threw the ball, and it landed perfectly in the cup right at the front. The whole room cheered, except for the Baku squad. Midoriya, who's drinking? Ashido asked. Zero, he said without any hesitation. Fine, Zero said, taking the ball out of the cup and downing its contents. What the hell? You trying to kill me, Ashido? He protested, disgusted by the strength of the drink he'd just consumed. It was already beginning to make his head feel a bit light as the effects kicked in. Sorry, Zero, but that was a double vodka shot. I'm impressed you're keeping it down, but a lightweight like you is definitely going to feel it soon, Ashido joked. Though she was serious, vodka on its own was no joke, and a double shot was going to ruin Zero's night. Midoriya, did you have a strategy for picking Zero? Todoroki asked. Of course. The cups are identical, right? So all our drinks are in the same places. We can tell what's in most of them from the appearance of the drink. I figured the clear one at the front was vodka. Looks like I was right, he explained. Yes, but why Zero? Surely you want to get Bakugo drunk, not him? He's the one you challenged after all, Ida asked, confused. Well, like Bakugo said, Zero can't handle his drink. So we single Zero out and get him so far gone he has to withdraw. If we're going to win this, we have to be tactical about our decisions and not just target each other. Hopefully, Kaken's grudge will make him single me out. Deku continued to explain his strategy. That's my man, Uraraka said, beaming with pride that even now, when it was just a competition with his biggest rival, he was able to strategize so effectively. This was a big deal. It wasn't just some competition. It was Deku against his childhood bully, who had since become his fiercest rival. It was good to see he hadn't lost his edge in high-pressure situations. He was still calm and thought things through. He never ceased to amaze her. All right, Kirishima, your turn, Ashido said. He threw the ball, and it landed in the cup right in the middle of the formation. I choose Ida, Kirishima said. Very well, Ida said, picking up the drink and downing it like it was nothing. Ah, refreshing, Ida said, causing the Baku squad to get a little nervous at how easy he'd just made that look. Right now, the Deku squad had the mental edge over their opponents, and they planned to keep it that way. My turn, Todoroki said, taking aim. He threw the ball, and it landed in one of the cups at the very back. They're good at this, Kaminari mumbled to himself. I choose Zero, Todoroki said. Me? Again? Zero protested. Hey, I didn't say you couldn't pick the same person over and over again, Ashido chuckled, seeing that Zero was already feeling the effects of the double vodka shot. DMN. Fine, I'll do it, he said, picking up the cup and downing its contents yet again. What was in that one? It's burning the back of my throat, Zero asked, feeling the aftereffects of the drink. Double whiskey shot, Ashido said, laughing. I don't feel too good, Zero said suddenly. Whatever. Watch how it's done, lightweights, Bakugo said before downing the drink as if it were water. I guess it's my turn. He threw the ball, and it landed perfectly in a cup. Drink up, round face, he chuckled. Uraraka grabbed the cup and took a sip, coughing slightly afterward, not used to the taste. Wow, that burns a little, she said, surprised by the sensation. A little? That was double whiskey. How are you handling it so well? Ashido questioned. It was? Huh, it's not that bad. So it's my turn now, right? She asked, grabbing the ball. The room fell silent in shock. She had never drunk before and had just taken a double shot like it was nothing. Uraraka threw the ball, but it skimmed off the edge of one of the cups. Dimen, so close. Sorry, guys, she apologized. No, don't worry about it, Ochako. They're already down to 3 cups, so they're half beaten. The problem is this game is going to get harder the more everyone drinks. We're in the lead, but that means we have a smaller target and less to aim for, so our throws will have to be more accurate as the game goes on, which will be difficult because the more we drink, the more our aim will be affected, Deku explained, rambling a bit. Look, you're cute when you ramble like that, but let's just throw the ball into the cups and win this thing, Uraraka said, smiling at him. Sounds good, Deku replied, a little embarrassed at his tendency to ramble. Kirishima, you're up, Ashido said. He threw the ball, and it bounced off one cup and into another. Drink up, Uraraka, he said, unable to hide his grin. Again? Fine, I'll do it, she said. She picked up the cup and drank again, showing no signs of being affected. Deku noticed Bakugo looked surprised and a little annoyed at her apparent resistance to the alcohol. Smart move, Kaken, Deku mumbled to himself. Midoriya? Todoroki questioned, hearing him mumble. They're targeting Ochako, he explained. What? Why? She asked. A few reasons. Number 1, they know you haven't eaten dinner yet, so you're a little less resistant. Number 2, you've never drunk before until about 15 minutes ago, so your tolerance should be lower. Number 3, and please don't be mad when I say this, you're a girl, he said, flinching slightly. Oh, I get it. Girls naturally have a weaker tolerance to alcohol than boys, so they're trying to eliminate me. BSS, she said, understanding Deku's point. Yes, but it has a bigger purpose too, Todoroki added. HM? What's that? Ida asked. By eliminating Uraraka, they're hoping to get a mental edge on Midoriya. They know you worry about your friends and always want to help them, so if Uraraka has to leave because she's too drunk, come on, it's your turn. Bakugo said, growing impatient. Alright, Kaken, I hope you're thirsty, Deku replied, throwing the ball straight into a cup and grinning at the blonde. Beat, Bakugo mumbled as he picked up the cup and drank. Alright, Kaminari, your turn. Remember to pick round face if you get in, Bakugo said, determined not to lose to Deku. Here goes nothing, Kaminari said, throwing the ball. He made the shot and instantly chose Uraraka to drink. You sure you're okay to keep going like this? Deku asked, concerned. I'm fine, Vedette. I'm still not feeling anything. Are you sure there's alcohol in these, Ashido? Uraraka asked, puzzled by her lack of effects. Yaozu, you poured the drinks. You're not fixing this, are you? Ashido asked, equally confused. Every single one of them has alcohol, I assure you. I'm just as confused as you guys are. Uraraka must just have a really strong natural tolerance. Either way, I haven't fixed anything. You supervised to make sure I didn't, Yaozu explained. True, I did do that, and you did give them both the same drinks. Meaning, Uraraka, you're a freak of nature, Ashido joked, feeling a little tipsy. Fine, whatever. Todoroki, your turn, Uraraka said. They both had only 2 cups left. This was going to be close. Todoroki threw the ball and missed. Next was Bakugo, who also missed. Then it was Ida, who missed as well, followed by Kirishima, who also failed to make the shot. Ochako. You've got this, Deku smiled at her reassuringly. She nodded at him before focusing on the 2 cups in front of her. If she made this shot, the pressure would be on for the others. Everyone had missed the last few shots, so nerves were high. I won't let you down, Deku, she shouted before throwing the ball. It flew through the air, hit the rim of the cup, bounced off, and then landed in one of the 2 cups. Yes, she cheered, filled with relief. The whole room erupted into applause and cheers, having waited a while for someone to actually make a shot. Uraraka, who's drinking? Ashido asked. Bakugo, she said, grinning at him. Gladly, round face, he replied, picking up the cup and downing it. This time, he stumbled back a little as he finished. He was starting to feel it. Guess you're the lightweight after all, huh, Bakugo? She teased, not thinking about the implications. The heck did you say? He asked, clearly annoyed. Oh, nothing, she said, pretending to be innocent. Well, shut up, round face, because dunce face is going to make this next shot, just you wait. Bakugo shouted, but he soon regretted his words as he turned to look at Kaminari, who seemed pretty out of it. Dude, are you good? Kirishima asked. Drunk, Kaminari replied, chuckling. But it's only Bakugo and Siro that have had to drink anything so far, Kirishima said, confused. Udamas, you've been drinking your own drink this whole time and now you're drunk. Bakugo yelled, frustrated with his teammates' oversight. What? It tastes good. And it makes my head feel fuzzy. Are you mad, Bakugo? Kaminari asked, clearly out of it. Bakugo nearly punched him but was stopped by Kirishima. Hey, Bakugo, punching your teammate probably isn't the best idea right now. He's next to throw, and if you knock him out, you forfeit the game. Right, Ashido? He asked, winking at her. Hold on, let me check the rulebook, she joked, catching on to Kirishima's plan. She pretended to read a book before looking up at Bakugo. Yep, it says right here on page 34, rules, so feel free to do it, Bakugo, but if you do, you forfeit the game to Deku's team and have to mix and drink whatever is left on the table, Ashido warned him. Fine. Just take the shot already, Kaminari, he whined. Relax, bro, I've totally got this, Kaminari said, grabbing the ball. He could barely stand straight. You better not miss, Bakugo warned. How could I? There are like 6 cups, Kaminari said, squinting. 6? You dumbass, you're so drunk you're seeing triple. There's only 2. Aim for the ones that don't look blurry, damn it. Bakugo yelled, trying to get Kaminari to focus. I have a better idea, Kaminari said, bouncing the ball on the table instead of throwing it. No! Bakugo yelled as Deku immediately caught the ball. Hey, he can't do that. Can he? Kaminari questioned, realizing he forgot the rule. If he makes this shot, I'm going to lose it, Bakugo warned. Kirishima braced himself, ready to hold the blonde back if Deku won the game right then. Hey, Kakin, Deku called out. What do you want, nerd? Just throw the ball. Bakugo yelled, a sense of dread creeping in. Deku was the only one who hadn't missed a shot yet. I just wanted to say. Bottoms up, Deku said before throwing the ball, which landed perfectly in the cup. The room erupted in cheers and applause as Bakugo lunged at Kaminari, who was scratching his head in confusion while Kirishima held the furious blonde back. Come on, man, don't be a sore loser. You lost fair and square, Kirishima said, trying to calm him down. You BSTRD. Let me go, Kirishima. I'm gonna get him. Bakugo protested. You know, if you want me to let you go, you shouldn't say you're going to hurt someone. It's not exactly reassuring, Kirishima explained. Shut up. We lost because of him. Bakugo continued, still fuming. He had lost to Deku for the 2nd time, and he was furious. Even if Kaminari had made that shot, it wouldn't have mattered. He would have picked Uraraka to drink, and Midoriya would have probably made the shot anyway. We all missed at least one shot, so you can't blame it all on Kaminari, Kirishima reasoned, gradually calming Bakugo down. Fine. We'll drink. Damn you, Deku, he muttered under his breath, ensuring no one else heard him, but he had calmed down enough to not want to confront Kaminari. Okay, Bakugo, mix all 3 remaining drinks and then drink up, Ashido instructed as the drinks were placed in front of him. Whatever, he replied, mixing all the drinks into 1 cup and swirling it around. This concoction was sure to be a challenge. All right, everyone ready? 3.2.1. Ashido counted them in to sing the song. We like to drink with Bakugo because he is our mate, and when we drink with Bakugo, he gets it down in 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. They cheered as he just about managed to finish the drink within the countdown. You okay, Bakugo? You don't look too good, Azui asked, noticing his pale complexion. He managed to say before rushing to the bathroom. The rest of the room erupted in laughter. Anyway, let's give a round of applause for the real MVP of that game, Ochako. Deku announced, grabbing her wrist and raising her arm in victory. The room applauded her, and a few people cheered. Me? She asked, confused. Yeah. You downed 3 double shots of some strong stuff and still stood here like it was nothing. Plus, you made that shot, giving Deku the chance to win, Ashido explained. She's right, you were amazing, Ochako, Deku added, smiling at her. Thank you, Deku. I didn't want to let you down, she said, a little red-faced and looking down at her feet. Deku gently cupped her chin, lifting her gaze to meet his. Ochako, I don't think you could ever let me down, he said before leaning in to kiss her. She was surprised at first, her eyes wide, but they soon closed as she melted into the kiss. She felt his arms wrap around her waist, and she responded by putting her arms around his neck, gripping his hair slightly. They shared a few long, sweet kisses, lost in the moment until someone finally broke the silence. "Geez, get a room already, you two," Kirishima teased, causing their faces to turn bright red. "Sorry guys," Deku said, scratching the back of his head. "No, please don't mind us. You two do your thing," Ashido teased, though there was a hint of sincerity in her voice. They shouldn't feel embarrassed about being affectionate in front of friends, especially at a party like this. "Don't stop, keep going." "I'm learning so much," Mineta chimed in, his eyes wide. "See, Mineta, it was fine until you opened your mouth. What is your problem?" Azui asked, disgusted. "I don't have one. I just have needs like everybody else," Mineta defended himself. "There are needs and then there's being obsessed. You're way too fixated, Mineta. You should see a therapist," Azui said, genuinely concerned. "Screw you guys. Deku, please kiss Uraraka again so I can watch, or maybe even join in or someth." He was cut off by Deku's fist suddenly slamming into his face, sending him flying into the wall behind him. Hagakure glared at Mineta, her frustration evident. "What is wrong with you?" she exclaimed. "You know I could use my quirk to make you float away, but I refuse to touch you. You're just... ugh." Turning her attention to Deku, she jumped and wrapped her legs around his waist, surprising him. As they shared a kiss, Deku nearly lost his balance but managed to hold onto her, keeping her from slipping down. "Wait a minute, why can't I feel my feet on the floor anymore?" Deku paused, realizing they were floating around the room. "Ochako, where?" She placed a finger on his lips, silencing him. "Essex, the alcohol is starting to kick in, and I'm feeling tipsy. Just kiss me before I change my mind," she said, pulling him back into the moment. Deku had no complaints. This was a unique experience thanks to Uraraka's quirk. Their chemistry had grown over the past few months, and every kiss felt exhilarating. Tonight was special. He had beaten his biggest rival in beer pong with the support of his friends and his girlfriend. The surprise party was all organized by Uraraka to celebrate his health and return to hero training. "She truly is amazing. What did I do to deserve someone like her? I love her so much." As they floated around the common room, they savored the bliss of each other's presence. Everything felt perfect, and they were content to stay in this moment for as long as they could. "Autumn, my head is pounding," Deku mumbled to himself as he awoke. "Same here," Uraraka said, beginning to wake up as well. "It's a good job it's Saturday," Deku joked, and they both shared a small laugh. Can I use your bathroom real quick?" Uraraka asked. "HM? Yeah, sure, go ahead," Deku replied. Slowly, she climbed out of his bed and stumbled into the bathroom, but soon he heard her retching. "You okay?" he called, feeling concerned but too groggy to move. "Do I sound okay?" she exclaimed, a hint of annoyance in her voice. It was clear she was struggling. As she continued to be sick, Deku gently pulled her hair back and held it out of her face, using one hand to slide her back. The warmth of his touch was comforting, and her annoyance quickly shifted to appreciation. "It's okay, just let it out," he said, trying to soothe her. "You're sweet," Uraraka managed to say before being sick again. Deku's support was a relief. She didn't have to worry about her hair getting messy, and his gentle strokes were reassuring. "Are you done yet?" Deku asked after a moment. "Yeah, I think I'm good for now." "Thank you, Deku," she said, smiling at him. To her surprise, he then moved aside. "Good, because I think it's my turn," he said before he too began to be sick. Uraraka couldn't help but chuckle at the sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, he had been the one supporting her, and now it was her turn to comfort him. "It's okay. Let's agree now that we're never drinking that much again," Uraraka joked. Deku almost laughed, but he was still focused on recovering. "Okay, I think I'm done," he said, sitting up and leaning against the wall. Uraraka joined him, and they both slumped against the cold tiled floor, feeling the effects of their hangover. "This is," Deku said, prompting a laugh from both of them. "Yeah, no argument here," Uraraka replied. "Your resistance to alcohol was impressive, by the way," Deku commented, still amazed by how she handled it. "I mean, it wasn't that impressive. I just skipped the tipsy stage and went straight to drunk, she explained. Even so, you drank a lot before it hit you, Deku said, still impressed. More than I did anyway. I guess Bakugo knows now to target you next time. Speaking of Kaken, I can't believe you did that, Deku said, laughing as he recalled the previous night. HM? What did I do? Uraraka asked, confused. You said, hey Bakugo, I got you a present to make you feel better about your crushing defeat earlier, and then you pretended to rummage in your pocket before sticking your middle finger up at him. He wasn't exactly happy about it. Luckily, he was too drunk to retaliate, Deku explained, chuckling at the memory. Uraraka felt her face heat up in embarrassment. Oh yeah, I can't believe I did that. He could have been really mad, she said, feeling ashamed. Honestly, I thought it was kind of impressive that you had that much confidence, Deku admitted, blushing slightly. She looked at him, noticing his smile and the color in his cheeks. You know, I would kiss you right now, but after what we just went through, I think I'll hold off on that, she said, opting instead to take his hand and resting her head on his shoulder. He rested his own head on top of hers. You kissed me plenty last night anyway, Deku teased. Yeah, we did spend most of the night either kissing or making out, she said, enjoying the memory. We sure did. Floating around made it quite interesting, Deku said with a grin, recalling how they had bumped into the ceiling and walls while they kissed. Interesting? She questioned, raising an eyebrow. Oh, I didn't mean it like that, Deku stammered, worried she might misunderstand. Then how did you mean it, Deku? Because it sounded like you didn't enjoy it. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Besides, I'd totally do it again in the future, she said, forcing a smile. Her head was pounding, and she didn't have the strength to stand. Deku joined her on the floor, and the two of them sat down in the shower with the water still spraying over them. Uraraka tucked her knees in and wrapped her arms around her legs, pulling them closer to her chest and groaning a little in discomfort. Yeah, I know. I'm feeling it again too, Deku said, understanding her pain. This honestly SCKS. Never drinking again, I swear I hate this, she complained. I'm with you on that one. This really isn't great. I mean, imagine if we got called on an emergency mission or something. We'd be in no state to help out like this. It's best if we don't for our profession, Deku said, trying to sound noble about it. No, that's not it. I just hate how this feels, and I will never put myself through this again, she said, not caring for a noble reason. As far as she was concerned, this was terrible, and she never wanted to experience a hangover again. Yeah, that's good enough for me. But this is nice, though. Sitting in the shower cuddled up to each other, Deku said, trying to lighten the mood. It is, isn't it? Although if anyone saw this, they'd think we were depressed or something, Uraraka half-joked. She meant it. This was something that people with depression sometimes did, and she knew it was a terrible thing for anyone to go through. But at the same time, it was quite relaxing and therapeutic to just sit there and let the water wash over her while her boyfriend held onto her, providing warmth. Yeah, I get what you mean. Although we've been in the shower for a while, we should probably get out and get back into bed or something, Deku suggested. Yeah, let's do that. I could do with a nap, she agreed. They both stood up, climbed out of the shower, turned it off, and dried themselves off. Once they were dry, they headed back to the bed and got under the covers, snuggling up to each other. I love you, Deku, she said, smiling at him. I love you too, Ochako, he replied, returning her smile. I'm going to take a nap because I know for a fact we're going to be back and forth to the bathroom all day. Yeah, we are. I think I'll do the same. Wake me up if you need help with anything, he offered. I will, and the same goes for you too, mister, she said, knowing he had a tendency not to ask for or accept help. I know I will. Anyway, let's get some sleep and hope this hangover doesn't get any worse, he said before closing his eyes to try and nap. No argument there, she said, following suit. The two of them lay there for a few moments. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. 3.2.1. Begin. All Might's voice echoed through the arena. Jiro, do it, Det. Instructed as they entered. She activated her new support gear, a sonar device that allowed her to send out waves of sound and receive feedback on her display, enabling her to detect enemies at a greater distance. Nobody in this sector, she reported, giving them the all clear. Okay, on to the next one. Everybody keep a lookout. We need to maintain the element of surprise for as long as possible, Deku said, scanning for any signs of movement. Yeah, about that, Midoriya. As soon as I detect where they are, they're going to know they're up against me. It's not exactly discreet, Jiro explained. I know, but they still won't know where we're coming from or who the rest of us are until we're seen. Just stick to the plan for now, Deku reassured them. All right, Midoriya. Hey, we've reached the next sector. Jiro, you're up, Kirishima said as they formed a protective circle around her. They're here. About 300 meters that way, she said, pointing to her right. Then let's go. Everybody stay low and keep quiet. We still have the upper hand, so let's use it, Deku instructed. Since they were following his plan, they had all agreed that he should lead. His quick thinking and natural ability for strategy made him a great leader, inspiring those around him to give their all. 200 meters, Jiro warned. Then stop scanning for them, otherwise, they'll know we're getting closer and in what direction, Ida advised. She complied, and so far, everything was going smoothly. Hey guys, I can see them, Kirishima whispered. They quickly dove for cover to analyze the situation. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Kaminari, and Bakugo were huddled behind some rubble with a ruined building behind them. That would work in their favor. They could box them in and limit their escape options. However, something felt off. There was more to this than just a simple villain escape. They had limited information, just who they were, that reinforcements were incoming, and that they were trying to escape. But what were they trying to escape with? Or who were they trying to escape with? There was something else going on with this exercise. It doesn't seem like they've noticed us yet, Ida stated. Yeah, but they know we're coming. Yaoyorozu will have alerted them. She knows about my sonar, Jiro informed them. It's okay. They only know who one of their opponents is, and they don't know how many more they'll face or who we are. Their best bet is to hold out for reinforcements, which means we have to capture them right here and now, Deku explained. We're going to take them totally by surprise and have all three of them in cuffs before they even know what's happening, Kirishima said, excitement bubbling in his voice. Calm down, Kirishima. We've got a lot of work to do. Finding them is going to be the easiest part of this whole exercise. The real test starts now. You all remember the plan? Deku asked. Yeah, we know what to do, Midoriya. Just lead the way, Kirishima replied, giving him a thumbs up. Alright, let's get as close as possible first. The less distance we have to cover, the better, Deku said before vaulting over their cover and moving to the next position. They followed suit, carefully moving from cover to cover, ensuring they remained unseen. That's close enough, Midoriya. Any closer and they'll see us coming, Ida cautioned. He was right. They were within firing range of Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kaminari. An interesting matchup. Their quirks and fighting styles required close combat, except for Jiro, who could fight from a distance. The three on the opposing team had long-range capabilities, but without Kaminari's support equipment, he couldn't safely aim his electricity without risking his teammates. Yaoyorozu was known for creating defensive equipment, but Deku couldn't see anything. It was strange. She must have made something to help defend against them. So what was it and where was it? Midoriya, are we ready? Jiro asked. Yeah. Just be careful. Yaoyorozu will have made something to help them defend against us, but I can't see anything. My gut tells me she planted mines. There's only one approach to them, and the building behind them boxes them in, which means we can't sneak up behind them. We have to charge them head-on. Mines would be perfect. They might not even let us get close. However, their current position is advantageous to my plan. Smart, but it ultimately puts them at a disadvantage without them realizing it, Deku explained. That's so in short, watch your step, Kirishima joked after hearing Deku's analysis. Yeah. Sorry, I know I ramble, Deku apologized. Hey, it's all good, man. I mean, if you hadn't, Kirishima began, but Jiro cut him off. Guys, we're wasting precious time here. If we're going to do this, we need to. Okay, on my mark, Deku said, raising his hand and holding it there for a moment, waiting for the right opportunity to execute his plan. Now, he shouted, swinging his hand down to signal the attack. They all began sprinting toward the group, but Ida and Deku refrained from using their quirks to run ahead, sticking together as a unit for the time being. "Surrender yourselves, villains. There is no escape," Ida bellowed, drawing their attention. "Over there," they heard Kaminari shout to his teammates. "I got this. Dai-ai!" Bakugo screamed, launching an enormous explosion toward their opponents. "Perfect, he did exactly what I thought he would, playing right into their hands." "Now Ida," Deku urged. Ida understood, and just like that, Deku's plan began to unfold. The explosion hit, leaving a huge cloud of black smoke in its wake. "Damn it, where are they? I can't see," Kaminari exclaimed. "Just stay alert. There's nowhere they could have gone. It's a straight shot up the street to us. There's no other path," Todoroki warned. "Hopefully they're all out of the fight," Bakugo said, a wide smile on his face. "Are you sure you want to be a hero?" Kaminari asked. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Of course I do," Bakugo shouted back. "Both of you, cut it out. You're breaking character." Bakugo was doing a great job of that until you said anything, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu scolded. "Yeah, sorry, forgot about that," Kaminari apologized. "Whatever," Bakugo grumbled. "Heartbeat distortion." Jiro suddenly yelled from within the cloud of smoke left by Bakugo's explosion. "Everybody move," Yaoyorozu warned. It was too late. The ground began breaking apart, sending them flying into the air. As the smoke cleared, they could see Jiro and Kirishima still standing where the cloud had been. They all shared the same thought. Where did Midoriya and Ida go? Suddenly, Todoroki and Bakugo found themselves handcuffed as Deku and Ida appeared beside them. "When did you?" Yaoyorozu started, but she was cut off as Ida landed a kick, sending her crashing into the building behind her. "Deepening Ida. Take T," Kaminari began, but this time it was Deku who landed a kick, using his shoot style to send Kaminari into the building as well. Both he and Yaoyorozu were knocked out cold and began to fall, but thankfully, Kirishima and Jiro moved underneath them, ready to catch them before cuffing them. Just like that, they had captured all 4 of them in a matter of seconds. "We did it! We have all 4 of them!" Kirishima exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. "Kirishima, calm down. We're not done yet. Remember, we still have to extract them," Deku reminded him. "Yeah, I know. I'm just surprised at how easily we caught them," he replied. "Shut up, shitty hair," Bakugo screamed, insulted by Kirishima's words. Everyone was surprised at how quickly they had managed to secure the 4 of them. "It was all thanks to Midoriya's plan," Ida said proudly, acknowledging his classmate. "Guys, come on, focus. Reinforcements could arrive at any minute. We'll have time to praise each other later. Let's extract them while we can," Deku urged, not dropping his guard. "Geez, Midoriya, relax. We got them that quickly. I doubt reinforcements are anywhere near here. Didn't you say we should still be patient despite being on the clock?" Kirishima asked. "Yes, but that doesn't mean drop your guard, Kirishima. You're letting the excitement cloud your judgment when you should be focused on the extraction," Deku scolded. "He's right. We're all getting too caught up in the moment. We need to concentrate," Jiro agreed, realizing they could have already been well on their way. "Then let's move. Since we don't have any info on the scale of the reinforcements, we should stick together to maximize our chances of success. Everybody grab your prisoner and let's go," Ida ordered, regaining his composure. They began to head back the way they had come, hoping to reach the exit of the arena before reinforcements arrived. Something still felt off. It had felt strange before they engaged, and capturing them had been surprisingly easy. "I thought Yaoyorozu had planted mines, but it turned out she hadn't created anything to help defend against them, which made no sense. It was almost as if they wanted to be caught. Which meant, guys, wait a second. Deku tried to warn the rest of his squad, but it was too late. Kirishima and Jiro had already stepped on the mines, causing them to explode and send them flying into the air. Both of them were immediately knocked unconscious. As soon as this happened, Yaoyorozu and Kaminari miraculously regained consciousness. "So she did make mines after. I'm just gonna have to cut and run." "Alright, fine. You win." You can have him, Deku said, pretending he was defeated. Wait, seriously? Kaminari asked, surprised by his decision. Deku was the last person to walk away from a fight. Yeah, seriously. I'll release him. Nice trick playing unconscious, by the way. You were both very convincing. Deku complimented their strategy to distract him. What are you going on about? Why are you complimenting our strategies? Just give us back our. Todoroki was cut off as Deku hurled Bakugo in their direction. Here, have him, he shouted before activating One for All and sprinting away as fast as he could the moment he'd thrown Bakugo at them. You bastard! Bakugo yelled, using his quirk to stop himself from crashing into his teammates. Damn it, where'd he? I knew there was more to this training exercise than they were letting on. They were never trying to escape at all, it was an ambush from the very start. But did that mean they still had reinforcements on the way? Or were they already here? Someone had planted those mines while we engaged them because they weren't there on our way to them, but they were when we came back. This suggested they knew where we were and which direction we were coming from. I needed to be concerned about more than just Bakugo, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, and Todoroki. Any one of my other classmates could be out there right now. If we were told they had reinforcements coming, that meant they knew there were more than 4 villains in the area. It could be any number of my classmates, not just one. I had to find a way out. At this point, it felt like a losing battle. I was on my own, and I didn't know how many enemies I was up against. I just had to focus on making an escape and avoid fighting if I could. However, if I got the chance to take them down, I would. Hey, he's over here! Kaminari shouted behind me. How did they catch up so fast? I needed to find somewhere to hide and plan my escape. I activated One for All again, sprinting away and gaining ground on my pursuers. Wait a minute. None of them could keep up with me when I was sprinting like this. I should go around them and make my escape. I turned down the next street and began to run around the group chasing me. Almost there. Gotcha! I heard, alerting me to an incoming attack. I managed to dodge just in time. How did you catch up to me so fast? I asked, not yet seeing who had swung at me. Oh, we didn't, Shiro replied. We? I asked, before hearing movement behind me and dodging a grape that managed to hit Shiro instead. God damn it, Mineta. You were supposed to hit Midoriya, not me. Shiro scolded. I'm sorry. You were just in the firing line. Mineta defended. Wait a minute, where did he? Shiro began, but I cut him off with a kick that connected with his helmet, smashing the visor. Deepening, Midoriya. Take this. Mineta shouted from behind me. I dodged more sticky grapes being thrown at me. Mineta began to cry, knowing he was never going to land any of his shots, right before my foot connected with his temple, sending him flying into some nearby rubble. My attacks hadn't knocked them out, but they had caused some major damage. They were both dazed. I don't get it. How'd you manage to beat us so easily? Shiro asked, struggling to get back on his feet. Well, if you hadn't announced your attacks, I might not have seen them coming in time. That and your little argument gave me an opening that I took full advantage of, I explained. He's so strong. We never stood a chance, Mineta sobbed to himself. God damn it, Mineta. Shut up. Shiro scolded again. I wasn't going to wait around or worry about knocking them both unconscious. They'd be down long enough for me to make my escape. We should tell the others, Mineta said as soon as I sprinted away, leaving a green trail of energy behind me. Guys, he got past us. He's heading towards the exit. Shiro said, putting his hand to an earpiece. I should have known he'd get past you too. Bakugo yelled on the other end. Bakugo, calm down. He hasn't escaped yet. All teams converge on the exit point, Yaoyorozu ordered. Copy that, Shiro said along with the others. We have to fight him again? Mineta asked. Yeah, but he's walking straight into a trap. Besides, it'll be all of us against one guy. It's not like he has a chance, Shiro replied confidently. Yeah, but Shiro, you're forgetting Midoriya has been in this situation before against real villains. He hospitalized 6 of them, and the rest escaped with major injuries. It's not going to be as easy as you think, even on his own, Mineta said, surprisingly insightful. True, but he was in a blind rage and he himself was hospitalized. There's no way he'd think to take us all on by himself, Shiro insisted. Let's just get to the exit already. I'm not sure about this though, Mineta replied, unconvinced. Back to death. I'm so close. It's only a few meters away. I'm gonna make it. My thoughts were cut off by Todoroki suddenly appearing in front of me, launching a wall of ice. I instinctively jumped out of the way, landing on some rubble nearby. As I landed, I turned to my left to see Bakugo flying towards me, causing me to jump again to create some distance. The moment I landed, Yaoyorozu fired a cannon at me, forcing me to dodge once more, followed by Kaminari, who shot a bolt of electricity at me. DMN. You guys got here fast, I said, noticing they all had earpieces. So what? You're just going to keep me from getting to the exit? Deku asked. No. We're just holding you up until everyone else gets here, Yaoyorozu informed him. Hearing this, Deku grinned. What are you smiling about? Todoroki asked. Oh, nothing. Just that Yaoyorozu told me your plan just now. Thanks to her, I know I just need to get past the four of you before the rest of your team arrives, Deku said, still grinning. Well, it doesn't matter, you'll never get past us, Yaoyorozu said, putting on a brave face. She was annoyed that she had answered him so easily, but he had next to no time, so it shouldn't matter anyway. Still, she was nervous. She knew Deku was quite capable of pulling out a win when it seemed there was no chance of one. Oh yeah? Watch me, Deku said, a small smile creeping up on his face. Todoroki! Yaoyorozu screamed his name before Deku could move. Upon doing so, he turned around and froze the exit solid, leaving a giant glacier of ice for him to get through. What's stopping me from just smashing through it? Deku asked. You can try, but it'll take you a while, and with the four of us to deal with, you won't get a moment to break through. Let's be fair, you're not going to win this fight, Midoriya, so your only option is to surrender, Todoroki said. I can't break through all that ice without getting interrupted by someone. I'd be leaving myself wide open. Unless I could find a way to get them to launch their attacks at me when I'm standing in front of it, then they could chip away at the ice for me? No, that wouldn't work, they're too smart for that. They just wait until I try to break it myself and then get me while my back is turned. Looks like there's only one thing left to do. Deku readied himself in a fighting pose, raising his fists to show he was ready to take them on. They seemed surprised that he was still willing to fight. I guess we shouldn't be surprised that you, of all people, wouldn't give up. You've never been one to walk away from a fight, Todoroki said. Doesn't matter anyway, you've got a lot more to worry about than the four of us now, Kaminari said. Deku, a little confused, lowered his fists and looked around. It was still just the four of them in front of him. Who else is here? Suddenly he saw Shiro and Mineta emerge from behind some rubble to his right. Hello again, Midoriya. You're not getting away this time, Shiro said, grinning. Yeah, we've got you now, Ashido said, causing him to turn towards her to see her standing with Hagakure to his left. After all, the odds aren't exactly fair, Tokoyami said, causing Deku to spin around to see him standing with Shoji behind him. Not even you can get out of this one, Midoriya, Ojiro said, standing with Sato to his right. Seriously, that has to be all of them by now. I'm slowly being surrounded. Just how many people were we up against for this exercise? Not even I am fabulous enough to get out of a situation like this, Aoyama said, standing with Koda nearby. Yeah, Midoriya, even if your team was still in this, there'd be no way for you to overcome all of us, Azui said from behind him. Is that all of you? Deku asked, raising his fists again, ready to fight. I've fought 16 real villains by myself and won. This is just training with my classmates. Sorry, Deku, Uraraka said, knowing he was shocked to see her here. She had been so supportive before this exercise, only for it to turn out that he had to fight her. Not just her either, he was up against his entire class except for Jiro, Kirishima, and Ida, who had been on his team and knocked unconscious, meaning they were out of the exercise. Deku couldn't shake the fact that she had clearly known they might have to fight and hadn't said anything. It was just part of the exercise. Right now, he needed to focus. This felt all too familiar. Him against it was just like when he was captured. But this time, he wouldn't charge in blindly. He was calm and collected, allowing him to think strategically and not risk his health again. He knew he could take them, but he needed time to plan his attacks. He needed to get them talking to lower their guard a little. "Hey Ochako. I hope you're not going to hold anything back," he asked, a small smile on his face to reassure her that he was okay with this. For a brief moment, she looked taken aback, but she quickly collected herself. "I won't if you don't," she said, grinning a little. "Deal," he replied, nodding at her. She returned his nod and got into her fighting stance. "So, how did this work? Did you all know you would be fighting the four of us? Or were you told last minute?" Deku asked, trying to create an opening. "Half of us were told we'd be providing support for Kaminari, Todoroki, and..." Hagakure began to explain, but as she spoke, her body relaxed slightly, exactly what Deku had been looking for. The moment he saw it, he launched himself at her, landing a kick to her stomach. "Detroit smash," he shouted, following his kick with a powerful punch that slammed her into the ground, causing the concrete to crack as she hit the ground hard. She was out cold. "What the?" Ashido began in shock at what had just happened, swinging wildly at Deku's head. He blocked her attack by grabbing her wrist and countering by throwing her over his shoulder into a wall of rubble before kicking her through it. She was still conscious but barely. "What the hell, Midoriya? You trying to hurt us or something?" Ashido asked, furious at his brutal attacks. He was trying to knock them out quickly, and everyone stood frozen in awe, watching the speed and ferocity of his movements. "No, I'm not, Ashido. Just enough to knock you unconscious." "Seems you're hanging in there, though," he said, his fists raised and ready for any incoming attack, but everyone continued to stare at him in amazement. Back in the observation room. "All Might, what's Midoriya thinking? He's going to hurt someone." Kirishima protested. "No, he won't. He knows what he's doing," the symbol of peace replied. "But the force he hit Hagakure with and the way he kicked Ashido through a wall. He could really hurt someone," Jiro said. "Isn't that the idea?" All Might asked, taking the three students by surprise. "Sir, what are you?" Ida began, but All Might cut him off. "He's supposed to be fighting against villains that are trying to defeat him, is he not?" All Might asked. "Yes, but," Jiro started. "So when it's a matter of life or death, would you pull your punches?" All Might pressed. "Of course not, but that's still," Ida began. "Listen to me. Young Midoriya is teaching the rest of your class a very important lesson that they need to learn, whether he knows it or not," All Might said, turning to look at them. "And what's that, sir?" Kirishima asked. "He's teaching them that just because you have an opponent surrounded, it doesn't mean you've won. They still need to finish him off. If the roles were reversed and young Midoriya was the villain, then in a real battle, young Hagakure and young Ashido would be in serious danger because they dropped their guard for that brief moment. That's all it takes, one moment, not even a second, and it could cost you your life in battle," All Might explained. "Sir, I get that, but Hagakure was in the middle of talking, and he just took her down without hesitation. I can't even imagine the injuries she has," Jiro protested. "Yes, well, that was also a very intelligent move from young Midoriya. He asked a question to get them talking, so for that split second, someone dropped their guard. Unfortunately for Hagakure, it was her, and he took full advantage. The shock of it allowed him to quickly attack young Ashido too, but she managed to stay conscious. The other benefit is that because of her quirk, Hagakure was someone he needed to take down before she became undetectable. He needed to act while he could still see her." "Sir, you make good points, but the way he attacked them was harsh," Ida said. "Do you want to win or not?" All Might asked. "Sir?" They replied, unsure if they had heard him correctly. "I said, do you want to win or not?" He bellowed down at them. "He's right," Kirishima said. "What?" Jiro and Ida questioned. "That's the reason we're here, and Midoriya is still in there fighting like he's the one that ambushed them," Kirishima said, admiring his classmates' tenacity. "Yeah, you're right. We dropped our guard and it cost us. In a real battle, we'd be dead," Ida agreed. "I suppose. Why does Midoriya know all this anyway?" Jiro asked. "Isn't it obvious? After what he went through, that boy is as tough as they come. You've all seen villains face to face and fought them on more than one occasion, and you all triumphed. You learned that you can't hesitate and just how evil villains are. However, you did that with your fellow classmates when you had strength in numbers, and many of the villains you fought were D-listers at best, with the odd exception. Young Midoriya, on the other hand, was all alone for 3 days and still managed to defeat all 16 of his captors, and not one of them was weak. They were all extremely strong and powerful villains that even I have struggled against in the past. He took them all out like they were just target practice. They probably underestimated him, which is exactly what your classmates have done right now. You should never underestimate your opponent or assume you're safe because you have the numbers. Trust me when I say this, students. Young Midoriya is about to defeat every single one of your classmates. He's going to pick them off one by one, knockout after knockout, until there's nobody left. Watch a pro at work. All Might beamed with pride, turning back to the screen. Did he just say pro? Kirishima asked Ida, whispering. He's not wrong. Midoriya is fighting like a pro hero. He's making this look easy, Ida replied. He still has a lot to learn, students, but don't get me wrong. Young Midoriya is already up there with the strongest pro heroes before he's even completed his time at UA. A little bit like Mirio, although even he wouldn't be able to fight with this level of intensity, All Might said, proud of his protege. As much as I don't like it, you're all right. We have to be tough to defeat villains, Jiro admitted. Yes, now shut up and enjoy the show, All Might said, getting all of them to turn their attention to the screen. Back in the arena. Come on guys. What's wrong? Deku asked, smiling at them all. Azui stood frozen right next to him. Midoriya, why are you smiling? You could've, Azui began, but Deku took the opportunity to attack while everyone was still in shock. The fear factor was what was allowing him to win. So far, nobody dared to move because they couldn't believe how decisively he'd taken down their classmates. He lunged at her, attempting to kick, but she leaped into the air just in time. The problem was, once she was up there, she had no way to maneuver. Perfect. She did exactly what I hoped she'd do. Now I can take her out without her being able to counter. He leapt up after her the moment she'd left the ground, leaving his usual green energy trail behind. The second his feet left the floor, he was by Azui's side in the air. Before she could react, he performed a kick straight down, connecting with her stomach and sending her flying back down to the ground. Deku followed her descent and, after she hit the ground, landed a punch to her stomach. The force of the strike made her pass out. Midoriya, enough. You're going to hurt someone. Ojiro protested. The moment he said it, Deku suddenly appeared behind him, jumping over him while grabbing his tail. To Ojiro, everything seemed to be moving in slow motion as he watched helplessly. Deku continued his flip, spinning Ojiro around before slamming him into the ground face first, knocking him out. Yeah, that's kind of the point, Deku said, though Ojiro couldn't hear him. He was talking more to the rest of his classmates, who were still conscious and somehow in shock. Deku decided to give them a chance to fight back since everyone was paralyzed in fear, watching him take down 4 of his classmates in quick succession, needing only one attack on each of them to get the job done. Ashido managed to climb back onto her feet at this point. They're all hesitating. If this was a real fight, they would have lost by now because I wouldn't be waiting for them to move. Even now, when I'm standing still and not doing anything, nobody is daring to make an attack. They've got to fight. Guys, come on already. Are you all just going to watch me fight, or are you actually going to do something for yourselves? It's still 13 against 1. You have the advantage, so use it. Deku screamed at them, wanting his classmates to fight. Not because he wanted to hurt them, but because he knew that if they couldn't do it here in a safe environment, they'd never be able to do it in battle. They'd all be in danger. Villains don't wait. Still, none of them moved. He looked at Todoroki, who was looking at him, terrified of what he was witnessing. Then she did something Deku didn't see coming. Was she smiling? Guys, come on, he's right, she shouted, capturing the attention of her classmates. If this was a real battle, Deku would have beaten us already. Our enemies wouldn't give us the luxury of taking a moment to find our courage to fight. So all of you, let's give him everything we've got. Work as a team and let's give our all. Her words seemed to ignite a spark. They began to exchange determined glances and got into their fighting stances. Finally, they were ready to challenge Deku. Uraraka looked back at him, a big smile on her face, and nodded. He had never realized she was such a good leader. She had rallied everyone, and now they were prepared to fight. He nodded back at her before focusing on the challenge ahead. Slowly, he started powering up one for all throughout his body, giving them an opportunity to attack him. But nobody moved. They were ready to fight, yet they were all waiting for him to make the first move. He decided he would have to make them pay for that hesitation so they could learn from it. We've got you beaten, Midoriya. There's no way you can beat all 13 of us. Shiro shouted, suddenly feeling brave and confident. Oh really? Deku replied, a huge smile spreading across his face as he looked straight at Shiro. The confidence drained from Shiro as he realized he was Deku's next target. In an instant, Deku bolted toward him, and before Shiro could react, Deku was right on top of him, ready to strike. Just when it seemed too late for Shiro to escape, Todoroki launched a wall of ice between them. However, Deku had anticipated a reaction and dodged it effortlessly, going for Mineta, who stood nearby. Mineta tried to move, but it was too late. Deku grabbed his cape and spun him around in a full 360 degrees before hurling him through the ice wall and into Shiro. "Din, he's too fast," Todoroki muttered, realizing he would have to catch Deku off guard or wait for him to make a mistake to land a decent shot. "Then we're just going to have to surround him," Uraraka suggested. "We did surround him and he's kicking our butts." Todoroki snapped. "Yes, but we gave him too much space. We were all standing far away from him in a big circle. We're practically lined up for him to take us out one by one. We need to close the distance and box him in," Uraraka explained. "She's right. Everyone close the gap. We're too spread out, so group up and move in," Todoroki ordered. They complied, gathering with the nearest classmates as they charged toward Deku. Even Bakugo joined Todoroki and Uraraka in their advance. Deku smiled to himself. "Finally," he murmured, sliding his right foot back and raising his fists into a fighting stance. He burst toward where Shiro and Mineta had landed, grabbing Mineta by the cape again. "Not again!" Mineta whined before Deku swung him around and smashed his head into Shiro's, knocking both of them unconscious. 2 down, 11 to go. Next, he targeted Ashido, who was already weakened from his earlier attack. His speed was astonishing. Not even All Might moved that fast. His classmates barely had time to react. Ashido tried to anticipate his move, using an acid veil in hopes he would run straight into it, but Deku simply jumped over it. "Oh, for..." She never finished her sentence as Deku placed his hand over her face and slammed her into the ground, sliding a meter along the rubble from the sheer force of the impact. Ashido was out cold. Deku was precise, ensuring he knocked his classmates unconscious without causing serious harm. "Dimen, this isn't going to work. We need a different strategy. He's picking us off one by one, and most of us haven't even gotten close to him yet," Todoroki said. "Then we all group up. Make one big group for him to target and give him as little room as possible to maneuver. Instead of him being inside us, we'll push him to the outside," Uraraka suggested. "Could work. He can only attack one of us at a time, so if we're all together, we can counter and protect each other until he gives us an opening or starts to tire," Todoroki agreed. "That won't work, half and half," Bakugo interjected. "Why not?" Todoroki asked. "He's not going to get tired anytime soon. We could be here all day waiting for him to slow down. Not only that, but you're relying on the remaining 10 of us to be competent enough to counter his attacks. Even if we manage that, who says we won't tire out before he does? So do you still want to wait for him to get tired? Or give us an opening?" Bakugo asked. "Then what do you suggest?" Todoroki replied. "He's on the front foot at the moment. I think we should go through with Round Face's plan, but instead of waiting for an opening or for him to tire out, the moment we counter, we need to push him back. Put him on the back foot. If we all give him attack after attack to worry about, he won't bother trying to counter. He'll just keep dodging and eventually, he'll make a mistake or one of us will actually get a decent hit in," Bakugo suggested. "Sounds like a plan," Let's do it, Todoroki agreed. Bakugo, when were you so calm and calculated? Uraraka asked, surprised at the blonde's coolness in the heat of battle for once. What's that supposed to mean? I'm always calm. Bakugo yelled. Almost as soon as he'd said that, Deku appeared by his side. Kaken, I really hope you didn't just call Ochako that, he said before kicking him in the back of the head with a roundhouse kick, sending him face first into the floor. His foot looked like it stuck to the back of his head as he kicked it and then followed through to stomp Bakugo's head into the ground. He was out cold just like that. Bakugo! Todoroki screamed. Uraraka quickly tried to touch Deku with her hand. If she could make him float, that would be it. It would be game over for him. He saw it coming and dodged it with ease, giving himself some space between him and his classmates. Everyone on me! Uraraka ordered. They formed one unit around her for Deku to fight. Already, there were only 9 of them left. Did he seriously take Bakugo down that easily? Yaoyorozu asked, still in shock. She wasn't the only one. They all watched how effortlessly he'd dispatched Bakugo, who was arguably the strongest in their class. Yet again, they were in a state of shock, unsure of what to do or how he was capable of picking them off so easily. Yeah, he did, but don't lose focus. If we all freeze again, we'll never win this, Uraraka said, not taking her eyes off Deku. He didn't attack me. He didn't even try to. He dodged it so easily, he clearly saw it coming a mile away. So why didn't he counter? Could it be that he doesn't want to hurt me? No, he told me he wasn't going to hold back. He's got something planned. But what? What do we do? Kaminari asked. We stick together. If he goes for one of us, we counter and force him onto the back foot and then keep the pressure up, Todoroki explained. What? So we just sit and wait for him to make a move? You guys have seen how fast he's moving. There's no way any of us will react in time, Yaoyorozu protested. Got a better idea? Uraraka asked. No, she admitted. Then let's focus and fight, Uraraka said. You still haven't learned, have you? Deku said, catching them all off guard. His body was still emitting green energy as one for all coursed through him. What are you talking about? Yaoyorozu asked. You're hesitating. Too paralyzed by your shock and fear to do anything. You have to believe in your abilities. That no matter what, you can win. You all thought you'd won because you had me surrounded, and that was your biggest mistake. All of you underestimated me, and now it's cost you what would have been a well-earned victory, Deku said, staring them all down, knowing he was going to win at this point. He wasn't underestimating them or getting cocky, it was just that none of them could stop him from what he was about to do next. It's not over yet, Midoriya. Kaminari protested, refusing to give in. Deku simply smiled. Why are you smiling? Todoroki asked. No reason. It's just that I've already won, Deku said. Weren't you just saying not to underestimate your opponent? Kaminari asked. Oh, I'm not underestimating any of you. All of you are strong and powerful in your own way, but there's nothing you can do to stop this. United. Deku said, transferring all of the energy coursing through his body into just one of his arms. What's he? Kaminari began, but Uraraka cut him off, realizing what was about to happen. Everybody move, she screamed, but it was too late. Smaowash. Deku yelled as he slammed his fist into the rubble in front of him. The force cracked the ground beneath his classmates' feet and sent them flying into the air. Aoyama, Kaminari, Koda, Sato, Shoji, and Tokoyami were all knocked out by either multiple pieces of rubble hitting them or by the sheer force of the blast that came from Deku's punch. The only 3 remaining conscious were Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka. So you 3 are still in this, Deku said. You haven't won yet. Midoriya. Only 1 left. Deku. I won't let you beat me, Uraraka said, struggling to stay on her feet. Deku turned to look at her, noting the state of her costume, which was ripped and damaged, with cuts and bruises from the rubble. Sorry, Ochako. I already have, he replied, feeling a pang of guilt. What are you talking about? She asked, confusion evident in her voice. In an instant, Deku was next to her, and she found herself cuffed to him. I believe that counts as a capture, he said, a little disheartened by what he had done. However, she smiled at him, proud of how strong he had. This easily makes you the strongest in our class, she complimented. Thank you, he said, a bit embarrassed. Now come on. Extract your targets and win this exercise already, she urged, admitting defeat. Yeah, about that. Deku trailed off. What is it? She asked, sensing something was off. I forfeit, he said, uncuffing her. What? Deku, what are you doing? She asked, bewildered. Training exercise complete. The villain team wins. All Might's voice boomed over the speakers. Why would you do that, Deku? Uraraka pressed. Ochako, I don't need to win this training exercise or prove anything. I've already won. I don't want to humiliate my classmates any further. I told you what I need, he said, placing his hands on her hips and gazing into her eyes. Deku, Uraraka replied, feeling a warmth spread through her as she looked back at him. Slowly, she wrapped her arms around his shoulders. Back in the hospital 3 months ago, I told you. All I need is you, he said, leaning in for a slow, romantic kiss. They stood there, savoring the moment, lost in. Deku, you okay? Uraraka asked, waking up and noticing the worried look on his face. HM? Oh, hey, you're awake, he replied, snapping out of his thoughts. Nightmares? She asked, a little concerned. It had been weeks since he'd had one. No, not nightmares. I'm just kind of worried about class tomorrow, he admitted. Why? She asked, still half asleep and not quite understanding what was so concerning about going to class all of a sudden. Wait a minute, do we have homework or something due? No, of course we don't. Deku never misses his schoolwork. So what's up with him? Oh, I don't know, maybe just the fact that I knocked out every single one of my classmates yesterday except for the 3 on my team and my girlfriend, Deku said sarcastically, reminding her of what had happened. Oh right, yeah, of course. Why didn't you knock me out, by the way? She asked. Because I love you and I would never do that to you on purpose. Besides, I still had my H&D CFFS, and I'd already decided whoever was last standing I'd just cuff them, Deku explained. Sweet. I love you too. Hang on a minute, you still sent me flying through the air and scratched up and bruised from all that rubble, so you did try and knock me out. I just happened to be the last one standing, she exclaimed, suddenly realizing he had actually tried to hurt her along with the rest of her classmates when they played straight into Deku's hands. What? No, it wasn't like that at all, he protested, getting very red and flustered. Explain yourself, Deku, or I swear I'll beat you, Uraraka threatened. You mean like you did in training? Deku teased, unable to resist the obvious joke. She slapped him. Don't get big-headed with me, mister, she scolded, furious at her realization that he had actually tried to take her out. Okay, I'm sorry. Look, the truth is I knew you'd be fine. Nothing more than a couple of scratches and bruises. Which is exactly what happened, Deku explained. And how exactly did you know I'd be fine? It was randomly broken concrete. How are you so sure? She asked, skeptical of his explanation. Well, you were at the back of everyone along with Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, so as cruel as it sounds, I knew everybody else would take the brunt of it, and you guys would be fine, just a little winded or dazed but not seriously harmed. That's why I finished Todoroki and Yaoyorozu off so quickly. I knew that if I didn't, they'd get back up, and I'd have a fight on my hands. I also made sure that I didn't use enough power that it would get close enough to cause you any serious harm. So yes, Ochako, I knew what I was doing and I didn't try to take you out. I made sure you weren't in harm's way, Deku explained, turning over to face away from her in the bed, a little hurt that she didn't believe him. Deku, I'm sorry, she said, cuddling up to him and being the big spoon. The moment he felt her warmth against him, all the hurt he'd been feeling was suddenly gone. She gave him a small kiss on his back, and the warmth of her lips was soothing. It's okay. I'm sorry for launching you into the air with all that concrete, Deku apologized, joking a little to lighten the mood. Uraraka chuckled. I can't believe you made Bakugo look so weak, she said, remembering how he had taken the blonde out with a single kick. Well, he called you a name, Deku defended. Yes, he did, but I hope you don't go around doing that to everyone who calls me that, she teased. Oh, you know I will, Deku joked. She snuggled her nose into his neck, still lying behind him, stroking his back with one hand and the other stroking his hair. "Don't you dare, Deku. I can handle myself," she whispered into his ear, playfully teasing him. Deku started to squirm, feeling the warmth of her affection. "How was that?" she asked, knowing full well he'd loved every second of it. "Incredible but completely unfair. I wasn't expecting it," he protested, but he wasn't really complaining. "Glad you enjoyed it," she said, feeling a rush of warmth. "We should probably get back to sleep," Deku suggested. Suddenly, Uraraka flung the bedsheets off of them, leaving them exposed. "Oh, Ochako?" Deku questioned, alarmed by her actions. Still spooning him, she playfully whispered, "I think you need to make it up to me for all that concrete." The feeling sent shockwaves of warmth through Deku's body. "I love it when you tease like that," he admitted, a little embarrassed to say it. "Oh really? Well, if you take me right now, I'll make it worth your while," she offered. "Deal." The following morning. "You ready?" Uraraka asked. "No," Deku replied. "It's just class, it'll be fine. Mr. Aizawa won't let anything happen to you," Uraraka reassured him, squeezing his hand a little. "Yeah. Okay, let's go," Deku said, letting out a sigh of relief as he opened the door to his class. As soon as the door swung open and they entered the room. The moment he entered the classroom, every single one of his classmates except Uraraka charged at him. "Gee guys?" Deku asked, a little in shock. Suddenly, a huge muscular figure stood in front of him, protecting him. "What the hell is wrong with you all?" Uraraka screamed, furious with her classmates for how they had treated her boyfriend. "Young Uraraka, I'll handle this," All Might warned. He understood her frustrations, but there was no need to escalate the situation. "Get out of my way, All Might. I'm gonna take him down," Bakugo yelled, taking another step forward. "Anyone who wishes to pick a fight with young Midoriya will have to go through me first," All Might warned. That was enough for most of the class to reconsider and back off, but not Bakugo or Todoroki. "I said get out of my way. I'm gonna take him down," Bakugo screamed, itching for a fight. Uraraka tensed up, ready to defend her boyfriend. Her fists began to clench, one hand still holding Deku's tightly, though he didn't seem to notice. "Ochako," Deku whispered. She looked at him, and to her surprise, he was smiling, reassuring her that everything was okay and under control. The moment she looked into those wonderful green eyes, her body relaxed, and her fist unclenched. "Do you mean like you did in training?" All Might asked Bakugo and Todoroki, who were still slowly walking toward him. Hearing this, they both stopped dead in their tracks. "All Might, you piece of," Todoroki began, but he was cut off. "Shut up, both of you. All of you sit down already unless you want a repeat of yesterday," Mr. Aizawa warned. Bakugo and Todoroki exchanged glances, then looked at Deku, then at All Might, before deciding it wasn't a good idea to pick a fight right now, especially considering their still healing injuries from yesterday. "Fine," they both said in unison, taking their seats along with the rest of their classmates. However, nobody took their eyes off Deku. "Uraraka, I said sit down," Mr. Aizawa ordered. "What about Deku, sir?" she asked, noticing he was only telling her to sit down and not her boyfriend. "Sit down," he said more firmly this time, a final warning. "Yes, sir," she replied, not wanting to take any chances, and let go of Deku's hand. As she walked to her seat, she gave him a look that said, "No idea," both of them equally confused. Once she had taken her seat, Mr. Aizawa decided to explain what was going on. "Midoriya, come here," he ordered, gesturing for Deku to join him at the front of the class. "Yes, sir," Deku replied, nervously walking over to his teacher and standing in front of his entire class, all of whom never once took their eyes off him. All Might followed closely behind him and joined him at the front. Deku looked at Uraraka, who tried to give him a reassuring smile, but the truth was she had no idea what was happening. "Does anyone want to hazard a guess why Midoriya is up here with us?" Mr. Aizawa asked. "Because he's an idiot," Kaminari mumbled. "You want to say that a little louder, Kaminari?" Mr. Aizawa asked in a threatening manner. "No, sir," Kaminari replied, regretting his words. "Thought so." "Really?" nobody knows? Did he hit you that hard? Mr. Aizawa asked, rubbing salt in their wounds. Because he demonstrated exactly what a hero should be, Uraraka said, earning disapproving grunts and groans from her classmates. Exactly right, Uraraka, Mr. Aizawa replied. What? The whole class, except Uraraka, screamed in protest. All of you shut up before I give Midoriya permission to take you all out again, Mr. Aizawa threatened. That was enough to silence them. Sir, forgive me, but in the end, Midoriya forfeited the match. That doesn't seem like something a hero would do, Ida pointed out, equally annoyed at Deku. He, Kirishima, and Jiro were frustrated with Deku for humiliating their classmates, even if they agreed with all might that sometimes that's what it takes to be a hero. Yeah, man, you threw away our victory, Kirishima chimed in. Agreed, Jiro added. Hearing this, Deku felt a surge of annoyance. Our? He asked, his expression shifting. Yes, our victory. We were a team, man. Kirishima protested. Kirishima, that's enough, Mr. Aizawa warned. No, it's okay, sir. I've got this one, Deku replied, his eyes locking onto his red-haired friend. Very well, Midoriya. Say what you want to say, Mr. Aizawa allowed, seeing where this was going. It was never our victory at all, Kirishima. There was no we, just me. I did everything for myself. How dare you be so disrespectful? I told you. I told all three of you to focus. To not get caught up in the small victory of finding and capturing our targets. I warned you that we weren't done yet. Clearly none of you listened because moments later you were eliminated, and you would have seen those mines if you had been paying attention. You lost. You were defeated. I won. I earned a victory. Not you. Deku shouted, frustration evident in his voice. His words seemed to resonate, as their expressions shifted to regret, and they looked down at their feet instead of at him. Midoriya. I apologize. You're right. None of us deserved a victory except you. Please forgive me, Ida said, standing up to bow. Yeah, what he said. I'm really sorry, Kirishima added, also bowing. I'm not going to bow, but I'm sorry too, Midoriya, Jiro chimed in. That was enough for Deku, he just wanted to hear their apologies. It's okay, guys. I forgive you, he replied, relief washing over them. Ida and Kirishima sat back down. Good, now that's out of the way, let's talk about the battle yesterday, Mr. Aizawa stated. Sir, do we have to? Deku asked, sensing the tension in the air. Yes, we do. Because as of right now, Midoriya is the #1 student in UA, Mr. Aizawa announced casually. The entire class stared at Deku in astonishment. Sir. What? Ashido exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. Excuse me, Ashido? Mr. Aizawa replied, his tone sharp. Sorry, forget I said anything, she stammered. I will. Yes, Midoriya is officially UA's #1 student. Above the big three, and they're not too happy about it, but I'll get to that later, Mr. Aizawa informed them. Oh no, even the big three are mad at me? I'm completely screwed. Why is he the #1? Bakugo shouted, furious that Deku had surpassed him. Oh, because you put up such a good fight yesterday, didn't you? Uraraka said sarcastically, reminding him of how easily Deku had defeated him. Watch your mouth, round face. Just remember who you're talking to. Bakugo yelled back. Not the #1 student at UA, that's who I'm talking to. You're not even in the top 4, never mind first, Uraraka retorted, laughing. Kirishima and Jiro joined in her laughter, while the rest of the class remained too upset with Deku to enjoy the moment. Ida chuckled a little but maintained his composure, worried he might provoke Bakugo further. What did you say? Bakugo began, but Deku stepped in front of him, halting his outburst. Kakin, do you remember what happened the last time you called Ochako that? Deku asked, reminding him of their previous training session. Forget you nerd. You're not better than me. Bakugo yelled, still refusing to accept the truth. The lump on the back of your head says otherwise, Deku replied with a small grin. Whatever. Bakugo conceded, knowing he had been bested. Does anyone else wish to challenge Midoriya? Mr. Aizawa asked. Yes. The whole class, except for Uraraka, shouted. Even you three? I thought you made up. Mr. Aizawa asked, glancing at Kirishima, Jiro, and Ida. Yeah. It's just that we really want to fight him, sir. We all need a challenge, Ida explained. Yeah, I want to see if we can beat him, Kirishima added. Excluding myself, that makes it 18, Uraraka corrected, knowing it was unlikely they could defeat Deku. So basically what you're saying is you all want to spend the night in Recovery Girl's office again? All Might remarked sarcastically, aware of the likely outcome. We can take him. Zero insisted. Enough, all of you. None of you will be fighting Midoriya until I personally think you're ready for it. However, with that being said, Midoriya, put your hero costume on, Mr. Aizawa ordered. Sir? Deku questioned, confused. If he wasn't fighting anyone in his class, then who was he up against? Oh yeah, I should probably have mentioned that you're fighting again today, Midoriya, Mr. Aizawa added, realizing he hadn't pointed that out yet. Against who? Deku asked, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. Mr. Aizawa couldn't help but smile at him. Remember how I said the big three aren't happy about you outranking them? Yeah, what about it? Deku replied, still puzzled. Well, they want proof. So today, Midoriya, you're going to battle against them in the arena. Alone, Mr. Aizawa. I can't believe this is actually happening. Me against the three of them? This is not going to end well. Deku! Uraraka called, running up to him. Ochako, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in the stands with the rest of the class? Deku asked. Nice to see you too, she replied sarcastically. Sorry, I guess I should have greeted you first, huh? He apologized, realizing he'd come across as a little rude. Yes, you should have. We really need to work on your manners, she teased, grinning at him. Haha, very funny, he said, disapproving of her attitude. I know I'm just hilarious. Let's try again, shall we? Hey, boyfriend, she said, smiling and waving a hand at him. Hey, girlfriend, Deku replied, going along with her little act for her amusement. He needed something to distract him or at least make him feel less nervous. I came to wish you luck before the fight. You know, because I love you, she said playfully, enjoying the time she had to tease him. Oh gee, thanks, girlfriend. I just love you too, Deku replied, keeping up the act. It was at this moment that Deku suddenly realized how nervous she was. Her smile seemed forced, and she couldn't stay still. She was extremely fidgety. Is she putting on this act for my sake? Ochako, what's wrong? Deku asked. HM? Nothing, she lied. Deku knew her too well and saw right through her act. Look, I know when you're lying. What's up? He asked again. Fine. I'm worried about you, she admitted. Are we really going to have this conversation again? Deku asked. I know, but I can't help it, Deku. Every time you're in a fight, I get worried. Even before we started dating, I was scared for your well-being because I know how competitive you are and you have a tendency to overdo it just to secure a win. It's a lot different now that you can control your quirk, but even still, I worry about you. You understand, right? Uraraka asked, now concerned that he thought she was too overprotective. He didn't say anything. Instead, he did something else to let her know everything would be okay and that he understood. He simply hugged her. For a moment, she was surprised and didn't know what to do, but she quickly flung her arms around him and returned the embrace, burying her face into his chest and enjoying the feeling of being held. I love you, Deku whispered. She started to tear up. I love you too, Deku, she whispered back, her voice muffled against his chest. Hey, do you want to wait with me? I'd hate to be alone for the next half hour, Deku asked, his voice as soft as possible. He knew full well she didn't want to leave him alone, and he was serious too. He didn't want her to go just yet either and wanted someone to keep him company before the fight started. Was all she could muster as she nodded her head, still burying it into his chest. They entered the waiting room and both sat down at a table. For a moment, they didn't say anything or even look at each other. I can't believe this is happening, Uraraka said finally. Which part? Deku asked, still in disbelief himself. Where to start, Deku? The fact that UA released the footage of our training to the public yesterday. In the space of 24 hours, they organized this event and sold tickets to the public for a sellout fight. Why are you even doing this fight on a global stage? Why not in the training arenas at UA? What's the point of broadcasting this all over the world? I thought it was just going to be another training exercise or something behind closed doors to prove who was the strongest student at UA, Uraraka asked, full of questions about why UA had decided to broadcast the event to the world and make them fight in the arena they'd used for the sports festival. It sends a message, Deku replied. What message? Doesn't it just give villains a chance to study you and find weaknesses in your fighting style? Uraraka asked. Yes, it does, but the point is it shows villains how strong the next generation is. Bearing in mind we haven't finished our time at school yet, so we're not even close to the finished article. It's a warning to future and existing villains that we're strong and growing every single day. Put it this way, if I beat the big three today, who are all in their final year, and I'm only just finishing my first, it gives villains something to worry about. I'm not bragging either. If any first year is powerful enough to defeat the top 3 students on their own before they've even finished their first year at UA, who knows what they'd be capable of by the end of their time at UA. I think that's the point of today. To showcase my power and the capabilities of my quirk. Regardless of whether I win or lose. All Might and the rest of the teachers at school clearly think I'm going to put up a tough fight or it's at least going to be close. I guess now it's just up to me to do my best and win this battle, Deku said. If you lose but put up one hell of a fight today, the whole world will see your strength and respect that. So you don't have to win today. You have nothing to prove. Just go out there and do your best, Uraraka said, trying to convince him that giving his all was enough. He didn't need to overdo it just to win all the time. He needed to accept that sometimes, you have to face defeat. Thanks, but you're wrong. I have to win, Deku replied, looking up at her. Deku, please. Don't do this to yourself. Sometimes you lose in life, and that's okay. As long as you know you gave your all and there was nothing more you could have done, then that's enough, she urged him. I know that but I'm sorry I have to win, Deku said, his voice weak and pained. Hearing this, Uraraka realized there was something deeper at play than just his longing to be the best. Okay, I get it. You're aiming for the top, so you can't settle for simply trying your best. You have to win. I understand that. But it's more than that, isn't it, Deku? She asked, sensing a moment to get him to open up about some long-suppressed feelings. Because I can't lose. Not anymore. Not again. Deku barely managed to say as his head dropped, looking at his feet while tears began to form. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to tell her it was nothing, to just move on and forget about it, but something compelled him to admit his biggest secrets and deepest feelings. He couldn't keep this from her. Something about her made him want to share everything. How his life had been filled with loss and defeat until he came to UA. He wanted to tell her how he really got his quirk. Despite the doubts in his mind, he decided to let his heart speak. Deku, Uraraka began, wanting to ask more, but she was cut off by a voice over the tannoy. Would Izuku Midoriya please make your way to the arena entrance? Thank you. Yeah, I heard you the first time, Deku said, regaining his focus and pushing aside the emotions he had just felt. Right now, it was time to fight, and he needed to keep his head in the game. Can we talk about it later, Deku? Uraraka asked, not wanting to leave the conversation unfinished. Yes, of course. I think it would be good for me to talk about it with you. Right now, I need to focus, though, Deku replied, knowing he needed to get these things off his chest. That's perfectly fine, you've got to fight to win, Uraraka said, getting hyped up herself. Wish me luck, Deku said as he made his way to the door. However, Uraraka stopped him by spinning him around and pulling him into a kiss. He closed his eyes, happily falling deeper into the moment. They held the kiss for a few moments, lost in joy. Eventually, they pulled back, both opening their eyes halfway, their lips still slightly parted, wanting to connect again. You don't need luck. You're going to go out there and show them what you're made of. Like the amazing, strong person you are, she said, cheering him on. Deku was a little surprised by her intensity, but it fueled his determination to win this fight even more. I'm going to show them who the new number 1 is, Deku said, grinning. That's my man. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the fight you've all been waiting for. Present Mic's voice boomed over the loudspeakers, causing the arena to tremble with excitement. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Wow, this really is a sellout event. Everyone is here to see if I can compete with the big three. I wonder how many people are watching this on TV, Deku said, feeling a wave of nerves wash over him. Don't worry about it. When the fight starts, you'll forget all about the audience. Besides, when you're a pro, people will be watching you all the time, so you might as well get used to it. You did great in the sports festival, so you'll do fine now, Uraraka reassured him, giving his hand a gentle squeeze. Yeah, you're right. Once the fight starts, I'll completely forget the crowd, Deku replied, recalling his previous experiences in the sports festival and the provisional licensing exam. He felt a surge of determination. Entering the arena first. Formerly the top 3 students in UA until yesterday. The big 3. Present Mic announced as Mirio, Nijire, and Tamaki stepped into the arena, earning a loud chorus of cheers that reverberated through the stadium. Did he have to remind them that I knocked them down the rankings? Deku asked, anxiety creeping in. He knew that would only fuel their longing to beat him. I'm sure it'll be fine, Uraraka said, though her voice lacked conviction as she scratched her head, flustered by Deku's concern. Look, I appreciate the encouragement, but you're not doing a great job, Deku said, scratching his own head. Well, excuse me for trying to be helpful, she retorted, but her annoyance faded when Deku kissed her, catching her off guard. I'm very grateful. I love you so much, Deku said, pulling back slightly. I know. I love you too, she replied, leaning in for another kiss. Oh, we should probably give these two some privacy, Present Mic joked over the loudspeaker. Instantly, Deku and Uraraka pulled away, realizing the camera was focused on them, and the stadium had fallen silent except for a few whistles and murmurs. They had been so lost in the moment that they hadn't noticed the broadcast. Their faces turned bright red as they exchanged embarrassed glances. The whole world just watched us kiss. I'm never going to hear the end of this, Uraraka thought. So, I should probably. Deku stammered, still flustered and unable to move toward the arena. Yeah, good luck. See you later. Uraraka managed, avoiding his gaze and swaying nervously. Deku took a step but hesitated. Screw it, he mumbled to himself. Uraraka started, but he kissed her again, a quick peck that sent her heart racing. Wait here. I've got a fight to win, Deku said, his confidence shining through. Go kick some butt, Izuku, she cheered, clasping her hands over her mouth afterward, realizing how that sounded. What did you say? Deku asked, certain he had misheard. Nothing. Just get out there already, people are waiting. Uraraka urged, flustered and eager to change the subject. But it sounded like you said, Deku began, wanting to tease her, but she cut him off. And no, I didn't. Now go already, we can talk about it afterward, she insisted, spinning him around and giving him a gentle push toward the arena. He glanced back at her, but she crossed her arms, a playful scowl on her face that said, not now. Deciding to focus on the fight, Deku stepped into the spotlight. Finally, Izuku Midoriya enters the arena. Present Mic announced as he walked out into the massive stadium. The atmosphere was electric. Looks like a storm is coming, he thought, noticing the packed stands despite the lack of a roof. Some people really are desperate to watch this fight in person. Hey, Mirio, Deku greeted the former #1 student as he took his position in the ring. I hope you're ready for this, Mirio replied, his confidence unwavering. Oh, I'm ready. I don't think the 3 of you are, though, Deku said, making it clear he wasn't just there to be a punching bag. Let's just all do our best, Nijire said with her usual bright smile. Tamaki simply grunted in response. Let's do it, Mirio said, getting into a fighting stance. I've got this, Deku mumbled to himself as he quickly began to strategize, realizing he hadn't done that yet. The rules are simple. To win, all you have to do is knock out the opposition, make them surrender, or force them out of the ring. Anything goes, so get creative. Is everybody ready for a show? Present Mic asked over the loudspeaker, earning a loud roar from the spectators filling the stadium. Deku got into a fighting stance, determined. Let's do this. 3.2.1. Battle. Present Mike announced, giving them the cue to start fighting. The moment it began, Tamaki launched his tentacle fingers at Deku. Anticipating the attack, Deku flicked his finger, charging one for all to send out a burst of energy that negated Tamaki's move. That was a little predictable, wasn't it? Deku asked. Was this? Mirio asked suddenly, appearing behind him with his arm raised, ready to strike. Deku knew that if he tried to punch him, his attack would pass straight through. Instead, he dodged out of the way, but noticed Nijire quickly closing the distance. If she got too close, he wouldn't be able to dodge those golden rings of energy. He needed to wear her and Tamaki down so their quirks would become less effective. Gotcha! Nijire said triumphantly as she launched an attack at Deku. She was right next to him. He quickly launched himself at her, landing a kick to the back of her head and slamming her face first into the ground before she could attack. Tamaki launched his tentacle fingers again, prompting Deku to flick his finger and burst towards him while he was off balance from the energy blast. He grabbed Tamaki by his tentacles and swung him around before slamming him down on the floor. Tamaki is eliminated. Present Mike announced. Tamaki hadn't moved from his starting position, meaning he was right next to the boundaries of the ring. Deku had sent him flying outside, eliminating him from the match. Big mistake, Tamaki. You should have been in the middle of the ring using your tentacles to keep me around the edges. But if they weren't planning to eliminate me by ring out, then that means they were going for the knockout. Deku turned to see golden rings flying towards him, albeit slowly. He dodged them with ease and observed that Nijire was the only one left in the ring. Mirio was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Mirio came flying up through the floor directly beneath Deku. Anticipating it, Deku had already begun his punch. The moment Mirio burst through the floor, Deku's fist connected with his face, sending him flying towards Nijire. Mirio managed to activate his quirk just in time to pass through her unharmed. How did you? Mirio couldn't finish the question. Nobody had ever managed to predict his movements that well before. The timing was perfect. Simple. Your quirk is extremely useful because I can't attack you when it's activated. However, I know that when you pass through the floor, the moment you deactivate it, you're sent flying back up to the surface. Meaning that when you come bursting back up, your body is solid and I can get a hit in. So you're going to have to do better than that, Deku explained. I'm impressed, Mirio admitted. We spent enough time together saving Arie for me to know your weaknesses and strengths, Mirio. It shouldn't be surprising that I know how to fight against you, Deku said. Good point. Now enough of the small talk, let's fight, Mirio said, charging back towards him. Deku readied himself, knowing more golden rings were coming his way. Right on cue, he saw Nijire launch them at him. She must be getting tired from releasing that much energy. Just a bit more, and she'll be open for the takedown. Deku dodged her attack with ease and sprinted towards Mirio, leaving his usual green energy trail behind him. As he closed the distance, he raised his fist as if he was going to punch him, making it look like he was going for the head. Mirio saw the attack incoming and activated his quirk, but only in his head. At the last second, Deku's fist lowered, and he swept Mirio's legs from under him. That was a big gamble, but it worked. There's one thing bothering me. Am I holding back? I don't feel like I'm moving as quickly or as fiercely as I did in training yesterday. Right now, I'm using 8% of one for all. Yesterday, All Might thought I was using around 10 to 15%. I didn't do it on purpose, it just happened. So let's try to do it intentionally and end this fight. Deku attempted to charge more of one for all through his body, feeling his power and speed increasing. Oh, and here it is, folks. It looks like Midoriya is finally going to show you us the speed and power he had yesterday in his training. Present Mike screamed, earning yet another loud roar from the spectators. This is what they had come to see. Deku going all out and taking his opponents down like it was easy. Mirio, he's too fast. I can't keep track of high. Nijire never finished her sentence as Deku's fist slammed into her stomach, sending her flying out of the ring, leaving only Mirio left. This is it. One-on-one. Even alone, he's powerful. Let's do this. Deku charged at him, landing a punch to his face. Mirio tried to activate his quirk but couldn't react in time as Deku moved so fast that the moment he charged, his fist connected with Mirio's face. Before Deku could land another attack, Mirio phased into the floor. "You can't hide from me!" Deku screamed before channeling One for All through just one arm and slamming his fist into the ground, cracking it and sending rubble flying into the air. However, Mirio was nowhere to be seen. "Where is he?" Deku got his answer when he felt a hand on his hood pull him off his feet. "It's over, Midoriya." POOWWW. Mirio never finished. He aimed to throw Deku out of the ring and take the win, but Deku knew his whole body was solid again as he warped back to the surface. As he was mid-throw, Deku grabbed onto Mirio's wrist. Flung over Mirio's shoulder, he used One for All to send himself back into the floor and used the momentum to throw Mirio instead. The stadium was silent. "Midoriya wins." Present Mic announced, causing the arena to burst into cheers, applause, and whistling. I did it. I really did it." At that moment, the storm Deku had seen coming before their fight hit. It began to pour with rain. "Deku!" Uraraka screamed, running up behind him into the ring, her eyes full of tears. "Ochako!" Deku questioned as she flung herself at him and hugged him. "I'm so proud of you," she sobbed into his chest. He returned her embrace, feeling her warmth and trying to keep her warm in the now torrential rain. "Thank you, but you could have waited, you know? You're getting soaked," Deku said, feeling a little guilty that she had come running into the arena just to hug him. Already, their hair was dripping wet and sticking to their faces. Uraraka pulled her face back from his chest to try and look up at him, but her face was covered by her hair. "Stupid rain. Whatever, I'm proud of you and I love you," she said, not wanting to let go of him. Deku brushed the wet hair out of her face so she could see him. "Thank you. I love you too," Deku replied before kissing her. They completely forgot about the global audience, lost in the moment. "Sorry, am I interrupting?" Mirio asked, suddenly standing next to them. Hearing his voice made them stop, remembering they were still in the ring. "Sorry." Heat of the moment, Uraraka said, still flustered from the moment they had just shared. "Ochako!" Deku protested. Her tone had been very telling, and so was her grin when she looked back at him. "Great, so now the whole world has seen me kiss my girlfriend. It's okay, I get it. You're still 16, it makes sense. Anyway, I just wanted to say congratulations, Midoriya. You've earned the #1 student spot at UA. I can't think of anyone who deserves it more," Mirio said, offering his hand to Deku. He took it, and they shook hands. However, he was pretty certain that over all the cheering, he could hear Bakugo yelling something along the lines of, "I deserve it more than him." "Thanks." "Hey, I never had the chance to say I'm glad your quirk came back," Deku said, remembering he hadn't had the chance to talk about this with him. "Yeah, well, me too. I thought it never would, but thankfully it did. I'm very lucky and thankful that it has," Mirio said, meaning every word. Deku understood where he was coming from. He knew all too well what it was like to be quirkless and want nothing more than to be a great hero. "Me too. The world needs great heroes like you, Mirio," Deku said. "Thank you. It needs you too, Midoriya. I can't even begin to imagine how great of a hero you'll be when you graduate," Mirio said, both of them igniting a fire within each other to keep pushing and striving to be the best. "Deku, this is sweet and all, but can we go now?" Uraraka whispered in his ear. "HM? Why, what's up?" he asked. She simply answered by kissing him again. "Oh, okay, I get it," he said, understanding the message. He picked her up into a bridal hold before sprinting out of the arena and back toward the UA dorms. It was going to be a long trip even with his speed. "Come on, Deku, hurry up." Uraraka looked at her with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I want to see what the #1 student in UA is capable of," she said, her tone light yet filled with anticipation. "Just another quick thank you for all the reads and votes. Over 4K reads now, which is amazing, and over 200 votes too, so thank you so much, I appreciate it. I think I owe a lot of the recent reads and followers to Hollow Legend, so shout out to them. If you haven't checked out any of their content before, please do, they have plenty of Izuku stories to read. You know we're going to get a lot of media coverage now, right? Uraraka asked, tracing her finger along Deku's abs, her eyes following it as she did. She lay next to him, her leg draped over both of his, her head resting on his chest as she listened to his heartbeat. HM? What do you mean? Deku questioned, not quite understanding what she was getting at. You and me. Our relationship. It's going to be everywhere when we wake up in the morning, Deku. Every newspaper, every magazine, and every news report is going to be talking about us, Uraraka said, kissing his chest where her head was. Don't you think they'll be talking more about the fight than the two of us? Deku asked. Sure, but we made our feelings known on a global stage. It's going to be in the news, whether we like it or not, she warned. Oh, I see, Det replied, a hint of nervousness creeping in. What's wrong? She asked, looking up at him. It's just that I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of attention. Now that I'm #1 at UA and I proved it on live TV, I knew I was going to get a lot of media coverage, but my relationship with you as well? It's a little overwhelming, isn't it? Deku expressed, concern evident in his voice. He didn't want his relationship scrutinized by the public as if they had any insight into it. Well, you should have thought about that when you kissed me on live TV, Uraraka teased, chuckling a little to lighten the mood. Ochako, I mean it. They have no right to talk about our relationship on national television. It's none of their business, Deku protested, wanting her to take this seriously. Deku, you're UA's #1 student now. Everything about you is their business. When you become the #1 hero someday, it'll be the same, if not worse. Your private life doesn't stay private when you're at the top unless you manage it carefully, she explained, trying to offer him some reassurance. Yeah, I guess you're right, Deku said, understanding her point but reluctant to accept it. Anyway, I want to talk about what happened earlier today. Before your fight, Uraraka said, recalling their conversation in the waiting room. You mean when you called me Izuku? Deku teased, reminding her that she'd used his actual first name instead of his hero name. I don't know what you're talking about, she protested, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Oh yes, you do, Ochako. You called me Izu, he started, but she quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Not another word, she warned, her expression stern. Deku knew all too well not to mess with her when she was angry. He simply nodded and raised his hands in surrender, prompting her to remove her hand. So what was it you wanted to talk about? Deku asked. Before the fight, you said you couldn't lose anymore. I wanted to talk about why you said that, Uraraka said, cutting straight to the chase. Oh right that. Well, the truth is, Ochako, before I came to UA, my life was pretty tough. I've already told you about being bullied for not having a quirk and so on, but everything I ever tried to do growing up, I failed at it. Trying to defend another kid who was getting picked on? I'd fail. Competing in sports? I'd fail. Every single time I faced a challenge, I lost. Until I got a quirk, I felt pretty useless. Now that I have one and I can follow my dream, I refuse to lose. I can't go through that again. My whole life was filled with loss. I've spent enough of my life losing, so now I have to win whenever I can. It's not a healthy mindset, I know, but I'm working on it, Deku explained, surprisingly open about his feelings. That didn't seem as hard for you to talk about as I thought it would be, Uraraka noted, a bit surprised but glad he had shared where his determination came from. It wasn't like Bakugo, who just wanted to be better than everyone else. Deku was simply tired of losing. Yeah, well, it's something I've talked about with my therapist, Deku admitted. I forgot you were still doing that. Well, you seem fine, so I won't push any further, Uraraka said, realizing this wasn't as serious as she first thought. It's okay, I understand there were a lot of suppressed emotions there that I still haven't fully processed. That's why it seemed really hard for me to talk about it earlier. I was nervous and on edge about the fight, so my emotions got the better of me a little bit, but I was quite happy to tell you then and there, to be honest with you, Deku explained. Well, I'm glad to see you're talking so openly about things for once. It's great to see you're making so much progress, Uraraka said, smiling widely, filled with joy that he was accepting that he wasn't okay. Not completely, anyway. He still had a few underlying issues and feelings that he needed to address, but he seemed to be doing just fine and making plenty of headway toward a place where he was mentally healthy. Yeah, the therapy is really helpful. I'm just happy I don't feel like I have to hide these things anymore. I think that's largely thanks to you, Ochako. You've made me a better person in multiple ways. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you greatly. I love you, Ochako, Deku said, gazing into her eyes. I love you too. Izuku, she said, forcing herself to call him by his actual name. Deku smiled, happy that she called him by his name, but he could tell she wasn't used to it. You know I'm perfectly okay if you want to keep calling me Deku. I know that's what you're used to, and if you're not comfortable calling me Izuku yet, that's okay. You don't have to use my first name just because I use yours, Deku offered, giving a big smile. Oh, thank goodness for that, Uraraka said, letting out a huge breath of relief and allowing her body weight to slump back down onto Deku's side, resting her head on his chest again. Although I'm not going to let you live it down that you did actually call me Izuku, he whispered into her ear, teasing her. If you dare. Her voice trailed off, not quite knowing what to say. Deku simply kissed her to make her forget all of the annoyance she'd felt just moments before. I'm messing with you, he said, grinning a little at her. You're such a tease, she mumbled. Hey, I said you could call me Deku or Izuku, that wasn't an option, Deku protested. Oh, sorry. Would you like me to call you something else instead? She asked playfully. Geez, when did you start using so much sass? Deku asked. I don't know, when did you become such a tease? She replied, still teasing him. I guess when I became the #1 student at UA. The fame is really going to my head, Deku joked, going along with the act now. It really is, Uraraka said, chuckling a little, making Deku let out a small laugh too. We should probably get some sleep, Deku suggested. Yeah. It had been 3 weeks since Deku's fight against the Big Three, and things had changed significantly since he showcased his abilities as the new #1 at UA. For starters, he could hardly go out in public without being recognized or asked for a photo or an autograph. This made dates with Uraraka nearly impossible without attracting unwanted attention. While there were perks, like receiving free meals at restaurants and never having to wait in line, Deku found the fame overwhelming. All he wanted was to enjoy some quality time with Uraraka without being interrupted every few minutes. He wasn't sure if he disliked fame itself or if he simply wasn't used to being in the spotlight. Young Midoriya, All Might called out as he approached them in the hallway after class. Deku was walking to the cafeteria with Uraraka when the symbol of peace joined them. Oh hey All Might. Is everything okay? Deku asked, unsure of why his mentor was seeking him out. Everything's fine. I just wanted to have a little chat. Is that okay with you, young Uraraka? All Might asked, though it felt more like a statement than a question. Yeah, sure. No problem at all, she replied, glad that Deku could have this conversation with All Might. She had noticed Deku struggling to cope with his newfound fame and had asked All Might to help him navigate the challenges of being #1. While Uraraka had also gained some recognition as Deku's girlfriend, she was handling it much better. She understood that this was part of being a hero, even if it sometimes led to absurd questions about their relationship. Are you sure you don't mind? Deku asked, feeling guilty about leaving her to talk to All Might. It's fine. It seems pretty important. I'll save you a seat, okay? She said, giving him a quick kiss. Okay, I'll see you in a minute, Deku replied, smiling at her as she walked toward the cafeteria. So, what's up? Deku asked, a bit anxious about the conversation. Come with me, All Might said, turning to head back to the teacher's lounge. Deku gulped, wondering if he was in trouble or if he had done something wrong. All Might glanced back and noticed Deku's worried expression. Don't worry, you're not in trouble. I just want to talk to you about something and offer you some advice, All Might reassured him. Oh, okay. I see, Deku said, relieved. Take a seat, young Midoriya. All Might gestured toward the sofa as he held the door open for Deku. Once inside, All Might deflated to his slimmer form, his suit hanging loosely on him. So, what did you want to talk about? Deku asked. I'll get to that, but first, how are you and young Uraraka getting along? All Might inquired. Oh, we're great, thanks. The amount of attention we both get right now is a bit overwhelming, but we're still doing well, Deku replied. I see. How are you handling it all? You know, being the center of attention? I hope you're not letting it go to your head, All Might teased gently. No, of course not. I never wanted to be a hero for the attention. That's not what it was about for me. Deku's voice trailed off. Relax, young Midoriya. I know you would never let fame go to your head. However, your recent fame is the reason I brought you here today, All Might explained. Oh, I see. What about it? Deku asked. Young Uraraka thinks you're struggling with it, All Might stated. So, Ochako put you up to this? Deku questioned. She asked me to talk about it with you, yes. She thought I might be able to help, All Might said, offering him a cup of tea. I guess I could use some advice, Deku admitted, taking the cup and sipping from it. So, where would you like to start? All Might asked. Is it always this bad? Deku replied with a question of his own. No. The truth is, when you do big global events like that, it can be pretty intense for a month or two, but it usually calms down after that first month. Unless you do something else to make headlines, All Might explained, acknowledging the media's relentless nature during such times. What do I do if I don't want this much attention and media coverage? Deku asked, seeking guidance. Lay low. Don't do anything drastic, just carry on with your usual day-to-day life, and it'll slowly go away. Until then, you just have to do your best to avoid it. For me, it's pretty easy, I just walk around like this instead of in my muscular form. But you, however, don't have a disguise. Although that's not a half-bad idea, to be fair, All Might said, scratching his chin as he thought up disguises for the two teens or a way for them to go out in public without being recognized. No, that sounds like too much hassle. What if I just want the fame to completely go away? I really don't want to be famous, All Might. I don't like it. Everybody's always talking about me, about my girlfriend, our relationship. It's completely unfair, and it's not right. I don't want it in my life, Deku pleaded, letting out his frustrations to his mentor. Then you can never be the #1 hero, All Might replied. What? Deku stuttered, hoping he had misheard. But he knew he had heard correctly. Yes, young Midoriya. If you don't want to be famous, don't be the #1 student at UA and don't ever become the #1 hero in the world, All Might reiterated, staring at the boy. But Deku began, but All Might cut him off, looking down at the floor as he braced himself for the lecture he was about to give. Look, kid, the fact of the matter is, if you want to be the #1 hero someday, you're going to have to get used to it because it only gets worse from there. The commercials, the brand deals, the interviews, the talk shows, it goes on and on. You see me on TV all the time, and I hate it as much as you do. I'd much rather be out there saving people and doing my job. However, the truth is, it gives you the chance to inspire the next generation and ensure that the public feels safe. When they see your face on that screen, they know everything will be okay, and that's why you have to play the game if you want to be a #1 hero. Besides, being the #1 student gives you a great chance to get used to it now while you're still young. It'll be good for you, don't worry. Just try to enjoy it a little and appreciate that the people who recognize you in the street and stop you for pictures are only doing so because they admire you. However, if there's one bit of advice I could give you, it's that if you don't want the public to do certain things or you want them to stop talking about you in a certain way, then use your voice to make a statement. Don't sit in silence and allow people to talk about you in a way that makes you uncomfortable. I think that's all I've got to say on the matter. Any questions? Kid. All Might looked up at the green-haired boy sitting before him. He was completely frozen, his eyes staring blankly ahead. The cup of tea in his hand was half raised to his mouth, and he was spilling it on the floor. All Might had broken him. Kid! All Might exclaimed, snapping Deku back to reality. Oh, sorry. I spilled my tea all over the floor, Deku said, apologizing and quickly trying to clean it up. It's fine, leave it. I'll clean that up, it's no problem. Do you have any questions or not? All Might asked again. No, I don't think so. It's just a lot to take in, that's all, Deku admitted. All Might's speech had completely blown him away, and he didn't really know how to react or what to say. Although, weirdly, he felt like he understood fame a lot better now. All Might was right. If he couldn't handle this level of fame, he'd never be able to be the #1 hero. He was just going to have to accept it. It's all part of being a hero. But Now go find young Uraraka. She's probably waiting for you, All Might said, getting up to open the door for him. Yeah, of course, Deku replied, still in shock. Listen, kid, if you have any questions about anything at all, not just fame, don't be afraid to ask me. I am your mentor after all. It's my duty, All Might said, putting a reassuring hand on Deku's shoulder. Thank you, sir. I still can't believe you haven't visited your mother in almost 4 months, Uraraka said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Hey, it wasn't by choice. The school wouldn't let me leave campus without permission, remember? Deku reminded her of the strict rules he had been under. You say that, but we left campus during that time. We went on dates and things like that, Uraraka pointed out. Yes, exactly. We were in public, surrounded by hundreds of people, and it was broad daylight, so we were safe. Plus, I was with you, and you're a highly rated student, Ochako, so they knew I was in good hands, Deku explained. Good point. Do they really trust me that much? She asked, surprised that her teachers thought she was capable of protecting Deku in a fight. Yes, of course they do. You're a good fighter, Ochako, Deku reassured her. He genuinely believed that if they sparred without quirks, she'd beat him convincingly every time. Thanks. Still, I bet she's been worried sick about you, hasn't she? Uraraka asked. Yes, she has. That's why I've been on the phone with her every single day. All Might has stopped by a few times too to check on her, Deku said. And? Uraraka prompted, knowing there was more. And she's doing terribly. She's been crying and begging to see me, Deku admitted, feeling guilty. The school should have let you visit her with All Might or something. It's so frustrating. She hasn't seen you since you got captured. She's probably worried sick, Uraraka said, disgusted that the school had kept them apart for so long. She had seen how much his mother cared for him and how hard it was for her to cope when he was gone for just a week, let alone 4 months. I know. She's going to want to see my scars too, I bet. I don't blame her. This is the longest we've ever been apart, so I'm preparing myself for the worst, Deku confessed, growing more nervous with every step. Look, Deku, I'm sure she's fine. If it were me, I'd just be happy to see you in person again. Why didn't she come see you when you were in the hospital, though? Uraraka asked, suddenly realizing his mother never visited him. Because I told her not to, Deku admitted. You did what? Uraraka asked, surprised. I told her not to come visit me. I knew it would break her heart seeing me like that. She asked if she could come, and I told her no because I didn't want her to see me in that condition. I'm regretting that decision now since I haven't seen her in 4 months. I've missed her so much, Deku said, his voice filled with pain. Hey, it's okay. You're going to see her now, Deku. She's your mother. You shouldn't have told her not to visit. That probably broke her heart, Uraraka said, squeezing his hand for comfort. I know. I'm sorry, I just didn't want her to see me that way, Deku admitted. Hey, tell her that not me, Uraraka said, smiling at him. Seeing her smile filled Deku with warmth. Yeah, you're right. I will. Let's just get there first, shall we? He said, continuing to walk through his neighborhood. Well, we're here, You ready? Uraraka asked. Yeah, I'm ready, he replied before opening the door. Izuku, an excited Inko exclaimed the moment she heard the door open. Hey, Mom, I'm home. He never finished his sentence as his mother leaped at him, giving him a huge hug the moment the door closed behind him. Finally, I can see my precious baby boy again, Inko said, holding on tightly to her son, refusing to let go. Mom, please, this is a little he started, but again, he didn't finish as his mother put a finger to his lips. Shush. You're going to let me have this, Izuku. I haven't seen you in 4 months, so this is the least I deserve, Inko said, squeezing him a little tighter to make sure it wasn't a dream. Sounds fair to me, Uraraka chuckled, amused by the expression on Deku's face. Sorry, Ochako, I'll greet you properly in a minute, just as soon as I'm done with this, Inko said, still holding on to her son. Please take all the time you need, Uraraka said, understanding the pain Inko must have been in for the last 4 months. It had been hard enough for her, but she had the benefit of seeing Deku every day at school and in the dorms, so she knew he was okay. Mom, I think that's enough, Deku said, finally hugging his mother back. Please, Izuku. Just a little longer, Inko pleaded. Sure thing, Mom, Deku replied, squeezing her back, realizing how much he had missed her. They stood there for a few moments, simply hugging each other, refusing to let go. Mother and son finally reunited after so many months. I missed you, Deku said. I missed you too, Izuku, his mother replied. Oh, hello you, Uraraka said, noticing Charlie brushing against her legs. She purred in approval as he did. Hello, dear, Inko said to Uraraka, holding her arms out for a hug. Uraraka accepted without hesitation. Hello, Inko. How have you been? She asked as she embraced the smaller woman. I've been coping. Thank you for keeping an eye on him, by the way. Toshinori told me how helpful and supportive you have been for my son over the last few months, so thank you. I appreciate it, Inko said, grateful for the young girl's care for her son. Toshinori? Deku questioned, a look of bewilderment on his face. I was going to ask the same thing. Who's Toshinori? Uraraka asked as she pulled back from Inko's hug. Oh, nobody, Inko said, her fluster evident. Deku? Uraraka asked, hoping he had answers. Toshinori is All Might's real name, Deku explained. Oh. Uraraka suddenly realized what Deku was telling her. So I call him by his real name, so what? Inko asked. It's just a little personal, isn't it, Mom? Deku asked, growing suspicious of his mother. Look, he came to visit quite a lot to check on me since he knew I was struggling to cope without being able to see you, Izuku. So calm down. We just naturally became good friends since we spent a lot of time together, and I felt silly calling him by his hero name instead of his real name, his mother explained. Deku thought to himself, I'm not going to say anything. I definitely don't call my boyfriend Deku instead of Izuku because, like she said, that would be weird. Calling someone by their hero name instead of their real one? Who would do such a silly thing like that? Me, apparently. Wait, does this mean she thinks it's weird I call him Deku? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Mom? Deku questioned, pretty sure he knew who was behind it. I may have invited him to dinner tonight, Inko said, scratching her head a little embarrassed. I knew it. Deku exclaimed, completely in shock about the whole thing. Izuku, relax. I told you we're just friends. Now calm down already. I can't believe her. Deku protested, pacing back and forth in his room. I can't believe that's what All Might really looks like, Uraraka said, still in disbelief. Why didn't she tell me? Deku asked, more to himself than anyone else. So when he's not in school or doing hero stuff, that's what he looks like? Uraraka questioned. But I don't get it. Why is he here? Deku continued to ponder aloud. Deku! Uraraka exclaimed, trying to snap him out of his thoughts. What? He replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. He was stressed about having dinner with his girlfriend, his mother, and his childhood hero all at once. I was asking you about All Might, she said, raising an eyebrow at him disapprovingly. He got the message. Sorry, what were you asking? He said, feeling guilty. I was asking if that's how he looks when he's not at school or doing hero stuff, she repeated. Yeah, pretty much. Whenever he's not being the symbol of peace, that's what he looks like, Deku informed her. So is that why he retired? Because he can't stay in that big muscular form of his? Uraraka asked. Yes, exactly. His fight with All for One was broadcasted on national news, but the camera crew was taken out by the shockwaves of their attacks. They were in a helicopter, and it couldn't handle the force of the wind they were producing. So, nobody actually saw him in his skinnier form. When they finally got the camera back on him, he managed to maintain his muscular form for just a few seconds to deliver that iconic line. After the fight, he was worried he wouldn't be able to use that form at all anymore. However, once he allowed his injuries to heal properly, with a bit of help from Recovery Girl, he managed to recover enough to still be the symbol of peace when he needs to be. But if he tries to fight or exert himself in any way, he'll revert back to his true form instantly. It's just for show at this point, it doesn't have any practical use anymore. Even now, he can barely hold onto that form for an hour at most, Deku explained. Well, that's a lot to take in, Uraraka said, scratching her head, unsure of how to process the information. You can't tell anyone, Ochako, Deku pleaded. Don't worry, I won't. His secret is safe with me, Uraraka promised. Good, Deku said, relieved to trust her. It makes sense, I guess. It's not like it just goes away after one big fight like that. You'd expect it to be a more gradual decline, even if he did lose a lot of strength that day, Uraraka said, contemplating the situation. What she doesn't realize is that I'm draining his strength too. He gave his power to me, which means it's slowly transferring over to me, increasing the rate at which his power is deteriorating. But that's a conversation for another day. Even with the amount of power he lost that day and continues to lose, it makes sense that it would be a gradual decline and not simply gone overnight. Yeah, it does. Anyway, we should probably go back out there. Mom probably thinks I'm mad at her, Deku said, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yeah, she probably does. Are you mad? Uraraka asked. No. I was just shocked, that's all. I wasn't expecting it, Deku explained. It was true, he was acting like he was mad at his mother, but in reality he was just surprised to see his mentor joining them for dinner. I don't blame you, I would be too. Come on, let's go back out there, she said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. They walked out of Deku's room and back into the living room, where Inko was cooking dinner and All Might was sitting on the sofa. You two have a good time in there? All Might asked, seemingly unaware of the awkwardness of the situation. Nope, Deku said, turning back around and heading straight back to his room, dragging Uraraka with him and closing the door behind them. Deku, why did All Might just say that? Uraraka asked, her face flushed with embarrassment. I have no idea, but there is no way I'm going back out there now, Deku said, equally red-faced. What was he implying? Uraraka questioned. Don't go there, just don't. Hopefully, it was a perfectly innocent question and we just misread the situation, Deku tried to reason. Yeah. For the sake of my mental well-being, we'll go with that, Uraraka said, still feeling extremely embarrassed. What did he think we were doing in there? Did he really think we were? No, I can't say it, it's too weird. Why would he ask that? In front of Inko too. Poor Deku looks like he's going to pass out from embarrassment. Izuku, dinner is ready. Inko called from the kitchen. I'm not going, Deku protested, looking at Uraraka. She realized that eventually, they would have to join Inko and All Might. They couldn't hide in his room forever. It would be rude and it would be extremely awkward at school whenever they saw All Might. Yes, you are. Are you trying to distract me just to avoid going out there? She asked. Is it working? Deku replied, moving closer to her, causing her to back up against the wall. Honestly, yes, but now is not the time, she said, quickly stepping away from him and opening the door, gesturing for Deku to walk out into the kitchen. Fine, he said reluctantly. They walked out of his room and joined his mother and All Might at the table. As they began to eat, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. So, how is it? Inko asked. Good, Deku replied bluntly. Yes, very, All Might chimed in. It's lovely, Inko, Uraraka added. Another awkward silence fell over them. Deku couldn't help but wonder why All Might was sitting there eating dinner with them. Was he just friends with his mom now, or was something more going on? Are you two dating or something? Deku asked without thinking. He immediately clasped his hand over his mouth as he realized what he had said. His mother dropped her food in shock. Uraraka almost choked on her drink, and All Might spat out his food. Izuku, his mother scolded, snapping back to reality. I'm so sorry, it just slipped out. Deku apologized, waving his arms around frantically as he often did in these situations. I'm a married woman. Inko reminded him. I know. I'm so sorry, I just wasn't thinking. I kind of put two and two together, and I'm sorry, Mom. I know you'd never do that to Dad. Deku continued to apologize, although Uraraka noticed a slight change in his tone when he mentioned his father. It made sense, he hadn't seen his dad in a long time. She wondered if something had happened or if they had split up, and Inko just kept telling Deku that he worked abroad. Look, Izuku, I know we haven't seen your father in a long time, but I can assure you we are still married. Tashinori is just a friend, Inko said, trying to reassure her son. She's telling the truth, kid, All Might added. Okay, I believe you. I'm sorry I asked, Deku said one last time before returning to his meal. It's okay, Izuku. I understand, Inko replied, also returning to her food. Once again, the room fell into an awkward silence. They continued to eat, everyone red-faced and too nervous to say anything. The only sound was the TV playing the news. Hey, Deku, look, Uraraka said, turning his attention to the TV. Footage of their training session was playing. They're still talking about this? Deku asked, looking away from the screen. He didn't want to hear what the news was saying about him. Well, it's only been a few weeks. It makes sense that they're still talking about you. You did take down pretty much an entire class, Inko reminded him. So? Mirio did it too. I don't see why I take down almost my entire class and suddenly I'm UA's number one, Deku said, not directly asking All Might, but seeking an explanation for why that made him the best student. Because Mirio fought you all just to show you how powerful you need to become if you want to be the best. With you, it was an actual training exercise, a simulation of a real battle. Your terrain was completely different, and the way you utilized your quirk was extremely effective. It was more than that, though. Everyone saw how you waited to give your classmates a chance to recover and learn from their mistakes. That takes a lot of maturity. You gave your classmates a way out to try and learn from their mistakes. That's a very noble and admirable trait for a boy who's still. That's why you were number one after that. All Might explained, realizing Deku wanted an answer even if he hadn't outright asked. Everyone sat in silence for a moment, absorbing All Might's words. The atmosphere in the room shifted from awkward to intense. Uraraka was the first to recover. I think it's much simpler than that. You kicked everybody's butt, therefore you're the best, she joked, even though it was true. Deku had won that battle convincingly and defeated the big three all alone without a scratch in just a few minutes. Her humor seemed to lift Deku's spirits, and he began to smile at her. Yeah, you're right. I kicked butt, Deku said, chuckling a little. Izuku, his mother warned, unimpressed with his choice of words. Sorry, Mom, he said, apologizing for using that language in front of her. Oh, he said worse, Inko, Uraraka teased, seizing the opportunity to poke fun at Deku. What? No, I haven't. Deku protested. What has he said? Inko asked. Mom, I haven't said anything, I promise, Deku pleaded. This is interesting, All Might mumbled to himself, amused by the situation. What hasn't he said? I mean, where to start, Uraraka began, but Deku quickly clasped his hand over her mouth. Is this true, Izuku? Inko asked. Yes, he replied, unable to lie to his mother. Well, as long as you don't say those sorts of things at home, it's fine. Seriously? Deku asked, surprised that she wasn't annoyed with him. Seriously. It's not that big of a deal. You're 16, you can say what you want when you're with your friends. However, you don't bring that sort of language into my home. Understand? Inko replied. Yes, Mom, Deku said. Good, his mother replied, satisfied she'd given him enough grief for one night. They spent the rest of the evening talking about school and their plans for the next year since they were only a few weeks away from finishing their first year. Deku helped his mother clean up while Uraraka asked All Might a few more questions about his true form. After a while, they realized it was getting late, so Deku and Uraraka decided to stay the night since they didn't need to be at school the next day. Well, I'm getting pretty tired. I think I'm gonna call it a night, Deku said, yawning. Yeah, me too, Uraraka added. That's fine. I'll see you both in the morning for breakfast, Inko said, bidding them good night and leaving her and All Might to sit and talk by themselves. Deku and Uraraka went back to his room, and he closed the door behind him. Well, that wasn't too bad, Uraraka said. However, when she turned around, Deku was right in front of her, kissing her passionately. She happily returned his kisses, surprised by his sudden show of affection but pleased by it nevertheless. I want you, Ochako, he whispered in her ear. Oh, Deku, she said, feeling a rush of warmth from his words and his longing for her. They began to remove their clothes until they were left in their underwear, their hands exploring each other. Deku picked her up and carried her to the bed, laying her down and climbing on top of her, continuing their affectionate exchange. Oh, Izuku, You didn't close your door. Deku and Uraraka immediately froze, looking toward the voice. Standing in the doorway was Inko, who had clearly just seen what they were about to do, frozen in shock. None of them knew what to do, they all just stayed where they were, too stunned to move. Suddenly, Uraraka felt very self-conscious about the fact that she was only in her underwear. You left the door open, Inko said, looking away, unsure of what to do or say. Okay, could you please? This is really weird, Deku managed to say, wanting this to be over quickly. Inko, are you okay? I heard you scream. Is something wrong? Oh God no. I did not need to see that. All Might exclaimed, having walked in at the same moment. He immediately turned around and walked back to the living room. Mom, shut the door already, Deku pleaded. Alright, so sorry, she said quickly, closing the door and leaving Deku and Uraraka alone, both feeling very embarrassed. So, do you want to continue where we left off? Deku asked, trying to reignite the moment. Not really in the mood, Deku, Uraraka said, wanting to continue but now feeling too self-conscious and embarrassed. Yeah, it's okay, same here if I'm being honest, Deku said, rolling over onto his back. He thought to himself, I knew I should have locked my door. What was Mom talking about anyway? I thought I closed it. So who opened it? Oh, hello Charlie, Uraraka said, noticing the small cat sitting by the door, looking at the two of them. When did she get in here? Deku asked. Beats me. Anyway, why didn't you make sure the door was closed? You big dummy, Uraraka scolded him for not being more careful. It was closed, I swear. I made sure it was, I just didn't lock it. I didn't think I'd need to, Mom always knocks, Deku explained, trying to defend himself. Then who opened it? Uraraka asked. They exchanged glances, both trying to think of who could have opened the door. That's when they looked at Charlie, still sitting by the door, who simply meowed at them. You don't think? Uraraka started. No, of course not, that's ridiculous. Deku tried to dismiss the notion, although he had come to the same conclusion. Just then, Charlie stood up, turned around to face the door, jumped up onto the handle, and pushed it down, opening the door before jumping back down and leaving the room. She had apparently learned to open doors for herself. Deku and Uraraka sat there on the bed, there. So Deku, here's the thing. Uraraka trailed off, feeling nervous about what she was about to say. She hesitated, unsure if she should share this information, fearing it might make him anxious and cause him to back out. What's wrong? Deku asked, sensing her unease. My parents watched your fight with the big three, she continued, struggling to finish her thought. Apparently, everybody did. What's your point? Deku pressed, his anxiety growing as he waited for her to clarify. Meaning they watched us. You know. Kiss, Uraraka finally managed to say. What's wrong with that? My mom saw it too, Deku replied, not understanding the concern, prompting Uraraka to roll her eyes. I had met your mother before. She knew who I was as a person. My parents have never met you, though, so as you can imagine, they kind of formed their own opinion of you after seeing you kiss their daughter on global television, she explained. Deku's heart sank. I don't like where this is going. Do her parents hate me before they've even met me? So what do they think of me? He asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. Well, the thing is, my mom actually thinks you're a nice enough guy because I've told them how kind and caring you are, and she trusts my judgment. My dad, on the other hand, seems like he wants to believe that, but... She hesitated, regretting not telling him this sooner. They were just minutes away from her house, and she worried he might decide to turn back. But what, Ochako? Deku urged, waiting for her to continue. Well, he's kind of... protective. I'm his little girl, you know? Naturally, he's very attached to me and worries about me. So when he saw a boy he'd never met kiss his daughter on live TV, he jumped straight to the conclusion that you were just some boy wanting a pretty girlfriend for superficial reasons. Which kind of upset him. The idea that his daughter was involved with someone was a lot for him to handle, Uraraka explained. I see. So basically, he thinks I'm just some teenager who doesn't care for you emotionally, only physically. He thinks I'm just using you and that one day I'm going to break your heart. That's the gist of it. Deku asked, and Uraraka was taken aback by how accurately he had summarized her father's concerns. Yeah. Pretty much, she admitted, looking away, feeling guilty for not telling him sooner. Well, it's too late to turn back now. I asked to meet your parents, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm sure your dad will change his mind about me when he meets me, Deku said, smiling to reassure her. Don't say I didn't warn you though, Uraraka replied, feeling slightly more relaxed after seeing Deku's smile, though she still felt nervous. She knew her parents would give Deku a hard time at first, but she also believed they would come to see how wonderful he truly was. How much further? Deku asked. We're here, actually, Uraraka said, almost walking past her own house, lost in thought. Oh, it's a nice place, Deku remarked, looking at the house before them. Deku, you can be honest, it's not great. We can't afford repairs, and it's slowly falling apart, Uraraka admitted. She loved the house for the memories it held, but she had to acknowledge that it had seen better days. No, seriously, Ochako, I like it. A house doesn't have to look perfect. What matters is that it feels like home. Besides, I can tell by the look on your face that you've missed this place, so it clearly means a lot to you, Deku said, smiling at her. Thank you, Deku. You're really sweet, she said, opting for a hug instead of a kiss, just in case her parents were watching. You okay? Deku asked, confused by her sudden embrace. Yeah, I'm fine, I'm just happy, she replied, holding on to him a little longer, enjoying the warmth and comfort he provided. She wished they could stay like this forever, but they both knew they had to go inside eventually. Come on, we'll have plenty of time to cuddle later, Deku said, wanting to get the introductions over with, especially since he was nervous about her father's opinion of him. Yeah, let's go, she said, letting go of him and walking up to the door. I really hope Dad doesn't embarrass me. Or Mom for that matter. I just have this feeling that this is going to go terribly wrong in some way. Why do I feel like they're going to say or do something to Deku to make him uncomfortable? Probably because they are, aren't they? They're going to test him in some way. Not too late now, I suppose. Ochako? Deku asked. She replied. Are you okay? You've been staring at the door this whole time and you haven't knocked, Deku informed her, a concerned look on his face. She looked at her hand, which was raised to knock on the door but hadn't moved and was shaking slightly. Am I really this nervous? I'm fine, Vedette. I was just lost in my own head for a second there, Uraraka said, trying to reassure him. He didn't seem convinced. She tried to knock, but her hand wouldn't move. No matter how much she tried to will her hand to simply knock on the door, it wouldn't budge. Come on, just knock on the door already. Here, Ochako, let me, Deku began, but he was cut off when Uraraka suddenly punched the door a couple of times. Did it, she said, smiling at Deku and trying to play it off as if nothing had happened. You just punched the door. Deku protested, very concerned about her. No, I didn't, she lied, her face turning red. Look, we don't have to do this if you don't want to. We can make up an excuse or something. Nope, it's too late for that. Ochako, her mother exclaimed, excited to see her daughter after so many months. Hi, Mom, Uraraka said, embracing her. I've missed you, her mother said, causing Uraraka to grip onto her clothes a little tighter. I've missed you too, Mom. Where's Dad? She asked, noticing her father wasn't standing behind her mother to greet her. On his way back from work. We might have a big contract, but it would mean we'd have to move away for a couple of months. We can talk about that later. Aren't you going to introduce me to your boyfriend? Her mother asked, pulling back from the hug. Right, sorry. Deku, this is my mom, Uraraka said, looking at him. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Uraraka. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he said politely, bowing slightly. Oh, please, no need to be so formal, young man. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Midoriya. I've heard a lot about you, she said, smiling at him. Deku relaxed a little. At least she seems to like me. Now I just need to hope her dad is just as friendly. Really? Does Ochako talk about me a lot? He asked, looking at his girlfriend, who was blushing slightly. All the time, dear. You must be a very special guy for her to talk about you the way she does, she said. Mom. Uraraka protested, her face turning even redder. Deku couldn't help but chuckle. Stop. It's not funny. Uraraka continued, disapproving of Deku's enjoyment at her embarrassment. I'm sorry, it's just this seems very familiar, only it was the other way around. This conversation went pretty much exactly the same when she met my mom, Deku explained, earning a small chuckle from the older woman. Well, I guess now the two of you are even, aren't you, Ochako? She said, amused by the shade of red her daughter's face had turned. It's not funny, Uraraka protested. Okay, we'll stop, although I'd love to hear what she's told you about me sometime, Deku said, doing his best to come across as friendly and kind. He wanted to make a good impression. Of course, I don't have a problem with that. Do you, Ochako? She asked, deliberately teasing her daughter. Yes, she mumbled. Well, tough, because we're going to talk about it later when your father is home. Anyway, why don't you two come on in? We've been standing here long enough. What happened to the door? She asked, noticing the 3 dents that had suddenly appeared on it. Sorry, Mom, that was me. I may have knocked a little too hard, Uraraka said, pulling a face to seem cute and innocent. Knocked a little too hard? You punched the door. Deku thought to himself. It's okay, we needed a new one anyway. Would you like a drink, Midoriya? She asked. Yes, please, he replied, feeling quite thirsty after the long trip. Can I have one too, Mom? Uraraka asked. Sure, and while you're there, you can get Midoriya and myself one, her mother replied, chuckling a little. That was mean, Uraraka pouted. Well, I'm your mother, so do as I say, she said. I wasn't saying no, I was just saying you set me up, and it was kind of mean, Uraraka said again, making her case to her mother. Sounds like you're making excuses, her mother said, raising an eyebrow at her. Deku, meanwhile, was simply watching the whole scene unfold, noticing how different his girlfriend's relationship with her mother was compared to his own. Okay, fine. Deku, do you want water? Uraraka asked. Yes, please, he replied. What do you want, Mom? She asked. I'll have some wine, she replied. Why? What kind of wine have you been buying? Uraraka asked, curious. Not the cheap stuff, her mother replied. Mom, we can't afford that. Uraraka protested. Oh, calm down and just wait until your father gets home. He'll tell you everything. In the meantime, Scoot, Midoriya and I are getting thirsty, her mother said, sitting down on the sofa. Uraraka disappeared into the kitchen, and Deku sat on the sofa next to where Uraraka's mom had settled. So, Midoriya, how's she been? I hope she's not overdoing her training or anything like that, she asked. Oh no, she's been great. She works super hard but never to the point of overdoing it. She has the perfect balance. I'm amazed at how she's managed to keep up with her own exercise, diet, and schoolwork while at the same time taking care of me, Deku explained. How do you mean? She asked, a little confused about why Deku needed taking care of by her daughter. I don't mean recently, over the last couple of months, I've been perfectly fine and taking care of myself. But it was pretty touch and go for a while, Deku replied. She continued to look at him blankly. Midoriya, forgive me, but I don't understand. Why did? Well, you see. I don't know if I can say it, Deku struggled, beginning to feel overwhelmed as memories flooded back. His breathing became erratic, making it hard for him to speak. Uraraka noticed and quickly knelt beside him, taking his hands in hers. Sure, it's okay, Deku. Breathe, Deku, breathe. Come on, I'll do it with you. Big breath in, count to 4. Big breath out, count to 4. Can you do that for me, Deku? She encouraged, having helped him through this before. He managed a simple nod, squeezing her hands tightly, and she squeezed back to reassure him. Uraraka's mother watched in amazement, unsure of what was happening as Uraraka guided Deku through his breathing exercises. Ochako, is he okay? She asked, but her daughter was too focused on Deku to respond. After a few moments, Deku seemed calmer. You okay? Uraraka asked gently. Yeah, I'm fine now. Thank you. It's been a while since I last had one of those, Deku admitted, taking a sip of water. Although he felt a lingering heaviness in his chest, he was managing to stay composed. Yeah, it has been, Uraraka replied, concern still etched on her face as she held onto his hand, giving it a comforting squeeze and a soft kiss. Ochako, what just happened? Her mother asked, still puzzled. Sorry, Mom. Deku had a panic attack. What were you guys talking about before I came in here? She asked, worried that her mother had inadvertently made Deku uncomfortable. He was telling me how you looked after him a couple of months ago, and it was pretty touch and go for a while. I simply asked him what happened and why you had to take care of him. I'm sorry if I was the cause of your panic attack, Midoriya, her mother said, feeling guilty. No, it's quite all right. It happens sometimes, but they're less frequent these days, Deku explained, taking another sip of water. Deku, why were you talking about it? No wonder you freaked out, Uraraka said, a mix of frustration and concern in her voice. I'm sorry. For some reason I thought they knew. I assumed you told them, Deku replied. Can one of you please tell me what on earth you were talking about? Her mother asked, a hint of frustration creeping into her tone. Uraraka looked at Deku, waiting for him to say something. He seemed frozen in place. Deku, look at me, Uraraka said softly, prompting him to meet her gaze, his eyes filled with fear. He couldn't speak. Are you okay with my parents knowing about it? Just nod or shake your head, you don't have to say anything, she said, squeezing his hand again. He nodded. Do you think you can talk about it yourself? She asked, prompting a shake of his head. Do you want me to tell her instead? She asked, and he nodded again. Okay, I'll tell her for you if you can't do it yourself. That's okay, she said, turning to her mother, who was patiently waiting, sensing that whatever it was clearly troubled Deku. What is it? Her mother asked, dreading the answer. Do you remember a few months back when that student was kidnapped by that gang of villains? Uraraka asked. Yes, of course. It was horrible. They escaped though, didn't they? I thought they managed to take all 16 of them out and escaped with life-threatening injuries but made a full recovery with no long-term damage. Was that not the case? Was it somebody you both knew? Her mother asked, not understanding where her daughter was going with this. Not quite, Mom. You see, the thing is... Uraraka trailed off, glancing at Deku, who was staring at the floor, terror in his eyes, his face pale and slick with sweat. His breathing was heavy as he struggled not to think about it. Uraraka's mother looked from Deku to her daughter, then back to Deku, and her eyes widened in shock. Oh my God, was all she could muster. Yeah, Uraraka replied softly. It was you. That was you? You poor thing, her mother said, tears forming in her eyes as she clasped her hand over her mouth in disbelief. She couldn't fathom that this young boy had endured something so terrible and had managed to come out on the other side. Her heart ached for him and for the pain his mother must have felt during that time. Yet here they were, sitting in her living room, still striving toward their dreams. Deku had even managed to become UA's #1 student shortly after that ordeal, showcasing his strength. In that moment, Uraraka's mother saw everything she needed to. The two of them loved each other. Despite being only 16, they had been through a lot already, and the love and care they showed for one another was enough for her to know that Deku was the one for her daughter. I apologize, Mrs. Uraraka. I didn't mean to put a damper on the evening so early, Deku said, regaining his composure but still struggling internally. No, it's perfectly fine, young man. You don't have to apologize for anything. You went through something awful, and I'm just glad to see you're still here. I'm also happy that my daughter found you. You two seem perfect together, she said, causing both teenagers to blush deeply. Mom? Uraraka questioned, while Deku looked down, too embarrassed to make eye contact. Her mother simply mouthed, "He's the one," and winked at her daughter, making her blush even harder. Well, what's going on here then? A voice called from the living room doorway. They all turned to see a large man standing there, confusion and concern etched on his face. His wife was on the verge of tears, and his daughter was a shade of red he had never seen before, sitting next to the boy whose hand she was holding. Dad. Sorry, Dad, we were just talking about a really sensitive topic. It got a little emotional. I'm sure Mom could tell you everything later, right, Mom? Uraraka asked, looking to her mother for support. She noticed the look on Deku's face. He did not seem okay to talk about his kidnapping again. Yes, of course, I'll tell you about it later, dear, her mother replied, taking the hint. Ah, I see. You sure you're all okay? He asked. Yeah, Dad, we're fine. Anyway, Deku, this is my dad, she said, turning back to Deku and giving him a small nudge to snap him out of his thoughts. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Deku said, standing up to bow. Nice to meet you too, young man. I hope you're keeping my daughter in check, he teased, causing Uraraka to blush again, embarrassed by her parents. Deku chuckled a little. Actually, she's usually the one digging me out most of the time, Deku admitted. He felt a little guilty. Over the last few months, she had been so helpful and supportive, and he realized he hadn't made time to talk about her problems. She seemed perfectly fine, but Deku knew all too well that just because someone seems fine doesn't mean they are. Really? The #1 student at UA needs my daughter to save him? I'm impressed, he said, smiling at his daughter. Deku thought to himself, he's being so nice to me. I thought he didn't like me before we even met. Did Mom talk to him? Or is he just putting on an act so he doesn't cause a scene or upset me? Yeah, it's a little embarrassing to admit, but in all seriousness, Ochako is an amazing hero and friend. I don't know where I'd be without her. I definitely wouldn't be UA's top student, that's for sure, Deku admitted. It was true, without her he might never have recovered from his kidnapping. Well, that's good to know. Maybe one day she'll take your spot as top student, he joked, chuckling a little. Maybe one day, but for now, I have to bear that burden, Deku said, his expression becoming a little disheartened. Burden? You're the best of the best. All that media attention too. I bet everybody is nice to you. If you were an actual pro, you'd be rolling in the money at this point, he said to the small boy, but what Deku didn't know was he was being tested to see how he would respond. However, his answer was perfect. Sure, and that's great and all, but I never wanted to be a hero for fame or money. I still don't. It's weird being recognized by everyone. I just want to help people and be the world's #1 hero someday, Deku said, smiling with determination. I'd say you're well on your way to earning that title someday. We saw your training footage and the fight against the Big Three. It was very impressive. Ochako told us that was only a small percentage of your power too. Who knows what you'll be capable of when you can use all of it, he said, encouraging the small boy. He wouldn't admit it yet, but he actually quite liked Deku. He seemed like a decent guy. Then he remembered the image of him with his daughter on TV and was reminded of the resentment he felt. Thank you, sir, Deku replied, smiling at him. So, Dad, how was work? Uraraka asked. We'll talk about that later. Why don't you help your mother prepare dinner? He replied, smiling at her. Although Uraraka saw right through him, he was just trying to get Deku alone to scare him off or something. I can't let him. I have to stay with Deku. Who knows what he might say to him? Yes, come on, Ochako, you can help me with her mother began, but Uraraka cut her off in a moment of panic. No, she yelled, causing everyone to look at her. Her parents seemed shocked, but Deku looked concerned. He knew something was bothering her. Ochako, can I talk to you for a second? Deku asked before her parents could say anything. She simply nodded. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Dad, I didn't mean to be so rude. I'll help you in a minute, Mom, I promise. I was just a little emotional still about what we were talking about and didn't really want to leave Deku on his own, Uraraka said, apologizing before her parents thought she was becoming rebellious. It's okay, I understand. Go and talk to Midoriya, I'll get started. Your father can help me in the meantime, can't you, dear? She asked, more telling him than asking. He seemed to get the message. Yes, of course. Go and talk to him, he said rather reluctantly. Uraraka grabbed Deku's arm and dragged him upstairs and into her room, closing the door behind her. So, what's up? She asked. That's what I was going to ask you. Why did you freak out like that? Deku said, returning her question. Oh, it's nothing, she lied, her face going slightly red as she avoided making eye contact with him. Ochako. Honestly, it wasn't as big of a deal as Deku seemed to think it was. He needed to relax. So why not just tell him what she knew? He would calm down a little when he realized it was nothing serious. Except it was serious because her dad might scare him off, and he could break up with her or something. No, don't be stupid, it would be fine. Deku would never do that. No matter what her dad said to him, he loved her. Deku loved her, and that was all that mattered. Okay, I'll tell you. The thing is, Dad is trying to get you on your own, she said. Deku looked at her, confused, but his body relaxed, and he didn't seem as tense as before. He clearly didn't see the big deal. Well, that doesn't sound like a problem. He seems nice enough. I think he actually likes me, Deku said hopefully. However he meant it, he was pretty sure her dad did actually like him. He's putting on an act, Deku. I know my dad. I can see it in his eyes. He wants to get you alone so he can talk to you one-on-one. Who knows what he'll say? I think he's going to try and scare you off or ask you something to make you uncomfortable. I don't know. All I know is he really didn't like you after seeing us on TV, and now he's suddenly being nice to you. I'm sorry, Deku, but he's putting on an act, Uraraka explained. Deku sat down, a little dumbfounded at what she just told him. No, I don't believe that. Our conversation, albeit very brief, felt too genuine to be an act, Ochako. I think he does like me, or at least now that he's met me and talked to me a little, he's starting to like me anyway. He wouldn't have been so encouraging about me becoming the #1 hero someday. He meant what he said, Deku countered, refusing to believe that her father didn't think there was a good bone in his body. Yeah, I think so too, but it's still going to take some convincing, Deku, she admitted. She had seen the brief moment when her father had looked at Deku somewhat fondly, almost as if he was admiring the teenager. Then let me talk to him alone, Deku suggested. Uraraka almost fainted at the idea. No, absolutely not. I don't want him to embarrass me or scare you off or... She was cut off by Deku grabbing both of her hands and looking deeply into her eyes, making her stop mid-sentence. He's not going to scare me off, Ochako. I love you, and I'm not going anywhere. Let me talk to him and see what he says. Maybe I can change his opinion about me, Deku said. He was pretty sure that if he actually sat down and spoke to him, he'd be fine. Are you sure? Uraraka asked. 100%, Deku replied, smiling to reassure her. Okay, fine. I'll help Mom, and you can talk to him, but don't say I didn't warn you, she said. I'll be fine, he said, kissing her to make her relax. Let's go back downstairs before my parents think we're doing something other than talking, she said, turning to open the door. Hey, wait a second, Deku said, grabbing her arm. What is it? She asked. Has anyone ever told you that you look just like your mom? He asked. She blushed furiously. Yes, all the time, she replied, a little embarrassed. Seriously, the resemblance is uncanny. You both have the rosy cheeks. Okay, Mom, I'll help you out now, Uraraka called as she entered the kitchen. Ah, wonderful, her mother replied, smiling at her daughter. Does this mean I'm dismissed? Her father asked. Yes, it does, Dad. Deku's in the living room. He offered to help out too, but I insisted against it, Uraraka said, giving her father a pointed look. Hear that, dear? He offered to help us out with dinner. Seems like a lovely and polite young man, her mother said, clearly warning her father. Was all her father responded with. He looked sincere all of a sudden. Maybe I shouldn't let Deku talk to him alone. For goodness sake. If you're seriously going to do this, then go easy on the poor boy, her mother said again, addressing her father. I'll try, he said before walking back into the living room. I shouldn't have left Deku alone, should I? Uraraka asked her mother. No, you shouldn't have, but don't worry, everything is prepared already, so we're going to eavesdrop and make sure he doesn't say anything drastic, her mother explained, walking over to her daughter and placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Thanks, Mom, Uraraka said, hugging the taller woman. I'm sure Midoriya will be fine anyway. He seems perfectly capable of looking after himself, her mother reassured her, hugging her daughter back. Yeah, he can, Uraraka said, smiling to herself. Now come on before your father does something silly, she said as the two girls snuck over to the living room doorway to listen in on the conversation. As they got closer, they could hear the unmistakable sound of laughter from both boys in the room. However, the atmosphere quickly changed. So, Midoriya, Uraraka's father said, suddenly getting very tense and sincere. Yes, sir? Deku asked, noticing the sudden change of tone. Here it comes. What are your intentions with my daughter? He asked, causing Deku to gulp and turn red in the face. Uraraka felt her own face heat up just outside the room. Intentions? Deku asked, unsure how to answer. I knew it was coming, but it still took me by surprise somehow. I wasn't expecting him to go straight for the jugular. What are your intentions with her? Are you in a serious relationship with my daughter? He asked. Deku went even redder, while Uraraka was about ready to pass out on the other side of the wall. Deku, don't you dare answer that, she whispered to herself. Are you? Her mother asked, curious. Mom. Uraraka protested, making sure the boys didn't hear them. So that's a yes then. In which case, we need to have a talk later, her mother said. A talk? Her daughter questioned. The talk. Birds and the bees, her mother said, trying to hint at what was in store for her. Oh God, please no, not again, Uraraka mumbled, though her mother heard her. Again? She asked, concerned. Oh, nothing. I'll tell you later, Uraraka pleaded, wanting to hear what Deku said in response. Fine. This conversation isn't over though, young lady, her mother warned. I'm so screwed. That's not for me to say, sir, Deku said, putting on a brave face. Why not? Her father asked in return. With all due respect, that's a conversation for you to have with Ochako, not me. So I'm sorry, but I can't answer that as it would be betraying Ochako's trust in me, Deku explained, staring the much larger man down. Her father simply grinned at the small boy, respecting his nerve and appreciating that he was respecting his daughter by refusing to answer the question. One test passed. Fair enough, although from your response, I think I can hazard a guess what the answer is. However, I won't press any further about that. Although you still haven't told me what your intentions with my daughter are, he said, eyeing the green-haired boy, waiting for a response. Sir, I don't know what you mean, Deku admitted, unsure how to respond. It was probably just nerves. Meanwhile, Uraraka and her mother were listening carefully to the conversation. I mean exactly what I'm saying. What are your intentions with her? Why are you dating my daughter? Is it purely physical? Her father asked, breaking it down while also trying to break Deku down. No, of course not. I would never, Deku started, but he wasn't given the chance to finish his sentence. Are you dating her just because of her looks? Her father pressed. What? Don't get me wrong, I think she's very attractive, but that's not why, Deku began again, but was cut off. So you admit you think she's attractive? Her father asked, putting the pressure on the poor boy. Deku was starting to get frustrated. Yes, she's appealing, and she has a nice figure, and Deku immediately regretted saying that. Uraraka flinched at. He was impressed at the lack of hesitation when Deku said he loved his daughter. In fact, he dropped his guard for a brief moment but quickly raised it again, not wanting to give the boy a moment to breathe. Deku! Uraraka whispered. He really does love you, her mother said, having sensed it when Deku didn't hesitate to answer her husband's question. I know he does. I love him too, Uraraka replied. Does he know that? Her mother asked, referring to Deku. Of course he does. I've told him many times. He's told me too. Even if we hadn't both said it verbally, we'd know anyway. I can feel it when he looks at me. I can see it in his eyes. I can hear it in his voice. Feel it in his touch. I don't care if he's my first boyfriend. I don't care that I'm his first girlfriend. I don't care that we're only 16 still. We love each other, Uraraka said passionately, not thinking about what she was saying or who she was saying it to. When she looked at her mother, she was tearing up but had a huge smile on her face, happy for her daughter. I knew he was the one. Don't you ever let him go, Ochako. Do you hear me? She pleaded. I don't plan on it, Mom. I'm not gonna lose him. I came close once, and I'll never let that happen again, she said. Her mother couldn't help but admire her passion. But you two deserve each other, her mother said, reassuring her that what she felt was true and pure. Thanks, Mom. Is it just me, or is it awfully quiet in there? She asked. Yeah, it is. I don't think Midoriya has given your father a response yet, she said. The two of them went silent, carefully listening in again. They were right, Deku hadn't responded yet. He was thinking carefully about his words while staring down the large man before him, who was returning his stare. Just tell him the truth. Yes, I do, sir. I don't intend on ending this relationship anytime soon. I love your daughter and, Deku tried to continue, but his girlfriend's father stopped him before he got the chance. "So you'll marry her one day?" he asked. Everybody froze. Deku's jaw hung open, and his face slowly turned red. All of the frustration he'd felt a moment ago vanished, replaced with shock and embarrassment. Uraraka had her hands clasped over her mouth, her face turning the same color as Deku's just outside the room, while her mother looked at her with one eyebrow raised. "Mom, please, we have to stop this now," Uraraka pleaded, suddenly dreading the answer. She didn't want to know what he was going to say. If he said no, it would break her, but what if he said yes? It's way too early to be talking about that stuff. "No, I don't think we will. I want to know what he says," her mother said, grinning slightly. "Mom, please, this is too much, I can't handle it anymore," her daughter begged, but her mother simply clasped her hand over her mouth. "Let's hear what he says," her mother said, curious about the answer. "Marriage? We're 16. We've only been dating for just under half a year. Why is he asking me about this? Of course I'm not. Not yet anyway. Maybe one day when we're older and successful heroes." "Oh my God, wait a minute, am I actually considering it? Stop it, stop it, stop it. It's too soon. When you're older, you can think about that sort of thing." "Well?" the large man asked, holding back his smile, sure he'd beaten the poor boy. Then Deku did something he never expected. He smirked. "What are you smirking about?" he asked, a little taken aback. "Oh, nothing. I see what you're doing. You're just testing me to see if I'm good enough for your daughter. You're worried I'll replace you as the most important man in her life, aren't you?" Deku asked, completely flipping the tables. "Now this is interesting," her mother mumbled to herself, listening, completely fascinated by what was happening. They all waited for a response from Uraraka's father, but it never came. He was in complete shock. "Look, I'm not thinking about marriage at this point. We haven't even started our second year at UA, and we've only been dating for half a year, so it's way too early to think about that sort of thing. But when we're established heroes, then maybe yes, I will ask her to marry me, and I'll be sure to ask you for your blessing before I do. But like I said, that's a long way off. For the time being, I'm just focused on becoming a hero and getting stronger." "Just like your daughter," Deku explained as his girlfriend's father stared at him in astonishment. "Deku!" Uraraka whispered to herself as she felt a warmth surge through her body. She suddenly had this unbearable urge to hold Deku close to her and kiss him. Everyone waited for Mr. Uraraka to give Deku a response. "I'm impressed, kid. How did you know I was scared?" "You'd replace me?" he asked. "Well, my mother was concerned Ochako would replace her as the most. That's why I love her. She's stronger than me in more ways than one, but most importantly, she never forgets her reasons for becoming a hero. She's her own person. Besides, I doubt anyone will ever mean more to her than you, not even me. Although I might come close," Deku joked. For a moment, he thought he might regret his little comment at the end, but the man simply laughed out loud. "You're alright, kid. I thought after watching you with her on TV, you were just some teenage punk looking for a pretty girl to date, but I can see it's much more than that. You're a good kid, and I wish the best for both of you," he said, standing up and offering his hand to Deku. Deku stood up and looked up at the much larger man. He smiled down at him, causing Deku to smile back before shaking his hand, a sign of approval and respect. "You too, dinner's ready," Uraraka said, appearing in the doorway, her face slightly flushed but radiating happiness. "Okay, we're coming," her father replied. She ran back to the kitchen, leaving the two boys standing in the living room. "Bye, Mom, bye, Dad," Uraraka said, hugging both of her parents goodbye. "Goodbye, Ochako. We're going to miss you," her mother replied. "I'm going to miss you guys too," she said, squeezing her parents a little tighter. Deku watched the heartwarming scene, but it only made him feel empty, as if something was missing in his own life. He knew what it was, but he dismissed the thought and chose instead to focus on the warmth he felt seeing the loving bond between his girlfriend and her parents. "Midoriya," Mr. Uraraka said, breaking away from the hug. "Yes, sir?" Deku responded. "It was a pleasure to meet you, young man. Look after my daughter, won't you?" he asked. "Dad." Uraraka whined, slightly embarrassed by her father's actions. "Don't worry, sir. I'll take care of her. although she might not need my help. Like I said before, she's usually the one helping me out, Deku said, smiling at his girlfriend, who smiled back, albeit blushing a little. I'm sure you'll be fine. As UA's number one, you have a reputation to uphold now, kid. I think it's time you started saving yourself a little, Mr. Uraraka said, shaking Deku's hand. The words hit Deku hard. Thank you, sir, he said weakly, forcing a smile. To her parents, Deku seemed perfectly fine, but Uraraka saw right through him. Well, Deku, we should get going, she said, letting go of her mother. Right, it's getting late. It was lovely meeting you both, Deku said, bowing to the two adults. It was nice to meet you too, Midoriya. Come back anytime you like, Mrs. Uraraka said. Yes, feel free. We'd love to see you again sometime soon, Mr. Uraraka added. Will do. Well, goodbye, I love you, Uraraka said to her parents, waving as she and Deku walked away. We love you too, her parents called back, waving to her. So, what were you guys talking about before I got home? Mr. Uraraka asked. Oh, that. Do you remember how that UA student got kidnapped by those villains a few months back? His wife questioned. Yeah, I think I recall that happening. Remind me, he said. Well, they were starved and dehydrated for 3 days while being subjected to witnessing their deepest fears every day. There was a gas that made them hallucinate, and they were forced to watch. Eventually, it caused the student to snap, and they managed to take down all 16 villains before escaping, but they were hospitalized with life-threatening injuries. Thankfully, they made a full recovery, and due to the injuries the student inflicted upon them, those villains were all caught as well. The identity of said student was never released to the public, however, she explained. That's awful. So did Ochako and Midoriya know this student? He asked. You know this student too, she replied, tearing up a little as she watched the two teenagers walk away. Her husband followed her gaze before his eyes widened in shock. Ochako? He asked, suddenly very concerned. No, dear. It was Midoriya, she said, wiping the tears from her eyes. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. That small boy really took down 16 legitimate villains by himself, without any food or drink for 3 days. Then I think it's safe to say our daughter is in safe hands, he said, a proud smile showing on his face. Do you feel guilty interrogating the poor boy now? She asked. Oh, you heard that? He said, scratching his head embarrassed. Every word. He showed you, she said, chuckling a little as she walked back into the house. Hey, now wait a minute, he said, following after her to make his case. Back to Deku and Uraraka. So, one day you might ask me to marry you, huh? Uraraka questioned, causing Deku to gulp and turn very red. You heard that? He asked, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Oh, I heard the whole thing, Deku. Mom and I did. Thank you for not telling my dad about our private moments, by the way. I appreciate that, although my mom figured it out right away. Pretty sure Dad did too, but I still appreciate that you didn't tell him. But back to the point at hand. Would you ask me to marry you someday? She asked. Half of her was teasing, but the other half genuinely wanted to know if he meant it or not. Ever since she heard him say it, she couldn't stop thinking about the possibility of being Deku's wife someday, and every time she thought about that, it made her feel happy and warm inside. Calm down, she thought. There's no way we're getting married. Not yet, anyway. One day, maybe. What am I saying? We haven't even been together for a year yet. It's way too soon for this stuff. Just stop thinking about it. It's not like Deku will ask me to marry him yet anyway. I don't know. Would you marry me, Ochako? Deku asked. Did he just ask me to marry him? Oh, Hirei. I don't get it. I was only asking if she would. Marry. Oh God, what have I done? It was Deku's turn to be a stuttering, flustered mess now. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean alright this very moment, he said, his face as red as his girlfriend's. Uraraka moved her hands away from her face a little to reveal her expression, although she didn't dare look Deku in the eyes. Then what did you mean? She asked, twiddling her fingers and feeling awkward. I just meant if I did ask you one day when we're older, would you say yes? He asked. They continued to walk, both staring at the floor, equally red-faced. I guess I'd say yes, she replied, immediately regretting it. Deku gulped as she clasped her hands over her mouth, her eyes widening in shock. Did I just agree to marry him? Wait, no, of course not. He was asking a hypothetical question about a hypothetical scenario. Although what if he does ask me to marry him one day? I'd say yes, I suppose. Oh, wait, no. This is exactly why I was getting so worked up in the first place. Whatever, if in the future he asks me to marry him and I say yes, that's fine, but right now he's not asking me to do that, so it doesn't matter. Good to know, Deku said, completely avoiding eye contact with her. Then she did something unexpected and held his hand, causing him to flinch a little. Relax, dummy, it's only me. Look, we don't need to be worrying about marriage anytime soon, okay? My dad should never have asked you about that. It's his fault we're even talking or thinking about it. But it doesn't matter, I'm not walking down the aisle anytime soon, she said, smiling at him too. Reassure him. He smiled back and squeezed her hand a little. Yeah, you're right. I didn't really know what to say to him in that conversation sometimes, Deku admitted, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, well, he was being a bit overbearing. But I never said that. Understood, she said, realizing she just called her own father out. Hey, I'm not gonna tell him if you don't, Deku said, chuckling, which made her laugh a little. But seriously, he shouldn't have interrogated you the way he did. It was completely unfair and uncalled for. I tried to get Mom to stop him, but she wanted to hear what you said. She was very impressed with you. Although she did threaten to have the talk with me when she figured out we were. What, she explained. Oh dear. What did you say? Deku asked. I may have let it slip that we had the conversation already, she admitted, looking away, trying to seem innocent. You did what now? Deku asked, a little concerned. It's okay. I explained later that your mother had the conversation with you already and you just told me everything she'd told you, so she dropped it and decided I didn't need to hear that metaphor again. Seriously, I still don't get how someone thought birds and bees would be a helpful metaphor to explain. Well, she said, still not fully understanding the metaphor but knowing what it meant. After all, she'd been learning quite a bit about it with Deku over the last couple of months. Fair enough, and yeah, me neither. It really doesn't make any sense, Deku admitted, chuckling a little. They continued to walk, the train station only a couple of minutes away now. I can't believe you told my dad I have a nice figure, Uraraka said, laughing as she recalled the moment he'd said it and how her father had sounded like he was going to explode. Yeah, you're right, I can't believe I did it either. It was so silly, Deku admitted, chuckling at his own blunder. Didn't think that one through, did you? Uraraka teased, still laughing at him. No, I didn't, did I? Anyway, I'm surprised you aren't teasing me over the fact that I said I think you're stronger than me, Deku admitted. Uraraka simply snorted. Because I'm not Deku, otherwise, I'd be the #1 student. You're the strongest person in the whole school. I'm not, Deku said. Yes, you are. That's why you beat the big three single-handedly and didn't even take a hit while doing it, she insisted, not understanding what Deku was saying. Deku, you're not listening. I'm not that strong. Don't be ridiculous. Of course Uraraka began to protest, but Deku cut her off. No, I'm not, he exclaimed. Uraraka's eyes widened in shock, partly at how pained his voice had sounded but also at how he had just shouted at her. Deku, I can't believe you, she began, but he interrupted again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shout at you like that. You didn't deserve that, Deku apologized, stopping to hug her. She accepted the hug, but she was still in shock. Where has this come from? Why does he suddenly think he's not strong? I'll never forget that, Deku explained, beginning to tear up. He had almost given up, and it was good he was sharing this with her. Oh, Deku, Ochako said, squeezing him as tears welled in her own eyes. I'm sorry, Ochako. I'm not strong like the rest of you, he admitted. Shut up, you big dummy. Don't be stupid, she scolded him, her tone firm yet caring. Ochako? He questioned, surprised by her intensity. You are the strongest person I've ever met, Deku. Everything you went through growing up, none of the rest of us had that. We all had a fairly easy ride up until this point compared to you. Everyone besides Todoroki, maybe, But even still, what you faced as a kid would have been enough to discourage anyone. Yet here you are, UA's strongest student, she said, trying to uplift him and motivate him at the same time. She deliberately emphasized strongest to reinforce his true strength. Yeah, you're right, he replied, determination shining in his eyes. There he is. That's the Deku I know. What are you gonna do, Deku? She asked, taking advantage of his newfound drive. I'm gonna show everyone why I'm the strongest student in UA, he exclaimed. Not bad, but I have something better in mind, she said, leaning in closer. I like your idea better, Deku replied playfully, catching her. Hey Deku, you looking forward to sparring? Uraraka asked. Yeah, I wonder who I'm going to be partnered with, Deku replied. You know, I don't think I've ever actually realized how cute you look in your hero outfit, she said, grinning at him. Deku couldn't help but blush a little. Oh thanks. You know, you look pretty good in your hero outfit too, thinking about it, he replied. Good? It's a skin-tight suit, what looks good about it? Wait a minute, I get what he's trying to say. Deku, are you trying to say you think I look good in my hero costume? She asked, leaning forward a little, causing him to get flustered. After all, they were with their entire class. What? Yes. Wait, I meant. He was cut off by Uraraka kissing him, placing her hands on his chest. Deku placed his own on her hips, happily falling deeper into the kiss. You know, if you two need a minute to do your thing. Kaminari teased, gesturing that they'd all leave to give the teenagers some alone time. A minute? Midoriya won't need that long, will you, buddy? Kirishima teased. What are you implying? Deku asked in protest, getting a little flustered again. He's saying you don't last very long, Siro said, laughing. Hey, I'll have you know, Deku began, but he was cut off by Uraraka cupping his chin and turning his face back to her. Ignore them, They're just jealous they aren't getting any. Now shut up and kiss me, she said before proceeding to kiss him again. The two of them were really going at it as everyone else in the room just stared in disbelief. Holy, Kirishima began but never finished as Deku and Uraraka were suddenly pulled apart by a scarf, struggling against it but to no avail. Your relationship is starting to become a distraction to your training. If you two don't start controlling your hormones, I'll expel both of you, Mr. Aizawa threatened, holding the two teens apart. They both looked at each other before looking to their teacher. Understood, sir, they said in unison. Good, he said, releasing them both before slapping Kirishima lightly on the back of the head. Hey, what was that for? Kirishima protested. For swearing. Would you like me to give you an essay on why you shouldn't talk back to your teacher? I'm sure I can give you plenty of points to write about, Mr. Aizawa replied, making him gulp. And no, sir. Kirishima exclaimed, bowing to his teacher. That's more like it. Now, if everyone is done with the distractions, you can all listen, Mr. Aizawa announced. Deku and Uraraka both looked at the floor, turning slightly red in the face as a few chuckles were heard. Sir! Ida shouted, raising his hand. For goodness sake, Ida, this isn't kindergarten, you don't need to put your hand up all the time, Mr. Aizawa said, rolling his eyes. Oh, all right, sir, Ida said, a little embarrassed. Well, go on, what did you want to ask me? I was just wondering what the plan is for sparring, sir, Ida said. Well, if you let me speak, I was about to get to that, Mr. Aizawa said, clearly somewhat annoyed. I apologize, Ida said, bowing to his teacher. Are we done? Would anybody else like to ask me something, or can I finally explain what you're doing today? Mr. Aizawa asked, getting frustrated. To everyone's surprise, Bakugo raised his hand. I have a few questions, the blonde said with a mischievous smile. No, you're not partnering with Midoriya. No, you can't harm him or anyone else for that matter, Mr. Aizawa replied. I don't have any questions now, Bakugo said, sounding disappointed as he put his hand back down. How come he didn't get scolded for putting his hand up? Ida mumbled to himself. All right, that's enough. Time to explain today's training. As you all know, we'll be sparring today. However, you're not allowed to use your quirks. Pure hand-to-hand combat, like the old days, Mr. Aizawa explained, chuckling a little at the looks of disappointment on their faces. But sir, if we can't use our quirks, Yayarosa began but was cut off. You'll be fine. Today is about learning not to be dependent on your quirk. All of you have been slowly mastering your quirks and have come up with inventive ways of using them or fighting with them. However, you're beginning to become reliant on them. You need to learn how to fight without your quirks because sometimes you might have to settle a battle the old-fashioned way. With all due respect, sir, in a real fight, we'd be using our quirks, Kaminari interjected. Would you? What if you came up against somebody with a quirk like mine? Someone able to deactivate your quirk, leaving you with nothing but your support gear, if it's not. Because of that and further practice, she's probably the most capable at hand-to-hand combat here. That only applies when quirks aren't involved, though. Midoriya is clearly the best fighter when using them. Which is why you two will be sparring each other today, Mr. Aizawa finished explaining. Deku and Uraraka looked at each other for a moment, both blinking a few times as they processed what their teacher had just told them. For some reason, it hadn't fully registered yet. Then they realized everybody was looking at them, causing the information to finally sink. Yes, you heard me right. You two are going to be sparring partners today, Mr. Aizawa said, his usual serious demeanor slightly softened by a rare smile. Sir, I don't think that's a very good idea, Deku protested. On the contrary, Midoriya, I think it's a fantastic idea. As UA's number one, you've got to prove it. Single. Naturally, you need to be challenged. Since Uraraka is the best trained hand-to-hand combatant here, you should spar with her until I see someone better suited, Mr. Aizawa explained, chuckling a little. Sir, I really don't know if I'm that good. Surely someone like Bakugo or Todoroki would be better suited. They're far better fighters than me, Uraraka said, trying to be modest and blushing at the idea of being recognized for her skills. Yes, you're quite right, they are. However, without their quirks, I'm yet to see how they fight with just their hands. You, however, do it every single day. Your quirk has a lot of practical uses and can end a fight in an instant, but it requires you to be able to touch your opponent. With your training in martial arts, you've only become that much more dangerous. Learning to counter and grapple with your opponents means that the moment they get up close and personal with you, it's a losing battle, Uraraka. Wouldn't you say that makes you the best hand-to-hand combatant here? Mr. Aizawa encouraged, hoping to boost her confidence. Well, I think you're leaving out a lot of factors, but when you put it like that, Uraraka began, flustered by the praise, but she was cut off. He's right, Todoroki said. What did you say, half and half? Bakugo shot back. Why didn't he get in trouble for swearing? Kirishima whispered, but Ida overheard him. I feel you, bro, Ida replied. Kirishima gave him a funny look before dismissing the comment. It's true, Uraraka is the best hand-to-hand fighter here. Better than you, Bakugo, and me too. If we're fighting with quirks, there's no doubt that me, you, and Midoriya are the best in class. However, take that away, and Uraraka takes the top spot with ease. I rely on my quirk far too much. Pretty much every attack I do uses my quirk in some way. Bakugo, think about how many of your moves rely on your quirk too. All those precise movements and using your quirk to maneuver yourself in midair become impossible without it. Midoriya fights with his hands and feet, but he still relies on his quirk for speed and power. Plus, his movements aren't exactly fluent at the moment, and he lacks technique. With actual martial arts training and the power of his quirk, Midoriya would be almost unstoppable, Todoroki explained. Almost? Have you seen what he's been doing to people in fights lately? Kaminari asked. Nobody's invincible. Not even All Might, Todoroki replied. Uraraka stared at him, amazed that her classmates thought so highly of her. Are they serious? I only had a short amount of time training with Gunhead, so why do they all think I'm so good? Sure, I've practiced more since then, but even still, I don't think I'm that skilled. And I'm up against Deku. I don't want to hit him. Sir, I still want a different sparring partner, Deku said. And why is that? Mr. Aizawa asked, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Because I can't hit a girl, Deku blurted out, panicking. The moment he said it, the rest of the girls in his class scoffed. That's funny, Midoriya, because I could have sworn you kicked me and then punched me into the ground so hard you smashed the concrete I was standing on and knocked me out cold, Hagakure said sarcastically. Not to mention you threw me into a concrete wall before kicking me through it. Oh, and then you jumped through the air, put your hand over my face, and slammed my head into the concrete with such force that I slid about a meter. Ashido exclaimed, recalling the battle. Yeah, and you tried to kick me, but when I jumped to dodge it, you just jumped up after me and kicked me straight back into the floor. You hit me so hard I actually bounced off the concrete. Then you punched me back down the moment I bounced and knocked me out, Azui added, remembering the impact. And you launched rubble at me. After that, you knocked out Todoroki, and when I got emotional and attacked you, you swept my legs from under me and knocked me unconscious when my head hit the concrete, Yaoyorozu chimed in. Deku felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had been trying to teach them a lesson, but it seemed they remembered the pain more than anything else. At this point, Deku was dripping with sweat and felt ashamed of himself as the girls in his class scolded him. He thought, I'm a terrible human being. Everybody stared at Jiro, waiting to see what she would say about Deku. What? She asked, realizing everyone was looking at her. Are you going to add anything? Kaminari prompted. Oh. No, I don't have anything to add. He's never done anything like that to me, so we're cool. Although I did think it was pretty messed up you'd hit someone as hard as you did, never mind a girl, Jiro replied. For a brief moment, Deku thought he was in the clear. Wow, Ochako, your boyfriend clearly hates girls, Kirishima teased. Oh yeah, because he didn't do the same thing to all the boys, did he? She replied sarcastically. Point taken, Kirishima said, backing off. Well, now that you're all done telling me how much of a horrible human being I am, allow me to correct myself. What I meant to say was I can't hit Ochako, Deku explained. Deku! Uraraka mumbled under her breath. How touching, Mr. Aizawa said, staring at the small boy. So, can I spar with somebody else or? Deku asked, his voice trailing off as he waited for an answer. Oh, no, that's not happening. You're going to have to hit your girlfriend, Midoriya. Get over it, Mr. Aizawa said. But sir, Deku began, but he was immediately cut off. Look, I've had just about enough of you. All of you, that is, not just Midoriya. I'm at my limit. Midoriya, if you don't want to hit her, that's fine, but just know she's still going to hit you. It's only sparring anyway, so you're not even going all out on each other, you'll be fine, Mr. Aizawa explained, trying to convince the two teenagers to calm down and accept the fact that they were going to be sparring against each other. They both looked at Chapter 54. Ochako, I'm not going to hit you because Deku began, but he never finished as Uraraka punched him across the face. Shut up. We're sparring, so fight. Uraraka screamed. What the hell has gotten into you, Ochako? He started again, but she interrupted him with a punch to the stomach. I said shut up, she said, ready to hit him again if he spoke. As soon as the sparring match began, Uraraka felt an energy surge through her body. Suddenly, she was hyped up and excited. But why do I feel so energized? I'm essentially fighting my boyfriend. No, forget that. Right now, he's an opponent, and I've got to fight him. He needs to swallow his pride and just try to hit me already. Please, I don't want to. Deku was cut off once more as Uraraka's foot slammed into his stomach, sending him crashing to the floor. Get up, Deku, she said, waiting in her fighting stance. Deku slowly climbed back to his feet. Ochako, he began, but the moment he was upright, Uraraka executed a spinning kick, her heel connecting with his face and sending him spinning back down onto the floor. Get up, she screamed, frustration creeping into her voice. Deku, just try to hit me. This is embarrassing. Deku scrambled back to his feet, this time anticipating her attack. She attempted to punch him again, but he sidestepped her with ease. I'm not going to hit you, Deku insisted. She was wide open for a counterattack, but he didn't take the opportunity. Fine, she replied, grabbing his arm and using his momentum to throw him back down to the floor. This time, she pinned him down with her knee while still holding onto his arm. The two locked eyes, breathing heavily, both glaring at each other. Ochako, what the hell? Deku asked, annoyed. I was going to ask you the same thing. Why aren't you fighting me? She pressed, applying more pressure to his arm, making him wince. You know why, he replied. No, I don't, Deku, she said. I can't hurt you, Ochako. I love you too much, Deku admitted, breaking eye contact. Hearing this, her expression softened, and her intense demeanor faded. Her grip loosened slightly, but she still held him firmly down, knowing Mr. Aizawa would be upset if she let him get up. Deku, you dummy, saying something so sweet at a time like this. You're making me feel so happy. I want to kiss him and tell him how much I love him, but this isn't the time. If I do that, he'll never fight. What can I say to make him get up and actually fight me? Trust me, Deku, you're not going to hurt me. We're not even using our quirks. If you don't fight me, you'll never become a strong enough hero to be number one someday. I can teach you what martial arts I know, which will help improve your fighting style, but you've got to get up and fight. You're not going to learn anything if I just keep knocking you down, she said, her words coming straight from the heart. But if I hit you... Deku trailed off, dreading the thought. I'll be fine, Deku. It's only sparring, you're not going to do any serious damage. You've got to get up and fight. I love you too much to watch you just give up and let me win, she pleaded. You're right. I'm sorry, Deku said, feeling ashamed. How could I be so foolish? I need to get up and fight. I have to swallow my pride and let her teach me. Deku! Uraraka shouted, snapping him out of his thoughts. Yes, he asked. Get off the pity potty and get up already, she ordered. One of his arms was pinned down by her knee, and she was holding the other, applying pressure to make it uncomfortable. I still have my legs free though. Deku lifted both legs off the floor and managed to hook them around one of Uraraka's arms, pulling it away from his own. This gave him enough freedom to pull his hand back and punch her across the face, causing her to release him. The moment he did it, he instantly regretted his decision. I just punched my girlfriend. I'm a terrible boyfriend. He quickly got to his feet. Ochako, are you okay? I'm so sorry, he apologized. She merely sighed at his apology. He still isn't fully there yet, even after hitting me. It was a good shot, he should be proud of it, but he's still holding on to the fact that I'm his girlfriend and doesn't want to hurt me. I'll have to make him pay for that mistake. Don't apologize, you dummy, she exclaimed, turning around and landing a punch to his face with her right hand. She followed it up with a punch to the stomach with her left, then an uppercut with her right, making him stumble back a couple of steps. If she kept up the relentless attacks, his instincts would kick in, and he'd start fighting back properly. Wait a minute, is he smiling? Ochako, he said, wiping the blood from his mouth. He raised his hands and clenched his fists, getting into his fighting stance. He was finally ready to give her his all without any hesitation. Let's fight, he said, charging at her. He threw a right hook, which she ducked under easily, but Deku used the momentum of his punch to spin his body and sweep her legs, sending her crashing to the floor. Even without his quirk, he's so fast. She knew she had to stay a few steps ahead of him to win this fight. Nice one, she said, hopping back onto her feet. The moment she was up, Deku threw a kick at the side of her head, which she blocked easily. Seizing the opportunity, she stepped inside Deku's guard and punched him in the stomach with both fists while his leg was still in the air, leaving him off balance. The punch nearly winded him, but she had deliberately held back since it was just sparring. From the way they were fighting, though, it looked like a full-fledged battle. You are good, Deku said, grinning at her. So are you when you actually fight, she teased, smirking back. They stood face to face, both in their fighting stances, staring each other down until they charged at one another. That's time, students. Mr. Aizawa called, signaling the end of sparring. Deku and Uraraka had both lined up big punches, so they had to stop themselves mid-attack, resulting in them bumping into each other and falling over. Uraraka landed on top of Deku, and they both stared into each other's eyes, completely lost in the moment, breathing heavily. Good spar, Deku joked. Yeah. Can't believe you punched me in the face, she teased. Deku got a little flustered. But you said it was okay, he argued, going red and feeling guilty. Uraraka simply laughed. Relax, you big dummy, I'm messing with you, she reassured him. That was mean, Deku protested. Oh, relax. I'll make it up to you later, she said, giving him a sly wink. Wow, the tension is unbearable, right? Now, Kaminari joked, standing next to the teens still on the floor, gazing into each other's eyes with Uraraka on top of Deku. Oh, shut up, Kaminari. You're just jealous, Uraraka snapped, finally getting up and offering Deku her hand to pull him up. He took it and she helped him back onto his feet. Honestly? Yeah, I am jealous, Kaminari admitted sarcastically. Well, that seems to be you, Deku replied. Whatever, man. Just because you're the only guy here with a girlfriend, who, by the way, just kicked your butt, Kaminari added with a smirk. Shouldn't you have been concentrating on your own sparring match, Kaminari? Uraraka asked. Oh, I was, he lied. No, you weren't. You got distracted and watched them spar instead. That's why I beat you so easily, Hagakure said, appearing next to him. You couldn't just let me have that, could you? Anyway, Midoriya, you still got your butt kicked by your girlfriend, Kaminari chuckled. Hey, I let her for the majority of it, Deku protested. Oh yeah, sure you did, Hagakure teased. I did. I didn't want to hit her. Ochako, tell them, Deku said, crossing his arms, expecting his girlfriend to stand up for him. Yeah, that's true, but it doesn't change the fact that I kicked your butt, Deku, she teased. His attempt at being cool was immediately replaced with frantic gestures as he got flustered. What? Ochako, I thought you'd stick up for me, he said, a little disappointed. Oh, I'll always stick up for you, Deku, but the truth is I kicked your butt, she said, smirking at him. Why you? Deku began but was cut off. Midoriya. Uraraka, Mr. Aizawa said, appearing next to them. Yes, sir, they both replied in unison. Good work today. Midoriya, next time fight like that from the start and don't be so chivalrous. My advice, if you don't want to hit your girlfriend, don't date someone in the hero course with you, Mr. Aizawa said. Yes, sir. Of course, sir, Deku replied, a little embarrassed but taking the information in. Right. Next time, I just have to give it 100% from the very start. Wait a minute, next time? Uraraka, fantastic work. You'll make a great teacher. Did I stutter? Mr. Aizawa asked in a threatening tone. No, sir. Message received and understood, Uraraka said, bowing to him. Good, Mr. Aizawa replied, turning to walk away. Wait, sir. Deku called before he could leave. Mr. Aizawa stopped but didn't turn around. What is it, Midoriya? He asked. What did you mean when you said, next time? Deku inquired. He heard a tiny chuckle from his teacher after a brief moment of silence. However, when Mr. Aizawa answered, he still didn't turn around. For the time being, you two are going to. Deku. Deku. Oh, for Deku. Uraraka screamed. I'm awake, I'm awake. Deku blurted out, bolting upright at his sudden awakening, feeling the morning light on his skin. Good morning, sleepyhead, she said, giving him a gentle kiss on the back of his shoulder and wrapping her arms around him. Good morning, Ochako. What, you didn't have enough fun last night? Deku asked playfully, recalling the previous evening. You can never have too much fun, Deku, she replied flirtatiously, causing him to turn his head to look back at her. Seeing the playful expression on her face, Deku leaned in and kissed her, savoring the moment. Deku turned to face her properly, allowing her to lay back as their lips remained connected. They were both tangled in the sheets, feeling the warmth of each other's bodies. Deku, as amazing as this is, we need to get up, Uraraka said, trying to sound serious as Deku moved to kiss her neck, making her shiver with delight. Why? He asked, a little confused. Deku, seriously, this is amazing. We have to, oh wow. We have to get up, she said, torn between her longing to stay and the need to start their day. I'm up. If you catch my meaning, Deku said playfully, trying to lighten the mood. Oh, you bet I do. Come on, we need to get out of bed and start our training, she pleaded, slowly giving in to the temptation of staying in bed. Come on. I just want to have a little fun with you before we start our day, Deku replied, trying to coax her into staying a bit longer. Come on, we really need to get moving, she insisted, finally managing to sit up and pull on some clothes. Training session? Deku asked, confused as he climbed out of bed. Do you not remember what Mr. Aizawa said yesterday? He told me I have to train you in martial arts whenever I practice it, so that's what we're going to do, Uraraka explained. Oh yeah, that. I should get dressed then, Deku said, quickly putting on his clothes. Yeah, you should, because Mr. Aizawa is expecting us in the gym soon, Uraraka said, checking the time. Why is Mr. Aizawa going to be there? He asked. He wants to oversee our training. You know, to make sure we are actually training and not just goofing off, she said with a teasing smile. Deku nodded, understanding the importance of their training. So what's the plan today? We'll start with the basics. Just throw a few punches and kicks without quirks to begin with, and I'll observe your technique, Uraraka explained as she finished getting ready. Sounds good. Lead the way, Deku said, gesturing toward the door. At the gym. Mr. Aizawa isn't here, Uraraka said as they entered the empty gym. Maybe he's late? Deku suggested. Maybe. I guess we should get started anyway, Uraraka said, taking the lead. They began by warming up properly and stretching their muscles to prevent injury. Once they were ready, Uraraka demonstrated a punch and watched Deku try to mimic her movements. She corrected him on his technique, helping him refine his fighting style. I don't know much about martial arts, but I can teach Deku what I do know. Besides, it will help me learn and develop too. We can both help each other get stronger. Sorry I'm late, you too, Mr. Aizawa said, entering the room. That's okay, sir. We decided to go ahead and start anyway, Uraraka informed him. However, he looked at them with a confused expression. So why do neither of you look like you've broken a sweat? And how come you don't even have any bruises or injuries to speak of? Mr. Aizawa questioned. Sir? Deku asked. You're supposed to be sparring, Mr. Aizawa replied. What? I thought you told me to teach him martial arts, Uraraka said, puzzled. Yes, I did, and I believe in learning on the job. So get to it and fight already, Mr. Aizawa ordered, leaning against the wall behind him with his hands in his pockets. Though he appeared indifferent, he cared deeply for his students, even if he'd never admit it. Oh, I see, Uraraka said, slightly flustered and unsure of what to do. Well, Deku, I guess we should. She never finished her sentence as Deku's fist connected with her cheek, causing her to stumble back a few steps. He quickly launched a kick at her, which she blocked before pushing him away to create some distance. What was that for? She exclaimed, furious with him for hitting her when she wasn't ready. Well, I wouldn't wait for a villain to be ready to fight before I tried to attack them. Besides, you totally deserved that for yesterday, Deku said, holding back a grin. Suddenly, the anger Uraraka felt transformed into determination. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath before opening them again to meet Deku's gaze. Deku and Uraraka began to circle one another, both studying the other's body language and measuring up their opponent. After a few moments, they both stopped and stood still before Deku launched himself at her with a kick, which Uraraka easily sidestepped. You'll have to do better than that, Deku, she taunted, gesturing for him to try again. This time, he threw a right hook, but she leaned back and dodged. Deku followed his punch with a leg sweep, which Uraraka managed to jump over. As Deku stood back up, he was wide open for an attack, and Uraraka landed a punch straight to his stomach, following it with an uppercut to his face. The impact sent him stumbling back a few steps, and he instinctively held his nose as blood began to trickle down his face. Nice moves, Uraraka, Mr. Aizawa commented from the sidelines. Thank you, sir, she replied, not taking her attention away from Deku for a second. She decided to let him recover from that one. Usually, she'd take the opportunity to finish him off while he was still in shock, but this was training, and she was supposed to help him learn. The longer he fought, the better. Ochako, you broke my nose? Deku exclaimed in protest. Yeah, I know. That was the idea. Just because it's training doesn't mean I'm going to pull my punches, she said, still waiting for him to recover. If he didn't do it soon, she would force him to with another attack. Fine. Try me, Deku said, wiping the blood from his face and standing in a fighting stance. He clearly had a plan. She was curious to see what he had in store. Uraraka charged at him, throwing a jab aimed at his head, but he dodged it. Deku tried to counter with a punch to the ribs, but Uraraka beat him to the punch, landing another blow to his stomach. The force of her attack lifted him off the ground momentarily. Time seemed to slow as they made eye contact. Deku's eyes widened in shock and fear, while Uraraka's gleamed with determination. She grabbed him and slung him over her shoulder, slamming him back onto the floor. "How was that for a smash?" she asked, smirking at the defeated Deku, who lay on the floor, wheezing and gasping for breath. "Ha! You're hilarious." "I'm not done yet," Deku said, jumping back to his feet. "Yes, you are," Mr. Aizawa interjected, stepping between them. Uraraka lowered her fists and relaxed her body a little. However, Deku wasn't ready to give in yet. His fists stayed raised, and he remained in a fighting stance with blood still pouring from his nose. "Get out of my way, sir. I'm not done yet. I can still fight." Deku protested. Mr. Aizawa eyed him up and down. "Very well. If you wish to continue, you can spar with me." "But sir," Uraraka tried to interject, but was cut off. "Quiet, Uraraka. If he wants to carry on, let him. If he's not going to listen, then he can learn the hard way," Mr. Aizawa said, his hands still in his pockets. Deku sized up his teacher, noting that he still had his hands in his pockets. He was clearly waiting for an attack. Was he being overconfident? No, he knew he could take Deku. Deep down, Deku realized he should call it a day. He didn't stand a chance against Mr. Aizawa, especially with a broken nose and the multiple body shots he had taken. Breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. "Okay, fine, I'm done for the day." "Good first lesson, Ochako," Deku said, allowing himself to relax and lowering his fists. "HM? What do you mean?" she asked, confused. "You were trying to show me the effectiveness of body shots, right? You landed more shots to my body than my head, which is why I feel so tired already. I tend to go for the head when I fight, so you were showing me that there are more effective options," Deku explained. I can't believe you. How did you manage to figure that out?" she asked, amazed that Deku had picked up on the lesson before she had even said anything. "I don't know, it just came to me while I was thinking about why I shouldn't fight Mr. Aizawa. I realized how tired I was, so even if I could have held my own, it wouldn't matter. I would have gotten tired too easily and lost the fight," Deku concluded. "Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I wasn't even going to tell you that I was going to let you figure it out for yourself. I just didn't think you'd pick up on it so quickly," she said, pure amazement and admiration shining in her eyes. "Good teaching, Uraraka. I'm impressed," Mr. Aizawa admitted. "Oh, thank you, sir," she replied, bowing slightly. "I'm also impressed with you, Midoriya. Well done for picking up on that so quickly," Mr. Aizawa said, turning to Deku. "Thank you, sir," he said, bowing to his teacher as well. "Good work, both of you. I'll see you here at the same time tomorrow. Midoriya, go to Recovery Girl and get that nose looked at," Mr. Aizawa ordered as he left the gym, leaving the two teenagers alone. "Good spar," Uraraka said, smiling innocently at Deku while scratching the back of her head, noticing the look of annoyance on his face. "You broke my nose," Deku said, wiping more blood from his face and tasting it in his mouth. Uraraka became flustered, waving her arms in protest. "I'm sorry. I just kind of did it without thinking. It was instinct," she defended, feeling guilty. Deku grunted with distaste but decided not to hold it against her. He understood that she was acting on instinct, taking the opportunity to land a blow while he was open. "It's okay, I understand you weren't thinking it through. It was instinctive, I get it," Deku said. "Yeah, well, I know I said it was instinct and it was, although I did actually plan to break your nose. That was thought through," she admitted, holding her hands behind her back and swaying side to side, trying to appear innocent and cute, like a child caught in a small lie. Deku stared at her for a few moments, processing what he had heard. "She meant to break my nose? Why, you little... You know what? I'm not even mad at her. It's training. It's my own fault for leaving myself so open. Honestly, it's fine. If I didn't want a broken nose, I should have been better defensively," Deku said, smiling to reassure her. "Seriously? You're not mad?" she asked, surprised. "No, I'm not mad," Deku replied. Uraraka threw herself at him, hugging him tightly. I can't believe the old swaying side-to-side trick actually worked. He actually fell for it. Although, at the same time, I don't think it would have mattered either way. He seems to be more annoyed with himself for not blocking or dodging. That's why he wasn't mad at her, even though she had broken his nose. He was too pure. I don't deserve you, she admitted, her face buried in his chest. Deku wrapped his arms around her, resting his head on hers. I know you don't, but nevertheless, you got me. Wow. That was amazing, Deku, Uraraka said, feeling a warm tingle spread through her body. Yeah, well, after breaking my nose this morning, I'd say I deserve to have a little fun with you, Deku replied playfully, putting his hands behind his head and closing his eyes, allowing himself to relax into the bed. A little? Deku, we've been at it for hours. I'd say you had more than a little fun. I don't know how you're so good at these things, Uraraka admitted, resting her head on his chest as she cuddled up to him, enjoying the warmth of their skin against each other. It always made her feel truly happy. Well, to be fair, we have had a lot of practice, Deku said with a grin. Yeah, that's true. We don't do it too much, do we? She asked. No, I don't think we do. Why do you think we do it too much? He asked, a little nervous that he might be doing something wrong. No, I don't think we do. This relationship is still pretty new, so I don't think it's unusual for us to be NTMT as often as we are. We're 16, and it's new to us, so it makes sense, she explained. Yeah, I guess so. Is it strange to think that everyone else in our class are still inexperienced? Deku asked. Actually. Uraraka trailed off, not finishing her sentence. Wait, seriously? Who? Deku asked, completely shocked. I may have sort of walked in on Jiro and Kaminari, she admitted, her face turning red as she recalled the awkward encounter. Since when did those two have a thing for each other? He asked. You know, Deku, for someone with a girlfriend, you're extremely naive about these things sometimes. Those two have been crushing on each other for quite some time. Yaoyorozu has a crush on Todoroki, although I'm not sure how he feels about her. He can be hard to read sometimes, but I'm pretty sure he likes her too. Hagakure likes Ojiro, and he likes her back. Obviously, Jiro and Kaminari, as I just told you. Possibly Azui and Tokoyami like each other too, but I'm not sure about that one. As for Ashido, I'm not really sure who she likes. Maybe Kirishima, but it seems like he and Bakugo might have something going on. All I know is that Kirishima is the one person Bakugo is semi-nice to and actually calls him by his name, which he doesn't do for the rest of us, she explained. Looking up at Deku, she saw the shock on his face as his jaw hung open. How do you know all that? He asked, amazed at how blind he'd been. Uraraka chuckled a little. Women's intuition, she joked. Seriously? He asked. No, I'm kidding. Most of them are so obvious I can't believe you didn't notice. Yaoyorozu told me she likes Todoroki, that's how I knew that one. But thinking about it, it's pretty clear they like each other, she explained. Oh, I see. How could I not have seen any of this? Deku asked himself more than Uraraka. Because you're a big dummy, she teased, snuggling up to him to lighten the mood. It worked. You're too cute to get mad at, Deku said, putting his arm around her. She smirked, knowing he couldn't see her expression. So, is it just Kaminari and Jiro that have been together? Deku asked. Well, I'm not sure because when I say I walked in on them, what I really mean is I knocked on Jiro's door, and Kaminari opened it half-dressed while Jiro was covering herself with her bedsheets. So I assumed they either were together or were about to be, she explained. Oh right, so you don't know for sure. When was this? He asked. Last night, she admitted. And you didn't tell me? He asked, a little disappointed. No, why would I? I didn't know you were so interested in gossiping, she said, confused by his curiosity. I just think it's interesting to talk about. And a little funny, Deku admitted, chuckling a little. It is quite funny, she said, also chuckling as she remembered how red they both were when Kaminari opened the door. Now I understand why everyone was so intrigued when they found out we were together, Deku said, realizing how easy it was to become interested in these types of conversations. Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, they're the only two that I know of. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the others were dating or seeing each other in secret. Remember how much we didn't want people to know at first? She asked, recalling how they'd felt when they first started dating. Yeah, although that quickly went out the window. Adrenaline completely took over when we were up on that stage, Deku said, chuckling as he recalled their first kiss in front of all their classmates and teachers. That's true, but I don't regret it one bit, she said, remembering the moment fondly. Me neither, Deku replied. She looked up at him, meeting his eyes, and sat up slightly to kiss him slowly and romantically. Each kiss was long and deep. After several kisses, they finally stopped and gazed. As she traced her finger along one of the huge scars across his abdomen, Deku noticed her focus. What is it? He asked. It's nothing, I still can't get over the fact that you actually survived that. That you came back to me. When I found out what had happened, I thought I was going to lose you, but you pulled through. You never cease to amaze me, Deku, she said, her finger moving gently along his scar. Hey, I owe a lot of that to you. If it hadn't been for your support, I doubt I'd be here right now, Deku replied sincerely. It was something he had told her many times, but he truly meant it. He thought to himself, I don't think I'll ever truly be able to repay her for everything she did for me. All I can do is be the best boyfriend I can be and cherish every day with her. I'd like to think otherwise, but thank you. It's nice to know you appreciate me. Although I've been wondering, do you think we'll ever truly get over that whole incident? I mean, I know you suffered a lot more than I did, but it took its toll on me too, seeing you like that, she said. No, I don't think we will, Deku admitted. That SCKS. I just want to be over it. To forget it ever happened. Just remove it from my memory, she said, frustrated that no matter how much time passed, they always returned to that traumatic moment in their lives. I know it does, Ochako, but if I'm being honest, we'll never truly get over it. That's what my therapist tells me. She says that something that traumatic never leaves you, no matter how hard you try, but it does get easier with time. The best way to move on is to try not to dwell on it. If it helps, we'll learn to cope with it and accept that it was something that happened in our lives, but we'll never truly get over it. I think the more time that passes, the less we'll think about it, and we'll talk about it less too. It's kind of like my scars. They'll always be there, but they'll fade. Just like the pain we feel thinking about that time. It won't last forever, Ochako. We'll be fine, Deku explained, doing his best to reassure her. She took a moment to absorb everything he had said, lying in silence. Wow, he's so mature and comfortable with it. His therapist has really done a great job with him. Although he's right, it will get easier with time. You're right. You're completely right. Thanks, Deku, she said, snuggling up to him again. No problem, he replied, kissing the top of her head. So, what's the plan for tomorrow? Are we doing anything? Actually, I'm going to see Arie tomorrow. I'm babysitting, Deku said. What? Seriously? Can I help you? She asked, suddenly excited at the idea. I mean, sure, I don't see why not, Deku said, welcoming any help he could get. He had no idea how to look after kids, especially after his last experience. But we're going to be parents for the day, Uraraka exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Wait a minute. Parents? I'm so excited, Uraraka exclaimed as she skipped along, unable to contain herself. Would you relax? We're only babysitting for the day, Deku said, not seeing what the big deal was. Aren't you even a little bit excited? She asked. Of course I am. I haven't seen Arie for a while now. It's been quite a few months, and apparently she's just like any other kid at this point. One with an extremely powerful and dangerous quirk, he replied. Yeah, that's true. Mr. Aizawa said she's gotten a lot better at controlling it, though. I suppose he's a great teacher to have since he can cancel out her quirk whenever she's losing control, Uraraka said, thinking out loud. He has been taking care of her since the whole overhaul ordeal. That wasn't all that long ago, thinking about it, Deku said, realizing it had only been a few weeks after those events that he and Uraraka had started dating. Since then, Yue had taken Arie in to help her learn to control her power and see it as a positive, not a negative. Well, I'm sure the teachers have been taking great care of her, and Mr. Aizawa seems to have a soft spot for her, Uraraka said. Yeah, he does, Deku agreed, trying to think about why the cold and arguably emotionless teacher was so caring and nurturing toward the young girl. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Uraraka's sudden burst of glee again. "We're gonna be parents," she exclaimed. "What? No, we're not. We're just babysitting," Deku protested, getting flustered. "Yes, we are. I'm gonna be Arie's mommy, and you're gonna be daddy," she said, her excitement bubbling over. "Please don't call me that," he pleaded, feeling embarrassed. She responded, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Suddenly, a mischievous smirk crossed her face as she planned to tease him. "Ochako?" Deku questioned, sensing something was off. "What's wrong, Deku? Don't you like it when I call you?" she began, pausing for dramatic effect as she leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Daddy." Deku jumped back in embarrassment, flailing his arms in protest. "Ochako, what's gotten into you?" he stuttered. "What? Don't you like it when I call you daddy?" she teased, leaning closer and playfully pressing against him. Of course, he didn't like it. It felt weird. "Ochako, please, Deku was completely speechless and uncomfortable. Uraraka burst out laughing, unable to keep up the act. "Relax, you big dummy. I'm messing with you. You should have seen the look on your face. It was priceless," she said, wiping away tears of laughter. "That was mean. Not to mention completely out of character for you," he complained. "Really? Taking an opportunity to tease you is out of character for me?" she asked sarcastically. "Well, no, not really, but you've never taken it to that level before," he replied. "Exactly. So quit your whining and let's go see Arie already," she said, continuing her gleeful skip. "I wonder if she's changed as much as Mirio claims she has." She did manage to give Mirio his quirk back after all, so her control over her power must be so much better now. "I haven't seen her for quite some time. In fact, I haven't seen her since my kidnapping. I wonder if she knows about that. It might have been a good idea to visit. She may have forgotten about me." "Deku?" Uraraka questioned, waving a hand in front of his face, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about something," he said. "What is it?" she asked, curious. "It's nothing. I was just thinking it's been too long since I've seen Arie. So let's get back to the dorms and meet Mr. Aizawa," Deku exclaimed, beginning to run. "Hey, Deku, wait for me." Uraraka called after him as she began to run to keep up. "I'll race you," Deku challenged. "No fair. You had a head start," she protested. "Go!" he exclaimed before sprinting full speed. "Hey, get back here," she screamed, sprinting to catch up with him. They raced all the way back to the dorms. They had made a quick trip to the mall and were on their way back to meet Mr. Aizawa, who was dropping off Arie to stay with them for the night while he and the rest of the teachers went on a mission. They soon reached the dorms, and Deku got there first, hunching over and placing his hands on his knees, breathing for breath. Uraraka soon came to a halt just behind him, mirroring his posture. "No. Breathe. Breathe," she protested, struggling for air. Breathe. Breathe. Slow. Breathe," Deku teased, standing up straight and turning to face her. "Smartus," she replied, chuckling between gasps. "Ah, there you two are," Mr. Aizawa said suddenly, appearing by their side. "Yes, well, a certain somebody was being impatient and wanted to see you," Mr. Aizawa said, glancing over his shoulder. "Go on, don't be shy," he added in a surprisingly gentle tone. A small girl with pale blue-gray hair and red eyes peeked out from behind him, clutching his trousers a little shyly. "Hi, Arie. Remember me?" Deku asked, squatting down and speaking softly. He smiled to reassure her he was friendly. "Yes, I remember," she replied, still somewhat shy. "What about me? Do you remember me, Arie?" Uraraka asked, squatting down next to Deku. "I think so," the small girl replied, still hiding behind Mr. Aizawa. "I'm sorry you haven't seen me a lot over the last few months, Arie. That's my fault. I should have come to visit you." "It's no excuse, but a lot has happened," Deku began to explain, but Mr. Aizawa cut him off. "She knows, Midoriya. About your schoolwork, your kidnapping, everything really," Mr. Aizawa explained. "Oh, I see," Deku said, a little shocked that Mr. Aizawa had shared that with her. You told her? Uraraka questioned disapprovingly, noticing Deku's clear pain at Arie knowing what he had been through. Then again, that little girl was no stranger to hardship. Something like that must have seemed minor to her. No, she figured it out for herself. She's a very smart kid. You can stop hiding now, Mr. Aizawa said, looking down at the small girl. She stepped out from behind him so Deku and Uraraka could see her fully. She wore her usual white dress shirt with a frilled collar and a plain red pinafore with 2 large golden buttons on either side of her chest, along with gray tights and a large set of tan boots. Oh my gosh, I can't even contain myself right now, she's so cute. Okay, calm down Ochako, don't freak her out, Uraraka thought to herself. It's good to see you again, Arie. I've missed you, Deku said, smiling genuinely. He meant it. He had missed seeing this little girl and her wonderful smile. Arie looked up at Mr. Aizawa. What is it? He asked, noticing her gaze. Can I? She trailed off, too shy to ask, looking at Deku, then down at her hands and back to Mr. Aizawa. He seemed to understand. You'll be fine, you're not going to hurt him. So the answer is yes, you can go ahead. Don't be shy, Mr. Aizawa reassured her. Sir, what is it she wants to? Deku began, but never finished his sentence as Arie suddenly hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Hey, what's wrong? Deku asked, hugging her back and trying to maintain his balance as he knelt to support her better. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't save you like you saved me. Is that why you didn't come and see me? Because I didn't save you when you needed saving? She sobbed, full of guilt. What? Arie, no. Of course not, that's not it at all. I wasn't expecting you to save me. Nor was anyone else. You're still learning how to control your power. I'm not mad at you, Arie. In fact, I'm upset with myself for not coming to see you sooner now that I know how you felt, Deku explained, trying to reassure the poor girl. Her sobs continued, but her eyes were still watery, and she sniffled as she looked up at him. Really? You mean it? She asked, wiping some tears from her eyes. Yeah, I mean it, Deku said, hugging her again. She smiled, knowing he wouldn't have hugged her if he didn't mean what he said. It made her happy and she began to laugh. That's more like it, there's that laugh I've missed so much, Deku said, laughing with her, relieved that she was happy. I feel kinda guilty. I may have been hogging him for myself, Uraraka said, scratching her head as she watched the scene unfold, filled with mixed thoughts. Arie was so adorable. Deku was going to make an amazing dad, and oh my gosh, she couldn't believe how much Arie had changed. She was so happy now. Oh yeah, I suppose I should explain. Arie, Ochako is my girlfriend now. We started dating a few months ago, Deku explained. Is she the reason you haven't been to see me? Arie asked, glaring at Uraraka with a serious expression. Okay, suddenly she's not so cute and absolutely terrifying, Deku thought. I may have sorta been a bit of a distraction for him, Uraraka admitted, putting on an innocent smile to reassure Arie that she hadn't been stopping Deku from visiting her. So you've been too busy with her instead of coming to see me? Arie exclaimed, stomping her foot and crossing her arms while pouting at Deku, who looked like he was ready to faint. Did she really just say that? Maybe Ochako will know what to do. He looked to his girlfriend for support or some sort of explanation he could give this small child about there. It's okay, Arie. Ochako wasn't the only reason I had a lot of schoolwork and things to do too, Deku explained, trying to shift the blame off his girlfriend, which she appreciated very much. She really wanted Arie to like her. I'm sorry. Mr. Aizawa told me that's what you two do. He said you're always too busy to listen to anyone, she explained, causing Deku and Uraraka to turn their heads in the direction of their homeroom teacher, who had conveniently disappeared. Did he now? We'll be sure to speak with him later. Anyway, Arie, shall we go inside? Deku asked, offering his hand to the small girl, which she took. Yes, please, she said, her cuteness making Deku smile. Me and Deku are going to be your mommy and daddy for the day, Uraraka said, taking Arie's other hand. For a moment, Deku held his breath, expecting Arie to get upset or show some sign of trauma at the mention of parents. After all, she had experienced a lot. However, she didn't seem affected at all. Mommy and Daddy, she exclaimed, getting excited and laughing as she walked between them, holding their hands. This is amazing, she actually likes me. That might be thanks to Deku though. I'll be sure to thank him later. You hear that, Deku? Your daddy, Uraraka teased, beginning to laugh. Yeah, your daddy, Arie repeated, finding it very amusing, which caused the two girls to laugh even more. Deku thought it was wonderful to see the two girls getting along so well, although he wasn't entirely comfortable with the whole parents' angle Uraraka was taking. Still, Arie seemed to enjoy it. What have I gotten myself into? I can't believe you, Deku whined. Arie was playing with some of his All Might figures in the common room while Deku and Uraraka stood watching her behind the sofa. What? Uraraka asked. Getting her to call us mommy and daddy. That was, he began, but she filled in the blank for him. Cute? Adorable? Heartwarming, she suggested. That's not the point, Deku mumbled under his breath, although she heard him. You didn't deny it, she sang, trying to get Deku to admit that he actually kind of enjoyed being a parental figure. So what? We're not her parents, that's the point I'm trying to make, Deku said, managing to keep his cool and not give in to the idea of pretending to be a family for the evening, as appealing as that sounded to him. Deku, come on. She's 7. Her father is gone, and her mother was abusive. She'll never have her real parents. You know what it was like growing up without a father figure, so imagine how she feels, she explained. She has Mr. Aizawa. He's her father figure, Deku argued. I don't think he's much of a father figure, Deku. He's a great teacher and a great caregiver, but I don't think she sees him as a parent. Come on, please. You know how much it SCKS growing up without a dad, she said, really trying to convince him. It wasn't that bad, I had mom, Deku replied. He meant it, though he hadn't really felt his father's absence all that much as a child. His mother was enough for him. She doesn't even have that, Uraraka said, and her words hit Deku like a train. Suddenly he felt a huge weight on his chest. She's right. Arie doesn't have any parental figures in her life. The UA teachers probably just feel like a group of grown-ups looking after her, even Mr. Aizawa. Sure, he was in charge of her care, but the teachers had been taking shifts caring for her, so she probably wasn't with any of them long enough to feel like they were parents. Uncles and aunts, maybe, but not parents. Mirio is like a big brother who visits her when he can. Parents are the one thing she's missing. Hey! Uraraka said, placing a hand on his cheek and one on his chest as she took a step closer, their bodies almost touching. Deku leaned into her hand, smiling slightly at the warmth and how relaxing her touch felt. Just think about it, okay? She said before giving him a quick kiss, causing him to place his hands on her waist. They stood looking into each other's eyes, both of them blushing slightly. Ew, Arie said, sticking her tongue out as if to say something was gross. What is it, Arie? Deku asked. Mr. Aizawa was right, you are always kissing. It's gross, she said, clearly disappointed with them both. Deku and Uraraka turned their heads back to face each other, their noses almost touching, and they both let go, going red in the face, embarrassed that Arie had watched the whole scene. Sorry, Arie. Why don't I make some dinner? Uraraka suggested. Can I help mommy? Arie asked, jumping up and down with a wide smile. Uraraka couldn't help but chuckle. That's very sweet of you, but it's okay, Daddy will help me, won't you? She said, looking at Deku and giving him a playful expression that urged him to go along with it. He simply nodded, still contemplating the idea of being a father figure for Arie. Oh, but I wanted to help, Arie moped. You can help by telling me what you want to eat, Uraraka said, which was enough for the small girl. Yay! Arie squealed, running into the kitchen. I'll give you a moment to think. Arie, wait for me, she called, leaving Deku alone in the common room. But we're 16, there's no reason for us to have a kid or adopt one for that matter. Why is she so determined to be her mother anyway? She's got her schoolwork to focus on and her training. It would be nice to be a dad, just not yet. Not right now. I'm too young. Then again, Arie does need new parents. She's not going to be 7 forever. I'm not even sure we can adopt her. That is what Uraraka was suggesting, right? That's a big commitment. Oh my god, Has it occurred to her that she's basically asking to have a child with me? I have so many questions and I'm so confused. Daddy? Arie asked, pulling at Deku's shorts. I really wish she'd stop saying that, but I don't want to tell her in case she gets upset. Yes, Arie, what is it? He asked. Mommy needs your help in the kitchen, she said. Oh, thank you for telling me. Are you going to be okay playing in here on your own? He asked. Yes, she replied, giving a big smile. I don't think I'll ever get tired of that smile. I love seeing her this happy. Okay. Well, she asked. Why are you so obsessed with us being her parents? Deku asked, still unable to figure that one out. Because don't you think she needs some? She returned his question with her own. Yeah, I know, but why us? Well, we've still got a lot of work to do before we're pros too. So why add to our worries? Deku questioned. You really want to know? She asked. I wouldn't be asking if I didn't, he said. Uraraka closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I feel sorry for her. I can't imagine where she is mentally after everything she's been through. For some reason, I feel really protective of her and responsible for her in some way. I can't explain why, Deku. I just have this unbearable urge to take her under my wing and do everything I can for her. I want her to live here in the dorms with us, where she can be around the rest of our classmates and learn to control her quirk the way we're doing. Although I have to admit, the idea of being her parents was a joke at first, but when she called me mommy, and I saw that smile. I couldn't help it, I wanted to be her mother, Uraraka explained, her eyes glistening with emotion. I understand all of that. I think all of us feel that responsibility and protectiveness over Arie. Plus, I kinda get what you mean about being parents. When Arie smiled at me and called me daddy, as if I was her real father, it made me feel happy. I wanted to be a dad right then, Deku said. So, are you saying you want to adopt her? Deku asked. Uraraka's face turned red as she looked at him with confusion and shock. What? No, that's not what I'm saying. Well, it kind of is. Except it's not. This is really frustrating, she said, annoyed that she couldn't quite explain herself. Hey, it's okay. Just take a deep breath and start from the beginning, Deku said, placing a hand on her back and rubbing it gently to help her relax. Okay. I don't mean officially adopt her. We can just ask Mr. Aizawa for her to live here with us, Uraraka explained. As nice as that sounds, I don't think he'll ever agree to that. What about when we're in class? She'll be all alone here. We can't leave a 7-year-old alone in a student dorm, Deku said. Yeah, you're right. I hadn't thought about that. Forget I said anything, it was such a stupid idea, she said, frustrated with herself for not thinking it through. Hey, no it wasn't. I liked it. There are some issues we'd have to work out, but I think it could work if Mr. Aizawa and the rest of the teachers agreed to it, he said, trying to comfort her. He's not going to agree. I just want to be a mommy. Is that so much to ask? She said, thinking out loud as she leaned against the kitchen counter. Uraraka, are you okay? Your emotions are all over the place. Is something wrong? He asked, concerned. Don't tell him. Why not? Because you'll freak him out. He'll be fine. He's a big boy. It's Deku. You know how easily he gets embarrassed or uncomfortable. He needs to know. No, he doesn't. Just make something up. What? I don't know. Just say something. He looks worried. Anything? Yes, just say anything. I'm on my PRD, she said. Anything except that. I'm sorry, I panicked so I just told him the truth. Why are you apologizing? I'm you, dummy. Oh yeah. I should probably stop talking to myself in my own head and address the fact that my boyfriend doesn't look even slightly bothered by what I just told him. Oh, I see. Okay, hang on, I'll get you something that should help you feel better, he said, walking over to the fridge. Here you go, he said, handing her a small bar. What is it? She asked. Chocolate, he replied, smiling at her. Deku, did you seriously think giving me chocolate would work? That's so stereotypical, I can't believe you. She never finished her point as she took a huge bite out of the bar. This is actually really good, she said before finishing the rest in quick bites. Better? Deku asked. A little. How did you know that would work? She asked. Chocolate has things in it that make you feel happy. I can't remember what they're called or why it works, but it does. whether you're on your PRD or not. That, and I also saw my mom eat a lot of chocolate about once every month. She never told me why, but I put 2 and 2 together when I learned what PRDS were, Deku explained. Oh, so you're not grossed out by this at all? She asked. Nope, he replied. Not even slightly uncomfortable? She questioned, surprised at how well he was taking this. Not even a little. It's something that girls have to go through, and I feel sorry for you that you do. It sounds horrible. What's that? Was all they heard from the kitchen doorway. They both froze, and Uraraka suddenly forgot how heated up she'd felt. Slowly, they turned their heads to see Arie standing in the doorway with a very confused look on her face, not quite understanding what she was looking at or what her pretend mother had just said to her pretend father. Oh no, what have I done? Well, now you've gone and done it, Deku whispered. Mommy, why are you grabbing Daddy's shirt? Are you threatening him? Did he do something wrong? Arie asked, confused as she noticed her mother pulling Deku closer by his shirt collar. HM? Oh no, of course not. I was just telling him off for not helping me make dinner. That's why we haven't started yet, Uraraka quickly explained, letting go of Deku. Daddy, that's naughty. You're supposed to be helping Mommy. Arie exclaimed, giving him a disappointed look. Oh, I'm sorry, Arie. You're right. I should stop talking so much and help Ochako, Deku said, going along with Uraraka's act, even if he felt a bit hurt by Arie's clear disapproval. But, can I help? Arie asked. Deku and Uraraka exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. If we say yes, she might forget about asking what that one thing is. They nodded at each other and returned their attention to Arie. You know what? We'd love your help, Arie, Deku said, smiling at her. But then you can tell me what that thing is. Arie exclaimed, causing Deku and Uraraka's hearts to skip a beat. I thought she'd forget about it, but apparently not. Just don't mention it, and eventually she will forget. After all, kids that age often don't remember things if you don't remind them about it. Okay, Arie, you can help me wash the vegetables, Uraraka said, trying to ignore the question and hoping Arie would forget. So what's that thing? Arie asked again. Oh goodness. Why is she so persistent? Well, Deku stammered, trying to think of something that would satisfy Arie's curiosity while keeping her innocence intact. Is it a punishment? Arie asked. It can be, Uraraka mumbled under her breath, though Deku heard her. I'm pretty sure she didn't mean that in a serious way, he thought. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. No, it's not a punishment, Deku said. But it seemed like Mommy was threatening you, Arie said, a little confused. Not quite, Deku replied, scratching his head as he tried to think of how to explain. Then I don't understand what it is? She asked, still curious. Look, Arie. It's a grown-up thing. You'll learn about it when you're older, but right now, you're too young to know about that. That's all you need to know, Uraraka said sternly, hoping that would end the conversation. Arie looked down at the floor for a moment. Oh no, did I just upset her? Uraraka whispered to Deku. No, I don't think so. She seems like she's thinking, he whispered back, noticing the thoughtful look on Arie's face. But if it's a grown-up thing, why do you both know what it is? Arie asked. What do you mean? Uraraka questioned, not quite understanding. You're not grown-ups. You're still 16, so you're not grown-ups yet. So if it's a grown-up thing, why do you know what it is? She explained. At least she isn't asking what that thing is anymore. Well, that's because... Deku struggled to find the right words. Wow, having a kid is a lot harder than I thought it would be. Wait a minute, am I seriously considering being Arie's adoptive father? I think I am. It's because when we say grown-up thing, we didn't literally mean grown-ups. We meant when you're more grown-up. Don't worry, Arie, it's nothing to worry about or anything too serious. It's just not something you need to know at your age, Uraraka explained. Again, Arie looked at the floor, thinking about what they had just told her. Deku and Uraraka braced themselves for more tough parenting. Okay, let's make dinner, Arie exclaimed, seemingly satisfied with their answers. I can't believe she took that for an answer, Deku whispered. Me neither. Just go with it, I am not going through that again, Uraraka ordered. Me neither. That was horrible. I can't believe how well you dealt with it. You're a natural mom, Deku said, causing her to blush. Oh Deku, please, you don't have to flatter me so much, she said, flailing her arms around, embarrassed yet slightly swooning at his comments. Can we make dinner now? I'm hungry, Arie whined. Sorry, Arie, yes, of course we can, Uraraka said, still red-faced and eager to eat. She was done with awkward conversations for the night. Yay! Arie squealed in excitement. The three of them began to make dinner. Deku prepared some meat while Uraraka and Arie washed the vegetables. Uraraka chopped them up, not allowing Arie to use the knife. Instead, Arie was given the task of setting the table. We really are just like a family. Maybe I would like to be Arie's father. What are you thinking about, you big dummy? Uraraka asked as Deku turned around, causing her to let go of him and instead place her hands on his chest as they stood as close as possible to each other. Deku placed his hands on her waist, holding her close. She rested her head against his chest, closing her eyes and enjoying the warmth and safety she felt in his arms. It feels like we're a family, Deku said, resting his head on top of hers as they swayed side to side. So does this mean you want to be a daddy? She asked. Yeah, it does, Deku replied, both of them smiling widely, feeling warm and happy. Everything was perfect in that moment. I love you, Deku said. I love you too, she replied, pulling her head back to look up at him and share a gentle kiss. EW. Stop it, you two. You kiss too much, it's gross. Arie protested, causing the two teenagers to laugh a little. She's still a cinnamon roll, Uraraka mumbled. Mommy! Daddy! Wake up! Arie exclaimed, bouncing on the bed in an attempt to rouse the two teenagers. Arie, go back to bed, Uraraka protested, rolling over with a groan at the small girl's early morning enthusiasm. No. It's time to get up. Arie insisted, her energy unwavering as she continued to jump. Arie, please, we're still tired. Just 5 more minutes. Deku pleaded, also turning away to face Uraraka. No. Don't be lazy. Mr. Aizawa will be here to pick me up soon. Arie declared. Will he? Deku asked, glancing at the clock. Realization hit him. They had only 20 minutes. Okay, Arie will get out of bed. Ochako, come on, we have to get moving. Fine, Uraraka sighed in defeat, throwing the sheets off herself. Yay, you're awake. Arie cheered, still tangled in the bedding. Good morning, Uraraka said, smiling at Deku. Good morning, he replied, leaning in to kiss her. You better not be kissing. I told you to stop that, it's gross. Arie shouted from beneath the sheets. Deku chuckled. No, Arie, of course not. You're right, it is gross because mommy's breath stinks, he joked. Uraraka raised an eyebrow, playfully breathing on Deku's face. It doesn't smell that bad, does it? Ochako, that's gross. Deku turned away, still laughing. What do you think, Arie? Does my breath smell? Uraraka asked, pulling the sheets off Arie and playfully blowing on her face. Mommy, that's gross. Arie said, turning away, unimpressed. I guess I need to brush my teeth then. Speaking of which. Uraraka grabbed Arie and pulled her down between them, and the two teenagers began to tickle her. No, stop it. It tickles. Arie protested, laughter escaping her. Okay, we'll stop. Ochako, what were you going to say? Deku asked, noticing she hadn't finished her thought. Oh, I was just going to ask if Arie brushed her teeth this morning, Uraraka said, raising an eyebrow at the small girl. I have. Arie insisted, trying to escape the bed, but Uraraka held her back. And where do you think you're going? Come on, let me smell, Uraraka teased. No, you don't need to. I promise I brushed my teeth. Arie protested. Well, if you did, then you have nothing to worry about. So come on, breathe on me, Uraraka challenged. With a reluctant sigh, Arie complied, breathing on Uraraka's face. You didn't brush, young lady. Off you go, brush your teeth, Uraraka declared. Yes, Mommy, Arie said, climbing down from the bed and heading into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Uraraka turned to Deku, who was smirking at her. What? She asked, curious. Oh, nothing. I just think you make a really great mom, Deku said, chuckling at her blush. Do you think Mr. Aizawa will say yes? She asked, shifting the conversation to a more serious tone. Hey, we haven't even asked Arie if she wants to live here with us yet. Let's not dwell on it. Even if Mr. Aizawa says no, we can always adopt her when we've finished school and have our own place, Deku reassured her. Did he just say what I think he said? Our own place? He wants to live together? Uraraka thought, her heart racing at the implications. We're talking like we've been dating for years or something, she chuckled nervously. What do you mean? Deku asked, confused. You know, adopting a kid, not officially, but having a place of our own. I'm worried that before I know it, you'll be down on one knee, she joked, though part of her was serious. Things were moving fast. Yeah, I know what you mean. I suppose it's because we technically live together already, so it doesn't seem that far-fetched. But we have to become pros and earn enough money first. I'm sure my mom will be heartbroken when I officially move out, Deku said, contemplating the future. Yeah, I imagine she will be. But Deku, I think we need to be realistic about this. Maybe having Arie here isn't such a good idea, Uraraka said, nervously glancing away. It was your idea, Deku reminded her gently. Are you saying you've changed your mind? Deku asked. No. Well, sort of. Look, I really want Arie to live here with us and for us to be her parents, but realistically that's not going to work out. Who would watch her when we're in class or training? What happens when we both go home? What if we break up? This relationship is still very new, and I really want it to work out, so I don't want to rush into anything. She was cut off as her emotions began to overwhelm her. Her eyes were tearing up as her mind explored the worst-case scenarios. Deku's hands suddenly covered hers, prompting her to turn and face him. He leaned in and kissed her. At first, she was surprised, her eyes widening, but they quickly closed as she melted into the deep, passionate kiss. They held it for several moments, savoring the connection until their lips parted. They tilted their heads downward slightly, resting their foreheads against each other, allowing themselves to feel the warmth and comfort of simply being together. Ochako, I love you. I'm pretty sure you love me. And we both adore that little girl and want to protect her and care for her the best we can. That's all that matters. Whatever happens, we'll deal with it when we get to it. Okay? There's no point in worrying about what might be. Let's just focus on the here and now. And right now, I know that having you around makes me happy, and being Arie's adoptive father makes me happy. So that's what I'm going to do. If Mr. Aizawa says no, then that's fine. I'll still make sure to visit Arie as often as I can. And I'd like you to be there. If you'll join me, Deku said, his voice growing shaky with emotion. He meant every word. For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the occasional sniffle from the teary-eyed teens. Deku, that was perfect. That's exactly what I needed to hear. You're right, all that matters is that we do what makes us happy and deal with the consequences when they come, Uraraka said. They opened their eyes, tears streaming down their faces after holding them back for so long. They gazed longingly into each other's eyes. Uraraka wiped the tears from Deku's face. I love you, you big dummy, she said, laughing through her tears. Deku chuckled a little. I really wish you'd stop calling me that, he joked, causing them both to laugh amidst their tears. Suddenly, Deku smiled and took Uraraka's hand, which had been caressing his cheek. He pulled it toward his lips, kissing the back of her hand before locking eyes with her again. I love you too, he said, prompting Uraraka to burst into tears and launch herself at him, hugging him tightly and half-sitting on his lap. Deku returned her embrace, holding her close as she cried into his chest, soaking his shirt, but he didn't care. He was happy. Mommy? Daddy? What's wrong? Arie asked, standing in the bathroom doorway. Nothing, Arie. These are tears of joy, not sadness, Deku said, wiping his eyes as Uraraka clung to him, trying to hide her tear-streaked face. Tears of joy? I don't understand, Arie admitted, her expression confused. Of course not. The simple explanation is that sometimes people cry when they're happy, and sometimes it's because they're sad. But right now we're happy, Deku explained, keeping it short and sweet. Okay, Arie exclaimed, satisfied with the answer. Shall I ask her, or do you want to do it? Deku asked Uraraka, who was still sniffling into his chest. She snuggled closer to him, unable to respond verbally, but Deku understood. Hey Arie, do you like being our daughter? Deku asked. Yeah, it's the best. I wish you were my real mommy and daddy, the small girl squealed with excitement. Deku's heart skipped a beat, as did Uraraka's, who couldn't help but tear up again. Don't worry, she's just really happy to hear you say that. So am I. Because we were thinking of asking Mr. Aizawa if you could live here with us in the dorms. We could be your parents and take care of you. Although that's only if Mr. Aizawa and the rest of the teachers agree to it. Is that something you would want? Deku asked. Arie stood there for a moment, her face a picture of shock. Deku worried he had upset her, but instead, she began to tear up, smiling brightly. Yes, 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 she exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as she ran to the bed, climbing up to jump into Deku's arms and join their hug. Uraraka turned her head to see Arie holding onto Deku in his lap. She adjusted herself so Arie was nestled between them, and they cuddled the small girl, who clung to Deku's shirt, sobbing with joy. Deku and Uraraka both looked down at the small girl between their arms, who had settled on Deku's lap, before looking back up at each other. This is perfect, Uraraka said, smiling at Deku. I couldn't think of a better way to spend my morning, Deku replied, and the two teens leaned in to kiss each other. However, they were interrupted by Arie, who reached up and gently pushed their faces apart. I told you to stop kissing. It's gross and I don't want to see it, Arie said, crossing her arms in disapproval. Deku and Uraraka couldn't help but laugh. Okay, you win. We'll stop. Won't we, Deku? Uraraka said. Yes, we'll stop. Sorry, Arie. Now come on, hurry up and get changed while Uraraka and I use the bathroom, Deku ordered. Okay, Arie exclaimed, jumping down from the bed to change into her usual clothes. Deku and Uraraka both got out of bed and went into the bathroom, closing the door behind them. You know, when we were hugging just before Arie came out, that would have been the perfect moment for a romantic moment, Uraraka said. Ochako, stop it, Arie might hear you. Again. Besides, it definitely wasn't because Arie is here, Deku argued. I meant if she wasn't here. And if I wasn't on my PRD, Uraraka replied. Yeah, exactly. I get what you mean, but at the same time, it wasn't going to happen. It's weird how easily you get flustered, Deku said, noticing her playful demeanor. Yeah, I know it's not fair. In fact, thinking about it, I kind of want you right now, she said flirtatiously, leaning against him and looking up at him. Don't give me that look, you know that's not fair, Deku protested, trying to resist the urge to indulge in the moment. What look? She asked, playing innocent while leaning closer. The look. You know that gets me going, it's not fair. We have 10 minutes before Mr. Aizawa is here, and Arie is in the next room. We can't. Ochako! Deku whisper shouted. Ugh, fine. Parenthood really complicates things, she said, disappointed and reluctantly letting go of Deku. Deku considered giving her a quick kiss to lift her spirits, but he hesitated, unsure of where it might lead. Deku, what's with that look on your... she began, but never finished as Deku suddenly pinned her against the wall and kissed her passionately. I thought you said... she started, but Deku cut her off. I changed my mind, we can have a quick moment, Deku said, blushing slightly, not used to being the more assertive one. Attaboy, Uraraka said, smirking at him before jumping up and wrapping her legs around him while throwing her arms over his shoulders. They began to kiss, trying to keep their voices down to ensure Arie couldn't hear them. Just then, Arie called from outside the bathroom, Hey, hurry up. Mr. Aizawa will be here in a few minutes, causing Deku to stop. Okay, Arie, we'll be out in just a second. Deku called back as Uraraka playfully nibbled at his neck, making Deku shudder with pleasure. Okay, I think I'm good for now. We'll finish this later, Uraraka said, untangling her legs from Deku's body. That was sneaky at the end, Deku said with a smirk. I know, she replied, grinning at him. Come on, let's go wait for Mr. Aizawa, Deku said. They opened the door and walked back into the room. Arie went into the bathroom, and while she did that, Deku and Uraraka got changed. Once they were ready, they walked downstairs, and as they reached the bottom, Mr. Aizawa walked through the dorm doors. "Mr. Aizawa," Arie called, running up to him and hugging his leg. "Hey kiddo. Did you enjoy your stay? I hope these two haven't been kissing too much?" Mr. Aizawa asked. "You were right, Mr. Aizawa. Mommy and Daddy kiss way too much," Arie exclaimed. "Mommy and Daddy?" he questioned, looking at the two teenagers. "Well, you see Deku tried to explain but was too flustered to continue. Thankfully, Uraraka took over. "Yes, sir. At first, it was just a joke to tease Deku, but it turned into something more. She sees us as her parents now, and we like to think of her as our daughter. We both feel like she needs parental figures in her life, and we believe we would be suitable for that role. If it's okay with you and the teachers, we'd like her to stay here in the dorms with us. There are some logistics to work out, but we'll care for her, and the rest of our class can help her learn to control her quirks since we're all learning too." "Yes." Arie tugged at Mr. Aizawa's trousers, her eyes wide with hope. "I want them to be my mommy and daddy," she said. Mr. Aizawa looked between Deku and Uraraka, processing everything he had just heard. He couldn't believe it. "Look, while I agree that being around you two could help her with her quirk and that she does need parental figures, I'm afraid that's not going to happen," Mr. Aizawa said, deflating their hopes. "But sir," Deku started, noticing the heartbreak on Uraraka's face, but Mr. Aizawa cut him off. "Midoriya, I think it's a good idea, and as surprised as I am about you two wanting to be parents and being so responsible about it, it's just not feasible. The teachers will never agree to it, and it would be too much hassle to find someone we trust to watch her while you're in class. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would require a lot of effort." Arie's face fell, accepting that this was how it had to be. If Mr. Aizawa said it wouldn't work, then it wouldn't work. Uraraka began to tear up, unable to contain her emotions. Deku, however, wasn't ready to give up just yet. "Sir, he began, but again Mr. Aizawa interrupted. "Let me finish," he said firmly. "Okay. Sorry, sir," Deku replied, bowing in apology. "Thank you. With that said, I'll bring your idea up at the next meeting. We'll see what the rest of the teachers think, and if there's a way to do it, then maybe she can live here with you too," Mr. Aizawa said. Arie's face lit up with joy, clinging even tighter to his leg. Uraraka fell to her knees, overwhelmed with emotion, clutching her chest. Deku quickly dropped to the floor beside her, trying to comfort her. He glanced up at Mr. Aizawa. "Thank you, sir," Deku said earnestly. "Hey, don't get your hopes up. I'm sorry, I'm just in shock right now," Uraraka said through her sobs, hunched over and clutching her chest. It reminded Deku of the moment he had when All Might told him he could be a hero. "It's okay, I'm a little in shock myself," he replied. "I saw your eyes beginning to tear up when he initially said no. I'm pretty sure you were devastated, which is why I tried to argue with Mr. Aizawa to change his mind, but he never let me. I understand how you feel, going from devastated to relieved and happy. I remember a moment in my life where I felt the same way. Nevertheless, it's okay, I'm here for you. Whatever you need." There was a pause in her sobbing as it slowed to a few sniffles. Uraraka thought about what to say or what she wanted from Deku in this moment. "Hold me," she said, wiping some tears from her eyes, though they were quickly replaced by new ones. Deku didn't hesitate. He sat down beside her, wrapping his arm across her chest and placing his hand on her waist. With his other arm, he gently pulled her into him, allowing her to lean against him and hear the sound of his heartbeat. She cuddled up to him, feeling his warmth and listening to the soothing rhythm of his heartbeat. "How's this?" Deku asked softly. "Perfect," she replied, closing her eyes and smiling. She felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Mr. Aizawa agreed to talk it over with the teachers about letting Arie stay with them, and she felt grateful to have such a sweet boyfriend. Deku began to slide Uraraka's head gently. She responded, finding it soothing and comforting. "Are you okay there?" Deku asked, chuckling slightly as he noticed her relaxed demeanor. "Just dandy." "Yuck," she said, her expression shifting to discomfort as she winced. "Hey, what's wrong? Is it me? Am I doing something wrong?" he asked, concerned. "What? No, it's not you, don't worry. I'm just getting PRD pains, That's all, she explained, wincing again. Deku's concern deepened, but he quickly shifted to comfort her. How's this? He asked, now stroking her back gently, lifting the back of her shirt slightly to reach her skin. Surprisingly, it's helping, she said, returning to a smile. His movements were slow and gentle, and he focused on making her feel better. This feels so nice. I can't even feel my pains anymore, just the warmth and comfort of his hand on my back, she thought. We should probably get up off the floor at some point and start our day properly. The others will be back soon, Uraraka suggested, though she didn't want to move. We don't have to do anything just yet, Deku said, sensing her reluctance. I like the sound of that, she replied, finally opening her eyes. She tilted her head to look up at him, and their eyes met. Have I ever told you that you have the most appealing eyes? He asked, blushing slightly. That's funny, I was going to say the same thing about yours, she smiled back. They were completely lost in each other's gaze, and Deku gently tucked some of her hair behind her ear. You're so sweet, she said, her blush deepening. And you're appealing, he replied, feeling the warmth of the moment. They slowly began to lean in, their faces drawing closer. Deku, Uraraka said, her voice trembling slightly as her eyes closed halfway. Ochako, Deku responded, his voice also trembling, their faces just an inch apart. They closed their eyes as their lips met in a blissful moment. Both felt a rush of warmth and joy from the kiss. After a long moment, they finally parted, faces close and breathing heavily. I'll never get tired of that, Uraraka said with a chuckle, still feeling the warmth lingering. Me neither, Deku replied, sharing her feelings. Well, as amazing as it is to be here with you, I think it's time we got up and did something with our day, she said, realizing they needed to move. Yeah, you're right. I think I'm going to go for a run. Want to come with? He asked, standing up and offering her a hand. She took it and he helped her up from the floor. Just as she was about to say yes, a thought crossed her mind. No, that's okay. I was going to take a shower, she said, making an excuse. Okay, that's cool. I'll be back soon, he said, heading out the door in his workout clothes. See you later, she waved goodbye, but her thoughts lingered on what Deku had said earlier when she was feeling overwhelmed. His words echoed in her mind, reminding her of the journey from despair to relief and happiness. I wonder. It had been a couple of weeks since Deku and Uraraka had asked Mr. Aizawa if Arie could live in the dorms with them. He hadn't yet brought it up to the teachers, wanting to figure out the logistics first before proposing the idea. He didn't want them to think it was only half thought through. In the meantime, Class 1A had been put through their paces with all sorts of training, physical training, sparring, quirk training, rescue training, written tests, and physical tests. You name it, they'd done it. Honestly, I can't believe we're still alive after the last few weeks, Kaminari whined, ready to pass out. Yeah, me neither. We've been put through a lot, Ciro agreed. I'm so tired I'm not even thinking about girls, Mineta said, causing the rest of the boys to perk up with curiosity. Dude, are you okay? This is a huge step for you, Kirishima said. However, Kaminari wasn't convinced. Oh wow, another peeping hole, Kaminari said, pretending to look through a hole in the wall into the girls' changing room. Let me see. Mineta exclaimed, jumping up with newfound energy and pushing Kaminari out of the way, only to find he had been fooled. I knew you were lying, Kaminari said. I wasn't lying, you just piqued my interest, Mineta protested. Hey Midoriya, where are you running off to? Ojiro asked, noticing Deku had already changed and was walking toward the exit. He was so lost in thought that he almost didn't hear him. Oh, I was just gonna head to the gym for a small workout, he said. Wow, even after all the training and schoolwork we've had lately? Ojiro asked. You're not overdoing it, right, Midoriya? Kirishima asked, concerned. I don't know where you find the energy, Kaminari added. Shut up. Bakugo yelled, furious that Deku was somehow the center of attention. Since when was he so popular? Yeah, even after everything we've been through, no, I'm not overdoing it. I've been very careful about that. I'm just pushing my body to its limit to grow stronger, and honestly, I'm not sure where I get the energy from. I've always wanted to be, Deku began but was cut off. Were you listening, nerd? I said shut up. Bakugo yelled. Ignore him, Midoriya. He's just upset that you kicked his butt today, Kaminari joked. Dunce face, I will kill you. Bakugo screamed, turning his attention to the electric user. Oh, Bakugo's got a severe case of being upset, Zero teased. Don't think I won't kill you too. Bakugo yelled, switching his glare from Kaminari to Zero in rapid succession, unsure of which one to target first. Somebody call the wambulance, Kirishima said. All right, that's it. Bakugo screamed, launching an explosion at Kirishima, who simply hardened his skin. The attack had no effect other than knocking him back a little. You done? Kirishima asked. Whatever. Bakugo said, leaving the boys' changing room. Ida, you're awfully quiet. How come you didn't tell Bakugo to behave or give him some sort of lecture about conducting himself properly? Zero asked. Because I gave up on trying to get him to behave. He is who he is and I can't change that, Ida replied. Wow, Ida, that's really mature, Kirishima said. Thank you, Kirishima, Ida said, grateful for the compliment. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Kirishima called. It's just me, Uraraka replied from the other side. Is Deku in there? Yeah, he's right. Ta. Kirishima said, turning around to see that Deku had already left with his things. When did he leave? Ida asked. I dunno, Zero said. Probably when Bakugo was having a tantrum, Kaminari suggested. Guys? Uraraka called from the other side of the door, waiting for an answer. Kirishima opened the door. Oh hey, Kirishima. So, is he in there or what? She asked. We thought he was, but Bakugo had a little tantrum, so I'm guessing he left because none of us noticed him go, Kirishima explained. So that's why I just saw Bakugo storm out and tell me to shut up even though I hadn't said anything, Uraraka said. He did? I'll talk to him later, Kirishima said, unimpressed with Bakugo's behavior. Oh, that's okay. I'm not upset about it. I think we're all used to his short temper at this point. Anyway, did Deku say where he was going? She asked. Yeah, he said he was headed to the gym, Kirishima said. The gym? Has he not done enough training? The rest of us are beat, she said, amazed that he was still willing to train. I hope he's not overdoing it. Getting into UA? Uraraka thought he wouldn't since he didn't destroy any robots other than the 0.1, but he did it to save her. He must have been talking about his quirk, but she just didn't understand why it manifested so late. Was it because his body couldn't handle it until now? Was it some sort of mutation in his genetics? Or was it just a strange coincidence? He was the only person she knew of whose quirk manifested late. It was so similar to All Might's quirk too. In fact, it was exactly the same, just without the energy bit surrounding him. She had so many questions about it all, and with all the classwork and training lately, she hadn't had a chance to ask him. Well, she hoped he was still here. Uraraka arrived at the gym, noticing it was empty at first. However, she could faintly hear the unmistakable sound of weights clanging together, so someone was there after all. She peeked around the corner to see Deku lifting weights with All Might? What was he doing here? She knew he helped Deku sometimes, but were they doing extra training now? Good work, young Midoriya. Let's take a break, All Might said, handing Deku a bottle of water. Thanks, All Might, Deku replied, taking a swig. Uraraka decided to stay hidden and listen to their conversation. She had a feeling they might answer some of her questions about Deku's quirk. They hadn't noticed her yet. So what percentage am I up to now? Deku asked. Judging from your performance and training today, I'd say you can handle about 25% of One for All now. Your progress over the last few months has been remarkable, young man, but you still have quite a way to go, All Might said. One for All? Kinda like All for One, just the other way around. Was that the name of Deku's quirk? She remembered him saying One for All full cowling before, but she didn't know he could only use so little of it. 25%? That seemed low considering how hard he had been fighting and training. Yeah, I know. One day I'll be the #1 hero and wield One for All's full power. Just like you, All Might, Deku said. Just like All Might? So he did have All Might's quirk? Did All for One do it? No, That didn't make sense because he stole people's quirks and passed them on, so only one person could have it at a time. She was pretty sure these two both had it simultaneously. So, yes, you will, young Midoriya. When I gave you my quirk, I knew you'd make a great hero someday, an even better one than me, All Might said. Deku was filled with determination from his mentor's words. What he didn't know was that Uraraka was listening to the whole thing, becoming even more confused by the second. He just gave you his quirk? How? It didn't make any sense. And it felt unfair to be given the world's greatest hero's power. That was a huge advantage. Come on, let's get back to it, All Might said. Yeah, okay, Deku replied, picking the weights back up. Uraraka didn't know what to think. She felt angry, frustrated, and most of all, confused. She was sure her anger and frustration stemmed from her confusion, not from Deku himself. This was definitely something she needed to confront him about. She now knew about his quirk, she just needed a few more details. She snuck out of the gym without All Might or Deku noticing and headed back to the dorms, sending Deku a quick text, knowing he would see it when he was done. Once back at the dorms, she lay down on her bed, curling up into a ball as tears began to fall. Deku, you better have a good explanation for this. Great work today, young Midoriya. You're sure you're not overdoing it? All Might asked, concerned about the strain on the teenager's body. No, it's fine, All Might. I can take it. If anything, I was worried I wasn't doing enough, Deku replied, taking a swig of water, sweat glistening on his forehead. Fair enough if you're sure, All Might said, trusting the boy's judgment. He recalled how Deku had overdone his training once before, but he hoped that lesson had stuck. Truth be told, the boy was remarkably intelligent for his age. I'm sure. Don't worry, I know when I'm pushing too hard. Anyway, I should head off before people start worrying about me, Deku said, finishing his water. Alright then. Make sure you take a shower first, young man. You could use one, All Might teased. Gee, thanks, Deku replied sarcastically. I'm just messing with you. Now off you go, I'll see you here tomorrow, All Might said. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, Deku said as he walked toward his bag. He opened it to grab a clean shirt when he noticed his phone ringing, but it stopped before he could answer. He picked it up to find 54 missed calls from Uraraka and one text. That's strange. I wonder what's so important. I hope she's okay, he thought, unlocking his phone to read her message. We need to talk. Panic surged through him. What about? Is she mad at me? Is she breaking up with me? She's been acting kind of strange lately, but we've barely had a chance to see each other with all the work we've been doing. I better get back to the dorms quickly. He sent her a quick text saying he had just finished at the gym and was on his way before putting his phone in his bag and slinging it over his shoulder, sprinting toward the dorms. His mind raced with questions. What's going on? Is it about us? Arie? Schoolwork? Did somebody get hurt? Is Mom okay? Are her parents okay? What is happening? It's so frustrating not knowing. Just calm down and get to the dorms. I'm sure it's fine. But it was not fine. He had no idea Uraraka knew the truth about his quirk, or at least how he got it. He pushed himself to run faster despite his exhaustion, finally reaching the dorms. He dashed up the flight of stairs to Uraraka's room and knocked on the door. Ochako? Is everything okay? He called. Silence. He knocked again, growing more anxious. Ochako, are you in there? What's going on? I'm worried about you. He was cut off as the door swung open, but he still couldn't see Uraraka, who stood behind it. Can I? Deku trailed off, but Uraraka understood. Yes, come in, she said from behind the door. Deku stepped into her room, and she slammed the door shut behind him, still not facing him. Ochako. What's wrong? He asked, concern lacing his voice. You know the other day after Arie left? When I was overwhelmed with emotions. You said you had a moment in your life when you felt the same way. That got me thinking about when that could have been. From what I know, it was when you got your quirk, wasn't it? She asked, her voice trembling. Where is she going with this? I don't know, just stay calm and go along with it for now. At least she's not PR Jin and T. I hope. Yeah, it was, Deku replied, feeling a pang of hurt that she wasn't looking at him. If it helped her talk, he wouldn't ask her to turn around. I thought so. Then I wondered how that actually happened. You've never said how or when it manifested. I meant to ask you about it over these last few weeks, but we've been so busy. I was curious as to... She was cut off as Deku tried to speak. Ochako, where are you going with tea? Don't you dare interrupt, she screamed, still facing the door. I. Deku stammered, stunned. She was furious. Just shut up. You lied to me, Not just me, but everyone. I care about you, and you lied to me about your quirk, she exclaimed, hurt and anger evident in her voice. Ochako, what are you talking about? It manifested late and... Stop lying, she shouted, finally turning around and slapping him across the face without hesitation. The moment she did, her eyes widened in shock at her own actions. She clasped her hands over her mouth, unable to believe she had just hit him. Sure, she'd done it in sparring and training plenty of times, but this was different. Deku stumbled backward, spinning around so he was no longer facing Uraraka. His cheek stung where she had slapped him. He couldn't believe she had done that. She told me to stop lying. Obviously, she knows the truth, but how? Did Bakugo tell her? No, that doesn't make sense. They hate each other. All Might? No, he was with me at the gym. Forget it, I can ask her later. The point is, she knows, so I need to do something about it. Unbeknownst to him, Uraraka was furiously apologizing for her actions. He turned to face her, his head down, his hair obscuring his eyes. Even from a lower angle, Uraraka couldn't see his expression, which left her feeling anxious. After what she had done, she assumed he was upset. Deku, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I just got so worked up and confused. What are you doing? She asked as he took a step toward her, causing her to instinctively step back. He remained silent, taking another step forward, his expression unreadable. Deku? Please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you, she pleaded, trying to maintain distance. He was just out of arm's reach, but he continued to advance, and she continued to retreat. Deku, snap out of it. What are you doing? Say something. I'm sorry I hit you, but this is freaking me out, she protested, her fear growing. She backed up until she hit her door, but Deku took another step closer, now within touching distance. Slowly, he lifted his hand from his side. Panic surged through Uraraka. Oh my God, is he going to hit me? She instinctively tried to slap him again, but he caught her wrist, blocking her. She attempted to use her other arm, but he did the same, pushing both of her arms against the door on either side of her. Deku? She trailed off, unable to see his face as he stared at the floor. He had her pinned against the door, and finally, he looked up. They both saw the tears in each other's eyes. Deku looked like he was on the verge of crying, while Uraraka seemed to have already shed tears while he was at the gym. Slowly, he leaned in, tilting his head slightly. Deku? What are you doing? She began to ask, but her words faded as she realized his intention. She gave in to the urge to kiss him. Their lips met, and Deku pressed his body against hers, closing any space between them. Uraraka felt warmth and relief wash over her. I can't believe it. I screamed at him, slapped him, and treated him so horribly, yet here he is kissing me. How can someone be so forgiving? Eventually, their lips parted, and Deku released her wrists, pulling her into a hug instead. He leaned down to speak directly into her ear. Stop apologizing. I understand. I lied to you, and you found out the truth from someone else, which isn't acceptable on my part. I can only imagine the pain you felt, the betrayal of trust. You're probably wondering what else I've lied about, but I promise you that's the only thing. I wanted to tell you, but I was sworn to secrecy. Now that you know, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I'm sorry, Ochako. I hope you can forgive me, and if you can't, I'll understand. Deku, that doesn't excuse me hitting you. That's inexcusable, she replied, hugging him back. I won't argue with that. It's okay. I understand, and you immediately apologized and regretted what you did. So don't worry about it. I'm not mad. You know what you did wrong and have already apologized, so there's no point in making a fuss. Anyway, that's not the point. I'm here now, and I'm guessing you have a lot of questions. So why don't we sit down and talk about my quirk? I'll tell you whatever you want to know, he said. Okay, she replied. The two of them sat down on the bed, and Deku began to share his story. He told her that he was actually born quirkless and that All Might had given him his quirk, allowing him to achieve his dream of getting into UA and becoming the #1 hero someday. He recounted how, when he first met All Might, he had saved his life and told him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. But when he saw All Might save Bakugo, he was inspired and realized he should be the next person to inherit One for All. He shared how hard he had trained just to handle the quirk and how he had cleaned up an entire beach to prove himself. He told her how One for All was created and that its purpose was to defeat All for One. He explained that someday he might have to fight All for One and defeat him or someone else he may pass his quirk on to. He shared that it wasn't just one quirk. When he could handle the entirety of his power, he would be able to wield several quirks from previous holders of One for All. He clarified that it was similar to All for One, except it didn't steal quirks from others. It accumulated the quirks from whoever held One for All. Since Deku was born quirkless, he wouldn't add any new ones to it. Now that she understood the immense power of Deku's quirk, she realized why he was training so hard to get stronger. If he didn't, it sounded like this quirk could potentially harm him. She also understood the responsibility and pressure that came with it. Deku, I feel so ashamed. Here I was thinking you were lucky or cheating in some way. I thought since you had such a powerful quirk, that's why things were so easy for you. But I realize I forgot about how hard you work every day and how intelligent you are. I forgot that no matter how powerful someone's quirk is, they still need the strength and skill to wield it effectively. If I'm being honest, I was jealous. I thought it was unfair. I thought you had success handed to you on a silver platter, but now I realize how hard you struggled to be where you are now. I'm so sorry for thinking so poorly of you. I hope you can forgive me, she said after hearing Deku explain everything he knew about his quirk and how he'd gotten it while answering her questions as best as he could. It's okay, Ochako, I forgive you. Bakugo didn't react too well when he found out either, Deku said, scratching his head as he remembered that night. Oh, that's when you both had that fight, isn't it? She asked, realizing what he meant. Yeah. He kind of felt responsible for All Might's career ending. When All Might said, "You're next," on TV, he wasn't just talking to villains. But also to me, Deku said. Yeah, I thought as much. Why is Bakugo such a JRK, though? I mean, if he felt so responsible for it, why fight you? Wouldn't it make more sense to just keep working hard to get stronger? She questioned, reflecting on the blonde's methods. She really disliked him. All those years of bullying he had given Deku just for being quirkless. But it seemed Deku had the last laugh. It's just the way he is. In his mind, he needed to prove himself, Deku explained. To who? Himself? That's pathetic, she said. Deku couldn't help but chuckle. Tell him that to his face and see how he reacts, he joked, earning a small laugh from Uraraka. She grabbed his hand and squeezed it tightly. Deku, thank you for telling me all this. I did feel hurt that you've been hiding your quirk from me from day one, but I understand why now. You had no choice. I understand what All Might says about it being too dangerous for the world to know. Yeah, so do I, but I also think it would be better if we were more honest about things. All the lying just leads to more problems, and eventually, you get caught anyway. This conversation is a perfect example. I lied and now I've been caught. Twice. If we were honest, it wouldn't cause so many problems, Deku said. I see your point, but that leads to an entirely different conversation that I'm way too tired to have with you. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for bed, she said. Yes, same here. I'm beat. I'm sorry I lied to you, Deku replied. Stop it. We talked through it, and it's fine now. That's what couples do, Deku. We talk about our problems to resolve them, we don't just. I'm so sure I flunked the exam, Ashido whined. Which part of it? There was a written, physical, and psychological test, so which do you think you failed? Yaoyorozu asked, trying to be helpful. All of them. Ashido exclaimed before bursting into tears. Now, I'm sure it's not that bad. After all, I'm not even sure the psychological test is related to our final exam for the year. I think it was done more for the school to check up on us than anything else, Jiro suggested. Yeah, you're right. Deku told me about his psychological exam, and it lasted a lot longer than anyone else's. It touched on a lot of sensitive stuff. I know that's not much to go on since they were all different lengths of time and individually tailored to each of us, but even still, after everything we've all been through this year, plus Deku was kidnapped and then a few months later became the school's best student. That's a lot to handle for 1 year of school, Uraraka explained. Hearing this, Ashido stopped crying, a little hopeful that she didn't need to worry too much about one of her tests anyway. I agree. I think they were to check that we were okay more than anything else. I mean, we were attacked more than once by villains this year, so it makes sense that they'd see if we had any long-term psychological damage since we are all still teenagers. Ribbit, Azui said. Yeah, but we're forgetting the big thing that happened to Midoriya this year, Ashido said with a big grin on her face. Which is? Hagakure asked. Oh girls, come on, don't play coy. You know what I'm talking about, the pink girl said, still smirking. The rest of the girls looked from one to another and then back to Ashido. Uraraka was the most confused and curious out of all of them. After all, Ashido was talking about her boyfriend. What did she know that happened to him this year that she didn't? No, we don't know what you're talking about. Ribbit, Azui said. Seriously? Do I have to spell it out for you? She asked. It was at this moment that some of the girls began to realize who she'd been grinning at this whole time. Oh, I get it, Hagakure said, giggling now. Same here, Jiro said with a small smile. So do I, Yaerosa said, now smirking. Me. Ribbit, Azui added. So it's just me that still doesn't get it? Uraraka asked, though she suddenly realized that this entire time Ashido had been looking at her and grinning. Oh no, now I get it. He bagged himself a hot babe. Ashido exclaimed before Uraraka had a chance to say anything. She immediately went red and began to flail her arms around. What? Ashido, didn't say it like she protested, trying to cover her face with her hands, which only made her begin to float around the room. Why not? I'm sure Midoriya would agree with me, Ashido teased. I mean, yeah, he probably would, but that's not the point. Yeah, I'm sure Midoriya thinks you're hot too, Jiro teased now. Don't you start. I'm sure Kaminari thinks the same of you. Uraraka exclaimed, causing Jiro to blush and get flustered. What's that supposed to mean? She asked. Jiro, calm down. We all know you two are a thing, Hagakure stated. What? How did you guys know? Jiro asked, realizing how naive she must have seemed when she was denying her feelings for Deku in front of them all. It was so obvious, Jiro. We all knew, so you can stop hiding it. The boys all know too, Yaoyorozu informed her. Jiro simply sat down and silently sulked, realizing that all of her classmates knew about her and Kaminari's secret relationship. Oh, I'm loving this talk about boys and relationships. Who's next? How about Azui? Ashido said. Me? Ribbit? Azui asked nervously. Yes, you. Has Tokoyami asked you out yet? Ashido questioned, eager for more gossip. No, and I haven't asked him either, Azui said, smiling confidently and surprising her fellow classmates. Well, I guess that answers that. Kinda boring. Oh well, what about you, Hagakure? Has Ojiro asked you out yet? Ashido asked. No, not yet. I think I might try and ask him myself if he doesn't ask me soon since we have some time off before we start our second year at UA, Hagakure said. You go, girl. What about you, Yaoyorozu? Ashido asked, clearly enjoying the gossip. I'm afraid you'll get nothing out of me. Todoroki and I are, Yaoyorozu began but never finished. Dating. You're dating, Jiro said bluntly. Uraraka's interest was suddenly piqued. This was something she didn't know about, and she was perfectly happy that for once her relationship with Deku wasn't front and center in the gossip. I wonder if Yaoyorozu. Oh yeah. Has anyone asked you out recently, Ashido? Uraraka questioned, raising an eyebrow at the pink girl and crossing her arms, a huge grin on her face. I bet you think you look so cool doing that. You're so smug and I hate it. No, nobody has asked me out recently, Ashido admitted, her tone shifting. Nor have I had any romantic encounters. Uraraka noticed the sudden change in Ashido's demeanor. It seemed like her playful teasing had struck a nerve, and Ashido appeared genuinely upset and lonely. Quickly, Uraraka decided to change the subject. "So, we're going to be second years when we come back," she said, hoping to lighten the mood. The dreary faces from before transformed into expressions of happiness and hope. "I know, right? I'm so excited," Ashido exclaimed. "It's going to be awesome," Jiro added with a big smile. "Yeah, it is. By the time we get to our third year, we'll already be pro material," Ashido said, getting a bit ahead of herself. "Whoa, slow down there, girl. We've all got a long way to go before that happens," Hagakure reminded her, bringing the pink girl back to reality. "She's right. We're all going to have to work really hard to make sure that someday we'll be considered good enough to be pros. Although, from what the teachers have said, Deku is ready to be a pro hero already," Uraraka explained, her voice trailing off as she recalled her conversation with Deku about the truth behind his quirk. With his abilities, it was no surprise, but it was still impressive how much effort he put in every day. A quirk is only as effective as its user's ability to wield it. In the end, it all comes down to how you use the power, not just what the power is. "I'll keep your secret, Deku, don't worry." Yeah, even All Might said he was already a pro. When we were watching the training exercise from the observation room, he genuinely said to Ida, Kirishima, and me, "Now, watch a pro at work." We were all like, "What? He's that good?" Jiro recalled, remembering how Deku had taken out their class with apparent ease. "Yeah, that was really something," Yayarozu admitted, recalling how badly her head had hurt when she woke up in Recovery Girl's office after Deku had knocked her out that day. "He was amazing. Just imagine how good he'll be when he finishes his second year. I mean, he's already learned so much this year and become so powerful. He's earned the title of greatest student at UA before his first year even finished, and he hadn't fought or trained for months during his recovery from his kidnapping, which makes it even more impressive," Uraraka said, her admiration for Deku evident. "Sounds like someone is fangirling," Ashido teased. "Oh, shut up. All I know is I'm super excited for our second year and to see how powerful we all become, not. You know, it's still hard to believe we're going to be second years when we come back to Heights Alliance," Uraraka said in disbelief. "Yeah, I know. It's strange to think we've only just finished our first year at UA. So much has happened to us since we got here, good and bad," Deku replied, sharing her sentiment. After everything that had transpired over the school year, it felt more like they were concluding their time at UA rather than just their first year. "You can say that again. I think some of us had it worse than others, though," she said, her gaze drifting toward where Deku's scars lay hidden beneath his clothes. "Hey, you don't have to remind me. I can remember it pretty well, thanks very much. Not that I want to remember it, but I doubt I'll ever forget," he reassured her, attempting to convey that he was fine. "I know, but it's not just that," she said, alluding to everything Deku had faced over the past year and a half, not just the school year but also before he came to UA. "Ochako, I'm fine. Yes, I've been burdened with a huge responsibility to defeat All for One, but that's only if the day to fight him or whoever he gives his quirk to ever comes. It may never happen in my lifetime," Deku suggested, though he knew he was lying to himself. Deep down, he understood that it was likely to happen sooner than he wanted. "Deku, you know that's not true. You always end up in situations that I don't think anyone else does on a regular basis. I wish you didn't, because it's usually a life or death scenario. But no matter how hard you try to keep yourself away from those situations, you always get dragged back in. So, I think we both know one day that's a fight you're going to have to face. And win," Uraraka said firmly. "You know, the funny thing is, I don't actually feel the pressure of that burden until you or All Might brings it up," Deku joked, trying to lighten the mood. But he was also being honest. Unless he started thinking about it or someone mentioned it, he didn't feel any pressure to perform or get stronger beyond his own longing to be the #1 hero someday. "You're right. I'm sorry. I'm still kind of coming to grips with the fact that you're essentially the heir to the symbol of peace. I'll stop. Anyway, are you looking forward to going home?" she asked. "Yeah, Mom is so relieved that I'm finally going to be home. What about you? Are you looking forward to it?" he questioned. "Of course. I've missed my parents quite a bit. Speaking of which, I'm waiting for them to call me." They said they had some big news, she said. Oh, I wonder what it is, he mused, intrigued by the prospect of her parents' news. I have no idea. Hopefully it's good news, she replied, a hint of worry creeping into her voice. I'm sure it will be. Anyway, you must have some idea what it's about, Deku said, still curious. Deku, I'm serious. I have no clue. It could be about their work, family, money, or whatever. I have no idea, she insisted. Fair enough, I'll drop it, he said just as Uraraka's phone began to ring. She flipped it open to see Dad on the screen and quickly answered. Hello, Uraraka said, holding the phone to her ear. Ochako, you're not going to believe this, her mother exclaimed on the other end, causing Uraraka to wince slightly. Mom, can you not scream down my ear, please? She pleaded. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do that, her mother apologized, with her dad's voice audible in the background. So, what did you guys want to tell me? Uraraka asked, eager to hear the important news. You tell her, dear, her mother said, unable to contain her excitement. So, do you want the good news or the bad news first? Her father asked. Oh no, there's bad news? Get the bad news out of the way, Uraraka said, bracing herself. The bad news is you're not coming home, her father said. Her heart sank. What? But I've really missed you guys. I was looking forward to coming home, she said, feeling heartbroken. Deku's expression mirrored her sadness, and he squeezed her hand gently to comfort her, offering a reassuring smile. Calm down, Toga. You haven't heard the good news yet, her father said. Okay, what's the good news? She asked, trying to remain hopeful. Your mother and I have just signed a big contract, her father exclaimed. What? Really? That's amazing, Dad. Uraraka said, her heartbreak momentarily forgotten as joy filled her. Wait a minute, so why can't I come home? She asked, suddenly realizing she hadn't been told the full story yet. Because your mother and I are flying abroad for this job, and the company we've signed the contract with is covering all expenses and providing accommodation and everything, her father explained. We're going to be there to oversee the whole thing, and it's not scheduled to finish until the end of your second year at UA. Sorry, kid, we were looking forward to seeing you, but we fly tonight, and we don't want you to be home alone. At least when we come back, we'll have a small amount of money to spare. We could do the house up a little or maybe even go on a holiday or something, her dad suggested, trying to make her feel a little better. Thanks, Dad, that sounds great. So where am I going to stay? She asked. Well, we spoke to the school, and they're happy to let you stay in the dorms unless one of your classmates' parents are willing to let you stay with them, her father explained. Okay, I'll ask around. I'm so proud of you guys, by the way. You deserve this contract, Uraraka said, still ecstatic. She was also excited about a little idea she was starting to get. Thanks, Ochako. We're proud of you too. We just saw your exam results. You did so well. Anyway, I better go. We've got to pack, as I'm sure you do too if you don't want to be left alone in those dorms, her father said. Yeah, you're right. Call me when you land, okay? I'm going to miss you guys, she said. We'll miss you too. Keep working hard, her mother said. I will. Goodbye, Uraraka said, hanging up the phone and screaming with joy like a giddy schoolgirl. Wow. I'm so happy for you, Deku said with a huge smile on his face. I know. It's so amazing. They actually got some decent work. Of course, they'll need more when they get back, but this is great, she exclaimed, completely filled with joy. It really is. I've never seen you so happy, he said, thrilled to see his girlfriend so joyous. I know. Anyway, do you think your mother would be okay with me staying with you? Uraraka asked. I was already thinking about asking her, Deku replied. However, Uraraka suddenly had a huge grin on her face. Oh no, what's she planning? He thought. Or we could ask the school if you can stay here with me. Just the two of us with the place to ourselves until the school year starts, she suggested playfully. That's not a bad idea, Deku said, smirking and getting excited at the thought. Although the only thing is, your mom has really been looking forward to you going home, and I don't want to ruin. Izuku! Inko exclaimed as her son entered through the front door, enveloping him in a tight hug. Mom, please. You're going to break my arms. Deku pleaded, though he was happy to see her. "Oh, sorry. I've just missed you," she admitted, wiping a few tears from her eyes. "I've missed you too, Mom," Deku replied, returning her embrace and finally able to breathe. "Oh, Ochako. How are you?" Inko asked, noticing the girl standing behind her son. "Hi, Inko. I'm good. Thanks for letting me stay here," Uraraka said, smiling gratefully at the small woman who still clung to her son. "It's no trouble. I'm more than happy for you to stay here. I just missed Izuku so much, I couldn't stand him being away from home any longer," she explained to the teenage girl. "It's fine, Inko. I understand how much you love Deku and how much you miss him when he's gone," Uraraka replied. "Why don't we get you two unpacked?" Inko suggested, noticing the suitcases behind them. "Yeah, that's a good idea," Deku agreed. "Sounds good," Uraraka added, still a bit lost in her thoughts. Deku noticed how eager she seemed, giving him a familiar look that hinted at her feelings. He wondered if she realized how expressive she could be. "Let's get these into your room, shall we, Izuku?" his mother said. "Here, allow me," Uraraka offered, using her quirk to make the suitcases float effortlessly. "Thanks, Ochako," Deku said, grabbing a few to carry to his room. "No problem," she replied, smiling at him, though she didn't realize how her expression conveyed more than just friendliness. "Right, why don't you two go and put those in your room, and I'll make us some tea?" Inko suggested, turning to walk into the kitchen. "Yeah, sounds good, Mum." "Come on, Ochako," Deku said, leading the way. "Ladies first," Deku said, holding the door open for her. "Why, thank you, sir," she replied, stepping into his room and dropping the suitcases on the floor. Deku followed and did the same. However, the moment the suitcases hit the floor and the door closed behind him, Uraraka playfully pushed him against the wall. "Ochako, what are you?" he started, but she silenced him with a kiss, pulling at his shirt as if trying to get closer. As wonderful as this was, Deku knew they couldn't get carried away right now. "Ochako, now isn't the time," he managed to say, taking a breath between kisses. "Come on, Deku, please. Just a quick one," she pleaded, trailing kisses along his neck. "We can't," he said, feeling conflicted. "Please. I want you so badly, It's been weeks since the last time. I need you right now," she insisted, her eyes filled with longing. "Look, I'd love to, but Mom is going to wonder what's taking so long," Deku replied, hoping to reason with her. Thankfully, this made Uraraka pause, considering his words. "But Deku, I've missed you so much," she said softly, looking up at him with a vulnerable expression. Deku felt a pang of guilt. "Ochako, the truth is I can't right now. You're not the only one who's been craving some closeness," he started, but trailed off, unsure how to express his feelings. "What do you mean?" she asked, confused, noticing the blush on his face. "Like you said, it's been a while since we, so this morning I may have kind of helped myself. If you catch my meaning," he said, trailing off and looking at the ground, embarrassed, while releasing Uraraka's arms. For a brief moment, there was silence. "Oh my God, is he saying he..." Suddenly, Uraraka burst out laughing. "What's so funny?" Deku asked, confused. "I don't know," she squealed, continuing to laugh, clutching her stomach and hunching over because she was struggling to breathe from how hard she was laughing. "Ochako, stop it. It's not funny," he pleaded. "Yes it is," she screamed, now on the floor, rolling from side to side and kicking her legs, unable to stop her giggles. I'm crying," she squealed, wiping the tears forming in her eyes from all of her laughter. Deku gave in and simply sat down on the bed, watching her roll around, bursting with laughter like a giddy child. Eventually her laughter slowed, and she managed to regain control of her limbs, although she could barely breathe and her stomach was aching. She sat up to look at Deku, wiping a few more tears from her eyes and suppressing her laughter, having the occasional chuckle. It was one of those moments where the harder you tried to stop laughing, the more you seemed to laugh. "Are you done?" Deku asked. She froze and simply stared at him for a moment, completely silent. "No," she squealed, bursting into laughter again. "Deku, I'm sorry. Please make it stop." "I can't stop laughing," she screamed, clutching her belly as she continued to roll around in glee. Fine, he said, getting up from the bed and gently pinning her arms down on either side of her head, sitting on her legs to stop her from kicking and rolling around. She got the last few laughs out before eventually stopping. Now are you done? He asked. Uraraka began to smirk and chuckle slightly before puffing her cheeks up, trying to suppress the next laughing fit. Yes, she said, taking a big breath and finally able to breathe. Good, Deku said, getting up off of her and allowing her to sit up. Wow, that hurt, she said, rubbing her belly and catching her breath. What was so funny about that? Deku asked, still puzzled. Honestly, I have no idea. It was just hilarious for some reason. Anyway, we should probably go back to your mom. I'd love some. I'm so excited. We haven't done karaoke since. Well, since the first time we kissed, Uraraka said, looking forward to the afternoon ahead of them. I know. Crazy to think that was. What, 6 months ago? Deku replied, unsure how long it had been. I'm not sure, but you might be right about 6 months. It's been a blur, so much has happened in that time, Uraraka reflected, thinking back to everything that had transpired. Memories flooded her mind, seeing him topless in his room, falling asleep on the sofa cuddled up to him, being carried to her room, and him leaving a note. She recalled almost kissing him in the common area when he was soaking wet from the rain after his run, being set up by Ashido on their first date at the pool, pushing him in, and him pulling her down with him. There were moments of getting food afterward, forgetting her money, and Deku buying her food, holding hands for the first time, and the warmth of his touch that made her cheeks burn. She remembered when he suggested they put their food in their bags so they could keep holding hands, kissing his cheek at the end of their date, and singing a duet together before sharing their first kiss in front of their classmates. The list went on, but all of it flashed through her mind in just a few brief moments. Some memories were good, some were challenging, but she didn't care. She was with Deku. They were both still here, healthy and happy together. Yeah, a lot has happened. I never thought I'd be UA's #1 student 6 months ago. At least the fame seems to be dying down. I haven't been cornered by paparazzi in a while, Deku said. Yeah, well, that's probably because the last time they did you stood up for me, Uraraka teased. I did not, he protested. Yes, you did, she insisted. In what way did I threaten them? He questioned. Deku, you activated your quirk and told them to, and I quote, leave me and my girlfriend alone. Stop asking her all these questions about me when she's her own person. Ask her about her own school life and her dreams. She isn't dependent on me. So just back off and leave us alone. It was sweet and all, but you still threatened them, she explained. It was true. At the time, she had greatly appreciated that Deku had stood up for her, but he had still been intimidating. I did say that, didn't I? Deku recalled, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Yep. Oh, cheer up. You defended your woman's honor. Which, by the way, was great to see you be such a feminist, she teased him slightly. Yeah, well, they were being really disrespectful. All they asked you about was me and what it's like to date me, which was completely unfair. I still can't believe I threatened them. And I activated my quirk? I could have lost my provisional license if I'd attacked them, and I definitely would have been kicked out from UA. He began to ramble, but Uraraka cut him off. Hey, you stood up for what you believed in and for me. Nothing else matters. Besides, I know you would never hurt innocent people, she said, smiling at him. Thanks, he replied, returning her smile. Honestly, you worry far too much. Loosen up a little, we've got karaoke to do. Speaking of which, where is everybody? They should be here by now, Uraraka said, looking around. There they are, Deku said, pointing towards their friends. They hadn't seen them yet, and Uraraka still couldn't see through the crowd. Where? Ugh, I hate being so short, she pouted, crossing her arms. Deku looked down at her, noticing the frown on her face. He had forgotten he had grown a little taller again. He wasn't far off from Todoroki and Ida now. Uraraka had grown too, but she was still fairly short compared to him. She looked up at him, noticing the grin on his face. What? She asked. Deku didn't say anything. He simply knelt down. What are you doing? She asked, watching him. Do you trust me? He asked. Depends on what you're going to do, she replied, a little nervous about his intentions. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I'm going to help you see. Now, if you trust me, turn around, Deku said. She looked down at him, seeing the innocent smile on his face. That smile felt far from innocent. He was definitely up to something. But she decided to see what he had planned. She turned around so her back was to him. Now what? She asked. Deku chuckled a little. Brace yourself, he warned. Wha? She screamed as Deku suddenly stood up, lifting Uraraka onto his shoulders. You dummy! You could have warned me, she exclaimed, slamming her fist down on the top of his head. Oh, I did warn you, he protested, looking up at her while tightly holding onto her legs to make sure she didn't fall backwards. They began to squabble playfully. Hey look, there they are, Kirishima exclaimed, hearing his two friends before he saw them in the distance. Good spot, Kirishima, Ashido said. Thanks, but it's impossible to miss those two sometimes, Kirishima replied, appreciating the compliment. Yeah, especially when they're arguing like a married couple, Kaminari joked. Deku's married before me? Bakugo screamed, having not really listened to the conversation. He just heard married and Deku in the same sentence and jumped to conclusions. No, Bakugo, Midoriya isn't married or engaged for that matter. He's probably not even considering it at this point, Kirishima explained. Why is it that when it comes to Midoriya, everything is a competition to you? Jiro asked, almost immediately regretting it. It's not. I'm better than him. There is no competition. Bakugo screeched. His competitive side has gotten worse since Midoriya became the top student. And since Midoriya has been beating everybody he comes up against during training too. Bakugo's lost to him like 6 times now, Kirishima added. Kirishima, shut the hell up. Bakugo yelled, furious with him. Relax, it's cool, nobody's judging you, Kirishima said. I am, Todoroki admitted. You wanna go half? You and me right now. I'll kick your butt. Bakugo continued to shout, his temper reaching a boiling point. That's funny. I could have sworn you said the same thing to Midoriya the last 6 times you fought him in training, Kaminari teased. Die, dunce face. Bakugo screamed, launching an explosion at him, but Kirishima stepped in the way, hardening his body to negate the attack. Thanks for the save, Kaminari said, giving his friend a thumbs up. Dude, seriously, you've got to learn when you're pushing him too far. One day you're going to say something when I'm not there, and he actually will kill you, Kirishima warned. You not with Bakugo? Whatever, you guys are never not together, Kaminari said, causing Kirishima to chuckle a little. True, he admitted. Are you quite finished, Bakugo? Ida asked. Whatever, the blonde said, sitting down on a nearby bench. Now, where are Midoriya and Uraraka? Ida asked. Still bickering over there, Todoroki said, pointing at the couple who were still arguing with each other. Oh, did you just pull my hair? Deku asked. Yes, I did, Uraraka said, crossing her arms and refusing to look down at him. You're being so childish. I was just lifting you onto my shoulders so you could see everyone, Deku explained. Oh, that's why you did it, she asked. Just, what did you think I was doing? He replied. I thought it was some sort of prank to scare me or something, she admitted, a little embarrassed at how wrong she'd been. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that, Deku said, dismissing her low opinion of him. I'm sorry. You just took me by surprise, and my mind rushed to conclusions. Thank you, she said, hunching down to kiss the top of his head, making him blush and instantly forget his frustration with her. It's okay, I should have told you. I was trying to scare you a little, if I'm being honest, he admitted. So I was right. Anyway, it doesn't matter now, I'm up here so. Giddy up, she said, now excited at the idea of Deku being her personal chariot. Yes, ma'am, he said, beginning to walk towards their classmates. Everyone was already there, just waiting for them, waving at them. Hey guys! Uraraka called, waving at them from atop Deku's shoulders. Deku would have waved back, but he was busy holding Uraraka's legs to keep her from falling. Hey you two, Yaoyorozu said as they joined the group. Are you two quite done bickering like a married couple? Ida asked. What? Bickering? Uraraka questioned, a little offended. Married? I'm not marrying her yet. Oh wait, he said, like a married couple. Phew. I thought I was gonna have to dig myself out of a hole there for a second. Yes, we all saw you arguing. In fact, that's how Kirishima spotted you, Ida explained. Yeah, it wasn't hard, you kind of stood out, especially with Uraraka sitting on your shoulders, Kirishima said. Oh. How embarrassing, Uraraka said, beginning to blush. How come Midoriya gets to have Uraraka on his shoulders? Mineta asked. Everybody froze and slowly turned to look at him, all with disgusted expressions on their faces. Dude. Get a grip, Kirishima mumbled to himself. I'll deal with this little creep, Yaoyorozu said, rolling up her sleeves. No, it's okay, Yaoyorozu. We'll handle this. Ochako, Deku said, holding a hand up to her to help her down. Gladly, she said, taking his hand as he helped her down. The two of them walked side by side to Mineta, who was now sweating and extremely nervous. Gee guys, we don't have to do this, Mineta pleaded. Yes, we do, Mineta, because you can't seem to learn to stop being such a creep. So we're going to have to do this, Uraraka said, glaring at the tiny teenager. You want to know why I can have my head between her? That's him dealt with, Deku said, wiping his hands. Yeah, but I had to touch the little creep, Uraraka replied, glancing back. Is he going to be okay? Kaminari asked, looking around for any sign of Mineta. Deku had thrown him quite high, but the lack of gravity on his body had likely helped. He'll be fine. Besides, who cares? Uraraka shrugged. Exactly, the rest of the girls chimed in unison. Our teachers? The police? You could lose your license, Kaminari reminded them. Oh, relax. We're not using our quirks to harm him or anything, just a little intimidation tactic. Hopefully he should have learned his lesson this time, but I doubt it, Uraraka said, checking the time on Deku's watch, which he had given her after getting a new one. Deku, she said, still focused on the watch. It's okay, I've got it, he replied. Got what? Ashido asked, confused. Deku suddenly reached his arm out to his side and, without even looking, caught something, or rather, someone, falling from the sky. Mineta! Kaminari exclaimed. When did he? How did you? Ida stammered, unable to finish his questions, but Deku and Uraraka understood. Best not to worry about that. Anyway, he's fine, see? Uraraka said as Deku dropped Mineta onto the ground. Mineta didn't get up. He fainted. Kaminari exclaimed. Yeah, that makes sense. Not much oxygen up there. But he's fine. Well then, shall we get going? Uraraka asked. Yeah, let's get going. I'm really looking forward to karaoke. Ma'am, would you like to climb aboard? Deku asked, turning around and kneeling down. Why, thank you, sir, she replied, playing along and climbing onto his shoulders. Deku stood up, holding tightly onto her legs. Ready, ma'am? He asked, looking up at her with a smile. Giddy up, she said, her face lighting up with joy as she laughed with happiness. As Deku began to walk, the rest of their class remained frozen in place, stunned into silence. That was quite remarkable, Tokoyami commented. Mineta deserved that. Ribbit, Azui added. Mineta, you poor fool, Kaminari muttered to himself. It's not just me, they've definitely done that before, right? I mean, Midoriya caught him without even looking, Yaoyorozu said, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, that definitely wasn't the first time, Todoroki replied. Ida couldn't help but smile as he watched the couple walk away, both. Hey Deku, do you think they noticed that we've done that before? Uraraka asked, glancing around to ensure they were out of earshot from the rest of their class. Done what before? Throwing Mineta into the sky, he replied, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, she said, playfully fiddling with his hair while sitting on his shoulders. I think it was pretty obvious. It's not like anybody cares anyway. He needs to learn to respect women more, Deku said. You mean the way you do? Uraraka teased. You sound like you doubt I do, he said, looking up at her. Oh, I'm just wondering what part of slamming their heads into or hitting them through concrete is respecting women, she continued to tease. Deku gulped, feeling a bit guilty. That was different, he said, blushing slightly. Relax, I'm messing with you. I know you respect women really. I wouldn't be dating you if I thought you didn't, she admitted. Well, that's a relief. Should we wait for everybody? I mean, Mineta is only just regaining consciousness, Deku said, feeling bad for walking off and leaving their classmates with an unconscious Mineta. No, that would totally undermine how cool we looked walking away after throwing him up in the air like that. By the way, that catch was amazing. Even I was struggling to keep a straight face, Uraraka said, recalling how hard it was to suppress her cheers and excitement. Deku chuckled a little. Yeah, me too. I almost dropped him because I couldn't quite believe it myself. How many more times do you think he can handle being at that sort of altitude before it causes serious damage? He asked. Who knows? Who cares? We'll keep doing it until he learns to stop being such a perv, she said, still disgusted with him. Try not to worry about it. He's a teenager, and boys' drives are at their peak around 18 years old on average, whereas the average age for girls' peak is 30 years old, Deku informed her. Why does he know that? It's such a strange fact to know, she thought, then exclaimed, What? Why are they so far apart? That isn't fair. Deku couldn't help but laugh when he looked up at her and saw how adorable she was throwing a little tantrum. Yeah, I know it's strange. Being a girl of this, she complained. No, it doesn't, Deku said, not seeing why it was so bad. Oh yeah? How would you know? You've never had a PRD. You've never had the awkward experience of bra shopping. You've never been told you couldn't do something simply because you're a girl. You've never given BRH, she scolded him. Well, to be fair, you haven't done that last one either. At least to my knowledge, Deku joked. Don't be such an butt, she said, disapproving of his comments. Okay, I'm sorry. Being a girl is happy, he asked. Yes, she replied, smiling innocently at him before returning to play with his hair. That feels nice, Deku said, enjoying the head rubs he was getting. Cute, she said, chuckling at the way he tilted his head slightly when she did something that felt good. Careful guys. Mineta might make another gross comment, Kaminari said, appearing beside them. And if he does, we'll throw him back up, only this time I won't release him, Uraraka threatened, looking down at the tiny teenager who was hiding behind Kaminari, completely terrified. I'll behave, Mineta said nervously. You better, Deku warned. How would he even make head rubs inappropriate? Ashido asked. Oh, it's quite simple really Mineta began but was cut off by Kaminari clasping a hand over his mouth. You said you'd behave. So for your own sake don't say it, Kaminari warned, trying to save him from himself. Mineta simply nodded. So anyway, what's it like up there, Uraraka? How does it feel to be tall? Siro asked sarcastically, teasing her about her height. That's not what it's like to be tall because, Ida began, but Kirishima nudged him. Dude, don't ruin it. We're not in school, so you can lighten up a little, Kirishima said. He's right, Ida. Besides, it's great up here. I can see over everyone, and I don't have to walk around. Plus, I get to play with Deku's hair, she mumbled, a little embarrassed to say it, but everyone heard her. Oh, you guys are so cute, Ashido said, unable to contain herself. It is sweet, Jiro said with a slight smile on her face. Do you want to go on my shoulders? Kaminari asked. Yeah, right. You wouldn't last 5 seconds with me on your shoulders. Jiro dismissed his suggestion, but Kaminari saw it as a challenge now. Oh yeah, he asked. Wait, Kaminari, no. Don't. Jiro began but never finished as he lifted her up onto his shoulders, immediately regretting it. He had greatly overestimated his own strength or Jiro's weight. Kaminari, you idiot. I'm not exactly light. Well, all of us are heavy because we all do intense physical training to be as fast and as strong as possible. That means we all have a lot of muscle mass, making us heavier than most people since muscle weighs more than fat. However, that also means we should all be exceptionally strong if we've been training correctly. Kaminari clearly hasn't been training his shoulders or his back very well. I, on the other hand, feel fine. I could do this all day. Although my quirk might have something to do with that, or the fact that All Might is essentially my personal trainer. Either way, no, I'm not tired because I've trained well, Deku explained. You know, you could have just said that last part, and that would have been a perfectly fine answer, Uraraka said, having listened to his rambling. Sorry, sometimes I can't help but explain things that don't need to be explained, Deku replied, just as Kaminari collapsed onto the floor, leaving Jiro sitting on his back. Geez. My hero, Jiro said, standing up, clearly unimpressed. That he, Kaminari said, still face down on the floor. Can we actually go and do some karaoke now? Ashido asked. Yes, let's hurry, we're taking far too long, Ida said, checking his watch and realizing it was already late afternoon. Yeah, come on. I'm sure we all want to see Midoriya and Uraraka do another duet, Ashido said with a big grin on her face. Sure, I'm up for it. Although we're picking the song this time, Uraraka said. Agreed, Deku said. Then let's go. Ashido exclaimed, leading the group along. Everybody followed her to their destination, but what they didn't know was that they were. We're here. Ashido exclaimed as she suddenly stopped, causing everyone to almost walk into her. That was a lot further than I thought it'd be, Uraraka said. Yeah, except you didn't have to walk any of it, Deku replied, looking up at her as she sat on his shoulders. I know, thanks for that, she said, smiling down at him and ruffling his hair before climbing down. Come on, let's head inside. We should already have a room prepared for us, Yaoyorozu suggested. They walked through the doors and into the room that awaited them. It was huge, big enough for 30 people, never mind 20. Wow, this is so cool, Ashido said, admiring the size of the room. Yeah, it's huge, Kirishima added, equally in awe. Alright, let's get started. Who wants to go first? Yaoyorozu asked. I do. Hagakure squealed with excitement. Okay, go ahead, Yaoyorozu said, handing her the microphone as everyone else sat down to listen. Deku and Uraraka sat side by side, holding hands, with Uraraka leaning on him, her head resting on his shoulder. Hey, what song are you going to sing? She asked as everyone began to cheer Hagakure on. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. I like to sing songs where I can relate to the lyrics, Deku admitted. Same here. But what to sing? I'll just wait and see what you do and then I'll pick, she said, smiling as she felt the warmth of his hand and saw how happy their friends were. Except for Bakugo, who looked as grumpy as ever. Oh, so you're making me go first? He asked. Yep, she replied. And you'll decide what you're going to sing based on what I sing? He asked. Yep, she replied again. Well, okay then, no pressure, he said, a little nervous. He had hoped Uraraka would go first to ease some of his nerves. You'll be fine. Pick something that's personal to you or close to your heart since you like singing songs you can relate to. I'll do the same, she reassured him, squeezing his hand gently. Personal to me? Close to my heart? I've got it, he exclaimed. HM? That was fast, Uraraka said, a little surprised. Yeah, I'm a little surprised too, but I think I know what I'm going to sing, Deku said, a small smile appearing on his face. What is it? She asked, curious about his choice. Oh, I'm not gonna tell you, that would ruin the surprise. It's not for you, before you ask, it's a song that relates to my life before UA and getting my quirk, Deku explained, giving her some indication of what to expect. Oh no. Does that mean it's going to be really sad and emotional? We just got here, please don't sing a sad song, Uraraka begged. Deku chuckled. Don't worry, it's not. It's actually a really upbeat song and not that emotional either. Well, it looks like Hagakure is almost done, so you should go next since. You know what you're going to sing, she suggested. Yeah, I guess, Deku said, feeling a bit nervous about performing in front of everyone. He reminded himself that he had done it before when confessing to Uraraka, and there was more pressure then. This was just their class having a fun evening. So who's next? Hagakure asked, having finished her song. I guess that'd be me, Deku said, standing up to take the microphone from Hagakure. Wow, Midoriya, I wasn't expecting you to get up and sing so soon, Azui admitted. Well, I know what song I want to sing, so I'm just gonna do it, Deku said, searching for the song on the screen. Loving the confidence, Midoriya. Very manly, Kirishima said, giving him a thumbs up. Thanks. Well, here goes nothing, Deku said, holding the microphone up to his lips. You've got this, Deku, Uraraka mumbled to herself. The music began to play, and everyone instantly recognized it. It was indeed an upbeat song, but Deku's connection to it made Uraraka curious and a bit concerned. As he began to sing, the lyrics flowed, capturing the attention of everyone in the room. The song spoke of struggles and finding one's way, resonating deeply with Deku's journey. The music continued to play as the outro finished the song, leaving the room filled with applause and cheers for Deku's heartfelt performance. Uraraka couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken as tears built up in her eyes. "Oh, Deku," she whispered, instantly connecting the song to his feelings about his difficult childhood. She felt a sense of relief when she saw Deku genuinely smiling as their classmates applauded him. All except one, Bakugo. Of course, he wasn't applauding. Why was he leaving, and what was that look on his face? He seemed to be feeling something other than anger. Bakugo slipped out of the room, hoping nobody had noticed him, but Uraraka had seen him go. I wonder what that's all about? He seemed upset? Does he even feel anything other than anger or jealousy toward Deku's power? She decided to find out. While everyone else was distracted, she slipped out of the room to follow Bakugo. "Hey Bakugo, wait up," she called. "Round face? What do you want?" he asked, confused as to why she was approaching him. "You don't have to be so rude all the time," she said, crossing her arms in disapproval. "Yes, I do. Now I'll ask again." "What the?" he began, but she cut him off. "Oh no you don't. I came here to ask you questions, so shut up and answer them." "I'm not in the mood for your nonsense," she demanded. Bakugo looked shocked, as if his reality was collapsing. The only language he seemed to understand was anger, so she decided to speak to him that way if it would earn his respect long enough for him to stay and answer her questions. "Okay," was all Bakugo managed to say, struggling to find other words, but he didn't turn to leave, so she assumed she could ask what she came to ask. "You looked upset?" When Deku finished singing, she explained. "Not upset. Fed up," he replied. "Of what?" she asked. "Of Deku," he said. "But when are you not? What specifically about Deku singing that song made you feel fed up?" she pressed. "I heard the two of you talking about what songs you would sing. You told him he should sing something he can relate to, so when he sang that song, I knew why he related to it," Bakugo explained. "Of course you do. You're the whole reason he felt that way," she scolded him. "Yeah, well if he wasn't such a wimp," Bakugo began. "He isn't a wimp. He's braver than you'll ever be. He stood up to you when it mattered. He tried to protect people when you picked on them, even though he knew he'd never win without a quirk. That's bravery," she argued, furious with him. Strangely, he didn't respond with anger. Instead, he seemed calm. "I'll give him that, but he just needs to stop feeling sorry for himself and talking about his past so much. I get it, I was an idiot to him and made his life harder than it needed to be, but look where he is now. He should focus on the present and move on," Bakugo explained. "Has it ever occurred to you that's why he's better than you?" she asked. This time, Bakugo got annoyed. "He's not," he screamed. "Yes he is. He talks about things that upset him or things that were traumatic in his past, which probably takes a huge weight off his shoulders. He learns from his past mistakes. That's why he grew so quickly and learned to control his quirk more effectively in such a short amount of time," she explained. "Whatever, I don't care," Bakugo said. "I know you don't. I just thought I should tell you. Maybe something might get through that thick skull of yours," she said. "Again, I don't care. Now leave me alone," he said, turning to walk away. "Where are you going?" "We only just started the karaoke," she questioned. "To the bathroom, like I was doing before you decided to interrupt me," Bakugo shouted. Uraraka didn't reply. She simply walked back into the karaoke room. "Oh hey, there you are," Deku said as she walked in. "Did I miss anything?" she asked. "No, you didn't miss anything. Do you want to sing?" Ashido asked. "Sure. I've got a good song in mind," she said, suddenly inspired. She walked past Deku to pick up the microphone. "I'm going to sing a song about you," she whispered in his ear. With that, she selected the song on the screen. "Here we go. I hope Deku likes the choice of song. As she finished, the whole room burst into applause. Part 3. Oh, thank you guys, Uraraka said, blushing a little and feeling slightly embarrassed. She looked over at Deku, who was completely straight-faced and motionless. Is he okay? Suddenly, Deku jumped up out of his seat and hugged her tightly, beginning to tear up. Thank you. That was great, he said, squeezing her gently but making sure not to crush her in his arms. That's okay, she replied, returning his embrace. Oh, seriously, you guys are too much. You're so adorable. Ashido squealed, unable to contain herself. She's right, you know. We are pretty cute together, Uraraka joked in Deku's ear, causing him to chuckle a little. I won't argue that, he said, wiping the remaining tears from his eyes. At that moment, Bakugo walked back into the room and took in the scene. He and Uraraka locked eyes and he gave her a look as if to say, this is what I was talking about, but she ignored it. After all, when did she start caring about what Bakugo thought? Well, since you two are already up with the microphone, why don't you do a duet together? Yayorozu suggested. Sounds good. I think I have a good song for us, Deku, Uraraka said as they released each other from their embrace. Great, because I have no idea, Deku admitted. You ready? She asked, selecting the song. Yeah, let's do this, Deku said, grabbing the second microphone. The music began to play, and it was Deku's turn to sing first. Deku, I found a love for me. Darling, just dive right in and follow my lead. Well, I found a girl, appealing and sweet. I never knew you were the someone waiting for me. 'Cause we were just kids when we fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give you up this time. But darling, just kiss me slow, your heart is all I own, and in your eyes, you're holding mine. Uraraka, well, I found a man, stronger than anyone I know. He shares my dreams, I hope that someday we'll share a home. I found a love to carry more than just my secrets, to carry love, to carry children of our own. We are still kids, but we're so in love, fighting against all odds. I know we'll be all right. This time. Darling, just hold my hand. Be your girl, you'll be my man. I see my future in your eyes. Together, baby, I'm dancing in the dark, with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. Deku, when I saw you in that dress. Together, looking so appealing, I don't deserve this, darling, you look perfect tonight. Uraraka reached out and grabbed Deku's free hand, causing him to hold onto it and squeeze as they faced each other, making eye contact instead of reading the screen. They knew the words, so they didn't need it, and it felt much more NTMT this way. Together, baby, I'm dancing in the dark, with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. I have faith in what I see. Now I know I have met Uraraka, an angel in person. Deku, and she looks perfect. Uraraka, at the same time, and he looks perfect. Deku, I don't deserve this. Together, you look perfect tonight. As the music played out, the room burst into applause, cheers, and whistles as their classmates were blown away by how well these two could sing together and the chemistry they seemed to have. Deku and Uraraka, holding hands, bowed to their adoring audience, savoring the moment. The entire class was enjoying their evening so far, and what had been an appealing moment was about to take a drastic turn. I'm just going to the bathroom. I'll be right back, Uraraka said to Deku as she got up from her seat. Okay, I'll be waiting, he replied with a smile as she slipped out of the room and headed into the girls' bathroom. While she was in her cubicle, she heard someone enter. It was strange, they didn't go into any of the cubicles or use the sink. They simply walked along the line of cubicles before leaving again. That was odd. It was probably just someone looking for a friend or something, nothing to worry about. She stood up, flushed the toilet, and washed her hands at the sink before drying them off. As she exited the bathroom, she saw Deku walking toward the exit. That was definitely unusual. Was he going home? Was he okay? Did someone say something to upset him? What was going on? I better go see what's wrong. Deku walked out through the exit, and she ran after him. She pushed the door open, and once outside, she saw him across the street walking down an alleyway. Deku, she called, but he didn't seem to hear her. What was going on? This was so strange. She crossed to the other side of the street, which was empty since it was getting late. She ran down the alleyway after him. "Hey, Deku, wait up," she called, catching up to him. He turned around, surprised to see Uraraka following him. "Oh hey Uraraka. What's up? You haven't called me that in months. Are you okay?" she asked, feeling confused. Something wasn't right. Why did he call her Uraraka? That was unusual. "Oh, maybe it's because I'm not Deku," he said, an unsettling grin appearing on his face. "Deku? What do you mean? What's going on? Why are you looking at me like that?" Uraraka asked, her heart racing. He was acting strangely, almost like a villain. "Oh please, don't be scared. It'll all be over soon," Deku said as he began to dissolve. "WW, what the hell is this?" Uraraka exclaimed, completely freaked out. "This is the end for you," a voice said behind her. She recognized it all too well. "Shigaraki," she said, turning to face him as he scratched at his neck. "Hello, Ochako Uraraka. You're missing the big reveal by looking at me. Why don't you see who you actually followed down an alleyway?" he said, smirking beneath the hand covering his face. "I think I'll keep my eyes on you. One touch from your hands and I'm done," she said, getting into a fighting stance. I wouldn't do that if I were you," said a voice from behind her that she recognized from the training camp. "You," Uraraka said, turning to see Himiko Toga standing before her. "Oh my gosh, you remember me? Wow, that's so sweet," Himiko exclaimed in her usual excited yet unsettling manner. "Why wouldn't I? You attacked me and then stabbed a needle in me before draining some of my blood." Uraraka shouted in anger at the memory. "I also managed to get some of your boyfriend's blood. That's how I was able to impersonate him just now," Himiko explained proudly. "When did you?" Uraraka began, but Himiko cut her off. "At the provisional licensing exam. I impersonated Kami," she said, beaming. "Ugh, you're so annoying to listen to," Uraraka replied, frustration rising. "If it helps, I think she's pretty irritating too," another voice chimed in from a side alley. "Although that's not going to be much use to you in this situation," Dabi added, joining the ambush. "This isn't good. I can't take them all on. I need to escape. But how? Is anybody else going to be joining us?" Uraraka asked, and as if to answer her question, Twice dropped down from a fire escape. "Save the best until last," Twice said, joining the confrontation. "Don't even try to fight. You're outnumbered 4-1. Don't try to run away either. You'll just make me angry," Shigaraki warned as the villains prepared to capture her. "I have to get out of this and warn the others. Or get their help to fight, then the odds will be in our favor. Think. Meanwhile, back in the karaoke room. "Hey Midoriya, where's Uraraka?" Yaoyorozu asked. "She went to the bathroom, but she's been gone a while." "I'm starting to worry a little," Deku replied. "She did? I just got back from the bathroom, and she wasn't in there," Azui said. "What? Then where is she?" Deku exclaimed, beginning to panic. "Oh no, what if something happened to her? Is she okay? Did she just not feel well and go home? No, she would have told me first." "Calm down. I need to find her." "Midoriya, calm down," Yaoyorozu said, placing a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. What do you mean?" Calm," he stammered. Midoriya. Chapter 71. "No, you're not. Look at your hands," she said, glancing down. Deku followed her gaze to see his hands clenched into fists, trembling with intensity. A small amount of blood trickled through his fingers, though he felt no pain. "Midoriya, are you okay? It looked like you were having a panic attack." "Oh my goodness, you're bleeding!" Ida exclaimed, shocked. Deku had been clenching his fists so hard that his nails had dug in and drawn blood. "So I am." "That's not important right now, though," Deku replied. "What are you talking about? We need to get that looked at before it." Ida began but didn't finish. "No. Tako is missing. We have to find her. I don't care about a little cut on my hands. We all have to go out there and find her now." Deku shouted, his anxiety rising. "And Midoriya," was all Ida could manage in his shock. "What are you still sitting around for? Let's go and find her already." Deku ordered, running toward the doors. He's right. Come on, everybody, move it. Bakugo and Todoroki, just remember, if we have to engage any villains, you are not to fight. You're the only two without provisional licenses, so no matter what, do not engage. Are we clear? Ida asked. I don't like it, but sure, I trust you, Ida, Todoroki said. Whatever, Bakugo grumbled, but he seemed to accept the directive. Then let's go. Ida commanded as they all rushed out of the karaoke room. The moment they stepped outside, they saw Uraraka sprinting toward them, covered in bruises and cuts, her clothes torn as if she'd been in a fight. Deku, she cried, tears in her eyes, hurling herself toward him. Deku ran to her, and when they reached each other, they embraced tightly. Ochako, I'm so sorry, I should have come and looked for you sooner, Deku said, tears forming in his eyes. Not the time, Rode. Shigaraki and his crew are here. I managed to escape, but barely. They tricked me and ambushed me outside, Uraraka explained, her voice trembling. It's okay, you're safe now, Deku reassured her, holding her close. No. She really isn't, Shigaraki said, causing Deku to instinctively move Uraraka behind him. Stay behind me, he instructed. Why hello, Izuku Midoriya. Fancy seeing you here. I'm a big fan. After all, you are UA's #1 student, Shigaraki chuckled. Shigaraki, I'm giving you one chance to surrender yourself and your crew, Deku warned. This only made Shigaraki laugh. Nothing more than empty threats. You're a fraud. You know you're only where you are now because of that quirk. Without it, you'd be nothing. After all, I know where you got it from, he taunted. Midoriya, what's he? Kirishima began, but Bakugo cut him off. Ignore him. I'll explain later, Bakugo said to Kirishima. He and Deku exchanged a knowing glance, both understanding the gravity of the situation. So he knows. Puestas. Probably none of you other than your pathetic girlfriend there, Shigaraki sneered, clearly trying to provoke Deku. Well kids, I'll tell you. Your friend there had his quirk given to him by... Shigaraki never finished his sentence. Detroit Smareas. Deku shouted, slamming a fist through Shigaraki's gut. As he did, Shigaraki's body transformed into a puddle of goop. I thought so. Just one of Twice's clones. A distraction while the rest of them escaped, Deku explained. Midoriya, what was he talking about? Ida asked, curiosity piqued. Now's not the time. I'll tell you all later, but right now we need to call the police and sweep the area to make sure they aren't still hiding and to see if anyone was injured, Deku ordered. He's right. Come on, let's get to it, everyone, Ida said. Right? They all replied in unison, getting to work. I'm glad you're okay, Deku said, walking up to Uraraka. Me too. I have no idea how I got out of that one alive, she admitted, still shaking with fear. It's okay, Ochako. I've got you, Deku said, holding her close. I love you, he whispered into her ear. I love you too. Chapter 72. This chapter marked a significant shift from the previous ones, introducing a darker tone that reminded the characters of the harsh realities of their world. For too long, they had enjoyed a PRD of relative peace, and it was time for a wake-up call, a reminder that heroes and villains clash daily, with consequences that can be devastating. As the scene unfolded, the characters found themselves facing a situation that tested their resolve and camaraderie. The air was thick with tension as they navigated the aftermath of a recent battle. The stakes were higher than ever, and they had to confront the fragility of life. Deku awoke in a hospital bed, staring up at the ceiling. He tried to sit up but winced at a sharp pain. Lifting the sheets, he revealed his stitched-up wound. That's a lot of stitches, he mumbled, surprised by the extent of his injuries. He wondered if the events of the previous night had been a nightmare. Midoriya. You're awake, Mr. Aizawa said, drawing the curtain back and standing at the end of the bed. Mr. Aizawa, how are you, sir? Deku asked, trying to mask his concern. Mr. Aizawa chuckled lightly. It should be me asking you that, kid. You had a rough night. He took a seat next to the bed. So it did happen, Deku said, realization dawning on him. I was hoping it was all just a horrible nightmare. Please tell me my mom is okay. Yes, she's fine. They stitched her up and she's going to make it. She's still out at the moment, but she's stable, Mr. Aizawa explained. But, and Himiko? Deku questioned, anxiety creeping into his voice. She's in custody. The first responders didn't know which one of you was the real you since she was using her quirk to look like you, but your wound gave it away. Your mother was screaming at them to save you, he said. How come I don't remember any of this? Deku asked, confusion evident. You passed out from blood loss. Your mother prevented you from going into shock, but it was touch and go for a moment. You're lucky to be here, kid. All Might, on the other hand. Mr. Aizawa trailed off. I know. I watched him die. I couldn't save him in time, Deku said, keeping his eyes closed to hide his pain. Midoriya, there's nothing you could have done. You did the best you could under the circumstances. You saved your mother's life. If you hadn't interfered, Himiko would have done the same to her. Did All Might say anything to you before he passed? Mr. Aizawa asked. Yeah. He said he was proud of me and that I'd make a great hero someday. He told me not to lose Ochako. Speaking of which, Deku started before being interrupted. No, we haven't found her yet, but we're looking. Everybody is. Your classmates are asking about your quirk. Apparently, Shigaraki said something about it to them, and now they're asking questions. They're not allowed to visit you, so what would you like me to tell them? Mr. Aizawa inquired. Tell them the truth. They deserve to know, Deku replied, still holding back tears. And if they don't approve? Mr. Aizawa asked. Deku paused, considering. Just tell them. I'm sure they'll come around eventually. The true strength of a hero isn't just their quirk, it's how they use it creatively and intelligently. I had to learn how to control and use one for all without breaking myself. I'm not just some lucky kid who got the world's most powerful quirk. I had to work hard for it. Make sure to tell them that. They probably won't be happy at first, but they'll understand. They're good people. Good friends, Deku explained. Certainly. It's good to see you think so highly of your classmates. They're out helping search for Uraraka at the moment, but once they're back, I'll be sure to tell them, Mr. Aizawa said. Thank you, sir, Deku said, grateful for his teacher's support. Is there anything else you want to talk about before I go? Mr. Aizawa asked. Yes. Where's Himiko? Deku pressed. I told you she's in custody, Mr. Aizawa replied, a bit confused. No, I mean where is she specifically? Deku clarified. At the police station just down the road. They're questioning her, trying to get a location, but she keeps sulking about how she didn't get to have more fun with you, Mr. Aizawa informed him. Deku clenched his fists. I can make her talk. No, you can't, and no you won't. You're not to move from this bed, young man. If you do, I'll have you expelled. Do you hear me? Mr. Aizawa warned. I'm not going anywhere, sir. I'm still too drugged up and in pain to move. I was simply offering my help. I can make her talk. Just give me a couple of minutes alone with her, Deku insisted. To do what? If you're going to resort to violence, that's illegal and you'll be locked up, Midoriya. Not a chance, Mr. Aizawa said, recognizing Deku's intent. Nothing like that, sir. Trust me, I can get a location out of her without using physical force. Just give me a few minutes alone with her and she'll talk, Deku pleaded. Fine. When you're fit to leave this bed, I'll see what I can do. But if you do anything you shouldn't, you'll be expelled immediately, Mr. Aizawa warned. Chapter 73. Deku lay in the hospital bed, the weight of the situation pressing heavily on him. Oh, I don't doubt. Sir. How long did they say I'll have to stay in the hospital for? He asked Mr. Aizawa, his voice tinged with anxiety. A few days, Mr. Aizawa replied. A few days? Ochako doesn't have a few days. They'll be putting her through so much to get to me. Okay, thank you, sir. You can go now, I'll be okay. I think I might try and get some more sleep, Deku said, hoping to be left alone. All right, Midoriya. I'm glad you're still with us. Oh, and All Might was right. You will make a great hero one day, Mr. Aizawa said, drawing back the curtain to leave. He paused for a moment, then closed it again, leaving Deku in solitude. The moment he heard the curtain close, Deku burst into tears. He had been holding everything back just to talk to Mr. Aizawa and gather information about what was happening, but the guilt, rage, and sense of loss overwhelmed him. God damn it. I have to get out of this bed and find her. I'm not going to lose her like I did All Might. Who knows what Shigaraki is doing to her? He's only doing this to get to me. Well, congratulations, Shigaraki, your plan worked. There's just one huge flaw in it. You've just made me angry. Good morning, brat, Shigaraki said as he entered the room. Leave me alone, Uraraka replied defiantly, her voice strained. She was tied to a chair, bruised and bloodied from the ordeal she had endured. No, you don't want to anger me further, do you? Otherwise, I might have to hurt you again, Shigaraki threatened, causing Uraraka to fall silent. That's better. It seems your boyfriend isn't coming to save you after all. It's been a couple of days now. I wonder how much longer you can hold on. I bet he's just tormented, furious that he can't rescue you in time, Shigaraki said, beginning to laugh. He'll find me, Uraraka mumbled, her voice steady despite her condition. HM? What was that? He asked, leaning closer. I said he'll find me, and when he does, you're in trouble, she replied, looking up at him with a fierce smile. Shut up, Shigaraki exclaimed, punching her across the face. I told you not to provoke me. And I already told you to leave me alone, she shot back, grinning defiantly, which earned her a punch in the stomach this time. I said shut up. Don't you understand? I'll eliminate you if you don't behave, he screamed. Uraraka spat out the blood from her mouth and met Shigaraki's gaze with a smirk. No, you won't. You need me alive for your games. It wouldn't be any fun if you just killed me. That's why I'm still here. Besides, if you did kill me, do you have any idea what Deku would do to you? You've seen how much stronger he is now. You don't really think the four of you can take him, do you? Shigaraki paused, grunting in response. How do you know there's only 4 of us? He asked. Himiko clearly didn't make it back, which means she was caught or worse after kissing my boyfriend. I can hear you all talking out there, and I never hear her voice. So she obviously failed because she never shuts up. If she were here, I would have heard her by now, Uraraka said, chuckling slightly, pleased to have gotten under his skin. Smart girl. Yes, she was arrested, but she achieved her primary objective, and that's what matters, Shigaraki said, beginning to laugh again. And what was that? She asked, curiosity piqued. Oh, you'll find out. But not yet. Do you really think it's just the 4 of us? Did you think we'd be foolish enough to kidnap a UA student without backup? I assure you, there are many more of us. Every hero will be after us, but that won't matter for long. We have an unstoppable army, and there's no way your boyfriend will get past it. So you see, you're going to die long before he reaches you, and when he realizes you're gone, it'll break him. I'll deal the final blow, Shigaraki said, a smirk spreading across his face. Uraraka's bravado faded as fear for Deku's life washed over her. She struggled against her restraints, but her hands were covered, preventing her from using her quirk. Enjoy thinking about that. I'll be back later to show you a trick. You really won't like it, Shigaraki warned, bursting into laughter as he left the room, leaving Uraraka alone to sob and struggle. She quickly grew tired and surrendered, knowing she wasn't going anywhere. Where are you? I can't take this much longer. I need you to save me. Please hurry. At the police station. All right, Midoriya, you can go in and question her. Don't do anything reckless, or you'll be expelled on the spot. Are you listening to me? Mr. Aizawa instructed. Yeah, I heard you. Don't worry, I'm just going to get her to talk. Or rather, a friend of mine will, he said, glancing at Himiko through the glass. She was sitting at a table, her hands cuffed, kicking her legs gleefully and humming to herself. A friend of yours? I thought you said you could make her talk? Mr. Aizawa questioned. And I can with a little help. Relax, I've got this, Deku replied, leaving the observation room and entering the interrogation room. The moment he stepped inside, Himiko's joyful demeanor vanished. Her humming stopped, and she glared at Deku. What do you want? You ruined my fun, she whined. I've come to talk to you, Himiko. As a friend, Deku said, remaining by the door. HM? Really? You want to be my friend? She asked, her expression shifting to one of hope. Absolutely. May I sit down? He asked. She studied him for a moment, clearly considering it. Sure, why not? We can be friends. Come and sit down, she said, her mood brightening again. Thanks, Deku said, taking a seat across from her. So why do you want to be my friend? Himiko asked, her curiosity evident. Deku struggled to keep it. Especially when you caught me off guard there. You're quite talented, Deku said, putting on a voice that sounded genuinely admiring. Inside, he had to hold his nerve to maintain the act. What is he doing? Mr. Aizawa wondered, watching the scene unfold. Ah, that means so much to me. I'm glad someone finally sees how useful I can be. But wait, if you were so impressed, why did you knock me out? Himiko asked. Because you tried to attack me, Himiko. Of course, I defended myself. It was my natural reaction. But I just want you to know I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to hurt you, he said, trying to sound guilty while wishing he could slam her head into the floor again. I guess that's understandable. Why should I be friends with you anyway? Shigaraki, Dabi, Twice, and Kurogiri will bust me out of here at some point. They're my friends, Himiko replied. About that, Deku said, deliberately not finishing the sentence, putting Himiko on edge. What is it? She asked. I don't know if I should tell you. You're not going to like it, Deku said. What are you up to, Midoriya? Mr. Aizawa thought, trying to figure out where this was going. What is it? Tell me, she demanded. They're not coming for you, Deku said. What? Don't be silly, of course they are, she replied, not believing him. Himiko, they're not coming. They're not your real friends. I am. That's why I'm telling you the truth right now. One of the heroes managed to find them and overheard their conversation. They said they weren't going to bail you out. The hero was caught, but not before he could send us what he'd learned. Deku lied convincingly. She needed to believe that someone had found her fellow villains and learned this information but hadn't survived long enough to send a location to the police. Otherwise, the next part of Deku's plan wouldn't work. Yeah. Right? I don't believe you. They wouldn't just leave me here, she said, though her conviction was wavering. You don't seem so sure about that, Deku commented, slowly getting into her head. His plan was working perfectly. Whatever, they'll come for me. They need me. I'm such an important member of the team. They wouldn't just leave me here to rot where I can't have any fun, she said, trying to convince herself but failing. I think you should listen to this, Deku said, pulling a tape recorder from his pocket and sliding it across the table to Himiko. What is this? She asked suspiciously. Proof that I'm telling you the truth. As a friend, Deku said, sitting back in the chair. He had done everything he needed to. Now all she had to do was listen to the tape, and she'd most likely tell him everything. Mr. Aizawa studied the scene carefully, wondering what was on the tape. Himiko examined it for a moment before pressing the play button. Shigaraki, what are we going to do about Himiko? Dabi questioned. What about her? Shigaraki asked. Are we busting her out or what? Twice inquired. No. Why would we? She's so annoying and not exactly useful, even if she did kill All Might. Any of us could have done that, Dabi said. Good point. It's much less irritating without her around. Let's not bother. It'd be a complete waste of time. We don't need her anymore, Dabi continued. I don't know, I kind of miss having her around, Twice admitted. You would, Dabi replied. Hey, someone's found us. Don't let him get away. Shigaraki screamed. Oh no, an unknown voice said as the tape ended. Himiko sat in silence for a moment, unable to comprehend what she had just heard. How did he do that? Mr. Aizawa wondered, also unable to believe what he had just heard on tape. I'm sorry, Himiko. I truly am. I tried to tell you, Deku said. You're right, you did, didn't you? Himiko said, beginning to tear up. Hey, it's okay. I want to be your friend, Himiko, Deku said, trying to seize the opportunity to get her on his side. Why should I trust you? You just want to know where they're keeping your precious girlfriend so you can save her, Himiko said, tears now streaming down her face. No, that's not it at all, Himiko. I don't care about her. I'm upset with how Shigaraki and the rest of your so-called friends have treated you. They're so mean. I want to help you get revenge. If you tell me where they are, I can help you escape, and we'll go after them for how they've treated you, Deku said, doing his best to sound like a villain. He was surprisingly good at it. Himiko wiped some tears from her eyes before looking into Deku's. What about your girlfriend? What will you do with her? Okay, I'll be honest with you, Himiko. I don't really want to be your friend. I want something much more NTMT. I want to be your boyfriend, he said, giving her a confident smile. Himiko's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? You really mean it? I'm so happy, she squealed. Me too. Now why don't you tell me everything you know, and then I'll get you out of here so we can take them down together, he said. His plan had worked. He had completely fooled Himiko. She shared everything, where the hideout was, what they were planning, and how many villains they would face. Anything else? He asked. Nope, that's everything. Now get me out of these cuffs, and let's go get some revenge, she said eagerly, holding out her hands for him to free her. To her surprise, Deku simply chuckled and grinned. What is it? She asked, confused. Thanks for everything, Himiko, but you're not going anywhere. I, on the other hand, am going to save my girlfriend. I'm sure you'll be seeing Shigaraki and the rest of the crew soon enough. It's been a pleasure, Deku said, standing up to leave. Himiko's expression shifted to fury. What are you saying? Was this all just a lie? You said you wanted to be my boyfriend, she screamed, struggling against her restraints. I lied. I also lied about Shigaraki and the rest of your crew coming to get you out. The truth is, I have no idea if they're planning to or not. Villains don't look out for one another, they're completely selfish. Heroes, on the other hand, are selfless and save their friends no matter the cost. That's why I had to deceive you. I hated every second of it, but I did what I had to do to find out where Ochako is, and now I know. Goodbye, Himiko. Enjoy prison, Deku said, leaving the room. You get back here this instant. I'll get you for this. You and your girlfriend. Himiko screamed as Deku returned to the observation room where Mr. Aizawa was waiting. I didn't know you had that in you, kid. I'm impressed, Mr. Aizawa admitted. Thank you, sir, Deku replied. Out of curiosity, how did you manage to get the villains' voices on that tape? Mr. Aizawa asked. Oh, that was my friend. You know him, you've been personally teaching him your fighting style. Alright, everybody listen up. Thanks to Midoriya, we now know where Shigaraki is hiding and that they've managed to amass a small army of villains. Their exact numbers are unknown, and we don't know if they have any elite villains among their ranks or if they're just common street thugs. Prepare for the worst. Expect each and every one of them to be highly skilled and dangerous. Do not underestimate them. If you do, it could cost you your life, Mr. Aizawa said to the room full of pros and students. You know, he isn't great at pep talks, Kirishima whispered. You can say that again, Kaminari replied. Shut up, both of you. Take this seriously, Uraraka's life is in danger, Ida scolded them. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Kaminari said, feeling guilty. My bad, Kirishima added, also feeling remorseful. They're hiding in an old abandoned warehouse outside the city. That means we don't need to worry about civilians getting in the way. However, don't forget they do have a hostage. Our primary objective is to bring Ochako Uraraka home safely. Nothing else matters. If you can capture a villain or knock them unconscious, then do so, but our sole focus is to save her. No room for personal vendettas, Mr. Aizawa explained, eyeing Deku as he said that last part. Deku locked eyes with his teacher, understanding the message but not liking it. He thought to himself, that's fair enough, but if I get the chance, Shigaraki is mine. He's the one responsible for all of this. It was his plan to kidnap Ochako. It was his plan that almost got my mother killed. Well, now it's my turn to return with a plan of my own. I hope you're ready, Shigaraki. Because I'm coming for you. At the villain's lair, Uraraka was talking to herself. Deku, where are you? I can't take this much longer. Shigaraki had said it had been days, but how many? She had no idea what time it was, what the weather was like, or even what day it was. She was just sitting in a room with no windows or connection to the outside world. If she could use her quirk, she would make the chair float and then release it to break free, but she couldn't. Deku, please hurry. I'm barely hanging on. I don't know how much more my body can take before it gives out. I'm pretty sure I've got a few broken ribs. I'm bruised all over and bleeding from multiple cuts. What if one of them gets infected? Then what? I'm in trouble if they decide to let the infection take me. Then again, if nobody finds me, I'm in trouble either way. None of this would be happening if I had been strong enough to escape or smart enough to realize Deku wouldn't just leave without telling me. The moment I followed him, I lost. Wait a minute, what if Deku is dead? Did Himiko kill him? No, that can't be right, otherwise he wouldn't bother to keep me alive. So, Deku's still alive. That's good. What about his mom? Did they go home after the police questioned everyone? Oh no, this is all my fault. I should've. Good evening, Kurogori said, entering the room. At least now she knew what time of day it was. What do you want? She asked, glaring at him. It's not him you should be worried about, Shigaraki said, walking into the room with Dabi and Twice not far behind him. You know, you guys look like the worst boy band ever, she remarked, almost bursting into laughter at her own comment but managing to contain herself to a small giggle. It was funny. They could kill her at any second if they wanted to, and yet here she was, cracking jokes. There was something freeing about knowing her life could end at any moment. Or maybe it was just the torture. Maybe she was just ready to give up. No, she couldn't die yet. Deku would be devastated. That's what Shigaraki wanted. He wanted Deku to be so broken by seeing her demise that he could deliver the final blow. He knew he couldn't beat Deku in a fight, so he needed to break him. All she had to do was survive long enough for Deku to save her. I like her, she's funny, Twice said, finding Uraraka's comment amusing. Personally, I think we should have just killed her and be done with it, Dabi said, causing Uraraka to gulp nervously. Shut up all of you. She won't be making jokes for much longer anyway, so she can enjoy it while it lasts, Shigaraki said, an evil grin creeping across his face. You know, Shigaraki, I think you're the one letting the team down. I mean, those lips are so dry, buddy. Are you sure you don't need some chapstick? I've got some in my pocket, Uraraka joked, gesturing toward one of the pockets on her shorts. Twice burst out laughing, and a slight smile appeared on Dabi's face, clearly somewhat amused, while Kurogori seemed to be suppressing his laughter. I'll kill you, you stupid, Shigar. Uraraka glared defiantly at Shigaraki, a smirk playing on her lips. You need me alive for your games, so I'll say whatever I want. I know you're not going to try to kill me yet. To her surprise, Shigaraki began to laugh. What's so funny? She demanded. You actually think you're going to survive this, don't you? He replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. I will survive this, Shigaraki. Deku will save me. He's coming for you, and when he does, you better believe I'm coming for you too, Uraraka warned, her voice steady. Shigaraki smirked back at her. You know, if you weren't tied to a chair and completely defenseless, that might have been threatening. Regardless, you'll soon change your tone. We'll see how many jokes and threats you make later. But right now, I'm going. What exactly is this little trick of yours? Did you learn how to make balloon animals or something? That would be a pretty neat party trick, Uraraka joked, though her confidence wavered knowing that Shigaraki had something sinister planned. You're going to wish I had. Dabi, go and get my prop, Shigaraki ordered. Dabi complied and left the room. Seriously, just tell me already. From the sounds of it, you're about to do a musical number or a play or something, she said, eager for the waiting to end. But that would ruin the fun. It's far more entertaining this way, Shigaraki chuckled to himself. At that moment, Dabi returned with a cage. Inside was a mouse, squeaking loudly and desperately trying to escape. It was terrified, sensing the danger it was in. Why is that mouse so scared? It's kind of freaking me out how desperately it's trying to escape. What are you going to do to him? She asked, dreading the answer. Oh, don't worry. He won't be screeching like that for much longer, Shigaraki said, a sinister smile on his face. Uraraka felt her anxiety rise but held her nerve, refusing to show fear. So what's your big trick? Have you been training that mouse to do something? She asked sarcastically, knowing the poor creature was in for something terrible. I hope you're done making your jokes because the show is about to start. So sit back, relax and enjoy the show, Shigaraki said, a wild look in his eyes. He was clearly relishing the moment. You're sick, Uraraka snarled. Yeah, Well, after tonight, you and that irritating boyfriend of yours will be gone, so I don't care. Anyway, for my little trick, I've discovered something new with my quirk. You see, before I had to place all 5 fingers on whatever I wanted to decay, but now, he trailed off, nodding to Kurogori, who opened a portal for Shigaraki to reach into the cage. Shigaraki touched the mouse with one finger, holding it there for a moment. Suddenly, the mouse began to screech in pain. Shigaraki pulled his hand back, and Dabi opened the cage, allowing the mouse to run around the room, still crying out in distress. You see, it's evolved in a way. My activation of it has become voluntary too, so now I can touch things without worrying about them disintegrating in my hands. The only downside is that if I use fewer fingers, it's weaker and slower, but in the end, it will still get the job done. Depending on how merciful I'm feeling, that determines how many fingers I'll use, Shigaraki explained. Uraraka watched in horror as the poor mouse ran around the room, feeling every moment of its suffering. She began to struggle in her chair, desperate to break free. Shigaraki laughed as the mouse finally succumbed, its body disintegrating completely. "What the hell is wrong with you?" she screamed, trying to escape. "What? Do you feel bad for the little guy?" "I could have demonstrated on anything, but I figured something alive would be much more fun. That way, you could see the pain it causes before it slowly kills you," Shigaraki said, proud of his actions. "You're a monster," Uraraka said, now terrified for her life. "Not so brave now, are you? We'll be back in a little while to do the same to you." That little guy lasted about a minute before my quirk spread over his entire body, so I'd say when I do it to you, you'll last around 5 if you're lucky. At least your precious boyfriend will be there to see you in your final moments, Shigaraki said, laughing as he walked toward the door. "What the hell are you talking about? Deku's coming for me? If he is, you're a dead man, Shigaraki," she screamed after him. "Oh yeah? Well, he'll be here soon. Besides, we already have a little surprise waiting for him when he and the rest of the rescue party arrive," Shigaraki said, leaving the room, followed closely by Dabi, Twice, and Kurogori. "What are you talking about? Shigaraki, get back here, you coward! Do you hear me?" Uraraka shouted as the door slammed shut. Later that night. "Alright, we're here. Remember, we need to get as close as possible without being seen. If they spot us too soon, they may harm her before we even get close," Mr. Aizawa instructed. "Yes, sir," everyone replied. "Recon team, how are things looking on your end?" Mr. Aizawa asked through his headpiece. "All quiet, Eraserhead. No signs of movement or activity." "You're clear to move up," a voice responded. "Sir, is it just me, or is that an unusually large amount of open ground to cover?" Todoroki asked. "No, it's definitely strange. The whole area should be wooded, but from here to the building is an open field. Who's been cutting down the trees and surrounding shrubbery?" Mr. Aizawa pondered. "The villains. They're waiting for us," Deku said. "They're waiting for us," Deku informed them. "What? How can you be so sure?" Kirishima asked. "It doesn't feel right. Something feels off about this whole situation. Think about it. A factory in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by woodlands, yet there's nothing but a clear field in a perfect circle around it. We know Shigaraki and his group are inside, so it has to be them," Deku explained. "He's right. They've got something planned for us. Be on your guard," Mr. Aizawa said. "Dude, why do you keep saying army of villains so sarcastically?" Kaminari asked. "Well, look around, Kaminari. What do you see?" Deku asked as if the answer was obvious. "I see a field that should be woodlands," Kaminari replied, not quite understanding. "Exactly. If there was an army here, it would be easier to hide if they kept the woodlands intact and camped outside. The factory isn't that big, meaning they can't have too many villains inside, or it would be too crowded. There's nobody outside in the fields either. So where exactly is this army? Because it's sure not around here," Deku explained. "Holy cow, he's good," Kaminari mumbled to himself. "Are you serious?" "I figured all that out myself," Bakugo said. "Then why didn't you say anything?" Kirishima asked. "Because I didn't think you were all that clueless," Bakugo retorted. "Shut up, all of you. Keep your eyes on the factory and the field. Look for any signs of movement or traps," Mr. Aizawa ordered. I can't see anything, Ashido said. Me neither. It's hopeless from this distance, Todoroki added. Sir, just send me in there. I can find her and get her out without anyone noticing. If I can't do that, I can at least tell you what we're up against, Hagakure pleaded. Not a chance, Hagakure. I won't send any of you in there alone with such dangerous villains around. It's too risky, Mr. Aizawa said. Sir, I can hear something, Shoji said suddenly, surprising everyone. What is it? Mr. Aizawa asked. Screaming. I can hear Uraraka screaming, Shoji said, hesitating to say it in front of Deku. Shigaraki, you better not be hurting her. Sir, we should move now. They might not know we're here yet, Deku suggested. Possibly. Recon team, come in, Mr. Aizawa said into his earpiece, but there was no response, just static. Alright everybody, they know we're here. Move in now. Mr. Aizawa ordered. With that, the pro-heroes and students charged toward the factory, sprinting through the perfectly circular field surrounding it. Midoriya, don't run off on your own. Mr. Aizawa called, noticing the teenagers starting to pull ahead of the group. Come on, come on. Deku urged himself, focused on reaching the factory and saving Uraraka. As they approached, the doors of the factory swung open, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. There, outside the building, stood Shigaraki, and beside him was Uraraka, still tied to a chair with a GG over her mouth. The moment she saw Deku, her eyes widened in fear for his safety. No, Deku, run away. You don't know what he has planned. Please leave me. He'll hurt you. Hello, Izuku Midoriya. Glad you could join us, Shigaraki said, his voice amplified by speakers on either side of the entrance. Shigaraki! Give her back! Deku shouted, standing about 20 meters ahead of the rest of the group. None of them dared to move, fearing Shigaraki might harm Uraraka at any moment. Uraraka squinted, trying to read Deku's expression. He looked like he had been crying and he hadn't been sleeping. Worst of all, she recognized that look in his eyes. It was the same look he had when he unleashed his power against the villains who had captured him. It was pure rage. He was going to get himself hurt. Why don't you come and get her? Shigaraki taunted, provoking Deku. I'll kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Deku screamed, all the pent-up emotions since All Might's death surging to the surface.